as a hostage negotiator, and really, we were never into psychology, and we steered away from it because psychology is at best is soft science. If it's not informed these days, if it's not informed by real studies or neuroscience, the guys that I'm impressed with these days, psychologists, neuroscientists. I'm interested in that guy. But then the psychology convention, do you get them all together and they all agree?
But also the interesting thing about psychology is each individual person is way more complicated than the category psychology tries to create. And there's something about this human brain. The moment you classify somebody as a narcissist or depressed or bipolar or insane in any kind of way, for some reason you give yourself a convenient excuse not to see them as a complicated human being, to empathize with them. I had that when I was talking to, I did an interview with Kanye West, and then there's a lot of popular opinions about him being mentally unwell and so on. And I felt that that kind of way of thinking is a very convenient way of thinking, to ignore the fact that he's a human being that, again, wants to be understood and heard. And that's the only way you can have that conversation.
Yeah, I agree completely. That's right. I feel so close to you.
It might be because I'm not wearing pants. All right. So
you're funnier than I. That bothers me.
All right. I'll say something stupid, so don't worry about it. We said we were talking about terrorists and not negotiating with terrorists. Is there something?
Nice job going all the way back to where that rabbit hole started.
There's where Alice in Wonderland. Is there something about walking away, of not negotiating? Is there power in that?
All right, so it depends upon whether or not you're doing it with integrity or a tactic to start with. And then also, hostage negotiators are successful 93% of the time, kind of across the board. Which means that 7% of the time it's going to go bad. And that was my old boss, Gary Nessler. I learned so much from Gary. But a phrase that he used over and over and over again until I finally worked the case and went bad was, this is going to be the best chance of success. Best chance of success. And then something went bad. And I remember thinking like, well, best chance of success is no guarantee of success. So the question is, other negotiations you should walk away from. If you got no shot at success, then don't negotiate. And you have to accept the fact that some deals you're never going to make. You know, we teach my company, it's not a sin to not get the deal. It's a sin to take a long time to not get the deal. And, you know, Gary, in his infinite wisdom, you know, they realized that there was something called suicide by cop. And that it might have, Gary was very much into clusters of behavior. He kept us away from psychological terms, and there would be clusters of behavior that would be high-risk indicators. And he wrote a block of instruction called high-risk indicators, which meant if you start seeing this stuff show up, this thing's probably going bad, and you're going to need to recognize that from the very beginning and adjust accordingly. And it's the same way in business and personal. I'm talking to head of a marketing company. I have tremendous respect. I admire what this guy in this company does. Started from scratch. He borrowed space in the back of a drugstore to start his company. And now it's hugely successful. And he's laying out to me that he finally had to confront potential client and walk away from it. And he said, how do you think I handled this? And my answer was 1,000% correct. And as a matter of fact, the behavior that he indicated, he's a type, and you should have walked away sooner than you did. Because this guy was playing it the whole time. Al-Qaeda, 2004, they're playing. They're not negotiating. We called them out on it. We don't think you negotiate. We didn't say it exactly like that, but that was absolutely the approach. You know, confront people on their behavior, respectfully.
And signal that you're willing to walk away.
And mean it, 1,000%.
And mean it. Is that terrifying? I mean, it's scary because you don't want to really walk away. But do you have to really want to walk away?
Well, yeah, this gets core values your view of reality. If it's an abundant world, it's not scary to walk away. If it's a finite world with limited opportunities, then it's horrifying.
But you have to use that worldview to be willing to actually walk away.
Yeah.
It could be walking away from a lot of money. It could be walking away from something that's going to hurt people. Because if you lose a hostage,
Yeah, well, but if they're not going to let the hostage out, suicide by cop, they ain't letting them go.
the 7%, how do most negotiations fail?
The bad guys were never there to make a deal in the first place. So if it was suicide by cop, if they were there if they're on a killing jury, some Israeli friends, if they're on a killing jury and the actions that they're currently engaged in are part of that killing jury.
Killing jury. Is there advice you can give about, you mentioned Israel, Palestine, the Middle East, taking on a few conversations on that topic? Is there hope for that part of the world? And from that hope, is there some advice that could lend?
Yeah, I think there's hope. Then I got friends on both sides, and also when I got after I left the FBI, most people listening to this probably not going to remember who Rodney Dangerfield was.
Oh, come on.
But he's a comedian.
Still doesn't get any respect.
Yeah. And
New Yorker? Is he a New Yorker?
I think he was a New York guy.
Or like Jersey or something.
Yeah, and he did a movie a long time ago called Back to School. He went back to school. He's an old guy back to school. So I went back to school after I left the FBI. I did get a master's at Harvard Kennedy. And that's where, I'm running across people on both sides of it. And when they could talk, they said, let's start from the premise that both sides want a better life for our kids, which is this version that I was telling you earlier from Tom Girardi. Let's pick a point in the future that we'll both happy. And they found that they could talk. All right, so it might not be better for us. How do we make it better for our kids? And that's where the hope derives from, because I think both sides ultimately want it to be better for their kids, which is why they still engage in interactions, and which is why I think the leadership, regardless of how compromised they might be on either side, there are few straight players in the game in the Middle East, or anywhere for that matter. But they want a better future for their kids. You get people who agree that you want a better future for your kids, and then you start talking about, well, how do we work our way back? And then, all right, so we got a mutual point in the future. Israeli-Palestinian negotiations are also, for me, interesting, because you mentioned Clubhouse about almost 2 years ago now, when Israel was shelling Gaza. They hit the UPI office. They were hitting, they got fed up with the rocket attacks from Hamas. And of course, Hamas is putting rockets in the UPI office, or the AP office, whichever press office it was there. How's that office going to be there otherwise? Hamas is running the show. You're not going to run that office unless you let them throw weapons. That's just part of the game. And what are they going to storm in specially designated ammunition dumps? No, they're going to put them in schools. They're going to put them in hospitals. They're going to put them in all places that when Israel hits them, they're going to look really bad. So after a while, Israel gets fed up. They start shelling Gaza, and they're hitting these places. A friend of mine, Nicole Benham, is hosting rooms on Clubhouse, and she says, you got to come on. The vitriol is killing me. These are all turning into screaming matches. Nobody's talking to anybody. I said, all right, cool. We'll go on. We'll do it and watch. We won't have a single argument. We'll invite people on from both sides. There was one rule. Before you started to describe what you thought of the other side, you had to say, before I disagree with you, here's what I think your position is. And you got to continue to take the other side's position until they agree that you've got it. Now, what happened? No agreement and no arguments. That was what we were really going for. We wanted to show the people on both sides and where their emotional conflict. If your only requirement was you had to state the other side's position first, nobody got out of control.
Did it work?
That's exactly what happened. Not one. We wanted to show people that you can have conversations that do not devolve into screaming matches with vitriol, talking about how you're dedicated to the destruction of the other side. Just first, see if you can outline where they're coming.
That's really impressive because I've just having seen on Clubhouse people. What's part of the reason I like Clubhouse? You get to hear voices from all sides. They were emotionally intense.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, I'm sweating just in the build-up of your story here. I thought it was going to go good, but you're saying it kind of worked.
Not one person lost control. Of the two sides, the people that were speaking on behalf of the Israelis were a little better at articulating supportive positions for the Palestinians. Most of the people who want to speak up on behalf of the Palestinians, they want to start in like, you're doing this, that. No, you can go there, just not yet. Before you go there, you say that all you want. Before you go there, you've got to try to articulate to them where they're coming from. They got to tell you got it right. And what consistently happens is there's a leveling out of a person to try to see the other side's perspective and articulate. It's enormously beneficial to the person who's trying to do it, which is really the point that we were trying to make.
It's a really interesting exercise. I mean, that by way of advice. So if it works at Clubhouse, for people who don't know, that's like a voice app where you could be anonymous. It's really regular people, but regular people can also be anonymous. It could be chaos. If it works there, that's really interesting. For when you sit down for a conversation across the table from somebody, don't have them even steal me on the other side. Have them just state the other side. Just explain your understanding.
Yeah,
that's it.
And every now and then I would jump in. Like, somebody supporting Israel, whoever the heck they were. And they'd say a couple things. And the Palestinian guy would be like, our guy, or supportive of it, would say, you missed some stuff. And I'd say, let me jump in. First of all, I know what the Nakba is. The Nakba is a catastrophe. That's the day Israel was born. For the rest of the world, it's the birth of Israel for you to Nakba. I said, you've got members of your family that is still walking around carrying keys to the front door of the house. And they'd be like, yeah. And I'd say, you feel bad that, in point of fact, that in World War II, the world stood back and watched while the Nazis threw the Jews off a building. The only problem was they landed on you. And they'd be like, yeah, that's where they're coming. So articulating, deeply what the other side feels is transformative for both people involved in the process.
What's the toughest negotiation you've ever been a part of, or maybe observed or heard of? What's a difficult case just stands out to you, or maybe just one of many?
Well, the stuff we went through with Al Qaeda in and around Iraq and Saudi. First one was in Saudi, 2004 time frame. The hardest part about that was working with family members and not deceiving them about the possibility of the outcome.
Yeah, how do you talk to family members? Is that part of the negotiation?
Yeah, empathy, learning empathy the hard way, and being able to take it up to higher levels. Because at its base level, the guy that we're working with now that's coaching us in the U.S. and is a business partner, his name is Jonathan Smith. He pointed out to us that there's a Shu Ha-Ri concept. Are you familiar with Shu Ha-Ri? It's a martial arts concept. And she was Do it exactly as the master is telling you to do it. Wax on, Karate Kid stuff. Ha is when you've done the repetitions enough times, you're getting a feel for it, and you begin to see the same lessons coming from other masters. You see the same thing show up in other places. And at the re-level, you're still in the discipline, but you're making up your own rules. It's almost a flow state. And you don't realize that you're making up your own rules. If somebody asks you where you learned that, you probably say, my sensei taught it to, my master taught it to. This will come back around the negotiator families pretty quick. We did this once because there's a bunch of people that we coach, business people that are scared of the amount of money that they're losing if they're not coaching them right. One of these guys, Michael, we interviewed a social media posting about 2 years ago. And Michael says, you got to gather data with your hands. And I remember thinking, I'm like, ooh, I like that. I said, where did you hear that? He goes, I don't know. I heard it from you, I think. And I was like, no. I didn't remember saying it.
Yeah.
At that first time I've heard that. He's in Rudy. So what's this got to do with families? Empathy at its base level and the shoe level, I learned it on the suicide hotline, is saying, like, you sound angry. I'm just calling out the elephant in the room. Your emotions, what's driving you. I'm throwing a label on your act. And I'm saying you sound, or it sounds like you are. Because that's the basic Karate Kid wax on approach. Now, there are a lot of hostage negotiators that will tell you empathy doesn't work at all. Not true. They've never gotten out of shoe. You're getting ready to talk to your significant other. And you want to go someplace that you know is going to make her angry. You want to go do something.
Well, that's real negotiation right there.
You can say to her, you sound angry, in which case she's going to blow up because her reaction is, you made me angry, bozo. How can you act like you're an innocent third party or that you were independent of how I feel bad? And you learn a little bit more and you say the high level is probably going to make you angry. And then what I did with families, I knew how they felt before I walked in the door. I knew that they were scared to death. You find out that your husband, your father, your brother has been grabbed by Al Qaeda, who are in the business of chopping people's heads off. You're going to be horrified. I can't walk into them and go like, you sound angry. Of course I'm angry, you idiot. But knowing what they are, I used to walk into families' houses and I'd say, I know you. Now, what do the circumstances dictate that they should also feel? They're going to feel abandoned by the government. They're going to feel totally alone. They're going to be scared. And they're going to be angry because they feel the government abandoned. Now, in point of fact, is this an accurate statement? That their loved one voluntarily went into a war zone, voluntarily went someplace the government told them not to go? Are the facts that the government abandoned them? Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, the government warned them, tried to get them to back go, and they went into it. But that doesn't change how they felt at the moment. And I'd walk into a house and I'd go, I know you. I know you feel abandoned and alone. And I know you're horrified. And I know you feel the United States government is abandoned. And they would look at me and go like, yeah. What do we do? Now we're ready to rock.
Is there, with Al Qaeda in general, is there a language barrier too? It can be just barriers of different communication styles. I mean, you got like a New York way about it. That might make somebody from like, I don't know, Laguna Beach uncomfortable. Do you feel that language barrier in communication is that language and communication style in itself creating a barrier?
You got a barrier when you think that your way is the only way.
Sure, that's the biggest barrier.
Yeah, like and that happens all the time. When people talk about what about cross-cultural negotiations? What hand do I got to shake hands with so that I can get my way? Well, if you strip it all down, we're all basically the same blank slate when we were born. Everybody's got a limbic system. Everybody's limbic system works pretty much the same way. People are driven by the same sorts of decisions. How does this affect my future? What am I at risk of losing? How does this affect my day? A kind of kidnapper. You're a New York City businessman. You're a tobacco farmer in the South. All making those same decisions based on those same things. So as soon as I start to navigate that, and I tailor my approach, which is what empathy is, for what you think, how you see things. So I can be the biggest goofball ever from, if you live in the South, yeah, maybe I'm a New Yorker, or I'm somebody from LA, or somebody from Chicago. But my geography is foreign to you, but as soon as I start dialing in on how you see things, suddenly you're listening.
What about the three voices you talk about? The different voices you can use in that communication.
Right. The assertive voice, direct and honest. I'm a natural born assertive.
Natural born. I thought we're all playing slate.
You're born. Well, stop catching me on what I said. How dare you accuse me of what I've said? To quote Bonner, stand accused of what I've said, the things I've said.
It's a good line. He's got a pretty good line.
Yeah.
So assertive voice. You're born that way. Which one? What are the other ones?
Analyst. Mm-hmm. You're an analyst.
And I can tell you're assertive.
Yeah.
What's an analyst voice?
Well, an analyst is close to
smarter, more thoughtful.
No, it's a matter of fact. Look, you ever do a decision tree?
Yeah.
See, you like it too, don't you?
So decision trees, I'm a computer scientist, but I like mathematical, systematic ways of seeing the world.
It's the man. You think Donald Trump would ever say that? Unlikely.
But is he more the assertive?
He's a natural born assertive, yeah.
Are all New Yorkers like this? Is this something in the water?
No, that's the craziest thing. I mean, there's an affect that a city can have. Yeah. And, New York's Northeast, not just New York, but the Northeast is a little more the affect of the area, of the culture of the area. Individuals still boil down into the three types across the board.
What's the third one?
Accommodating, smiling, optimistic, hopeful. I'm 1,000% convinced that the phrase "hope is not a strategy" is designed at people, over a third of the population being accommodators that are hope-driven. I hope this works out. And they're very on the surface, they're very relationship oriented. They tend to appear to be very positive, and they are. But it's really built around hope.
And the idea is you can adopt these three voices.
You can learn them. They're all learnable. Analysts are often mistaken for commentators because, as you said before, analysts are more introspective, more analytical. They're looking at the systems at work, and if they like to learn, they notice that accommodators make more deals than they make. They also notice that there's a higher failure rate of the deals. But since they notice stuff and they think about it, they catch on faster than assertives do that the pleasant nature of an accommodator contributes strongly to them making deals. Like my daughter, is an analyst. Another descriptor we have in analysts are assassins. Mm-hmm. An analyst will snark you from 1,000 yards out in the middle of the night, and you never know what hits you, and they're really happy with that.
Well, how has assertiveness, the assertive voice, served you in negotiations?
Poorly. The assertive voice is almost always counterproductive. It feels like getting hit in the face with a brick. And that's almost always counterproductive. So for me to be more effective, especially in a negotiation, I'll need to slow down and smart.
I heard that Teddy Roosevelt was a good negotiator, and that he was extremely stubborn. And perhaps the right term for that would be assertive, but he picked his battles. Is there some value to holding strong to principle? So I don't even know. That's probably the opposite. Are there times when you can just be extremely stubborn to your principles?
We do it all the time. We're just nice about it.
Okay, it helps to be nice. You're saying?
Well, yes, because I need you to hear. And the assertive tone of voice. So when we do our training, typically we do an exercise called 60 seconds as you guys. Mm-hmm. And I play the bad guy bank robber, and I ask you to be the hostage negotiator. And your job is I give you the four real constraints, and then you got to try and negotiate me out of the fight. Now we're doing this. Now the first voice that I always use in that exercise is the assertive voice, which is the commanding voice. It's the voice that all police officers are taught to use. Issued loud and clear commands. To me, I don't feel like I'm attacking. I just feel like I'm being direct and honest and clear. You, on the other hand, feel attacked. Now, we're doing this exercise in Austin a couple of years ago. The first participant has an Apple Watch. Mm-hmm. He tells us afterwards that sitting still, not even answering, when he first gets hit in the face with the assertive voice, his heart rate jumped to 170, which is a typical fight or flight reaction. I come at you like I'm fighting you. Your fight flight mechanisms all kick into gear, which clouds your thinking. You're automatically dumber in the moment. So if I want to make a great long-term deal with you, highly profitable, I'm agnostic to you being profitable. You be profitable, well, that's fine. I'm going to make money for me. Me making you dumber will always hurt. Me making you feel attacked will always hurt.
So there's never a value in you making me afraid.
There's never a long-term value. That's another thing that Paul Raz, when we were writing a book, braced me about. Because he said there's scientific data out there. It's called strategic umbrage. Well, there's data. Well, whether or not it's scientific, I would call that into question. They said there's studies out there that show that strategic umbrage works. And another thing that I also enjoy, you probably get tired of me saying wonderful things about Andrew. He taught
there's never enough wonderful things to say about the great Andrew Huberman, the host of the Huberman Live podcast. Everybody should subscribe to. You should talk to Andrew.
You're funnier than he is, though. I'll give you that. He's funny accidentally. He makes me laugh all the time. Not when he's trying to be funny.
He's one of the people in this world that's truly legit. He's a really strong scientist and a really strong communicator and a good human being. Those together don't come often, and then it's nice to see. Yeah, he's a treasure, national treasure. Anyway, you were saying.
Well, he sort of taught me how to think about that and studies and science and also from different books that he's turned me on to. He's really helped me think about this stuff. So the studies about strategic umbrage were done, the ones that I've seen, that show it's effective. There were simulated negotiations with college students. Now here's the problem. A simulated negotiation with a college students are going to sit down as part of their assignment. They're going to sit down one time. They're going to sit down for 45 minutes. And they're going to think that if they didn't come to a deal at all, that they failed. And there's no ongoing implementation. There's just the deal, and then they walk away with the tense situation. So they got no actual real skin in the game. There's no deal on earth. You sit down, they come to agreement in 45 minutes and never see each other again because there's the implementation of the deal, even if it's only payment. So the data is flawed based on the way it was collected. It's a highly flawed study. And all data is flawed, as you know, as a scientist. You just got to be aware of what the flaws are and decide whether or not that destroys the study. Or what do you think? You take a look at the data. There's no such thing as perfect data. Look at the data, see what you think. The data that says that strategic umbrage works is based on flawed circumstances.
Can you explain strategic umbrage?
Get mad, scaring the other side into a deep. Getting mad and using anger strategically to bully the other side into a degree.
That's nice to hear in some sense. It's nice to hear that empathy is the right way in most situations. It's like
Best chance of success. Not that it works every time, just it works more than anything else.
what is the technique of mirroring? There's a lot of cool stuff in your book. You just kind of jump around. What's mirroring?
Mirroring is like it's one of the most fun skills because it's the simplest task. You just repeat 1 to 3 ish words of what somebody said. Usually the last 1 to 3 words. What I've found about it is the people that really like mirroring love it because it's so simple and so effortless and invisible. They typically, for lack of a better term, tend to be both high IQ and high EQ. Like I'm not a high IQ guy. I'm average too. I like to think that I can learn. And EQ, emotional intelligence, is a skill you can build. And I'm always working on building. But a lot of really regular average people were like, mirroring, that's stupid. I'm not doing it. And I don't know why they don't like it. But when I find somebody that loves to mirror, I'll always ask them, how'd you score on IQ? And typically their IQ is pretty high. Now, I don't know why that combination attracts people to mirroring, because it's 9 skills, 8 from hostage negotiation, and the 9th really was tone of voice. And we just define that as a skill. And each one is different and focuses on different components of the conversation. And a lot of people don't like the mirror. They find it so awkward. Like I'm not particularly strong in mirroring. I got to do it intentionally. I'm good at labeling. But does it almost always work? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it feels maybe awkward, but it's true. There's got to be ways to signal that you're truly listening.
That's fine.
I think you can do body language. You can, there's a lot of ways to signal that, but mirroring is probably just this trivial little hack.
It kind of is.
And you know what? There's a situation that I had a conversation with Stephen Codkin, who's this historian, and he would say my name a lot throughout the conversation. He would be like, "Well, you have to understand this, is that and for some reason that was making me feel really good." I was like, he cares about me. And I wonder if that key, if everyone has that key, that could be names. Using people's name could be powerful.
Using the name is really context driven. It can be extremely powerful with someone who's genuine, and it comes across in their demeanor, and it's used in a way that you can tell is meant to encourage you, as opposed to exploit you.
Sure.
And the people that are really into exploiting will also do the same thing.
So you have to be, you have to avoid using the things that people that are exploiters, manipulators use, because it might signal to others that this person is trying to trick.
Gotta be very conscious.
What's labeling you mentioned?
But I said earlier, the whole progression from you sound angry, so this is probably going to make you angry, to I know you're. Labeling is hanging the label on an emotion or an affect, and then just calling it.
Is that almost always good? Could it be a source of frustration when a person is being angry and you kind of put a label on it? Call out the elephant. Is it possible that would lead to escalation of that feeling versus resolution?
Well, what would make it bad? Like, if I'm pointing out like that blatantly out, like if I say, look, I need you to get up and go down to the bank and make the deposit. Let's say I'm talking to my somebody works in my company. I need you to get on the phone with this person and make the appointment. And they go, sounds like you want me to talk to this person. Yeah. That would be annoying. If it's just like so absurdly honest that there's no insight in your label at all. And as soon as you're demonstrating an awareness or a subtlety or an insight, either to you or to them, now we're making progress. So the only time the label could ever potentially be counterproductive is like if you weren't actually listening and the label indicates that you're not listening. You know, I'm teaching at USC and I'm teaching labels, and one of the kids in the class, he just wants to take the skills and make his deals and just hustle them, and he's just looking for a hustle. So he writes up a paper about, he goes, there's some malls, I think it was by Palm Springs or someplace, some outlet malls, a lot of people go to buy suits. So he goes in there and he immediately starts to bargain that my book teaches with no empathy. And he's like, throws a price to the guy, and the guy's like, no. And he throws another price to the guy, and the guy's like, no. And then he says to the guy behind the counter, sounds like we can make a deal. Like, no, it doesn't. I just shot down everything you just said. If anything, it sounds like we're never going to make a deal. But he tried to use his label for manipulation. Now, the guy didn't get mad on the other side. It was like, clearly, this dude is not listening.
And at the core of every whole bunch of almost like hacks, like techniques you can use, but at the core of it is at the core is that's the main thing. And be able to just sit there and listen.
And perceive. Yeah, look for insights.
You know what? I like silence. Where you're both sitting there chilling with a drink, looking up at the stars. There's a moment, the silence makes you kind of zoom out and realize you're in this together, as opposed to playing a game, some kind of like chess game or negotiation. You're in it together. I don't know. There's some intimacy to the silence, and like if I'll ask a question and just let the other person sit there in silence before they answer, or vice versa. They ask me a question, I sit there in silence. It's a big, feels like a big intimate thing.
Yes. And the other two types, until they've experienced that, are afraid. And what I'm actually going to do is, for whatever reason, I'm really comfortable with silence. I think because I've experienced its effectiveness, and also my son Brandon, like he's the king of dynamic silence. Like he coaches people. He says, you go silent, count thousands. Don't stop till you run out of numbers.
Good mind. He's also good. Full of good minds.
He is. That he is. And so there's so much to it. But the other two types are natural wiring against the way until they've experienced it. And you've got instinct, intuition's giving you data once you've experienced it. But your amygdala's kicking into gear. Again, sorry, I realize it's more complicated than that. Until you've experienced it. So accommodators, hope-based. How do they signal fear? Silent. So when you go silent, they're scared to death you're fearless. Because that's how they. The assertive thinks to use the analyst when silent because you want to talk some more. In point of fact, either you're thinking or, and I love your description, the feeling of intimacy and silence and experiencing the moment. Because I'm actually going to factor that into trying to get the accommodators love shared intimacy. They would love to experience. And I can see that being very compelling when you're willing to cross that chasm and experience silence and see how it works.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking, which is why it's intimate. Because you start thinking, what's the other person thinking? We're actually going to do this? Are we going to sit here for 10 seconds and go? There's tricks to it, I guess, like practice us to just calm it out and realize through data that there's intimacy to it. And a friend of mine, he lost his voice singing, so he couldn't. The doctor said he can't talk for a week, just to heal the voice,
Yeah.
the vocal cords. But he hung out with other people, with friends, and didn't talk to them. He just hung out.
Uh-huh.
And he said it was really intimate. They both didn't talk to each other. They just sat there and enjoyed time together. I don't know. It's always a positive thing to try, maybe with people in your life. Just hang out and don't say anything. Like as an experiment, don't say anything the entire day. But spend
What's wrong? Yeah, definitely.
It's interesting. I haven't tried it myself. It seems it's kind of like a silent retreat, but more active as part of like regular everyday life. Anyway, is there other interesting techniques we could talk about here? So, for example, creating the illusion of control.
Yeah, it's principally, by asking what and how questions. Because people love to tell others what to do or how to do it. It does a lot. That was really the way when the book was first written, that we really thought about what and how questions. It's giving the other side the illusion of control. And there's a lot more to it than that we've discovered. I mean, it triggers deep thinking, it wears people down. Deep thinking can be exhausting.
And you want. So what's the role of exhaustion in negotiation? Is that ultimately?
You got to be careful with that. Some people exhaust intentionally. One of my negotiation heroes, a guy now who's unfortunately suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's. John Domenico Pico is the UN hostage negotiators. They got all the Western hostages out of Beirut in the 80s. And he wrote a book called Man Without a Gun. And acquainted with John. At this point in time, I don't think he has any memory of who I am at all. But he writes in his book, one of the great secrets of negotiations is exhausting the other side. Political negotiations, that could be John was very deferential. It was in the middle of, in the 80s, leading up to about 1986-ish. Every negotiation involving warring parties in the Middle East that you can imagine. He was in Cyprus. He was in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Iran. The Iranian government had tremendous trust in him as a Westerner, a representative of the UN. Got all the Westerners out of Beirut, and he was just ridiculously patient. And which I found exhausting, would often find exhausting.
So exhaustion can be a component of finding resolution in negotiation.
If it tamps down the negative emotions, often exhaustion will tamp down negative emotions. Getting the real trick is really getting negative emotions out of the way, because you're dumber in a negative frame of mind.
So the goal is always positive emotion to talk about. That's
Yeah.
what you're always chasing together.
I think so. Yeah.
And that's what that's right is about.
Yes.
Like whatever you're triggering, whatever the chemistry you're triggering in your brain, like yeah, we're doing good here.
Yeah. I think so. Long term success. Absolutely.
How is the word fair used and
Yeah.
as you call it? How is it used and abused in negotiation?
It's usually used. It's most frequently used as a weapon. It's used as a point of manipulation. It's what people say when they feel backed into a corner and they can't come up with any legitimate reason as to why they're being backed into a corner. Like nobody uses the word the F-bomb. Nobody uses the word fair when they've got criteria to back them. So consequently, when somebody starts, you got to realize the other side's got no legitimate outside criteria. They're feeling very vulnerable. They can't explain it, but they feel defensive. And it saying, "Hey, look, I've given you a fair offer," is a way for me to knock you off the game if you're not aware. So a lot of cutthroat negotiators are going to use it on you to knock you off your game. The NFL strike probably now, it's been a good 10 years ago, and maybe even longer. One of his sticking points was the owners were not opening their books to the players. Players wanted to see them. And in order to not open their books, they just sent a press conference saying, we've given the players a fair offer. Well, if it was fair, you'd have opened your books.
Yeah.
If you gave them a fair offer and it was justified by what was in your books, you'd open them to prove your point. So what ends up happening, though, that what the owners gave the players a fair offer starts to get picked up in the media. And then it starts getting repeated. And now the different people on the player side are going like, yeah, maybe they have given us a fair offer, caused people to be insecure about their own position. It's an enormously powerful word that can be used in a deal. And it almost always comes up in every negotiation. It's shocking the number of times it comes up with people who don't really understand how or why it's coming up.
So usually it's a signal of a not a good place in the negotiation.
Without question, I'm completely convinced that if the person is using the word as a means of getting what they want, then either accidentally or on purpose, either in their gut or they know they got a bad position, or their gut is afraid that they are. Do I use a word? What I'll say is, I want you to feel like I've treated you fairly. And if any given point in time you think I'm not treating you fairly, I want you to stop me. And we're going to address it.
Big, ridiculous question, but how do you close the deal? How do you take the negotiation to its end? Is it implementation ultimately?
You got to pivot to agreed upon implementation to really move out on the negotiation. And I might say, how do you want to proceed? And if you don't know, I might say, no one the question. Is it a ridiculous idea if I share with you some ideas of how to proceed?
And then you agree on the actual steps. And that's the implementation. It's not just a philosophical agreement. It's actual steps.
The big problem in all negotiations is the lack of discussion of the next steps.
It's deep. Who's the best negotiator you have?
Yeah, actually, probably my son. Right?
Yeah?
Yeah, he's ridiculously talented. I mean, he's ridiculously talented. And he's, and what was it? The culture, the talent code says that, people just noticed and started getting good at it. There's no such thing as a child prodigy. This got interested when they were a kid. I mean, Brandon started to learn how to negotiate when he was 2 years old. And he's been in it and immersed in it, since he can make complete sentences, even before he can make complete sentences. He's ridiculously talented.
What's his future? What's he want to do?
He has been involved. He run and built my company, and now he's going to be an affiliated licensee, run his own operation. He's pretty much going to end up doing very much. He's going to open his entrepreneurial opportunities to do whatever he wants, and not have his dad say no.
And do a better job than that.
Most likely.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Do you see some of the techniques that you talk about as manipulative?
Manipulation is whether or not I'm trying to exploit you or hurt you. Am I trying to manipulate a bank robber to let me save his life? Yeah. So manipulation is like, what am I trying to do to you?
Yeah. So you don't see the negative connotation. If you're trying to bring a better future, it's not manipulation.
It's not. If I'm trying to bring a better future, if I'm being genuine and honest, like I compliment you. Yeah. If my compliment is genuine, that's not manipulation. Like, but if I think, you got a pair of shoes that are the dumbest looking things I've ever seen, and I go, wow, those are great shoes. No, that's manipulation.
So there's guys like Warren Buffett, or big integrity and honesty. What's the role of lying? Effective.
Lying is just a bad idea. Lying is just a bad idea for a variety of reasons. First of all, there's a really good chance the other side is better live than you are. They're going to spot it right off the bat.
Yeah.
Secondly, they could be luring you into a trap to see if you will lie. Thirdly, the chances are they're going to find out they lied too. Eventually, it's really hungry. And then the penalties and the taxes are going to be way higher than what you had in the first.
So long term, you want to have a reputation of somebody with integrity. And the more you lie, the harder it is to maintain that reputation.
Yeah, exactly. And we're just going to get up.
Yeah. So what's the? Let me just return to that question. What's the difference between a good conversation and a good negotiation? Can we? Because I think just reading your work, listening to you, there's a sense I have that the thing we're doing now and just conversation on podcasts and so on is different than negotiation. It feels like the purpose is different. And yet having some of the same awareness of the value of empathy is extremely important. It feels like the purpose is different. Or no?
Really close, fine line. I mean, I rolled in here not having any expectations, not looking for anything other than to have an interesting conversation. And to hear what was behind the questions that you were asking me and what interests you. And then also your description of silence, the power of silence, something I'm going to take away as a learning point and help learn to teach others. But I didn't come in here, I suppose the negotiation is we were both aware of the problem we're trying to solve.
Right. There's no problem in the room.
Right.
Just to solve. Except maybe like the human condition and
insight, wisdom.
Insight.
Learn.
How do you train to become better at negotiating? In business, in life?
Yeah, just small stakes practice for high stakes results. I mean, decide what kind of negotiate resonates with you. I mean,
what's that mean? Small stakes practice for high stakes. Small stakes. It's a small, little, incremental. Picking up girls at a bar. Or what are we talking about?
Yeah, well, it can't be. For some people, that's high stakes practice. Well, labeling mirrors. One of the basic tools for great negotiation. Labeling mirror, paraphrasing, summary. So you start labeling a mirror people that you just have a regular interaction, just to gain a feel for whether or not you can read somebody's affect or how accurate you read it, to get better. And so, label the lifter or the grocery store clerk or the person behind the airline at the airport.
So putting a label on their affect.
Or throwing something at them that, because negotiation is a perishable skill. Emotional intelligence is perishable. So seeing if you can indicate that you understand her. One of my favorite labels to throw out on somebody, which, maybe re-level, I might look at somebody who looks distressed and I'll go, tough day. So several years ago, I'm at the counter at LAX. And while I'm waiting in line to get to the counter, and a lady behind the counter is clearly making a point to not meet my eyes so that I don't approach. And she looks, and so like you know when you're next in line, and they're making sure that you don't meet us. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, so they're having a bad day. So I walk up, and as soon as I approach the counter, I go, tough day. And she kind of snaps around. And she goes, no, how can I help you? It goes out of her way to help. Now I'm practicing, but I also know it made her feel better. It relieves some of the stress. So now I'm going through TSA, only for people having a tough day.
It's a good place to find them.
It's a good place to find and practice. And I'm rolling through the line, and I realize I haven't tossed a label out on any one of these guys. And there's this guy watching the bags come out of the X-ray machine. And he's just kind of got an indifferent look on his face. And I go, tough day? And he kind of goes, I can see from his body language, like, no. And I go, just another day, huh? And he goes, yeah, just another day. He felt seen, but I missed, and I'm practicing. And I'm trying to stay sharp. So these are the
few words. Just a few words you're trying to quickly localize the affect.
Nice. Very, very, very analytically. I'm not letting it go.
I love it. Does the same apply to just conversation in general? Just how to get better at conversation. I think a lot of people struggle. They have insecurities. They have anxiety about conversation. As funny as this to say, I have a lot of anxiety about conversation. Is that you basically do the same kind of practice some of the techniques?
Yeah, genuine. Just trying to make sure you hurt somebody else.
Yeah. What's the best conversation you've ever been in? Except this one, of course.
Wow.
I mean, not the best conversation, but what stands out to you as conversation that changed you as a person, maybe?
Well, there's probably been a lot of them along the way. I mean, but one that I remember on a regular basis, there's two. But when I was in the bureau, I'm at Quantico. I'm there for in service. There's another guy from New York, buddy of mine named Lionel. And we're both trying to decide whether or not we want to be trying to get into profiling or negotiation. Because they're both about human dynamics, and both of us really like human dynamics. And we're sitting around talking about it, and we're talking about several things, and he labels it. And I knew he didn't know what he was doing. I think he picked it up. And I'd been talking about my family, quite a few things. And he said to me, and I never said this directly, that we were close. But he said to me, it sounded like your family was really close. And I can remember in the moment, like this feeling, just like I felt great in the moment. I mean, what he said just drew together everything that I've been saying and nailed the essence. And I have a very clear recollection of how good that felt in the moment. So a couple of years later, on a suicide hotline, now I got this line in the back of my head, line, technique, reaction, read, whatever you want to call it. Guy calls in on the hotline, and I could tell the dude is rattled by his tone. He just amped up. And he goes, I'm just trying to put a lid on the day. I need your help putting a lid on the day. I got to put a lid on the day. And I go, you sound anxious. And he goes, yeah. And it came down a little bit. And he was a guy that he was telling me about it. He was battling the disease of paranoia. And he's going to go on a car trip with his family the next day. And he knew that on the car trip, he was going to, twist himself in the knots. And so the night before, he's twisting himself in the knots. And he's laying out everything that he's done to try to beat paranoia and how much his family's helping. And he's going on a car trip with the family because they're going to take him to see a doctor. And so I hit him with the same thing that my buddy Lionel said. I said, sounds like your family's close. And he goes, yeah, we are close. And he leveled out a little bit more. And then he started ticking off all the things that he was doing to try to be paranoid. And he sounded determined. And so I said, I'm determined. He goes, yeah, I am determined. I'll be fine. Thanks. And that was all I said. So those two conversations, which are overlapping conversations, those two things really stick out in my mind.
Do those things, like through all the different negotiations and conversations you've had, do they kind of echo throughout? Like you basically, because when you empathize with other human beings, you start to realize we're all the same. And so you can start to pick little phrases here and there you've heard from others, little experiences. They're all about, like, we all want to be close with other human beings. We all want love. I think we're all deeply lonely inside. We're looking for connection. We're just, if we're honest about it. And so all humans have all the same different components of what makes them tick. Because you kind of see yourself basically just saying the same things to connect with another human being.
Yeah, there aren't that many different things that we're looking for understanding on or connection on or satisfaction on. There just aren't that many of them, regardless. And so, yeah, you're looking for it to manifest itself in some form or another, and you're willing to take a guess on whether or not that's what you're saying.
What advice would you give to me to be better at these conversations. To me, and to other people that do kind of interviews and podcasts and stuff.
Wow.
But I really care about it as well. Is there kind of as a lifelong journey in this process?
Yeah, well, I think I would advise approach, which is the approach you're taking. You care about it, you're very curious about it. You see it as a lifelong journey, you're fascinated by it. You enjoy learning about it. And you definitely do see it as a lifelong journey, as opposed to this is what I can, if I can acquire this, then I can make it.
I mean, I fall in love with people I talk to. There's a kind of deep connection that lingers with you, especially when I'm preparing. The more material there's in a person, the more you get to fall in love with them ahead of time. You get to really understand, not understand, but what I mean by fall in love is appreciate, but also become deeply curious. That's what I mean by fall. Like,
yeah,
you appreciate the things you know, but you start to see like Alice in Wonderland. You start to see that there's all this cool stuff you can learn if you keep interacting with them. And then when you show up and you actually meet, you realize it's like more and more and more and more. It's like in physics. The more you learn, the more you realize you don't know. And it's like, it's really exciting. And then it can also be heartbreaking because you have to say goodbye. Goodbye. I hate goodbyes. I hate goodbyes.
Seems totally, right?
Yeah. It reminds me that I'm going to die one day. Like, things end. Good things end. It sucks. But then it makes the moment more delicious. You know, that you do get this time together.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to completely forgot I wanted to ask you about this. The 7, 38, 55% rule. It's really interesting. Is there all truth to it? That 7% of the message is conveyed from the words used, 38% from the tone of voice, and 55% from body language. Is there really truth to that?
All right, so Albert Morabian, I think is the name of the UCLA professor that originally proposed the 738-55 ratio and discussed it in terms of that it wasn't the message, but how much he called it liking. Like, are you not that you the meaning is coming across, but you're liking of the message, and so it's been extrapolated heavily by people like me to this meaning of the meaning in 730 or 55, from liking to the meaning. What I've seen regularly is people that communicate verbally, if they're speakers. Tony Robbins, 738 55. He throws the ratio out there. Go, that's it exactly. That's exactly how the message comes across. This is how we got to balance it. This is how we got to do it. Those that communicate principally in writing, I think the meaning of the words are much more important than them. So they're deeply uncomfortable with 7 being the words. Because the content, the words, the meaning of the words. When you're writing, it's so important that you hate to poo-poo it that way. So I first of all, 1,000% believe it's an accurate ratio. But the real critical issue is not what the ratio of those 3 things are. It's what's the message when they're out of line. Like, what's the message when the tone of voice is out of line with the words? Like, it don't matter what your ratio is. You got a problem if their tone does not match their words.
Well, that's hard to really put a measure on exactly. Even in writing, I mean, it's not just, even in writing, it's not just the words. There's the words, but there's like a style underneath the whole thing.
Right.
And there's something like body language, the presentation of the whole thing. I mean, yeah, I'm a big fan of constrained mediums of communication, which writing is, or voice, like Clubhouse. There's a personality to a human being when you just hear their voice. It's not just, you can say it's the tone of voice, but you can like, what is it? The imagination fills in the rest. Like when I'm listening to somebody, I'm imagining some amorphous being, right, doing things. When they get angry, I'm imagining anger. I don't know what exactly I'm thinking.
And so you made me think of a funny story because we were talking about your buddy Elon before, and I told you, about that I'd interacted with some of the senior executives. So I know that they love working with him. and I think he's an interesting guy. And they realized that he can be funny. He jokes around. So they're telling me on this conference call, just words. And a guy on the other end of the line says something, you know, that was wrong, but wasn't bad. And so they said they're on the phone, and Elon goes, "You're fired." And then everybody in the room with him can see that he's joking. But the person on the other side, and they're all going away. Wait! They can't see you look on your face right now. You gotta stop. Because the guy on the other side is dying right now. He doesn't realize you're joking. So there were the words and the tone of voice, but it lacked the visual to go with it.
Nevertheless, it's probably funny.
I'm sure it was very funny.
Maybe not to him. Just as interesting to ask, I don't know if you're following along the developments of large language models. There's been something called ChatGPT. There's just more and more sophisticated and effective and impressive chatbots, essentially. They can talk, and they're becoming more and more human-like.
Right.
Do you think it's possible in the future that AI will be able to be better negotiators than humans? Do you think about that kind of stuff?
Well, yeah, so definition of better or versus less flawed. Like their chatbots have been out there for a long time, and probably about 5 years ago now, a company approached us because they were doing a negotiation chatbot, and they said two things. First of all, I said, why are you talking to us? I said, well, in point of fact, we already spoke to the people that are teaching, quote, the Harvard methodology. And, the rational approach to negotiation just doesn't work. Rational approach just does not work. Our chatbots are not getting it. But we're showing in around about 80% of the interactions a higher success outcome with these chatbots. And they showed me what they were doing, and it was still a lot deeply flawed emotional intelligence-wise. But the reason why we're having higher success rates is the chatbots were never in a bad mood. And you could reach out for a chatbot in the middle of the night. So if you were talking to somebody that was never upset and was always available, then you're going to have a higher success rate. Negotiations go bad when people are in a negative frame of mind.
So the natural ability of a chatbot to be positive is just going to give you a higher success.
Yeah, and they're not going to get mad and argue with you. You say to a chatbot, your price is too high. Chatbot is designed to come back with a smiley face.
Yeah.
You say to a person, your price is too high. How dare you? I'm trying to make a living. They want the people.
Unfortunately or fortunately, I think the way chatbots are going now, they will come back negative because they're becoming more and more human-like. That's the whole point. To be able to pass the Turing test, you have to be negative. You have to be an asshole. You have to have boundaries. You have to be insecure. You have to have some uncertainty.
Well, it's different between having boundaries and being late. Like I can, if you throw a proposal away, before I say no, I'm going to say, look, I'm sorry, that just doesn't work. I'm going to set up a real clear boundary without being negative. So, and a lot of people really struggle with setting boundaries without being negative, without name calling, without indignation, without getting upset.
But see, when you show that you're not getting upset, I'm not just seeing that. I'm seeing a flawed human that has underneath it a temper, underneath it the ability to get upset, but chooses not to get upset. And a chatbot has to demonstrate that. It's not just going to be cold and be this kind of corporate, blank, empty, sort of vapid creature that just says, "Oh, thank you for saying that." No, but basically, you have to. The chatbot has to be able to be mean and choose not to be.
Interesting. I don't know.
Maybe
I'd be willing to see that play out and see how it plays out.
But I guess what I'm saying is to be a good negotiator, you have to have the capacity to be a bad person and choose not.
Really?
I think so.
I think you just got to have the capacity to set a boundary and stick to it.
Interesting. Because I think it's hard for me to trust a person who's not aware of their demons. Because if you say you don't have any demons, if you don't have any flaws, I can't trust you.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's a lie, right? So somebody lies.
Right.
It's back to life.
Yes. So you have to have a self-awareness about that. But to be able to control and demonstrate the ability to control it. I mean, this is humans. I just think humans, intelligent, effective humans, are able to do this well, and chatbots are not yet, and they're moving in that direction. So it makes me think about what is actually required for effective negotiation. That's what AI systems do. Is they make you ask yourself, what is it that makes humans special? Any discipline. What is it that makes humans special at chess and Go games, which AI systems are able to beat humans at now? What is it that makes them effective at negotiation? What does it make them effective at something that's extremely difficult, which is navigating physical spaces? So doing things that we take for granted, like yourself a cup of coffee, is exceptionally difficult for robots.
Yeah.
Because of all the complexities involved in navigating physical reality. We have so much common sense reasoning built in, just about how gravity works, about how uh, um, objects move, the what kind of objects there are in the world. It's like it's really difficult to describe because it all seems so damn trivial, but it's not trivial because a lot of that we just learn as babies. We keep running into things and we learn about that. And so AI systems help us understand what is it that makes humans really, what is the wisdom we have in our heads. And negotiation to me is super interesting. Because negotiation is not, it's about business, it's about geopolitics, it's about running government. It's basically negotiating how do we, the different policies, different bills and programs and so on. How do we allocate money? How do we reallocate resources? All that kind of stuff. That seems like AI in the future could be better at that. But maybe not. Maybe you have to be a messy, weird, insecure, uncertain human and debate each other, yell at each other on Twitter. Maybe you have to have the red and blue teams that yell at each other in the process of figuring out what is true. Maybe AI systems will not do that. I figure out the full mess of human civilization.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I mean, the two thoughts that I had along the way was, I mean, anytime you're talking about systems of scaling, you're talking, my belief is chatbot systems, things that don't require decision making, just following the instructions. At least 80% of what's going on. Now, the remaining percentage, whatever it is, does it require the human interaction and what's required? Like I am not pro conflict, and I also know that there's a case to be made in the creative world that some of the best thinking came out of conflict. Reading interviews upon on YouTube, their admiration for some of the Beatles' best music came when they were fighting with each other. And the song one, which is, I believe, from the album Cartoon Baby, those guys were fighting. I mean, they were on the verge of breaking up. And their appreciation of the conflict could create something beautiful. And then when I was in the crisis negotiation unit, my last 7 years in the FBI, there was a guy that named Vince, brilliant dude, brilliant. And he and I used to argue all the time. And then when we had a change in the guy who was in charge, took me off to the side. He's like, no, I can't take you and Vince fighting on. And I said, well, I got news for you. I think we come up with much better stuff as a result of our battles. And he said, Vince said the same thing to me. And I'm like, so well, if we don't have a problem fighting, why do you have a problem? But there's something there that sometimes the most difficult insights you rack your brains as to why someone is so dug in on something that so you think is so wrong. Yeah, maybe there's something to it. I think there's something to it.
There's something about conflict, even drama, that might be a feature, not a bug of our society.
I think,
Do you think there will be war in the world?
yeah.
So there will always be a need for negotiators and negotiating.
Well, as it turns out,
Why do you think there will always be war? What's your intuition about human nature there?
yeah, just because we're basically 75% negative, and then, for lack of a better term, I call it 2 lines of code. Like somewhere when you were little, somebody planted in 2 lines into our head. We don't know when it got it, but somebody said something to us. It stuck. And there are a lot of people that had some really negative garbage dumped in their brain when they were little. And just based on the numbers, what kind of opportunity they were given afterwards, did they ever have an epiphany moment when they genuinely believe they can get themselves out of it? Like, what is it? One of Joe Dispenza's book is Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself.
Yeah.
You know, like, how do you get at that 2 lines of code that either mean or well-intentioned but stupidly speaking adults said to you at the wrong moment and planted in your brain? Like, how, the chances of everybody on earth getting that out, even a majority of people on earth getting that out of their heads is really small.
What advice would you give to a young person today about how to have a career they can be proud of, or a life? Maybe somebody in high school, college, trying to figure out their way in this world.
It's probably a take on a cliche of do what you love, but if you figure out your ideals and pursue your ideals and stick to them when it costs you. Like a guy I admire very much, Michael Bogill, runs this Operation Crisp video in LA. In one of his talks, he would say, core values are what you stick to that cost you nothing. It's not a value that really matters to you unless it's costing. And stick to your values. Now, when I was in the FBI, I worked really hard at, the number one core mission of the FBI is protect and defend the Republic. So I could pursue that value at all times, which I did, or I could follow the rules. You don't have time to do both.
What did you know you found what you love? When did you fall in love with whatever this process is that's negotiating?
I think it was in a conversation on the suicide hotline I was talking about earlier with the guy who was born. When I thought I can have that significant of an impact on another human being in this short of a period of time, that's really cool.
How hard is it to talk somebody off the ledge? So this question is a big question. So why the hell live at all? How do you have that kind of deeply philosophical, deeply psychological, and also practical conversation with somebody and convince them they should stick around?
Well, it's more clearing the clutter in their head and let them make up their own mind. That was what volunteering on suicide island was really about. Just let me see how quickly I can clear out the clutter in your head. If you're willing to have it clear out. Like, did you call here because you're actually looking for help, or did you call here to fulfill some other agenda? So, are you willing to clear the clutter in your head? Not everybody is.
So once you clear up the clutter, is at least somewhat hopeful chance that you'll continue for another day.
Yeah, and like if you step back, like very few people that commit suicide physically are up against it that hard. like most of them, by and large, are pretty intact physically human beings. They're struggling with emotions, but it's an emotional issue. It's not a physical issue. So if you would be a complete mercenary, like I got a very big fan of a guy named Mark Pop, a born great athlete, lost his eyesight and became paralyzed. Like he's an emotional leader. He's about helping people thrive and live great lives. Like Marx was born, he was a spectacular athlete. And first he lost his sight in one eye, then he lost his sight in the other eye, and then he fell out a window in a tragic experience. Like if there was ever a dude that was saying like living sucks, you know, and if there's any doubt in my mind, something worse happens to me every few years. But Marx about being alive, inspiring us. So the hard part with navigating with somebody who's tossed in because there's a chemical imbalance, or it's the way they're interpreting the world. There's clutter in their head. Like, how can you help clear that clutter
and help them by themselves, inspire them to reinterpret that world?
Yeah,
as one worth living.
Yeah.
What do you think is the meaning of life?
Why
live? What's the good reason?
Well, I have very strong religious beliefs. Spiritual. You know, I don't 1,000%. If you were to try to confine me in a box, I'd be a Christian. And I have tremendous respect for the Jewish. I don't think any religion's got it nailed exactly. Again, you know, I keep mentioning him. I'm kind of a Bono Christian. I think he's like what, and I'm going to butcher it, but you know, my belief in Jesus is what I've got after Christianity leaves the room. You know, the dogma of man's application of spiritual beliefs. So, but that being said, I truly believe that my life is a gift, and there's a purpose here, and you know, for my Creator decided that I woke up in the morning because he still had some cool, interesting things for me to do.
And you have gratitude for having the opportunity to live that day.
Yeah.
Well, you do one heck of a good job at living those days. I really appreciate your work. I appreciate the person you are. Thank you for just everything you've done today, for just being empathic. Honestly, you're a great listener. You're a great conversationalist. It's just an honor to meet you and to talk to you. This was really awesome, Chris. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Chris Moss. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from John F. Kennedy. Let us never negotiate out of fear, but let us never fear to negotiate. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. How would a kangaroo attack a human?
Knock them down, and then they choke them.
The kangaroos do?
They choke each other, yeah.
They don't choke each other.
You don't believe me? You want to watch a video? They choke each other out.
I've seen this, yeah.
I mean, probably the most annoying one was obviously the one where I had Gordon Armbar. I was like, tap, right? He wouldn't tap, so I let him out.
I didn't get surgery. I didn't do essentially any rehab. I just have no ACL in my left leg.
So what's it like having
The surgery goes, you've got two options: surgery, rehab only. Nicky goes, I'll do nothing. Yeah, I mean, what could possibly go wrong if you're the world's best grappler that hates you and you're gently provoking him behind the scenes every day? Well, I mean, in Texas, and you've stolen his brother, held him for ransom.
It is like a story with shitty Western.
The last part of a difficult wake up for me, to try to find a sad movie and at least cry about a pound now. That really gets me over the line.
What are the rules in the streets?
Do you think if you're on steroids, you would have finished the show?
I mean, for sure.
Who knew that the cure to the Dagestani wrestling were the Aussies?
The following is a conversation with Craig Jones, Nicky Rod, and Nicky Ryan, who together with Ethan Crelliston and others make up the B team, a legendary jiu-jitsu team here in Austin, Texas. It was formed after the so-called Danaher Death Squad. The team headed by John Danaher split up into New Wave Jiu-Jitsu and B Team Jiu-Jitsu, both located here in Austin, Texas. There's been a lot of trash talk back and forth, including accusations of greasing and steroid abuse. And I, as a practitioner and fan of grappling, jiu-jitsu, and martial arts in general, am here for it. To see the best grapplers in history go at it, both on the mat and on Instagram. I like the people on both teams and train with both. And I'm really happy to see the exciting rapid evolution of the sport that these athletes and coaches are catalyzing. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, to your friends, there's Craig Jones, Nikki Rod, and Nikki Ryan. Craig, can you introduce everyone?
Yep. So we got Nikki Rod here, brown belt, 2-time ADCC silver medalist. Nikki Ryan here.
Who are you?
And I'm Craig Jones, also 2-time ADCC
Silver medalist, so the number one loser. And maybe a little bit more. Your bio says, widely known as the Black Belt Slayer, hails from New Jersey, the land of pizza and biceps.
Yes, that's pretty accurate.
Okay. You also do carry behind you a lot?
Yeah, I keep it loaded, keep it on me.
You have one today?
In the car.
That was a mistake. That was your first mistake.
Yeah, I think they're too close.
And you are Nikki Ryan. What else is there? What else do you know?
Gordon Ryan's brother.
Gordon Ryan's brother. Let's wait to get that one. All right. So then you're all together, part of the leadership of the B team here in Austin. Let's just get out some introductory questions. What in general accomplishment of the things you mentioned you're most proud of?
I mean, I'm proud just to not have to work a full-time job just to get by on the bullshit I've done so far.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Just making money off a thing you love.
Exactly, yeah.
When was the first time you made money off a thing you love?
Oh, probably a jiu-jitsu tournament. I think maybe in Abu Dhabi where I won $1,000. Thought I was rich.
Yeah. What'd you spend that $1,000 on?
Probably something bad. Probably drugs or something at the time. Probably blew it at the after party.
That's a good introduction, Craig. So what about you? When's the first time you made money on jiu-jitsu? Or what's actually stepping back? Like, what's the thing you're most proud of? Is it a single kind of thing?
I think I'm most proud of is for sure 2 ADCC silver medals, which hurts because you're so close to getting that gold. But it takes time. I'm understanding that sport of jiu-jitsu takes quite a while to be at the tip top, to be the absolute best. So just being consistent in my training and my craft, and get that number one spot one day.
What failure or loss is the most painful to you?
I have a pretty short-term memory, so my loss, I'll just forget about it. For sure, my loss at this past ADCC in the finals, that one stung a bit because I definitely thought I was going to win. It takes a while to produce the skills or the reactions more so that you need to have to be, to be that number one pound for pound guy. Pre-ADCC, I was coming off an injury, so it took me a little bit to find the right mentality and physicality that I needed in order to get the wins that required gold. So that's just process.
Interesting. You keep saying process, like it takes a while to build up. You're not like thinking of a loss like ADCC as like a specific failures. You haven't gone long enough in a particular process to being a champ.
Well, for me, I'm closing in on 5 years of specifically jiu-jitsu training. I'm about 4.5 right now, and it's just you constantly have these ups and downs in training where like as long as you stay consistent, you'll have a gradual raise, but still you'll have these peaks and lows, and just trying to get better every day. I'm definitely not where I will be in a few years from now, but I'm striving to get there.
Are you actually a brown belt? Or is that a joke?
Brown belt, yeah.
You're a brown belt. Like how many stripes?
No stripes.
No stripes.
Stripeless.
Okay. Is that part of the process that you're working through?
Definitely part of the process. I think a black belt is just based upon how much knowledge you have. Obviously, if you're talking competitive wise, like when I started, I was able to beat most black belts. It's just kind of how I was gifted from my wrestling experience, and the time will come when it's right. But I'm not in a rush at all. I just kind of take every day for what it is and try to improve upon that.
I mean, I want to give him the black belt. Mickey Ryan said he's not ready.
What is? Are you guys like as no gi folks? Do you take that seriously, like the black belt, or like how much does it come into play into?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Mickey Rod said, it's based off the knowledge, not just, what you do out on the competition mats, because, like you said, you have years of wrestling experience, and obviously he's very physically gifted. So we grade based off of the amount of knowledge that we have.
How do you measure knowledge?
I think teaching is a good measurement of it, like how well you're able to show the moves, and, really make sure that you have an understanding of what you're doing.
Yeah, it's an interesting rank. It's like it's something that takes many years to accomplish, and for a lot of people, it's truly meaningful. It's like it represents a particular step in a journey. But for you guys, it's almost like different because you've been so focused on competition that I guess if you take it seriously, it is a big step for you too. Like as martial artists, that's bigger than just being like top of the world competitors. But I thought it was a joke. Like, you guys are actually taking it seriously.
That he's a brown belt.
He's a brown belt, and you're taking seriously the rank of black belt, and like it's part of your journey.
I think by the time I get a black belt, I'll be confident belt. It'd be pretty nice to accomplish that as a brown belt, and then maybe toss black belt on top.
Maybe get promoted on the podium. What do you guys do? You love winning or hate losing more?
I definitely don't hate losing. If it pays the bills, I don't mind.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but honestly, if I win, I feel more relief than anything, rather than like excitement and stuff. But thank God that.
I hate losing for sure, but I understand that it's necessary to get to where you want to be. And then winning is like, I mean, what I think winning is probably the closest you can get to like heroin or something. Because I mean, we're on if you do have extreme success in a tournament that you've been adamant about training for and competing in for a while, and you end up winning it. I mean, I feel like you're on that high for days at a time.
Heroin's gonna be better.
You think so? I'm gonna stick with no.
I'm not gonna suck dick to win.
You stuck with heroin. I guess that's a good point. Yeah.
Because you come from a little bit of a wrestling culture. One of the things I really love is at the end of the match when they lose, they just run off. They're like almost pissed off. It's like some mixture of anger and frustration with themselves.
I think sometimes the people like freak out on the mat. I think that's just to show everybody like they're acting like they carried a lot, and then really maybe they didn't work enough to get to where they want to where they expected to be, and they lost, and then they had this big boost of emotion like after their loss. But yeah, I mean, I think you just cry in the mirror, not to everybody else.
What have you ever cried watching a movie?
I don't think I've ever cried. Period.
Have you cried watching a movie?
Not yet. Not yet.
The Notebook,
I try to avoid those. Actually, I lie. Actually,
Titanic.
the last part of a difficult wake up for me, I try to find a sad movie and at least cry. I'm about a pound out. That really gets me on the line. Low energy kind of
With you. There's other following lipids I can talk to you about, but let's just continue on. What about you, Nikki? Love of winning versus hate of losing?
I'm a very competitive person, so I for sure hate losing more than I like winning. I do think it's something that's kind of held me back over the past few years, because it makes it so that I'm not as active as I should be. Because it's like I really hate that feeling of after a match that you just lost. So it kind of prevents me from competing. So it's definitely something I need to work past.
So, like, when you think about a competition, the possibility of losing or towards that competition is the thing that like weighs heavy on you in the months and weeks leading up to it.
Yeah, my whole life, my financial stability, everything depends on my ability to go out there and compete and my ability to teach. So it's a huge hit to the brand if you lose. So leading up to matches, that's definitely something.
All right, so you guys are like world-class athletes, but for me, more like a hobbyist competitor. I compete a lot. The thing I really wanted to win, the thing I was probably most afraid of was not just losing, but like embarrassing myself.
Yeah.
Even actually winning by stalling. That was the thing I hated the most about myself in terms of crying in the mirror. Is like being too afraid to take risks after I'm up on 2 points.
I think you gotta in competition. Sometimes it's good to take the emotion out of it. It's too easy sometimes to think about all my girls in the crowd, my family's watching. Like I want to win because they're there. But at the highest level, if you're emotional at all, that's affecting
Yeah, that's tough though. That's tough, especially like leading up to it. When you're on the map, maybe, but leading up to it.
I think it's okay to be emotional prior. Like, if we know ADCC or is coming up and we have a big match, like definitely I'll go out in practice and I'll visualize, I'll put myself in that competition. That way when it's game time, it's like I've been there 1,000 times.
So not the actual competition, but even leading up to it, like stepping in the mat, like all the walk towards it, all that.
All that stuff. Like I'll do the same exact warm up for weeks on end until my competition day comes. That way, when I compete, I'm just like, oh, it's another Tuesday of practice.
What about you, Craig? How do you prepare mentally for ABCC?
I push it completely out of my mind. Don't even think about it. Try to avoid any visualization, any rituals, warm-ups, anything like that. Block it out until the last second. Yeah. Try not to think about it. I just go to training to have fun, learn a bit. So I try to approach competition the exact same way. I don't warm up at training, do very little warm up for competition.
And you step on the mat?
My philosophy is there's no warm-ups on the street.
We're so vastly different.
All right, so you legit don't warm up.
No, I probably should now. I'm 31, but I was just like in the gym. Take it easy the first round. Like if I look around the room and Nikki Ryan's there, I might go, I would have an easier first round.
So even for like the most high stakes matches, you try to push it out.
I didn't even think about it.
What about like all the social like Instagram posts you have to do about that match? You just make a joke out of it and kind of
I mean,
not
it's
actually
kind of pretty silly, We're just wrestling each other.
Yeah.
We put the meaning into it, but to someone that doesn't play the sport, it's stupid.
Well, all human existence is pretty silly. Like, what are we doing? None of us really know what's going on. We kind of have sex to reproduce. We get hungry, we eat, and then we're all chasing money and cars and whatever the hell in a capitalist society or worship a dictator in a authoritarian regime. Yeah, and then we get off on we let power abuse us, and then we just murder others because we get off on it. Yeah, and then eventually all of us will die because the sun will run out of energy. Because colonizing other planets is very difficult. And none of it matters. It's a good philosophy. It's pretty good.
That's exactly
How
right.
does the sun run out of it? You call me that.
It's burn out. It's a nuclear fusion engine. It eventually burns out.
Like when you get tired of training.
Yeah.
I try to get tired. I thought it's not work.
All right. Cool. So you legit don't care about losing. It doesn't really have you.
I try not to list, like if I win, I try to block out all the compliments, all the niceties and stuff. So I try to do the same with losing. It's happened, move on to the next one. Don't dwell on it too much.
I sometimes make a joke.
Yeah, it's like winning or losing, with the right joke, we can make money off of the event that's just transpired. That's what's most important.
Excellent. Thank you. I have a bunch of your merch.
Oh, nice. This one's the Jordan Burroughs ripoff.
All I see is silver. The way you pronounce Burroughs is very very sexy. Okay.
I throw lines at people and I try to gauge their reaction. Like sometimes I'll say something to Nikki and I'll be like, all right, that's probably crossing the line. You know what I mean? We tone it down to the public.
So yeah. So it's not just right. You have to think this is crossing.
Yeah. I get as close to it as possible. I feel like you can't really
And then cross it just a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Speaking of which, you said that I'm Switzerland in World War II since I'm friends with both you and Gordon and John.
Very rich country.
Are you a Hitler or a Stalin? Are you in this analogy? Would you like to be Hitler or Stalin? And should you make a T-shirt out of it?
I mean, a Nazi T-shirt. I don't know how well that sells.
I think I think let's brainstorm on this one offline. I think since Hitler lost, so you got second place in World War II.
That's true.
That makes you Hitler. Anyway, to to the degree that you can you tell the story of how the time you've had with the Danaher Death Squad and what you stood up?
I competed against Gordon for ADCC and the EBI in 2017. And I remember I competed against him at ADCC, and then we had the EBI event, and then I had a Kasai. I used to compete all the time, every week. I wouldn't even do preparation or anything. I'd just be like trying to do seminars, make money, and then jump in and compete. I remember I showed up to Kasai after I faced him twice. And there were like 4 locker rooms, and they put me with all the DDS guys. It was just me and all of DDS, and I think we had competed the weekend before. So I thought it was going to be super awkward, but it was actually pretty chill. And the Kasai was in New York, and they suggested to come train that week. So I came, trained, hung out with them a bit. Ultimately, the goal was to move to America and join a bigger team, just because that flight to Australia is death. Australia is so far away from everywhere. It's kind of like not realistic to base yourself in Australia when all the tournaments are in America. And then I went and trained with the guys, and they just had a massively deep talent pool in that road. Like show up to like meant to be 7 a.m., actual 8 a.m. class on Brazilian time. It'd be like 100 people in there, maybe, I don't know how many black belts, but a ton of elite guys. And I was coming from Australia, training with Lachlan Giles. But really, that room was pretty shallow, and like most people had serious jobs and stuff. So it was like basically me just training with Lachlan, maybe a couple of other guys, and then to go to New York and have access to a wide array of training partners and guys that are training twice each day. I feel like that's what you really need. You need people that can train as much as you are. You
Get humbled. Get humbled in that room at first.
Well, sure, because my style at the time was basically a rip-off version of what they were doing.
Yeah.
Leg locks came in. I remember just watching Eddie Cummings non-stop and just seeing this guy rip people's legs off, and I was like, you know what? That's probably a good move. Yeah, that looks like an easier path to victory than trying to beat these guys at what they're good at already. You know, my philosophy at the time was, if it's bothering old Brazilians, it's bothering them for a reason. It's probably effective, and that's the path I took to sort of try to rip off their moves, and then obviously to go into that room, try to do it to them. It's going to be a bit more difficult.
All right, so that's how it started. How did you end up here?
How do we end up here?
We're in Austin, Texas.
I mean, I like to think of Puerto Rico as apocalypse now. When John Danaher has come cuts, things got very weird in the jungle, and the teams went into different directions. But honestly, I mean, it's not really my story to tell. I had some issues with some of those people. At the time, with the split, I got along very well with John. I feel like me and him connected very well. I don't know why that was. Maybe it was just because of he missed home, he missed the familiar accent, Australian, New Zealand accent. But I mean, I basically followed Nicky, left with Nicky, sort of that core group of guys left with Nicky. And I mean, I just backed, there was personal problems, I just backed Nicky, basically.
Yeah, just sticking on you for a bit. Is there a part of you that, finds it heartbreaking that DDS split up? Is part of you miss working with John and everybody? Like, can you still man the case for that?
I mean, I miss certain aspects of it, but I also do prefer the freedom of being apart from it. It's obviously a very strict regime under John Danaher. Obviously there's parts of it. I miss the parts the public doesn't see of John, the behind the scenes banter. I feel like he's very conscious of the image he portrays to the world, but basically at closed doors, he's always making jokes, always funny, I guess, more in line with the Australian Kiwi sort of culture. But you don't really see that in the public eye. So that perspective, I do miss that relationship with John. In terms of setting aside personal differences, Gordon was a good training partner, definitely a good training partner to train with. But obviously the negative things we can't really talk about outweighed all of those things. And we obviously had to make a decision to leave. But yeah,
that happened in the jungle.
The things happen in the jungle
Shall never be spoken.
I personally cannot speak up. Yeah, but obviously I do miss certain aspects. Like, I mean, nothing's all bad, nothing's all good,
Yeah, this goes back to your, everything we're doing is silly.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't get people take it so serious. Martial arts so serious. It's just pretty stupid, really. Especially in the gi, it looks just It looks bad. And then
I mean, it's pretty silly without the gi. It's just a bunch of apes.
What's silly about no gi and what's silly about the gi and just mix the match bottoms thing, you know what I mean?
Wait, which one?
Sambo.
I see what you're doing, brother. You come to my house, offend my people. All right. We're gonna go to every dark place apparently. Nick, how did you get into the EDS? Like, what's that joke like? Is there try to see if there's things that you remember from that you've gotten from experience.
All right, so the way I started training with DDS, initially I was training for initially I was a bouncer, right? I dropped out of college to pursue this fitness modeling career. I ended up signing with the Wilhelmina Models up in New York, and I was like trying to get in better shape. While I was bouncing, kind of the talk of who's tougher came up between the wrestlers and a few of the bouncers that trained jiu-jitsu. And they convinced me to go to a practice, and I went to my first practice over there, and for the most part, I just controlled everybody, got on top of them, was able to avoid shitty submissions because I had an awareness of the sport, and I'm a fan of fighting and whatnot, so I kind of understood it pretty well. And then soon after that, I joined a school, and my second week of jiu-jitsu, I started competing. Had pretty good success. I was like subbing a few black belts and beating everybody pretty decisively with points and stuff. And about 3 months into training locally, I got connected with Gordon Ryan and John Danaher up in New York, and I committed to make the drive up there as many days as I could. At the time, I lived in South Jersey, and it was about 2.5 hour, 3 hour drive without traffic. So New York to where I'm from, to Gloucester County, Clayton, New Jersey specifically, but Gloucester County. Yeah, so it was about 130 miles, and without traffic, about 2.5 hours or so. But on the way back, man, it'd be 3+ sometimes, catching that rush hour.
What year was this? Remember?
This was 2018.
I was there before all that. All right, cool. Anyway, you're doing a long drive.
Yeah, doing the long drive, and then once I won ADCC trials, I was able to make a couple bucks, and then I got my silver medal at ADCC, and I was able to afford to live up there in New York and North Jersey area. So I lived up there, trained there full time every day, and I was kind of stuck with the team throughout the turbulent times, and found ourselves in Austin.
In the jungle.
In the jungle,
yeah. Things we shall not speak of. What other things that you remember that you learned from John Donner?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely learned a ton from John and the team as a whole. It's you have to be the guy that asks questions in that type of environment, right? Because you're not going to get singled out to be that specific star or the best guy in the room when you have all these other stud athletes. So I really had to seek out and figure out the kind of questions that I needed to ask. And once I became a bit more verbal with my training, and I'm expressing all my curiosities about grappling to these guys, definitely helped boost my technique and my career as a whole.
Yeah, did you understand what kind of stuff technically you want to get good at, what fits your body, what would be good for you, what are your weaknesses and all that?
So initially, when I started grappling, I had an innate ability to just get to opponent's back. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna get into the back. Let me perfect controlling the back and then submitting opponent via rear naked choke. And then besides that, I really focused on leg lock defense, and then eventually came the body lock pass, where I'm really good at body lock passing my opponents down, and it just takes quite a long time because you have to find different sequences, and then there's always these an abundance of opportunities that your opponent gets from these specific sequences. So it takes a while.
Is there part of you that finds the fact that
I definitely, having one person to go to that runs practice every day, that's consistent. It was definitely a gift. But now I'm also gifted with many other partners. I'm Dickie Ryan, Craig Jones,
Ethan.
Craig Jones. Yeah. We have Ethan Presley, Damian Anderson, so a full team of knowledgeable athletes that I can continue to go to with multiple questions. But yeah, definitely. It took me some time to adjust to training or to learning from specifically my team and not just one person.
We should mention for people just listening, because you can't visually see, that Nicky Ryan is currently terrified. And Craig Jones is currently enjoying the fact that he's trying to fight. Anyway, can you talk about your Nicky? Can you talk about your time with DDS?
Started training when I was like around 13. My brother Gordon had started prior to me, and I really just went into training just as a means to exercise and lose weight at the beginning. So I was pretty fat as a kid. So I went to the first class, loved it, and then just started training every day at Gary's Gym in Brunswick. And then during the summer, when I'd get off from school, they would take me up to New York to train under John. And, I just absolutely loved it. I knew what I wanted to do with my life at a young age. So I ended up dropping out of school actually after my freshman year in high school. So yeah, 15, I ended up dropping out and just pursuing jiu-jitsu full time, training every day up in the basement.
Like, what aspect of jiu-jitsu was made you know that this is the thing for you?
It was just something I just enjoyed being, like on the mats every day. I love that there's a problem-solving aspect to it. It's mentally challenging, it's physically challenging, helps me get in shape. So I just, right off the bat, I really loved it.
Okay, so then we go to the jungle. What happened in the jungle?
Yeah.
And in general, like, I like this shroud of mystery that shall never be penetrated. That should never be like.
We've got a book deal. It's coming.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, left high school is not radical.
Okay, I'll do the Russian translation. Okay. So, what are things that you enjoy that you remember from working with John?
Yeah, obviously he's considered one of the best coaches in the world. Very charismatic guy when you see him in person. I pretty much was, kind of raised in the DDS. That's where I spent the majority of my time every day. So I obviously had very deep connections with John, my brother, Gary, even Eddie Cummings and stuff back then. So obviously I miss interacting with those guys every day. And it's like they said, it's good to have somebody to kind of crack the whip at you every day. And John was very good at that.
When you're like younger in your teenage years, you can have to get humbled, right? There's like a process to that.
Yeah, for sure. And
it's a pretty good room to get humbled, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I started training with them just when everybody started to break out. Gary was like the biggest name at the time, just because he had won ADCC trials already, and he had a crazy match with Kron Gracie at ADCC. But Eddie was just starting to break out. Gordon just started winning EBI, so I started training under John right when everything was exploding.
What are the good things about life, about jiu-jitsu?
Both me and my brother never really wanted to, work a full-time job doing something that we hate. And he was always, a very confident person, so he just went, fully started pursuing jiu-jitsu. So I'm very happy that, he did that, and I ended up following in his footsteps, because you can ask these guys, I'm a lazy sack of shit outside of the mat. So that's definitely one thing that I'm very grateful for.
That he paved the way, like you can make money doing stuff you love.
Yeah, exactly. And he was a big reason, why my parents eventually let me drop out of school, because when they were coming up, there's no money in the sport. It's very hard to make a full living. Like if you wanted to actually make a living, you'd eventually have to transfer to MMA. And I feel like Gordon and Gary, those guys were some of the first people to make a very good living off of just jiu-jitsu.
Does part of you find it heartbreaking that you split up from DDS, but also from your brother in terms of spending time on that every day?
Yeah, for sure. Growing up, obviously he's my big brother. I looked up to him a lot. So I definitely, like I said, I miss interacting with those guys. I was pretty much raised, in that blue basement. John was like a father figure to me. So I definitely, miss seeing those guys every day.
Do you have animosity towards Gordon? And does he have animosity toward you? And what is the source of that? And do you think you'll ever be able to forgive each other?
Definitely initially, during the initial split, we definitely hated each other at the beginning. But it's definitely started to calm down. Actually, just prior to all this social media drama that's going on currently, he had reached out to me, and that was literally like the first time that we have actually talked since the split happened. We didn't talk to each other for kind of like almost 2 years, and that was the first time that we interacted again. And overall, he wasn't aggressive towards me. I wasn't aggressive towards him. We were cracking some jokes, so hopefully the animosity is going down.
There's this Godfather quote that I wrote down. I recently rewatched it from Don Corleone, Vito Corleone. The strength of a family, like the strength of an army, lies in its loyalty to each other. Is there some aspect of family that you miss, of blood that kind of connects you, that you can count on?
Yeah, my parents, they both raised us. Family is everything. You never, betray your family or anything like that. So I definitely, miss them from time to time.
Okay, imagine you're like 40 years from now, sitting on a porch with a shotgun, drinking whiskey, looking over like all the land you've conquered. Looking back to this moment, is the reason you split up a bullshit reason, or is it a good reason? From the perspective of the king who has now conquered the lands, have proven himself, have done everything.
I think it was definitely like a justifiable reason for the team splitting. Like with the way things were going, it just was not going to work with, all of us in the same room together. As it started, affecting training, people didn't feel comfortable with things. So I definitely think that it was a justifiable reason.
The things that happen in the jungle to be told about. And is it going to be an audiobook, or is it just going to be, and who's going to voice it?
Might be a play.
A musical on Broadway. How's your singing voice?
Mine's not so good, but Nicky has a beautiful voice.
Does he? An angel? Making a head back. Okay. Speaking of the social media drama, I should mention that I've talked recently to Gordon a bunch. I've talked to him about talking to you guys, and he's had nothing but really nice things to say about you, Nick Ryan. He had nothing but bad things.
What were some of the things?
Well, let's just go to the social media first, because the social media stuff that he said publicly is just like a warm up. It's like foreplay, I guess. So Gordon sent you, Nick Ryan, flowers for Valentine's Day, posting on Instagram, quote, "I've been fucking him in every round in competition since we met in 2018. The least I can do is buy him flowers."
We didn't get the flowers.
No, so, yeah, that's the question. Did you get the flowers? You never got the flowers.
He sent it to the wrong address.
You did?
Yeah.
Where do you think he sent it?
It was close, but it was wrong.
Did you appreciate the American gesture?
I did. I was looking forward to the flowers and potentially chocolates in there. But, it was a bit of a letdown.
Can you describe your recent match against Gordon, the EBI match?
Okay, so EBI match on UFC Fight Night was a 20-minute match. And immediately, no match starts. I pull guard, and then I stand up, he pulls guard. And we have this kind of like back and forth where he's trying to dig for underhooks, trying to get on top of me, and he can't really find success. And then in the midst of me trying to work my body lock pass, Gordon's able to underhook leg, and we end up in a leg entanglement. And then I'm able to transfer that leg entanglement to a 50-50 position, still in the leg entanglement. From that 50-50 position, I'm able to raise feet and actually get a few pops. And he actually said I broke his foot in that exchange with the toe hold. Yep. And after that, we had a bit more. I was just being working on top position, trying to get my body locked. Time runs out, and we go to overtime. In overtime,
can you hold on a second? Actually, what does it mean to break a leg? I was very confused about it.
okay,
So is this like a expression, or what do you mean? What do you mean? Which part breaks?
Okay, so on a toe hold, there's a few different grades of it. Like you could get a few pops and have some walking issues, and people consider that a break. And then you could break it fully and have your foot be like a limp noodle. I think what goes the Achilles? Is the front of the Achilles or something?
I mean, probably the ligaments. I mean, it's funny. Like a lot of people say they broke something, but like to me, you break bones, you tear ligaments. So I would imagine you probably had a grade 3 tear.
Grade 3.
How hard do you think is it? I was wondering that with with like a straight footlock? How hard is it to break the shin, or like the actual bones versus the tear?
How many steroids there? And obviously how much you're on.
You're one of the few guys that haven't actually broken bones in competition.
Yeah, have I?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Couple, yeah.
Which bones did you break?
Spiral fracture of the fibula. Very specific.
Oh, right,
Is it like a twisting? How did you break it?
Oh, it was a heel hook. Vinny always used to say heel hooks don't work, leg locks don't work. But unfortunately, Ace gets the best of all of us. I think he has the mileage on those ligaments and the bone.
So it's actually what the bone.
Yeah, his ankle like disconnected from the tibia and the fibula, but the fibula definitely sounds pretty bad.
Okay, anyway, we went to overtime. What happened in overtime?
Okay, we're having overtime. Let's see. Trying to hang. Oh, okay. I go defense first. Whistle blows. I'm able to escape in like 17 seconds, and then immediately after, I go on his back, and he gets out in exactly 17 seconds. I'm like, shit. All right, I thought I had a good start, and then he gets on my back right after that, and he's able to ride me out for pretty much the entire round. After that, I go back on his back. He escapes in maybe like a minute and some change. I think where I went wrong in the overtime is I should have been less adamant about chasing the submission and more aware of collecting time. I kind of diverted my attention towards acquiring, time on the clock. It would have been more in my favor. But yeah, at the end of my overtime round, I'm able to lock up a rear naked choke over the face, but there just wasn't enough time to fully finish. I got a few seconds of squeeze in there. I didn't have enough time to adjust. And
Do you think if you were on steroids, you would have finished the job?
I mean, for sure.
That's what I thought.
If you're on gear, you're changing the biology of your body. You're adjusting your DNA. For sure, if I adjusted my DNA, it's finished.
You're implying you're an actor.
Oh, I'm definitely not trying to. Yeah, heavy inclusion.
Okay, so for people who don't know, the EBI rules, it's an interesting rule structure where the overtime you put yourself in like the worst possible position, and the task is to escape, and the other person does the same thing. What do you guys think about that rule set?
I like it just because. First of all, I don't like the idea of having to put somebody on my back, but I do like the definitive answer in the match. Like either you escape in time or you got ridden out. So absolutely, like you get to the final winner. That's great. I'd much rather have that than a close decision.
What about you?
I mean, honestly, there's all the different rules. When I look at the rule sets, I just try to think of what rule set I could beat that individual in, and I sort of gear myself towards that. That's really the strategy there. I think there's some guys that that stall a lot that you would love to have in overtime, but at the end, they're stalling until they have to get us in a position. But then there's some guys that are so good in those positions, I'm like, oh, maybe we just do a regular match.
What are the rules in the streets?
The streets, no time limit.
Yeah, that's one of them. There's also like concrete and cars,
Fighting.
yeah, bulky. Yeah, so you don't like that rule set? Are there some people you would prefer in the street as a rule set?
Me, probably not. I don't know. The EBI, I mean, it's tricky. It depends on which rule set I think to.
What about you, Nick? What do you think about the rule set of EBI?
Yes, I think EBI is very good from a spectator point of view. People find it very entertaining to watch. People want to see submissions, and you're putting the athletes in a position where you have like the highest percentage submission in the sport. So obviously you're going to get a lot of submissions. My issue with it is a rule set that allows somebody that's overall worse at jiu-jitsu to win a match. A guy can go out there and just stall and just get completely dominated for the entirety of regulation, and then he gets to start on the guy's back. So that's my one issue.
But also, I mean, it's interesting to see like the best people in the world have to be put in a really bad position, and then to see how good their escapes are, for example.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like realistic. It's a fun thing to watch, but it doesn't feel like the real fight. It feels weird.
I'll claim it. if I start an overtime on someone and finish them, I'll claim it. But if they submit me in overtime, I'll ask.
You get it out. Yeah, good.
The issue is people like stalling to just win the overtime. It's where you got this guy that his whole training camp is just not get subbed and win the overtime. It's a big one.
By the way, I have a rose behind you. Somebody gave me a Valentine's flower, so if you missed the one from Gordon, I got one.
I appreciate that. It's good to feel around.
All right. So, what did you learn from that match? Like, in particular, technically speaking, like what do you need to work on?
Well, I learned that I am pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. I got a few. I know exactly what my weakness is. It's the leg lock department, and I'm doing a lot to get better in that specific aspect. Attack. I would say attack, defense, re-attacks. Even if I wanted to offensively enter a leg, I can use some work there as well. But I feel like once I solidify, if I I'll become a black belt specifically in the leg lock department. I feel like I'd be unstoppable.
If you, Nicky Rod, definitively beat Gordon Ryan, how would you do it?
Buggy
Choke.
For the listener, I don't even know how to describe Buggy choke. What's the definitive conclusion on the choke? Does it work? It's a choke that you do when you're in a what's the opposite of dominant? It's not submissive. In a non-dominant position of bottom side control.
Yeah, it's just embarrassing submission to get called. Really.
Yeah, but does it work?
It works on certain people.
For the listener, you glanced over at Nicky. It's embarrassing, but it's also it's a little frustrating.
For sure, yeah, it's a new part of the sport. I feel like the Rotolo has brought it back into fashion, and even if you don't get it, because it's one of those moves that's so embarrassing, at the first sign of danger, the top guy abandons ship, and you can basically retain guard by attempting a very embarrassing situation.
So the threat of embarrassment.
Yeah, so people pull out very quick to avoid suffering the consequences.
I think some people underestimate how good of a submission is. I mean, like once you're locked in there, there's not too many defenses for a buggy choke.
Is there any instruction on it from you?
J Rod actually, my little brother has one.
Oh yeah, for real? You actually legit have. Oh wow, that's awesome. Check it out. So, I mean, you're making a joke out of it, but it is real. Like, there's a system to it.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if we call it a system. It's a good move.
I mean, you take an opponent that was just winning in a
What up? Who are you? What's good? Channel's amazing.
in a greatly dominant position, and then boom, in that same position, they're losing. You know, it's an interesting move.
What's the name of the? What's the name of? Okay, the Buggypedia. I thought there'd be something like very Craig Jonesy about it. Okay, awesome. I know you don't want to sort of reveal the secrets of what you're working on, but in general, what does it take to beat Gordon? I guess.
Okay, so it would have to be some kind of choke. I think any joint lock or anything like that, he's just gonna let it break and stay in the match. So I don't even think he'd tap from like a one-leg choke. I think it would have to put him to sleep. So putting him to sleep is how it works.
So Gordon is somebody who really hates it.
Yeah, like he won't even tap in the practice room. I remember like I had a toehold a couple times in the practice room, and he was just comfortable like working that. Like I'm not really putting much on it. I think he just maybe because of situations like that in practice, he kind of didn't respect my toehold's ability in competition.
You've done that to me.
Yeah. I give you a little.
Give me a little pop and then like that.
And that was only 10%. That's there. Imagine.
Hey, don't get it to mouth.
Okay, is there some part of that you think is necessary to be a champion? Is to like this almost unwillingness in competition to tap?
I think there's definitely something to be said for people that are just like willing to go that extra mile or to take that damage to secure their victory.
Is there part of you that like would hate to tap or hate to tap?
Yeah, I mean all of me would hate that. Yeah, the whole part of me.
Is there a John Legend song like that? All of you, all of me. Yeah, I wish to go on that theme. Okay, I'm sorry. One of the things Gordon asked, I forget how he put it because I think there's a lot of words that would need to be censored involved, but he said, ask them how it feels to have a 0-5 record against me with 4 submissions combined.
I mean, first of all, I wasn't sure he could count to 5.
Yeah.
That's an impressive thing. 0-5. I mean, I'll just say one thing. Nobody beats me 4 times.
I love you.
Lex, I did have a question. I did have a question for you. There was some controversy on your Twitter about a list of books.
Yeah.
And I was wondering why Gordon's book wasn't featured amongst that literature.
Well, it was only the first 30 books, or like the first 20 books. It would, of course, be in.
Something interesting about Gordon, he's the first author that's written more books than he's read.
Pretty good. If you face this deal, what's your take on what this be Gordon? You guys kind of joke and we go pretty hard recently on each other, but as a fan of jiu-jitsu, I'm all in on this rivalry. It's just fun to watch.
I mean, first of all, I don't think I go really hard. I think Gordon he's pretty sensitive. You know what I mean? He's looking for a large insult in a small insult. And for me, like Australians, we just attack each other all day, every day. And for me, like if I see someone that takes himself very seriously, that's like blood in the water. That's funny to me. To me, if I can just gently provoke and get a strong reaction, that's hilarious. Like the Aussies, we just attack each other. And the first person that gets upset, he kind of loses the exchange. So I think that is very, very entertaining.
Like if you were to beat Gordon, would the mental game off the mat be part of it?
I think it would be a factor for sure. But I mean, I'm never going to come out too crazy directly. You know, like I find that like if you get too upset online and you're going crazy, I find that I'd be embarrassed to do that myself. Obviously, everyone's different. Everyone has a different style, you know. But like, yeah, I think the mental aspect would play a big factor. I mean, mainly because if I were to beat him, I would send him a message every day until I die. Yeah, just to gently remind him that I got the last one. The last one. It's all that matters. We're not giving we're not giving score.
So like once you beat him, you're going to run for the rest of your life.
I mean, run, but look back.
Yeah,
You know, look
yeah,
back
right.
hard.
With messages. ride your horse into the sunset. Okay. Oh, by the way, you talked very lightly against Alexander Volkanovski's opponent. Very lightly. Have you received death threats, or how are you still alive?
Like Gordon, I would say people from Dagestan take a joke very well. You know what I mean? No.
Oh, like Gordon. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Slow. Always do aggressive mode in my head.
Now, honestly, Islam was pretty cool. I wanted to stir it up a bit, you know, because like I felt like that was a massive fight, and it probably should have had more attention than it was receiving. So I wanted to just gently stir it up a bit. I feel like Sambo guys are in the same vein as wrestlers, very sensitive. You know, like obviously there's only 3 people in the world that do catch wrestling. Sambo, maybe 10 to 15. So I figured we could really provoke them with that sort of jiu-jitsu Sambo stuff. Islam took the jokes very well. The Russian fans, not so much, very serious. There's not many smiles in Russia. You know? They didn't take it as well.
I'm trying to suppress the anger, the rage is building inside slowly. So you guys mentioned steroids.
I like that you bring that up after we talk about Russia. For the record. Smooth segue.
I do not condone the statements with ideology. But I would love to travel with you to Russia.
That would be a good time.
Yeah.
You might get killed. Wouldn't you?
No, I would be the first to turn to backstab you.
Like I got in there again.
All right. Are most of the top grapplers on steroids?
I mean, it's hard to say. You know, some people look like shit and they're on steroids. Some people look excellent and they're not on steroids. It's so hard to tell.
That seems to be the general consensus of a lot of people on steroids. I'm always a little bit. I don't know. I'll be honest. I've never seen anyone take steroids. I've never taken steroids. I don't even know if that's the right term to use or like TRT, any of that. So I'm very careful, like, to not let my naivete lead me to take conclusions. But I do feel a little bit weird about the witch hunt nature of it. That some people a little bit too eagerly claim that others are on steroids just because they're successful. But at the same time, it does seem that a lot of athletes would do whatever it takes to be successful.
Yeah, if a sport doesn't test, you got to assume most people are going to do it. And especially now, as more money comes into the sport, you got to assume more people are going to do it, you know?
I generally like do AGCC and like does jiu-jitsu test.
It's actually encouraged.
You get a pamphlet. Okay. They don't test. There's no test.
They test to make sure we're on steroids because obviously it's a big show for the UFC Fight Plus in the future. They don't have anyone coming in out of show.
Anyways, do you think using steroids in that kind of context in sports is wrong? Like stepping away. This is not illegal.
I mean,
do you think ethically speaking?
I like to assume everyone's on steroids and not to feel bad about using steroids myself.
Yeah. You use all of the steroids.
I'm over 30, it's TRT, you know, that's the medical definition.
That's the medical. Okay. I'd like to meet your doctor.
Therapeutic use, you know.
Therapeutic, right. Like, how do you just feel about it?
I mean, it is cheating for sure. Whether they test for it or not, I think it is cheating. Obviously, some people are going to say, "Oh, fuck everyone's on it. I should be able to get away with it." Makes it even playing field, you know. But it kind of becomes Russian roulette because it's like if one guy's taking a small amount and the other guy is taking a huge amount, he's going to reap huge rewards in the short term. Probably be dead pretty early, but die a champion, mind you. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know what that line is. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Do you think it's worthy to take health risks?
I think if you're
just for the glory.
I think if you're 40, about to die, looking at a cabinet of gold medals for wrestling other men, it's probably not going to hit the same way on your deathbed. You know?
What? Sorry, in which direction? Like, is that a good thing or not?
No, you're probably going to feel like, oh, probably wasted a bit of health on that. You know?
You think so? Isn't that like the glory of it? Like you said, other men. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
like
in my
that's
opinion, I'll maybe wrestle a woman as well.
What'd you do with Gabby at Valentine's Day? What did you take?
We filmed some new stuff on OnlyFans. We never stop working.
Stuff. So the love affair is also a work affair. Okay. I don't know. I there's something to that. I mean, like Olympic gold medalists accomplishing like the heights, they sacrifice everything, just everything. The first 20, 30 years of your life for this silly little piece of metal. I think there's something beautiful to that. That's like inspires a lot of people, and that's like the height of the human condition in a way. Like
What if you survive? I'm just saying, if you're in your deathbed early in life,
we all die. All men die, but not all men truly live.
How many years? How many years are you willing to shave off for a gold medal?
That's a good question. How many? How many are you willing to shave off? Well, you're for silver medal.
For silver medal, I'd shave a few.
I think 2 silvers makes a gold.
Before 5 years.
5 to 10, maybe. Yeah. Shave off the bad years and enhance the good ones.
Well, I mean, you've sacrificed. You guys sacrificed a lot of your life. You continue to sacrifice. Oh, you don't see it as sacrifice.
It's fun. I think training's fun. Being a bit adamant about it, consistent, gives you. I mean, I think we have a great routine, great ritual. Definitely enjoy the process.
All right. Well, do you guys know this is bro science, or I'm talking bro scientists? But do you know how long steroids stay in your system?
Forever. Hey, once you do it, you own it.
Yeah. Just the knowledge. Yeah.
I think it's different for each steroid, right? I think some last longer than others. Depends if it's a year.
You would think I would do a little research before asking these questions. Why do you think most athletes and coaches don't talk about steroids? Like, why is this such a secret? Why is it so embarrassing?
I think they probably talk about it like amongst the team and whatnot. Again, I mean, it's going to be more shady if it's like your sport is tested or whatnot. We're kind of in the wild west in the grappling world.
Yeah, but why don't grapplers talk about it? Because it seems cheating.
It's kind of insinuated as a bit of cheating, even if it's not like if it's not tested. I mean, still you're taking a person that could maybe has good jiu-jitsu, good mechanics, you put him on the leg, and they're something with a heel hook versus breaking your leg with it. Something as subtle as that can make big differences.
All right, this is going to make me sound dumb, but is it possible that steroids are not a huge help in
I think if you're bad at jiu-jitsu and you do steroids, you're going to continue to be bad at jiu-jitsu. But if you're great at gear, if you're great at grappling, and then you also do gear, it's going to enhance what you're already good at.
But like, how much is it enhance? I guess is the question.
How much is muscle valuable? Like
That's the question.
If you're doing gear and you're not changing weight that much, then maybe it helps you a little bit. But if you're gaining 50, 60 pounds of pure muscle, it's like that's a huge enhancement. That's another human.
Does muscle a small human? Yeah. Does muscle matter in jiu-jitsu? I guess is the question. Is it possible that it gets in the way?
I'd say muscle matters, but technique matters more.
I also think that it'll help you develop technique as well, because obviously, testosterone helps with recovery rate. So if you're on gear, you're able to train a lot more. Now, that being said, if you're not able to learn, obviously it's not going to help in that aspect. But if you're somebody that knows how to learn and get good at jiu-jitsu, and then you add gear on top of that, you're able to do significantly more sessions well.
Yeah. And by the way, gear is there.
I also think that you don't have to be as consistent in like your sleep and your food and stuff. If you're on gear, you have a little bit of leeway. But I mean, being consistent in your diet and your sleep definitely would help.
Since you use most steroids of any athlete I've ever met, do you think steroids jiu-jitsu?
I think obviously it helps recovery and your ability to train more. But I think I've seen some guys go on steroids and then suddenly they feel like the Incredible Hulk, and now in the training room they start to rely more on strength than the techniques they had, and it actually, in some respect, hinders them and makes them gas more in competition because then they're using more of the muscle they never used.
So you've implied that you're a natural athlete. Is this something you do for social media to talk shit to Gordon? Like he's not a natural athlete?
Well, I only pretty much recently on social media I had this auto, saying that Gordon's on gear, and I only said that because after our match in our most recent match, the EBI rules match, he accused me of greasing, which is like lubing up so I'm slippery during our match. So
And you did not.
I did not. I was checked multiple times before and after our grappling event. And he still, went out and accused me of this. So I was like, all right, as opposed to telling a lie, I'll just tell the truth about, your steroid use, which it shouldn't be that big of a deal in retrospect because he kind of admitted it previously. So it's, I just kind of felt like I had to rebuttal, and I didn't do it immediately because I was like, all right, I know I have this podcast planned, so I'll wait to do it on my friend Mark Bell's podcast. Get a little bit more exposure on it.
Sure.
And I knew he was gonna like the baby, but I didn't think it was gonna like the baby that hard. I know he's a little stressed out about the comment.
And that was the origin of you guys going back and forth.
Well, it wasn't so much back and forth. It was just I went forth and then he kept going back. Like I remember one of my guys DM'd me and they were like, Gordon's made like 68 Instagram stories and 67 of them were all about you. I was like, all right, well, I'm going to say for sure. Those if we follow, we appreciate it. We did get followers. He even shouted out our RBT white belt program. So thank you.
Okay. Speaking of which, what's the B team? How's it run? And why is it called the B team? Was the A team taken?
I would have been. For me, B's for best.
Okay. Best. All right. What does B stand for you? What does it represent? What is the ideal, like, Miyamoto Musashi philosophical foundation of B team?
I think we all want to achieve.
The bar's that low, you can't help but win. Okay.
That's Nikki's philosophy of women. Set the bar incredibly low. I'll go achieve.
So what is the B team? How do you guys run it? Like what? Can you just talk about the school, how you found it? What is it? What's it like?
I mean, pretty much just a regular jiu-jitsu gym. We started it as sort of a pros only purple belt above team, and we have me, Mickey Rod, Ethan, Damien as coaches. Am I missing someone?
Your memory
Okay.
is going to be over the age.
I'm back at the memory. Yeah, and we got JB coming out to teach white belts. But just your stock standard jiu-jitsu team. We focus on we lean heavily towards the professional athlete side of things. We have a lot of high-level guys in there. Yeah, class structure, regular instruction, positional sparring, open rounds. But we sort of took a heavy slant on marketing side of things. We really try to blow up the YouTube channel. We sell a lot of clothing, merchandise, and stuff. So yeah, we just sort of took a modern approach to a standard jiu-jitsu gym. Because I mean, jiu-jitsu gyms are full of some of the most boring human beings on earth. So we try to highlight highlight the other side of things, and I keep it pretty light-hearted.
It could be fun.
Yeah, that jiu-jitsu can be fun. I guess that it can be cool too. Let's not just steroided up autistic people.
Question from Reddit. Quote, need to hear some of the stories about drop-ins that led to the making of the gem of a video, the do's and don'ts of training and beating. Any fun stories?
Anyone that stands out. Do you guys remember any?
Police involved ever?
We had a guy come over to kick him out. He was stalking two of the members. That's just crazy, though. Like, I portray a pretty insane image online. And I guess I am that a lot of the time, but at training, try to keep it. While training, around training, I'm insulting everyone, but while training, I try to keep it pretty serious. But obviously, the image I portray lures in some of the crazier members.
I mean, like, the thing is about the gym you guys run is really professional. It's like friendly. It's like the lighthearted joking is there. Obviously, there's, like shit talk and all that kind of stuff. But like, it's a pretty safe environment.
Yeah,
but the public persona might attract
some maniacs. Yeah. I won't say which place I've trained at, but obviously some places you walk into the room and it's very, very serious. Yeah. There's no smiles around. Obviously, it's probably average training room in Russia, but no smiles. Very serious environment. You know what I mean? And I definitely don't like that. I don't want to show up to training and be walking on eggshells, not know what the coach's mood's like that day. I want to go in and have a good time. Keep it lighthearted.
What was in the video? What are the do's and don'ts? It's like the address is public. Like anyone can show up.
Anyone can show up. Yeah. What were the do's and don'ts?
Does anyone challenge you, like, to a fight?
No. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, probably from other gyms in town, that's probably coming down the line. But Do's and don'ts.
I'm all in on that. I'll be excited as a fan to just watch.
I love the drama.
Not the drama, no. Well, a little drama, a little drop of poison is good. But ultimately, it's the best grapplers in the world kind of going at it. Yeah, it's fun. Because maybe I'm wrong, but I think there is an underlying deep camaraderie at the end of the day when you're like at the top of the world.
Yeah.
And you're like in the same town.
What could possibly go wrong?
It's like a shitty Western, but like an epic Western. Like Clint Eastwood, like the good, the bad, and the ugly. Of course I love. I'm here just eating popcorn like that.
Stay in the butt.
I'm not staring at the box. I'm not staring at the box.
These questions over Reddit.
that one for sure.
Yeah, I mean, what could possibly go wrong if you're the world's best grappler hates you and you're gently provoking him behind the scenes every day? I mean,
In Texas.
and you've stolen his brother out for ransom.
Yeah. It is like a story of a shitty Western. You now allow white belts to train with you. What's the like to open it up to a bigger audience?
We haven't opened it up yet, but it would be interesting to see. I mean, I feel like your higher belts, they really understand what the training room is. You know what I mean? White belts early, they're trying to find their place in the gym. It could be kind of awkward and stuff in that environment. So I think obviously those white belts coming in will change the dynamic, but the white belts will have a separate white belt classes, obviously, because given it's such a high level gym, it'd be tough for a beginner to be able to enter the more advanced classes. We're obviously we're teaching more advanced techniques. So yeah, we've separated a white belt program, I believe, 6 p.m. on Better Friday. Yeah, maybe we'll have a Saturday one as well. But it'll be interesting to see how it goes. We're trying to do things different, you know, like trying to do the traditional jiu-jitsu gyms. Obviously, you're not going to teach beginners wrestling at all. We're trying to split it at least 33% top game, bottom game, and wrestling. So at least create more well-rounded athletes from day one. Whereas I feel like most traditional jiu-jitsu gyms might have no-gi once a week. They don't touch wrestling, very IBJJF heavy techniques. But again, the sport's changing for sure.
Just to take that on, how does a beginner get good at jiu-jitsu? Like, given that you're starting this white belt, what's your philosophy on that?
Obviously, buy all of my instructionals at full price.
Yeah.
Not during a sale. That would go a long way.
For those of you who are Russian, I'll send you instructions or all the forms so you know how to do it.
Yeah, just
I'll share it. I bought them all, so I'll just send it to you.
we do have the Makachev 50 discount code, you know?
Yeah.
Offering discounts to help him out for the rematch.
Yes. Well, I got 100% discount. Yeah. But that said, your instructional are both hilarious and brilliant. And it's one of the most respected instructionals with incredibly great leaders.
Yeah, it probably loses me sales, honestly, due to removing the seriousness.
Because they think it's going to kind of suck. It's going to be some funny, gimmicky thing.
Well, I mean, some people don't even know if it's a real product. That's a big hurdle after overcome. So you see it, and you're like, is that a real thing? That's a problem. But how does the white belt get good? I think they just have to show up. Just have to put in the effort. Try to focus on using techniques and training rather than just fighting to the death. You know, although that is entertaining for us to watch, because white belts fight to the death.
Yeah, but what are the techniques you should focus on? Like, what's the process? What does it mean to show up? Like, how much drilling, all that kind of stuff. Like, what if you were to optimize the first 6 months of a beginner? Because a lot of people would listen to this and haven't tried to be curious. I have a lot of friends who are like jiu-jitsu curious. They're constantly looking for an excuse to start.
I think it's just got to be as simple as possible. You know, like we should be teaching more advanced movements. I mean, obviously, in the grand scheme of things, there's highly advanced techniques, and then there's slightly advanced. And I think trying to teach those guys real specific positions, even like real specific types of guard, is just beyond them. I think the best way to learn is through problem solving. And I think if you show technique before they discover that problem, the learning is sort of held back. So I like the idea of using kid-style games to show them a problem and then use the techniques to fix problems they've just discovered. I think that's the best way to learn.
Can you give an example of a problem to show them before you give them the techniques? Like, what are we talking about?
All right, so say you wanted to teach posture in wrestling. You could create a game where one guy, the game might be get to a leg or get to 2 legs, control a leg, like super simple. But the rules, the constraint would be one guy is forced to keep an upright posture and one guy is forced, well not forced, but he's allowed to keep a bent to the hips lower posture. And obviously within that constraint, the guy with the better posture is going to have more success. He's going to have a better posture to secure a leg or secure both legs, and therefore you demonstrated the flaws of bad posture without having to explain it to them before they really test it out.
Okay, and then the result of that, you realize that total posture is better.
Yeah, you have that aha moment rather than just having it spoken to.
You wrote, Craig, I'm a big fan of constraint-based learning, I guess is what you're talking about. I love presenting beginners with a problem before the solution, like here, attempt to hold side control with no cues on how. Then I see how the guy got out and addressed issue by issue, cross face and hip control and so on. Okay, so what are some other examples like side control?
Yeah, that would be excellent. Side control. Like teacher, like obviously we say, oh, you secure cross face so they can't turn into you. Much easier to have them try to hold someone down without explaining what a cross face is, and then use that technique to address the problem they just encountered. So I think you could do that with a lot of areas of jiu-jitsu, like even more advanced, say 50-50, obviously a mirrored position where you both have access to each other's heels. Most people stall out of that position and keep their feet crossed. I think a great constraint for both of them, you can't cross your feet. Now you have to learn how to slip a heel hook on the exposer and how to safely re-attack with your own. So the constraint is you can't be too defensive in that position. I think the rate of learning increases.
Why do you think the rate of learning increases? Like, why do you think that works?
Because you encounter more problems. Say in that situation, they're going to get you here a lot more in whatever period of time you allocate the drill for than if the legs are crossed. I don't think the hard part's splitting the legs to get to the submission. I think the hard part's practicing control while they're trying to slip it at a later stage, and then obviously trying to slip your heel when you're in more danger also makes you more comfortable in that bad position if you're used to doing it without the legs.
Yeah, I think that probably that style of teaching forces people to focus on. It's so easy to fall into focusing on like memorizing particular details of a technique without thinking like, why the hell does this even work? And if you don't have that, you could get to focus on like, from like as cliche as it sounds, from first principles, like how the hell do I get out of this? Like, why does this even work? Why does wrestling work? Why do you have a bent over posture? You get to like start to ask those kinds of questions, which is kind of interesting because it's not obvious to me that bent over posture is the right posture for jiu-jitsu, right? I'm confused actually about that. I don't know
about the correct posture.
Yeah, for jiu-jitsu. Like, what's the right answer?
I think bent over posture is still good for jiu-jitsu.
Even with the judo and all that. Like, why are so many jiu-jitsu people like at a high level, the posture is higher up?
I think wrestling posture is just a bit too low because it's not necessary, right? Wrestlers are like low enough to the ground where your hands can touch the mat. But in jiu-jitsu, it's kind of a mix between like wrestling and judo or Greco-Roman wrestling. So I think it's just a bit more relaxed, and it's bent over, but it's not upright, and it's also not super low.
A bit more room for error too, because obviously the jiu-jitsu guy's shot isn't going to be as athletic or as quick as a wrestler, especially a wrestler with shoes.
So it actually comes down to the fact that jiu-jitsu people just on the average, even at the top level, are not good at shooting.
I think so, yeah. I think obviously, I mean, all the wrestlers in American stuff, they're starting super early, super young. You know what I mean? By the time they get to the same age we are really, in our sport and stuff, they've spent much longer doing the actual sport than the average jiu-jitsu guy.
And then there's another level of wrestling, of course, with the Soviet bloc. That's just unachievable for you.
Who knew an Australian rugby?
Yeah.
A former rugby player.
Rugby is that kind of like American football, but much less money? Is that what that is?
Much less money, much tougher, I would say. But who knew that the cure to the Dagestani wrestling were the Aussies?
The Aussies? Okay, let's go there. Your friend, your training partner, Alexander Volkanovski, you helped him prepare for the Islam Makhachev versus Volkanovski fight. Who do you think, first of all, won that fight?
That's a tricky one.
How is that the tricky question?
I would say when I was
the shit talk you've been doing, how is that the tricky question?
When I was in the corner going into the fifth, I personally believed live that Volkanovski probably needed a finish to take the victory.
But you have to think, or you like general.
It's a gray area. It's the judging. who knows? Plus, I was like, wait, in Australia, there's this bias. You know, there's some Australian judges here. I was really hoping we could get a bias on that. Unfortunately not. Hopefully they lose their jobs. But again, yeah, it was a close fight. I think sometimes you're blinded in the moment because, again, everyone counted Volkanovski out. The crowd's behind him. So everything he does is going to get a huge cheer. You're biased towards the smaller guy. You're biased towards the underdog. So you sort of, whatever the underdog does has a bigger impact in your mind. And sometimes that can bias as the fight goes along. Yeah, super, super close fight. I would really love to have a rematch. But obviously, that's going to hold up both divisions. So I don't know if they'll get into it.
Do you think they'll get a rematch soon? I mean, that was an epic fight. I was listening to a fight companion during
They was the
so they biased strongly the opinion.
round two was the tricky. Round two is the tricky.
Anyway, I'd love to see that run it back and do actually. It was an epic fight. What was the brief conversation you had with Islam Makhachev?
I didn't know how he'd take the joke because obviously Khabib tried to flying eagle kick Dylan Dennis in the face, so I wasn't sure how my humor would go.
Yeah.
But I mean, Dylan must have said some worse things to me. I was just playing around. I mean, you can't really take anything I say serious. You come across like an idiot. But so when he was coming up to me afterwards, I was like, oh, I don't know what he's going to say. And again, maybe he would have been more upset if he had lost, but he just received the judge's decision.
Yeah.
But he came up, I went to shake his hand, he gave me a big hug, and then pretended to throw me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought the interaction was over, and then he circled back. So that's why I was so awkward. I was like, oh, he's coming back. He wants to say, he wants something else. But he just said, why didn't you teach your boy how to escape? What are you trying to do?
Oh, wow, interesting. What did you say to that?
I said, well, I mean, obviously, you've got to learn how to finish your show.
Is that what you said?
But then they ushered us out. They were like, get out of here before the Aussie crowd attacks you, you know?
What do you think about the body triangle position? Where it seemed like for the first time, it seems almost like Volk was dominant in that position, which is kind of weird.
I mean, damage is meant to control MMA judging. Damage is another one.
Do you think the judges saw that? What did they score that as?
I think they all scored 4 towards Islam.
Yeah.
3 and 5. 2 of the judges scored towards Volks. One of the judges scored 3 for Islam. It was 49-46 for one of them, and the other ones were 48-47. I think the confusing round was round 2. I don't think anyone scored body triangle round for Volks, which I wish they had.
Volkanovski was and is still arguably the greatest fighter in the world. How long have you known him?
I don't know the first time. I met him before he was in the UFC. When I used to live in Melbourne, he came down to train at Absolute.
Yeah.
And then we really connected on Ultimate Fighter. One of his guys who was going to bring to Ultimate Fighter, Brad Riddell, pulled out last second. So he called me when I was in Puerto Rico, and he's like, do you want to coach on Tough for 5 weeks? And like I said, Puerto Rico was apocalypse now. Like, yeah, get me out of here. So I jumped on that opportunity, and we were in Vegas 5 weeks together. Because he was meant to fight Ortega, and then he got hit with COVID real bad. Got stuck in, I think he was in hospital for maybe 1 to 2 weeks. And then before he flew back to Australia, they were like, all right, maybe we just do you guys as a fighter coaches. So I jumped on board with that. And that's really when we've become close. Obviously, I was used when the Ortega fight, helped him get out of submissions. He fought then Korean zombie Max Holloway. I basically just held the bucket at that point in the corner, tracking fights. And then again, we had to tackle the Islam problem. So I did spend 5 to 6 weeks down there preparing for that.
How did you tackle the Islam problem?
How did I tackle?
You, somebody who barely knows anything about wrestling, having to
obviously doesn't take much, especially wrestling.
Did the beard help? In all seriousness, what were some of the key ideas that you worked on with Volkanovski to prepare for it?
I had the help of Frank Hickman. Hickman was down there too, one of the Hickman brothers, wrestling coach. We were sort of like problem solving. And I mean, basically, we were confident in Volk's fence wrestling, his cage work. He's super good on the cage, super under-respected in that position. And we knew that if we were able to take the scrambles to the cage, he would be effective against Islam. Because again, Islam is background in Sambo freestyle wrestling, but I mean, honestly, he's probably got the same experience on the cage as well. Obviously, some of those wrestling skills will translate very well to the cage, but the cage is still somewhat of a gray area, an equalizer. And Volk's, again, incredible ability to stand up, incredible defense of the cage. which you saw. We worked on strategies to get up and a ton of submission defense. Islam loves Kimuras, obviously rear neck from the back, arm bars. Those are sort of, and arm triangles, dominant submissions. But again, the guys he submitted, no grapplers. Apart from Charles Oliveira, and again, Charles Oliveira was basically knocked out at that point, so I was still impressed that he submitted him. But again, I always told people this, they thought it was crazy. I was like, Charles Oliveira versus Islam in a grappling match. Oliveira is going to win.
Like submission grappling.
Submission grappling, yeah. So in pure grappling skill set, I think Oliveira is a more dangerous grappler. So we didn't even come into it thinking Islam is just an unstoppable boogeyman that people make him out to be. So we approached it from that, just focus on the techniques, ability to get back up, using Turtle to get back up, using Turtle to speed to the cage to get back up, and him fighting from there, keeping it pretty safe. So what makes Volk so special, I think, is his gas tank and his willpower. He's just unbreakable. The Dagestani guys, Khabib, Islam, they are good at submissions, but they break guys mentally and they fatigue them. And when they take the submission, it's off it. Oliveira is a guy that can jump on submissions and have an incredible technical ability to finish those submissions, whether you're fresh or you're tired. And then you combine that with Volkanovski, who's incredible willpower, never gets tired. You're never going to break him. And as we saw, he only attempted one submission the whole fight.
Is that learned? Is that trained? Or are you just born with that mental toughness?
It's a good question. I mean, he's like an anomaly. Like the entire fight camp, not nervous at all, supremely confident. The whole fight week, completely confident. He just has an attitude like, oh, everyone cast me out, we will see. You know what I mean? It's like, let's see. No doubt at all. Super relaxed. Up until about 5 minutes before, and then he starts stamping himself up. He's like, we are not taking this belt from my family. He gets into that sort of mindset. You can't teach that survival. You didn't even take it from.
Have you guys ever been like pushed to the limit like that or broken in the grappling?
I'll do it in practice. Like I'll push myself to like I think my pass out or die or something. Like it's, as far as like how tired you get, it's like in a match.
You try not to ever get close to that.
Yeah, you try to because it's important to understand where your exhaustion point is. But yeah, if you have to push to that limit in a match, you're probably doing something wrong. Like if you see in matches where guys sprint the last like minute, you try to win the match the last minute. And it's like you definitely had some mistakes leading up to that. You have to.
Okay, but has there been other times in competition? Especially like early on, because you wrestle pretty hard. Your wrestling is pretty exhausting. Like not wrestling, but wrestling style kind of thing. You're going against the best people in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely. Again, I think in practice it's important to do that hard work. That way, competition is much easier. I think if you redline in practice and you really push through like death's door, then once you're in competition, you're working with you're being fresh.
There he is. How you living, Frosty?
Have you ever been to that thing where Dan Gable talks about
I think about you so fucking much now. The fact that all you did literally was say all the good stuff. That's an American thing. Or like that's America. Because they play that fucking advertisement all the time. Immediately when I fucking hear it, I'm telling you this. I might think about you 35 fucking times a day. Normally, I might think about you 3 or 4. Legitimately, like, oh, I wonder how he's doing, or I hope everything's okay with his family. That like good stuff. But then that fucking the good stuff kind of thing has come up now. It might be 50 times a day because I always keep the radio on. So you should know by just saying that, you're gonna live in my head rent free, Frosty. Oh, Frosty. Okay, so guess what? Nothing major, but kind of. This is, I think, a good thing. Okay, so you know what kick is, right? Well, firstly, let me ask you, how you doing? Of course you are, man. Of course you are. All right. So do you know what kick is? Okay, excellent. All right. So if you don't know, for like 8 months, I've been spamming kick every single day, every single minute, every day, just about with robots. And initially, no one. Well, let me say first. I shouldn't say. When I first started, I started streaming on kick. But my thing is not. I'm the best streamer ever, though I am. It's more like I have more content than any person. I'm not the best looking dude ever, go for FM. I'm not the funniest guy ever, go for FM. But I have more content. So you want to watch me here, you want to watch me there, you want to watch me anywhere. That's about dating. Well, you know, like more than a year ago, people at Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, the cryptocurrency sponsors me, they told me, hey, you should stream on Kick. And I did, but I just didn't get a lot of reaction from anyone. So I started again this year, streaming on Kick. And my thing was, like, I don't want to just stream with one account. I want to stream all my devices there. So that's sometimes like 8 different devices. Well, Kick doesn't like me. Kick wants you to just stream it. Why? Because if you stream with a whole bunch of accounts, everybody's going to do that. And it's going to make their bills much higher, everything from servers. So they basically made it so that I could only stream on with one account. All right, so I would stream with one account, and my big thing is about the archiving of the footage. That's what's important. So for a platform to be like, oh, we only save your footage for 30 days, that's not good. I want you to save it indefinitely. Basically, I want people to watch this 100 years from now. And maybe the website isn't still going, but somewhere it's archived. Well, because it's very expensive to archive data, if you don't own the servers and you just are renting, keep only save your stuff for 30 days. So what I ended up doing was thinking, you know what, I'll sacrifice Kit for the ability to spam everybody on Kit. And, maybe people will find out about me that way. And they did. I became the most famous person who even used Kit because my bots are always in. So, like, you name the biggest people on Kick, like Aiden Ross, I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. Like, people like Amaranth, I've spoken to Amaranth, and he's like, she knows who I am. Um, any of them. Ice beside, they all know who I am. And that's great. But I'm not able to stream on there anymore because I violated the terms and conditions. But that's cool. I can give a shit about it. I know, though, that basically, if I were to just stream on Twitch, no one would still know about me. Why? Because I would only have like 0, 1, 2, 3 people watching me at a given time. And in order to really be seen, you have to buy yourself. And I just don't have the ability to buy myself to have 10,000 people watching me at once. It's very expensive, and I just don't do that. All right. So what else? I was doing something else too, which I would be in Discords, and I would just randomly be in Discords. Oh yeah, of course you know what. If you met me um, X Straight Savage, and shout out to X Straight Savage. Yeah. So sure. I make a little bit of money, but nothing very, very small amounts. And I don't even try to. They just give me money to just keep my cameras going. He's not wrong. Not a lot. It's like pennies, but it's something. Which tells me like, hey, I have more people watching, and then I actually do something. But really, I personally don't want to ever charge for my data. I want people to be able to watch it for free. I want some kid who is in a developing nation who somehow gets access to the internet to know that they can go to my content and never have to pay for it. That's my thing. I don't want people. I want to be able to give this my gift to them And so I don't want to put it behind paywalls or anything like that. All right, so the reason why is because children, I don't feel that we should control information for people because when we do, then we create classes. And I don't like that. I want everyone to have equal access. All right, but how am I going to make money off of it? And when people find out that what I'm doing, hey, people in my food, 24/7, 365, and all these different angles. Hey, wear a T-shirt that says Coca-Cola or Pepsi or Dr. Pepper, and we'll give you $1 million just to do that because you're on camera so much. Or like the people with Harry Potter on the side, hey, just have our brand there because you're on camera so much. It's very smart to just do endorsements and to give away the content. And just because I'm on camera so much, go ahead. Excellent. Perhaps that gets money, and at this point, that's difficult for me to do. However, something happened not too long ago, like, I don't know, 30 minutes ago. Okay, so I'm getting to that. So basically, Kick has a policy that you can't create alternative accounts or you get banned. Well, I had a really interesting strategy. Basically, I had my main account, and then I created a bunch of other accounts, but I didn't mess with my main account. Well, eventually, Kick just came out, took out all my accounts. Look, you're spamming it, right? You're not looking at it. Hey, I think just that just don't know like it. And I started doing interviews with people from Kick that were big influencers that had. One was Sam Bond, one was another influencer named Ori. And one of my interviews got the attention of the owner of Kick, which his name is Eddie. You know Eddie from Kick. Excellent. So I had been in the Kick Discord, and I had sent Eddie a friend request a long time ago, and I didn't think anything of it because whether you want to accept my friend request or whatever, I'm not looking to sit over a big look on 5 who cares. But after I did this one interview with Ori, I got him to accept my friend request, which is really interesting. And I was very, very positive about him, and I really do this. I mean, if he were here right now, I would tell him that I think that he's like the next generation of tech. He's already good, but like mega good. He's really good. He's very accessible. I mean, he's here on my phone right now doing like an estimate. And he does it every week, which a lot of CEOs don't do. All right. But the thing is, because I spam Kick so much, let me just change this around. Because I spam Kick so much, they didn't want me in their Discord, which is fine. I understand because I violated the terms of the Discord. However, and that was fine. And I really think that the Discord could be like their central hub, like their main street, where all their creators are there and they can talk to each other and do all kinds of things. I don't understand why they don't promote it that way. But nevertheless, I got kicked out of their Discord. It's not the first Discord from which I've been banned. Like we won't be the last. All right. Well, just recently I was in Eddie's. Kick Street, and I noticed somebody pasted a Discord, and this is a different Discord. I don't really know how Eddie made all this money, but he makes more money on Stake, the gambling website, than he does on there are some Discords, the biggest Discord, Mid Journey, those have huge amounts of people. This one has like 30,000 people, but you could not get a seat in any of the group. I would say 40 people, 40 people, 40 people, 40 people, 40 people. It was unbelievable. So I'm like, wow, if I could get into one of these groups and just sit there, people will click on my profile and they'll just see what I'm doing. And these are also, I don't want to say high net worth individuals, but if you're gambling on the internet, you gotta have some skin in the game somehow. It's not like you're just like I'm in another Discord that I love, the camp, which they're amazing people, but they're like 18, 19, 20-year-old students. They can't change your life. But these gamblers can, especially people who like gambling. They're people who they'll click on your stuff and be like, hey, what's going on here? Like, like I'm basically marketing myself. And the way that I can market myself the best is to get into big Discords where people, all they have to do is click on my profile. They'll see all the different accounts that I have, which is impressive. And they'll see that I'm live on YouTube and that I have my own Discord. And they'll just get curious and start clicking around. And that's my goal. So I noticed that this Discord for state is huge. It's absolutely. I've never seen a Discord where you can't get into any of the calls. There goes the press. All right, well, somebody's got to be excited about this. I just bounced. Oh, that is so funny. What do you think of the
always
It's
wanting
like
to be
yeah.
to a place where you can't get off the mat. Like you work so hard in the training room, you can't get off the mat. I think he says he's failed at that in his career. He was always able to at least crawl off the mat.
Yeah, I definitely never like actually died at the mat. I felt like I was gonna die, you know.
What about you? Do you quit all the time?
I get a light cramp. I'm like, you know what, you done? Let's do this again. Yeah.
Dude, if I'm X and Craig Pearl, he's in the back.
Hey, do you see the value of pushing yourself
Like, to that place where you're not doing anything.
Yeah, but within safety, because obviously the most serious injuries occur when you're tired, overtraining, stuff like that. So I think like taking a page out of what those MMA fighters do, especially Volks with his training, like he's not necessarily pushing crazy in each round, but he's doing extra conditioning, assault bike stuff, crazy workouts outside. And he does do some crazy training workouts, but all safe, very safe. Like when he's redlining like that in the training room, it's a very controlled, safe setting. I think to do that in jiu-jitsu against some of these lunatics out there that are trying to kill you, especially when you have a name, you can't.
So your approach to jiu-jitsu is don't warm up and don't try too hard.
So
For safety.
yeah.
No, for safety.
Yeah, longevity.
And talk shit to about Russians. I got it. I hear you. Oh, you mentioned cage work. What's interesting to you that you've learned over all this time about cage work? What's interesting about the dynamics of that? Are you talking about both like the control in the dominant position, but also getting up from the bottom while
Yeah.
you're against the cage? All of that.
The added dimension of that cage, that wall being there, changes a lot of stuff, right? So obviously, in some ways, it's a much lower impact wrestling style because you can't be spotted. You can shoot, the cage is going to block their feet, you're going to be able to chase down their heads. It's just a completely different fight. And again, because of Islam's judo skills, that upper body control you see he's able to use against the cage, like the inside trips, some Uchimata style, Goshi throws. So obviously those skills do translate. But yeah, I think the cage is a great equalizer for a lot of things like athleticism and stuff. It takes away a huge speed advantage aspects of the fight.
So he's really good at standing up. What is there? I assume he learned all of that from you and then instructional just stand up.
I mean, we were so confident. I was like, you know what? Why don't we put this thing out of us before the fight?
Yeah.
Maybe the illegal download hasn't made its way to Russia yet.
Explain to me what's in the instructional just stand up. Like what are the ideas?
Well, yeah, I mean, the old school way to stand up, people talk about the technical get up, you know, the old crazy, put the hand, but I mean, that doesn't work. It hasn't worked for 20 years, you know. If you look at everyone that gets up in MMA, they're using turtle to get up, they're using wrestling to get up, you know what I mean? Which is counter to what pure jiu-jitsu says. They say, don't expose the back, don't ever expose your back. I think jiu-jitsu is a terrible way to get back to the feet because if you were to retain guard and go half guard or close guard, super hard positions to get up. You're basically putting yourself in a leg tuck for wrestling. So I think you need to borrow from wrestling to learn how to get up in an MMA fight. So basically how to safely expose your own back while not allowing them to get hooks and use that to get back up, or at least not allow them to get two hooks.
And that applies for MMA especially.
For MMA especially, because obviously striking is a factor, but if they are striking, they don't have locked hands around your body, means you are able to move. You are able to make an attempt to get back up. They have to choose between control, submission, or strike.
Post from Reddit. Why does Craig Jones push so hard for a bottom is bad jiu-jitsu? What is so bad about playing bottom guard, such as half guard or Those are the two options.
No one likes the bottom.
Why would I want to get up? That's the question for it. Is the bottom a bad place to be?
I mean, the bottom's bad if you don't want when they go on top of you. That's the way I look at it.
It sounds like something a cowboy would say. I don't know if that's much meaning. I think the point of jiu-jitsu is both are dangerous, being on bottom and on top.
I think the longer the match is, probably favors your weight carrying that gravity on top of you. So I think it's a bit more efficient passing from the top as opposed to sweeping the bottom.
Bottom's reactive. Top is active. The top player decides how to engage, how to approach the guard. They can use angles, they can use footwork, they can throw people, throw the legs back. So it's an active position. Bottom's reactive. Reactive, you're going to get fatigued.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to gas somebody out while playing guard. But I think it's very easy to gas somebody out when it comes to the concept.
Well, you guys talk about guessing people out, but is there more dangers from the bottom, like in terms of submissions and all that kind of stuff? Or no?
I'm back and forth because I'm a top player, but I understand the value of being a bottom. Like when I do play guard bottom, I feel like the submissions come much easier, and when I'm on top, they come also pretty easy. But maybe I just take a different route.
It's up on the streets, bottom of the streets. Doesn't it?
What was the hardest part of the training for the training camp for Volkanovski? Like you just experiencing world class MMA fighters training, and given your approach of jiu-jitsu of not trying too hard at no matter what.
I mean, from my perspective, there's a lot of pressure for that. You know, like that's a lot of pressure for me to go in and think that I could possibly figure out a way to help this guy address this guy that's basically never been beaten. I think he got knocked out once, but basically not really even been put in bad positions. You know, that's a lot of pressure on me, especially because Volkanovski's such a great guy. Jiu-jitsu's different, you know, like you coach a guy who loses, he has time to tap, but in MMA, you could get severely hurt. There's a lot more weight in what you need to do as a coach. You have a greater sense of responsibility to their health and well-being. You know, like obviously I know folks' kids, I know his wife, you know what I mean? They're putting faith in you to not just win the fight, but keep this man safe, you know? So from my perspective, a hell of a lot more pressure coaching him as an MMA fighter.
So almost like the psychological aspect of like doing the best you can for him.
Exactly, yep.
What was hardest about the actual training? Was it the technical aspect of trying to figure out the puzzle of Islam, or was it like being a good training partner and like in figuring out how the grappling would work, basically playing your best impression of Makachev? Were you trying to actually impersonate him, like not just visually, but like stuff?
Yeah, definitely visually.
You're not as good looking, but
a little taller. But, no, in terms of the training, yeah, I mean, Islam's known as an incredibly strong guy, so obviously I'm heavier than Islam, so theoretically I should be able to replicate that strength difference. And then in terms of grappling, targeting those submissions that Islam does, like focusing on those in the training room, focusing on the way he holds half guard, and really in the grappling sense, trying to replicate him on the ground. And then, yeah, I wrestle with him on the wall a ton, trying to replicate, obviously, to the best of my ability.
It's good, son. Hello, living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every minute is How you been? Hey, we've got Camp and Mark. I'm well. How are you? Hello. Why you gotta be so mean? I think you understand. He's gonna be like this. I'll do it to you. You knew. Mark, thank you for being so nice. Oh, is that Mark? Oh, okay, so Mark's showing up. Can't play you then. That's it. If you are having trouble hearing me, just mute the other device. Yeah, baby. Yeah, dog. Have you seen what's happening in the United States? Okay. So, Ken or CSMP, have you watched? Sounds good, my man. I understand. Almost got something
But a lot of the stuff he does on the body like heavy inside trip, Uchimatas, and just constantly putting the work on blocks. You know what I mean? Like constantly chaining attacks against it. Really replicate
As
that.
he's trying to get up and escape and all that kind of stuff. So the submission, like both judo and submission.
Exactly, and there's only so much you can do, really, because obviously I think he's been fighting a long time, so it's like you're trying to polish what he already is good at. You can't just completely create an entirely new game for him in the space of 6 weeks. So you're trying to take what he's already effective at, add to it. And luckily, a lot of the stuff he's already very good at was easy to add to for the fight.
Question from Reddit. I'm very curious why other MMA fighters don't employ high-profile grapplers from B Team and B-Wave to improve their grappling this week. By now, it's clear that they are levels above almost everyone in MMA simply because fighters there don't specialize in grappling. But it doesn't seem like fighters, even champions, get training partners for the most successful teams. Why is that the case? From your experience, why doesn't Khabib call you?
In mind now,
You know,
put in a good word.
I will.
That's right. He takes a joke pretty well. Yeah.
No, you'll be welcome with open arms.
I think your average jiu-jitsu coach, MMA fighters have bad experience with jiu-jitsu guys. Jiu-jitsu doesn't have a massive place in MMA. Obviously, rounds, stand-ups, hard to submit people. Your average Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt doesn't know anything about holding a guy down, doesn't know anything about how to stand up. So I think if you overutilize that jiu-jitsu guy that hasn't had experience or modern OG or training MMA fighters previously, it's going to be a complete waste of time. So I think they're smart enough to do it.
Do you have interest in MMA at all? Just not even like, well, certainly just competing yourself, but like just understanding the puzzle of MMA.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a fan of mixed martial arts, for a very long time before I trained jiu-jitsu. Personally, I'd much rather coach than fight. But I mean, I'd fight somebody for a good check, and I get to pick the opponent and have a proper game.
I think I'm a good opponent.
What stupid was that? All right. Who do you think is the greatest MMA fighter of all time? Craig, let's start with you. Just as a fan of the sport, as someone who's been deep in it.
I mean, from my perspective, after that performance, I'm going to say Volkanovski because he was able to decisively outstrike Max Holloway, one of the greatest strikers in the sport. And he was able to hang with the wrestler of Islam Makhachev. And in terms of Ortega, he was able to survive Ortega, who has some of the most dangerous submissions in jiu-jitsu. So I think, in my opinion, technically, he's the best.
So even though he technically lost, he still has the crown.
I believe so.
Himself.
Given the size difference, given he's moving up and away, and all the factors, really.
The underdog, everything, the pressure.
Did you think he would be able to hang in any of the wrestling champions?
No. I was really surprised. That's why in my eyes, like, it's kind of funny. Like, winning at the end of the day, I feel like judges influence that. Although I did think Australian judges would rob the other way, but I was assuming because somebody paid somebody and not enough, maybe. But in general, I just thought he won sort of in the eyes of what martial arts stands for. Like, sort of going to the fire and survive and thrive and finish the last round strong, which is kind of like spiritually is what a victory is. So I wish we kept going. Like,
One more round.
yeah, exactly, that kind of thing. Well, what about you? What do you think? Like, what are the fighters you admire? Like, what do you think is the greatest of all time?
I think the fighter I paid most attention to was John Jones. He has a great ability just to mix the high level striking, high level grappling. Although his jiu-jitsu by itself probably isn't like super high level, but his ability to mix everything together, I would say he's the best. And he's a fellow heavier guy, heavyweight now, so it's nice to see how those guys move at that weight.
And a fellow natural athlete. You know, I did that. What about you, Nick?
Yeah, if I had to pick a goat, I'd probably have to say Khabib, just because he was undefeated, and he had a very high finishing rate. Very few of his fights actually went to decision. So it just overall he dominated almost every single one.
Dominance. I mean, we've been joking about it, but Craig, what do you think makes the Pakistani fighters? Like, from this small region of the world, so much dominance has come.
I mean, obviously, the amount of freestyle wrestling champions from that region probably puts their wrestling above and beyond the best in all of MMA. And obviously, even the Olympics, a lot of champions out of there, right? So I think that skill set combines with them having effective pin controls on the ground and jiu-jitsu submissions. But again, I think it's that hard training. Those guys, like Khabib, would maintain that pressure throughout the entire fight and break guys down. Their ability to fatigue guys to a breaking point, I think is something they do best.
I wonder what that is. Is it a technique? What is that? What is it about their upbringing? Is that just that part of the world? Or the Satya brothers with the freestyle wrestling side to all the mixed martial arts people? It must be part of the culture also. They must be doing something. I don't think I haven't seen a convincing explanation of why yet. Of what's specific about their training, what's specific about their culture that creates that. Okay, what do you think about like the flip side? Do you admire somebody like Conor McGregor who knows how to create a spectacle? You, Craig, who likes spectacles?
Yeah, I mean, I really admired early Conor McGregor because I found him absolutely hilarious. Like I felt like that was peak banter. I feel like he just took the American world by storm. Aussies, British, Irish, Kiwis, really we have a way better level of banter and attacking each other. And it's almost too easy to pick on Americans and take themselves very seriously. I mean, I could believe it. Other parts of the world too, the Far East of Europe.
But that's the tricky thing with Conor. I think I feel like you could have gotten in the same kind of trouble because the Russians really took everything very seriously. They weren't joking around.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like it's a bit of, I mean, some things he definitely takes too far, but I felt like early on he had the right balance where he wouldn't really cross the line, but he would do enough. He just took it to another level, obviously later in his career. But I think early on, did an innocent banter.
It gets a lot of eyes in the sport, though. It's probably by far the most popular of combat athlete of all time because of that.
Yeah.
I feel like you have to cross the line. I don't think enough people appreciate like the values he's brought by crossing the line.
He's making a sacrifice crossing the line. That's going to affect him for the rest of his life.
See, I don't think so. I think you can always walk back. Because I think, unlike people might disagree with this, I thought he always radiated a respect for the opponent, like afterwards and underneath it. It felt like the same way you do. When I hear you shit talking, I don't see a person who really means it. I see a person who's having fun with it. I always saw having a record in a way. I don't know. But people took it like extremely seriously. Like I saw the respect, like the common respect the martial artists have for each other. It felt like it was
If you don't like that individual, you're going to perceive what they say more negatively than if you obviously were. So I feel like if you like someone, you're going to never think they really cross the line.
That's true. So you're saying I like you. Yeah, that's what
Must.
you're bullshit.
Yeah.
Are there people that you
I mean, some of the family members are students.
people that really get to know you all hate?
The fans love me. The friends hate.
It's a good place to be. Keep your enemies close. All right. What do you think is the most important lesson?
I think a strong back. Think back one, forward second.
But do you legitimately think that weightlifting helps jiu-jitsu? It's kind of the discussion on the steroids. It's like the muscle mass, the strength, and power, and explosiveness, all that.
I think sometimes when we're at the upper echelon of competition, there's like little minute battles that you have to win. If you're relatively close in technique, then a lot of times a stronger opponent pulls it up.
But it could be also just a limitation, right? You hold position too long. What about for hobbyists? Do you recommend weightlifting? I've only seen people in the gym.
I always recommend weightlifting. I almost see also as the body's armor, right? The more armor you have, the more damage you can kind of take, and maybe recovery is a little bit better. And I've always seen weightlifting as a means to stick to my routine. Like there's no point in lifting if you're not eating right and you're not sleeping right. So if you kind of put it all together, then it's good.
What about you guys? Do you go to the gym? Do you go
Believe
to
it or
the
not.
gym, an elliptical and that butt machine, or
Yeah, I focus on the glutes heavily.
all right. What about the injury prevention and so on? How do you train to minimize the risk of injury? You guys have all been pretty beat up. You've gotten a major injury, the ACL.
Yeah.
So how do you train to minimize injury?
Not that I got to ask, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
actually, can you talk through your injury? Like what happened?
Yeah, so about 1 week prior to this last ADCC, I was wrestling with this guy named Kenta who was also competing, and I went to go lift him from like a rear body lock, up the outside of my leg. And we just felt something pop. He felt a shift with his leg, and when it first happened, it hurt for like the first 30 seconds, and I honestly debated. I was like, maybe it was just some freak thing. I was like, I literally thought about continuing the session. Then the next day, I woke up and I was super sore. I was limping around, couldn't do a full squat. So it pretty much killed all of my training for the entire week leading up to the event. So I couldn't train or anything. Messed up the cut. Obviously, there's added nerves with that too. You're not in the gym every day leading up to the competition. I went out there, wasn't really able to pull guard because I couldn't get full heel to butt connection, which is inevitable with playing guard. And I was very hesitant to shoot as well. So I came out with the idea of just trying to use hand fighting to tire my first opponent out, and then mainly look to get underhooks or overhooks and do mostly upper body wrestling. In the beginning of the match, I successfully got to an underhook, got to rear body lock. He tried to roll, and I ended up in top position and side control. But it was during the no points period. And then as the match went on, I gassed out, and eventually he ended up taking me down and then scoring two hits on that.
So what's the injury?
Yeah, so I got an MRI actually after the event. I didn't know.
You waited until after the event?
Yeah, I waited until after.
Just like knowledge or ignorance is bliss?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, honestly, I don't even want to know what's wrong. I was like, I just go out there, compete. I knew it was like the biggest event to date, and I really wanted to do it.
Think about not doing it?
It definitely was a thought in my head, especially that the day after. It's always the worst day whenever you have like a serious injury. Is the day after, and I was like, man, I really can't do a full squat. I was like, I don't even know how I'm going to be able to do this. It got a bit better over as the week went on. I was like, man, I have to go out there. And I was like, it'll always be in the back of my mind. Like, what if I ended up?
What did you think about this whole?
I thought he was just being a pussy.
Yeah. Just slap him around, just yell at him.
I don't think we pressure you. We just say you make your own decision, right? It's like,
It's a tricky thing to do, like with a heavily, like a serious injury like this.
Yeah, well, we didn't know. That was the thing. We didn't know. Honestly, initially, I thought it was I tore my lateral meniscus. But that ended up not being the case. It ended up being a full ACL tear. I was actually super surprised when I got the MRI results. So yeah, we didn't know how bad it actually was.
What do you think about that situation?
I think Nicky's a tough kid, and I mean, when you're so close to that competition, there's not many. You get many opportunities like that to compete in front of 15,000 people. It's like, props to you for pushing through it and hitting it. And man, he had a close match with one of the best grapplers in his weight class. It's like a few adjustments here and there, and especially if he was able to train previously leading up to that match. I think he could.
So some of the things you mentioned is nerves. That there's extra nerves just because you're underprepared.
Yeah, I mean, you want to go into a competition with the confidence. I did everything that I could leading up to this event. I trained as much as I could, and then when an injury prevents that, you start to doubt yourself.
How do you guys think about injury? How do you train? Training with the best in the world, training to be the best in the world, and avoiding injury. Because you tore your thumb and stuff.
Yeah, I tore bicep. Dude, honestly, I was a bodybuilding, for like 7 years, and no lie, I trained bicep like most days, like almost every day in these 7 years. Pretty much, I injured myself.
That's so Jersey, man.
Anything else? Or just
Yeah, I injured the bicep. Pretty much, the day before a wrestling practice, I had like a killer arm day. By arm day, I just been training biceps, very rigorously getting a sick pump. And I go to wrestling practice the next day, pretty late. I should have been there. I didn't get a proper warm up in. And the first thing I do is I shake hands and I go to shoot a single leg, and boom, I just blew mine on the first movement I did. So just not being warmed up properly, in addition to having a very vigorous arm day a few hours prior.
Hear that about warm up. So like, what are some lessons about before you do training?
I would say number one is warming up properly. Making sure your body's hot before you do hot stuff.
Okay. And what does warm up look like for you? As a jiu-jitsu or not?
Yeah, just a warm up in general. I'll do something like if I'm talking competition, something like a jog walk back and forth a few times, then a sprint jog a few times to get that heart rate up and down. Yeah. And then I'll grab a partner. I actually just filmed a DVD instructional specifically on the pre-match ritual. In addition to that, I'll grab a partner. I'll drill some movements. Typically, I'll drill some bad things. Like I'll start from bottom mount, bottom side control, work out from there. And in pretty much like 20 minutes in, I'm hot and I'm ready to go for the rounds.
What about you? So what's the worst of one injury? What's the worst injury you've had?
What's the worst? I don't even know. Pretty good. Pretty healthy. Yeah.
Whenever you play practice,
Right, has your partner been broken?
Many times. But there's a thing I noticed. People that spend the most time warming up often the most injured. It's a strong correlation.
You can't argue with science.
I remember
you're right.
Training with Oliver Tuss. Oliver Tuss would have a 60-minute warm up. Yeah. Surprise, always injured. Yeah. Very common. I find that very common. I think people, it's how they train. Like if you, like me, first sign of discomfort, back pedal. Push through that stuff. Go too hard. Go when you're too tired. You know what I mean? Get too emotional and roll. I feel like those are the times that I've been hurt, where I just like, I can't let this guy get me. When I have that attitude of training, I believe it's how you train and sort of.
So what is discomfort? Is it positionally too? Like because you're training against killers and you're training with him, you're probably pretty hard.
Once the brain gets a little tired, he's like, yeah, I'm good for tonight. You're good.
Once a month in Nicky, that's it.
And then you quit like 30 seconds.
Yeah, you gotta be safe. Yeah.
I like it. What about you? What have you done for the ACL? So you haven't been like.
I didn't get surgery. I didn't do essentially any rehab. I just have no ACL in my left leg.
So what's your leg coming up?
Surgery goes, you've got two options: surgery, rehab only. He goes, I'll do nothing.
Yeah. Definitely should pick up on the rehab.
What's rehab for that? Like twice a day doing some weird bands or something.
It's good he's learned from these. He's learned some valuable lessons from about taking care of his body.
Yeah. What's the line just training the most?
So at the beginning, it was definitely a little iffy. I'd have an occasional buckle. Like I'd just be wrestling with somebody and go to step back and it'd buckle backwards a bit. But honestly, now, like I haven't had a single buckle instance in a while. It feels 100% normal when I train. It feels better than my other. I had my meniscus taken out in my right leg, and that one gets sore more often than the ACL.
Okay. All right. So putting that aside, is there wisdom you've learned from that experience?
Yeah, definitely should be doing rehab and prehab. I think that especially if you're a hobbyist or a professional athlete, you should be lifting, whether you're rehabbing an injury or just for injury.
So I'm actually closer to Greg because I've trained my whole life, like pretty hard. Obviously, just a hobbyist, but twice a day, judo, wrestling, all that. Never broke anything, never injured. Kind of like similar philosophy, except like last year, I guess, a year and a half ago, I had a tiny like roid pull injury, and it still hasn't healed. And I've been using your approach. I'm not giving a shit, and like, all right, surely this is gonna heal. It'll be fine, but it hasn't. But of course, if I was like an actual athlete, I would like probably still train through it. Just fuck it, figure it out. But when you have other stuff going on, you just kind of wait it out. But no, I think probably we have, especially as you get older.
I think it's important for people to, determine whether what they're going through is an injury or they're just hurt a little bit. Because injury, for sure, take time, rehab it, get better. But a lot of people like they'll stub a toe or something like, oh, you're out for a few weeks, So
Well, that's the problem with the injury I have. It feels like a stubbed toe. So I was like, so I'll just wait a couple days. It'll be fine. And then a couple days later, it's not fine. And you wait. And then I never got an MRI. Never got any of that. It's like, I'm sure I'll be fine. Yeah. So it's hard to know sometimes. Like, what? It's hard to know. I feel like a lot of people will just not check it out and be fine. Because there's several failure cases. There is a failure case where everything is stubbed toe. You're like, fuck it. like you're bleeding everywhere. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. So you have to be careful. A lot of people can fall into that too. I think I'm in that category. Go to the doctor. Why do you go to the doctor?
The best approach is typically wait until something else gets hurt so you forget about the groin.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was hoping. I was hoping it hurt. So I'm waiting for the broken heart. Okay, well, that was very helpful. Oh, you mentioned you're doing a whole thing on pre-match ritual. Can you kind of preview like what's involved in the pre-match ritual?
it's pretty big in the wrestling culture and the fighting culture, like what to do before your competition. But I think a few people are just kind of missing out exactly what to do. So I break it down for them. I break it down for people like 4 weeks in advance. How you should prep your training and your nutrition and your sleep for competition. In addition to that, I break it down even like to a smaller scale of like with how early you should get to the event, when you should be visualizing your competition, what to do 30 minutes before, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and the kind of mentality you should have throughout those times before you actually step into the mat.
When are you visualizing? Like how much are you visualizing? The actual, when you say competition, you talking about the tournament or the actual people you compete with?
A little bit of both. I'll spend time just visualizing the crowd. Like if it's going to be an arena with 50,000 people, I'll spend time in practice and when I'm like putting myself inside that arena and visualizing stepping on the mat and hearing the crowd scream and whatnot. That way, when competition time comes, it's kind of the same deal. I'm accustomed to it. In addition, when I get to the arena, I'll step on the mat. I'll kind of look at everything. I'll expose my senses to what it's going to be, and then I'll kind of shut everything off. Like some people, scroll through their phone and can treat it like normal, have just normal conversations. For me, I like to limit my sensory input, my sensory intake before I go out and compete. I just feel like sometimes we only have so many decisions you can make in a day, and I want all of my best decisions to be made.
What about you? Do you limit your sensory input?
On game day, honestly, no routine, nothing there. I don't do anything. I'm just
Guys are probably silver.
we're both.
You should get it. You should buy us instructions to help you.
Get another silver. No, honestly, nothing. Hey, I just try to relax too, like before training.
Try visualizations and
No,
do visualization. So the opposite of visualization. You just avoid it.
yeah, I don't even think about it. I'm just like, yeah, we'll have a good time. Try to appreciate it. And I can do it.
By the way, when you visualize, are you visualizing top positions or are you visualizing positions?
Definitely visualize winning. I visualize how I'm going to get to my most dominant positions because in comp I want to do what I'm best at. I'm also I see my opponent in his best position, how I'm going to escape those if necessary. But most of the time, I'm just visualizing exactly what I'm going to do in that match. And I go out there and do it.
Okay, so when your teammate, Craig, is another like world-class athlete, has a fundamentally different philosophy than you, do you visualize being frustrated at him?
not frustrated, but I'll definitely come into practice with like solutions to problems that Craig gives me. You know, like if Craig's catching me something or giving me issues, like I'll go home, I'll watch a match that he lost with motivation, and I'll come back and I'll put it on.
Just to get on like a highlight reel. What about you? Like, does it affect you that you're
Usually before I compete, right before I go out there, I go, "Why am I doing? Do I still need to do this?" And I think, like, hopefully, don't embarrass myself, affect my instructional sales. That's the last thought. But I don't even put too much thought into the whole competing thing. I'm just like, you know what? Train hard. Hopefully, have a good time.
What about the motivation aspect? Like that voice that says, like, why am I doing this? That voice can break a lot of people. Like, in the weight cut, it can break a lot of people. Like, why am I doing this stupid, silly sport? Like you said, how much do you just rolling around? Like, what's the point?
Oh, cool. Someone with a 9 to 5 job. I'd be like, yeah, avoid that. Yeah, I didn't get too deep on it.
We're so polar opposites. It's like almost uncomfortable to be around you.
Obviously, one of us is a clean out
We should do a DVD on that. What about you in terms of preparing for competition? The day before, the day of, are there rituals that you follow?
Honestly, like the few days leading up to it, it's different for me every time. Sometimes I'll warm up before I compete. Sometimes I won't. Sometimes I'll fast. Sometimes I'll eat. So it's just completely random. I don't follow any specific thing. But in the training room leading up to the competition, I'll definitely, like Mickey Rod, visualize that I'm walking out onto the competition mats. I'll pick somebody that's similar body type to the person that I'm competing against, and then we'll start out with some distance between us. We'll come out, smack hands, and act like everything's a real competition. We'll even sometimes have corners that will yell out times and things like that, just to replicate it as much as possible.
That's funny because I've talked to a lot of Olympic gold medalists. I used to do a podcast with like athletes, and they all sound like Mickey Rod. To you, I don't know. Sometimes I'll do this, sometimes anyway. But that's also jiu-jitsu culture, I think. Maybe the chaos of not taking things too serious is actually really, really helpful. Sometimes the pressure of taking things way too seriously.
I mean, it's just the biggest sport, really.
I think if I compete every day in practice, it just make competition much easier. So I just put the pressure on there.
On the competition, right? On the training, competing in the training. I don't know. Olympic sports not that big either financially. And people take it extremely seriously. Like you don't even get that much money from judo.
I mean, I just don't take jiu-jitsu that seriously because, like, I was just partying and having a good time until 21, and then I was like, oh, fuck, do I get a job? Do I pursue professional sports? And I feel like if I could make a career in jiu-jitsu with a decision at that point.
And now you just stumbled your way somehow into being.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. I just walked into it. I feel like I couldn't just do that in wrestling, boxing. I couldn't do that in other sports.
What was the toughest match you ever had that pushed you into physically toughest? This doesn't have to be the best person you faced, but was there like a moment in your career that was like really defining for you?
I mean, I would say like the toughest mentally was just this last ADCC. I just had a big injury leading into it that kind of screwed the whole camp, weight cut and everything up. I would say the last ADCC.
Are you proud of your performance there? Like you stepped on the mat, that you pushed the ball.
Like I said, I'm a very competitive person and I hate losing, so definitely not. Yeah.
You got to come out soon.
Actually,
dude, he was so physically exhausted afterwards, couldn't breathe. He had to get medical intervention. He got to collapse on.
I was the most tired that I've ever been in my life in that match. I actually popped the blood vessel in my eye. I was trying so hard.
He comes out, he walks off the ADCC mat backstage, and I'm kind of getting warmed up for my match, and Nicky Ryan he walks over, huffing and puffing. His mom's right next to me. He looks at her, he's like, I think I need help. I think it's a lung collapse.
Mom's the one that called for medical. Okay. I was just laying on the warm-up mat.
What will have your fight?
Later on in the line. What about you, Craig?
Defining or toughest matches?
Mhm.
I mean, they're all pretty tough. You know, I don't know. I can't really pinpoint one. I mean, probably the most annoying one was obviously the one where I had put an armbar. I was like, tap, bro. He wouldn't tap, so I let him out. Mentally, I was like, I shouldn't have done that.
Do you have a thing in your brain where says, should I shit talk now or not? And you say no, I'm going to be respectful.
I just can't be serious.
Yeah, that's
I don't know. It's just silly. It's just,
yeah, all of it, the whole thing. What about you, Nicky?
Dude, honestly, most of my toughest matches are in the training, right? Because I started with these guys. I started training under them, like, started training at DDS when I didn't have any knowledge. Like I knew wrestling, I knew like a knee cut in jiu-jitsu, but like I started training with them when I knew almost no jiu-jitsu, and I had to really work my way up. So definitely in the training room, like being like having one of these guys on my back, or like there's a stretch of like a few weeks or months when COVID first hit, and there was just like 4 of the best grapplers in the world, and we just did drilling in live rounds with these 4 guys, and it was hard, very hard. Every round, doing 6 rounds, 7 days a week with the best grapplers in the world, and it's like you get no break and you're forced to learn on the go. So I think for me in the training room, that was definitely my toughest matches, and that's where I built those mental calluses.
there was a period where I trained with Nicky Rod, probably about 9 months, 12 months. And typically speaking, like I said, no warm-ups. The first round, we usually take it pretty easy. First round, you start him now. The whole room, the rest of the training room, they take Mount very lightly. Me and Nicky Rod would be fighting to the death every day. I felt like we did an extra round every day. It's very cool.
I'm very mean when I'm in the drilling or live. Like we would drill wrestling quite a bit, like stand up, and in the drilling, like I just wouldn't let Craig take me down. Like we're not gonna lie, we're just drilling, but I just wouldn't let him put me on the floor. So things like that.
I knew what else to so you mentioned Mount, so you do positional training. So would that be the hardest versus like live training, open, like starting to guard?
I would say Mount and Turtle definitely made me very tough, because you spend all this effort getting off the bottom out, and then you gotta get on top of the guy. And at the time, I'm not that good at holding guys down, so you escape quick. And I'm like, fuck, I just try to hold him down. Gotta go back down. Same thing with a turtle. It's like you start bottom turtle, you try to explode, get away, and then you switch, and this guy gets up pretty quick. And like, damn, I gotta like. There's that constant circle, man. It's very tough, but definitely built a character.
What do you think is the value of positional training in general in jiu-jitsu? Actually, this one just interacting with you guys. It's not commonly done. It's just like regular jiu-jitsu. What do you see? Because probably it's not commonly done because it's like most of the experience is just frustrating. Like if you're evenly matched, you're basically frustrated the whole time. If you're doing it right.
It's a psychological battle that happens in like the mountain turnarounds. It's like because maybe you get close to subbing a guy, or maybe you do sub him. When you start on turtle and you're on the back, you finish him, and then you get this high point, and then immediately you got to go back down to defensive posture. Yeah, it's very it's emotionally like up and down.
Super important if you're one of the better people in the gym, because it just puts you in positions you don't find yourself in regular training. So I think like a lot of if you're a big fish in a small pond, you don't do positional sparring, you're probably going to get exposed in competition. You might even look silly in those positions. So you really have to push yourself to do it, despite the fact that you're giving someone who's worse than you a position where they might catch you. So you have to sort of put the ego aside.
Yeah, that's one of the things when I was training regularly. Of course, training with you guys is like trivial, but I didn't work on putting myself in bad positions. You get better, and you regret it. The big negative thing it has, consequence it has on competition, is you don't take as many risks because you're kind of afraid for your back to get taken, all that kind of stuff.
That was me before I went to DDS. I remember I showed up there in a new position. I was like, fuck this. You better earn this position.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't really have escapes. That was a learning curve for me, for sure.
Do you see the value in positional training, or is it just the source of tremendous frustration?
Yeah, I definitely think it plays a big part in your confidence when you step out to the competition mats. Being confident that even if you get put in the worst possible situations, you know what to do and know how to work out.
I had a long argument with Rothschild Grayson when he visited, and he thinks mount is the most dominant position, even in nogi versus back. Is there a case to be made for that? Or
I think all of your opponent's utensils or tools are in front of you. So like if you're on mount, it's not there's a few ways to get out of mount. I think if you're on somebody's back, I personally much rather be on somebody's back.
Flattened out. I'd rather see his back. Flattened out.
Boots in, flattened out. Yeah.
Boots in, flat out. So not even body triangle, but just flat.
Just completely flat. Almost like that position Mayweather you see guys get finished because he can't get out. I think that position is probably the hardest position to escape.
Who's see what Hodger's talking about with mount, or is he just that good at mount? Like he says that.
Might be in the gate. Cross color, you know? I don't know.
But he says controlling wise, he just believes that you can that there's more ways to get out than back and ways to move out.
Prior to
Getting up, including physically.
prior to the kipping escape, I probably agree with him. But that kipping escape is so difficult to manage. It's the funny looking escape where legs always like people have a lot of trouble. It's like super hard to learn how to do, but then once you learn how to do it, the effectiveness is huge.
Yeah, it's a weird one. When did that come to be a thing? Is that pretty recent?
I mean, I still think that's
Yeah.
Who was the first guy to discover something like that? This seems like a ridiculous thing to discover.
yeah, that's legal.
I thought it was a joke at first. I was like, you guys really doing this? Yeah.
I remember somebody showed me like a technique where, like if you just like walk your hand on a mat or something like that.
Maybe an arm triangle or something.
Yeah. And it's just like a funny discovery, like as opposed to like trying to like shove it in, just like walk it.
I like doing that to people, but with things that aren't true. You know what I mean? I'll just tell them this is a technique and watch them try to work out if I'm being serious or not.
Yeah, that's what you do when you're chief guru status. They just listen to you like you're Steven Seagal.
See what they'll believe.
Speaking of which, how do you balance? You have to travel all across the world. How do you balance that with running a school and being a world-class jiu-jitsu athlete?
I mean, the secrets of travel for me are two drugs: Xanax and modafinil.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we time adjust and we hit the ground running. But
What is modafinil? Xanax?
yeah, I mean, but
How does that work with the steroids?
I mean, they work well together, you know. Focus and physical recovery. But in terms of traveling and training and stuff, it is. I mean, we're lucky because we've got so many high-level guys, so we can travel still in good hands. I mean, it would be a problem if me, Nicky Rod, and Nicky Ryan left and the gym had beef. That would be a problem. But we gotta make sure it's not just him.
Although everyone says they're happy when you're gone, so it's
Happy when I'm gone, but I do miss it.
yeah.
For sure, until I get back.
What about you? Just like balancing? Do you try to stay completely focused? Like,
Well, I like to, diversify my training to where, if don't have a competition scheduled, I'm more so in my tool shed. But if I'm like 6 weeks before comp, I really start amping up the intensity that I bring into the mats, and it's bringing some of that visualization towards practice. And maybe I train less volume pre-competition, but higher output per session.
yeah. What's a perfect week of training look like?
If I'm not in competition mode, I would say Monday, Wednesday, Friday twice, every other day just once. If I'm pre-comp, just Monday to Sunday, once a day.
So that's on the mat. You're doing the full positional training, live training.
Bicep curls.
Oh yeah, I do a lot of bicep curls. Yeah, I lift a few times a week now. Yeah.
Cardio and the
Cardio's all that stuff. I do some CrossFit workouts, like CrossFit's. I'll do like some EMOMs or some AMRAPs or CrossFit terms.
That's for Instagram.
Yeah. CrossFit is a good way to kind of like push that threshold. Sometimes on the mat, because I'm so good, I can't always get that like full red line. So I'll hop in across the gym and I'll do some workouts that bring me closer to that.
What about you? What does a perfect week in training look like? Like when you're back home training.
I try to be in the gym twice a day, every day when I'm back, just because I travel a bit more than these guys. So I try to be there 8 to 12 every day, hang out in between. Usually train both of those sessions, depending on how my body feels.
You're doing positional, do you have like technique, positional, live?
I should probably do more positional, but because I'm just trying to work on wrestling and stuff, and especially leading up to the Volkanovski's last fight, I was trying to wrestle more, focus on those areas even before I traveled over there, just some experimentation with some stuff. But yeah.
How do you experiment with stuff? Like how do you there's like regular positional stuff, but when you have ideas, like where do you do it during the training session? Does you do it outside of that? Do you get together with somebody?
Usually every session I show up with something I'm thinking of. Usually something from top.
What'd you say, Big Dog? I am the Riddler. Riddle me this, Big Dog. I am the Riddler. You're 100% right. How's your dad? You're 100% right. Sounds good, Big Dog. Yeah. I thought that's pretty sure. Why don't people just keep I damn, I fucking thought I had it. I mean, I was sure that
maybe something for bottom. And then I just try to maybe pick the right people. Some people, obviously, I'm just fighting to the death with. It's not a good time to experiment. And then others, obviously, you can play around with ideas on.
Okay. What about you? What's a perfect week look like? Maybe. Well, you said you're 100%.
Yeah. So yeah, honestly, I have pretty much the same schedule as Nicky Rod. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I do twice a day. Every other day, once a day. And then normally Newton practice is like our biggest class. That's where all the pros go in. So I tend to do more open rounds there. And then we have a 7 p.m. class as well, which is more hobbyist. And that's where I'll do my positional rounds and force myself to be put in bad positions.
So you have what you do 8 a.m., 12, like in terms of what the team has 8 a.m., 12, and 7 p.m. And the hobbyist and 7 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe in overtraining? Do you think you can overtrain?
I used to not. But then I got hurt.
Oh, you attribute that to overtraining?
I think, dude, I'm telling you, I listed like a bodybuilder for like 7 years. And by lifting, I mean, I was lifting 7 days a week. And I trained arms most days. Like almost every day, I would do like 4 or 5 sets, and get a pretty good bicep pump. In addition to my lift, I think I had to contribute somewhat towards my
yeah, fair enough. Well, what about on the actual mat overtraining? Explain to us on the mat.
well,
Psychological, physical overtraining.
I think you can definitely overtrain, but it's more of a like as your body's healthy, you have to make sure your mind is sharp. Like sometimes, maybe taking a day away, or even diverting your attention in a different aspect of training can help you be a little bit sharper overall. Sometimes it can be like it can get a little like stagnant because you're doing the same stuff over and over. But I think if you just keep like overtraining, then your overall baseline just gets higher, and you become accustomed to that.
What about you? You don't seem like a guy.
I've heard of it. I've never been close to it. No, I think controlling how hard you train is definitely protects you from injury. You know what I mean? Like if you're redlining yourself and then you're fighting to the death in the gym, that's 100% when you're going to get injured and get sick. So I try to make sure I've had enough sleep. I've had obviously enough food post training, and that sort of helps me to train a bit harder, but still try to avoid redlining myself too much.
I think establish also like what days are going to be your peak days. Because throughout the week, if you're training 7 days a week, you're going to have ups and downs. Like for me personally, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, usually my best days. And besides that, I also have other great days.
All my days are great. But Monday, Wednesday, Friday are also great. You're like unable to admit that some days are rough and I'm always on, bro. Okay. What advice would you give to people who are not always on, hobbyists? How to get better? Like people that are already there, I don't know, purple belts, brown belts, black belts, they're just like doing like a couple times a week, something like that. Like how to get better?
I think be consistent, like find a schedule that you can consistently train. Maybe it's like 3-4 times a week, or even a little bit less. Just be consistent over the years. I think too often people are like, "Oh, I want to get really good really fast." And it's like definitely takes a long time.
What about what you're doing while being consistent? What kind of stuff you're working on?
So honestly, I think one big thing for me, which is something I actually started doing with B team was formed, was filming all of your rounds and then watching them every day. so you can see what specific problems you're having, and then you can base your position rounds around those problems.
That's really interesting. It's kind of depressing though. But sometimes I have to, I edited this podcast for a long time. I still do in part, and I hate the sound of my voice and like what I look like and stuff. But it does make you better. And I also hate the sound of Craig's voice. It looks like so. Editing this podcast would be especially. That's really. You watch competition series yourself? Like do I analyze? Like, see
Yeah.
my confidence. While you're doing it,
Yeah.
I still watch it.
is there advice you Craig would give for hobbyists?
I mean, just not every round has to be a fight to the death. You know, I feel like you're going to get injured, but it's out that way. You're not going to learn as much.
It's tough. I would say, just as a black belt who took jiu-jitsu very seriously for a very long time, basically, when you become a hobbyist, your skill is basically slipping. Your age is almost psychological skill of like that. It's tough. It's tough. Like it's tough in a way that is different when you're like a blue belt or something. That if you work hard and you train correctly, you're gonna get much better. Here, you're kind of
You're looking downhill.
you're pushing downhill. And you're like, yeah, I guess I'm gonna enjoy the art of it.
Reframe the victory. You know, like if it's a young upcoming guy and he can't submit you, you're like, well, that's a moral victory. You know.
Yeah, but then that has to happen. You have to be able to not do that to avoid injury sometimes. Like if you want, so yeah, it's a different thing. Plus with me, just because some people recognize me, you have that probably. So you guys definitely, obviously have that.
I've solved that problem.
How did you solve that problem?
Travel around, you do a seminar or anything like that. It's believable that you could get submitted once.
Yeah.
But if they catch you, give them a few.
Yeah.
If people tell their friends they submitted me at a seminar, one time, believable.
Yeah.
They got me 4 or 5 times. You've robbed them of that.
Okay, that's pretty funny, but it's also they have this energy, like they think, they're coming in hot. I usually like to basically get submitted quickly twice, and just it changes everything. It makes it more fun. I've noticed
Let them submit you twice.
Yeah, just like very quickly. What are the options? You're not.
Make it last longer. Hold off.
But then it's like it's very hard to like, if you're very serious, I don't really want to take it seriously. Then yes, but like then people what they try to do. This probably is what happens with you guys. They try to impress you by going super hard.
I have people every day come watch and try to take me out.
Yeah,
I just stay sharp. Come to practice. Let's get it on.
Do you feel that energy? You talk to Craig here like at a seminar, like somebody who's coming in like really hard, like a brown belt come in and they really want to impress you with like their technical side. You're a big fan. They're watching your techniques. Like, what do you do with it now?
I make a complete joke out of it. Give them the pass, mess with them, do stupid shit. Like rob them of the realness of it. This is stupid. I'm not going to roll hard with strangers. I feel like you should roll with a circle of people you trust. Injuries happen rolling hard with strangers because that's the same way you get injured in competition because you don't have that relationship with them.
And I should also mention that's probably not a good way to impress somebody by just going ape shit, going 100%.
Oh yeah, that's not at all.
I think the beauty of jiu-jitsu is like the camaraderie of it. Like as you get to know each other, it's like technical, like different ideas you have and all that. Yeah. Okay. Do you think gi jiu-jitsu is dying in popularity? Craig?
Yeah, it's long dead. I think it's just, it just shows I have heard some numbers on the viewership for the Gi Worlds finals, and they're even compared to the undercard of like who's number one events. So I think like when I was coming up and competing in the Gi all the time, you looked at those guys that won like world championships and you were like in awe of them. You almost had that 80-60 champion feel. But now that's not the case. I just feel like that the younger generation aren't looking at who's winning black belt Gi Worlds. I personally don't think, and I don't think they want to be that guy. They want to be like a Ritola, Gordon. Those are the people they want to emulate.
So you think like the gi, like IBJJF gi tournaments, was just keep declining in popularity?
Well, I think people will still do it. I mean, it's easier, I think, as you're over 30 because the gi is a bit of a slower thing. And the Masters participation is bigger in the gi because obviously no gi is now heading to wrestling. Wrestling in heel hooks, you're over 30, that's a terrifying prospect, you know? What's terrifying about the gi? Less. So I think the participation rate, the IBJJF will still be good, but I just don't think people are as interested as they used to be.
Well, why is wrestling heel hooks terrifying? Like heel hooks, I can vaguely understand. If you don't understand heel hooks.
If you work a death job and you never wrestled and got double AC, that's gonna probably break your back. You know, I think the older guys get scared of wrestling. It's hard to wrestle at 40.
To learn wrestling.
I mean, I think it's even hard in general to do wrestling at 40, but it's easy to pull half guard in the game at 40.
I think it's harder to do judo at 40. People still do it at 40. Judo hurts more.
Yeah, judo is scarier than all of them.
Yeah. I think, does wrestling really hurt?
I don't know.
I don't know why I'm looking at you.
Yeah,
It does. Interesting. I mean,
I agree with you. People saying that judo looks like the most dangerous. Like even their practice partners, people still slam as well.
yeah, I did. I mean, I did judo for a really long time. There's a lot of people that are 40, 50, 60 do judo.
They're the ones that are still alive, though.
It's true. Survivor bias. You do a little bit of judo, right?
Hey, I'm a yellow belt.
You're a yellow belt in judo? I should be an instructor. Promote you to orange.
I got a yellow belt in the 6th grade. I believe it was the 6th grade. I did it for about, I don't know, 6 months.
But you're also using judo in competition, basically. Right? Aren't you doing like Harai type throw, like you're doing?
Yeah, I don't know where I
Utah.
learned that. I just started doing it.
You just start lifting your leg in various ways until it works.
Just figuring it out. Yeah.
Doing different types of tricks.
I went to the Sandler guys and I was like, can't be that hard.
Yeah.
Got the track.
Well, they looked at your foot boxing, but they came in that hard.
You know, they say, can't be that hard. Ban up from the tournament.
What do you think is the best takedown in no-gi jiu-jitsu? Like what? Like if people are trying to train for competition and so on, like where you see the trends heading?
Like those foot sweeps is like catching fire nowadays. So a lot of foot sweeps and arm drags. I would say pretty popular in our sport.
Arm drag. Just the arm drag. Okay.
Arm drag either to get them get to behind them or even just to cause reactions, make them pull away.
Are you talking about it in a context of what's the best takedown to score? What's the safest takedown to mitigate the risk of guillotine submission? Or most effective in general?
Yeah, most effective combined. Yeah. I mean,
I think
it's about scoring.
I think any sort of body lock, you know what I mean? Locking your hands around the body, being able to put it to the floor that way, I feel like that's most effective safest. Might even have arisen out of a leg attack, leg entry, upgrade to the body.
What about like foot sweeps like outside foot sweeps?
I would say foot sweeps from outside foot sweeps or even like
Yeah, those are really good. See, why is that scary? I don't understand. That's scary again.
I think it's the lift that's scary.
Who's lifting?
No,
No, not you. I mean, in master, like we're talking about older guys doing more abuse.
those old bastards take it very serious. They just
Start lifting.
TRT world.
Yeah,
They're coming. They're coming on
grab and lift. All right, just for the gram. Okay. What about submission? What's your favorite submission? And what do you think is the most effective submission? Except the body choke.
I would have to say the rear naked. It's definitely the one that's hit the most in the highest level of competition.
Was that that's pretty interesting to see you skateboard that. Put it on. That's the cool thing about ABI to see like the world class athletes. I'm surprised that it's possible for skate with you on his back.
They'll try some of these things.
Oh yeah, skate cream. That helps. What's in the what's the formula, or is that secret?
That is a proprietary blend.
Okay. But that's what you use for greasing. That's what you grease it before. Allegedly. Is there other application outside of grappling? Or
I'm sure you can get creative.
That's good for a friend. That's RMC as well.
Really controlled. I mean, overall favorite for like solidifying a finish because like you could put somebody to sleep like even if they don't want to tag them to sleep. But as far as like something I've been working on now that I'm now starting to implement in competition, Yoko Senkaku side triangle is like it's a beautiful thing. You have multiple options. You have the triangle to finish. If that fails, you have the Kimura. You could break the arm. You could also just transfer and take it back. So Yoko Senkaku, I'm a big fan of, and I continue to be very.
Have you ever broken anyone's arm?
Oh yeah, I mean first few competitions because I was like a pretty athletic grappler or athletic wrestler going against like local black belts and brown belts. Like one of my first matches, I broke somebody a Kimura. Pretty much every time I've got a heel hook, which is only twice I've broken an opponent. If I have a joint lock, it's probably going to break. Like a lot of times it breaks before they attack.
Yeah. You seem like a really friendly combo. How hard is it to break it? Or any break a joint?
Well, I don't think it's that hard. I think like if you're talking like about an arm bar, we have this position where like people kind of holding on, and then it slips, and then it just breaks before they even get a chance to tap it.
I love this.
Right? We bought a guy and he didn't tap one time, and it was surprising. I had to put a lot of force into that. I suppose arms, shoulders, and the ligaments in the knees and ankles, but this kid, Sambo kid, fully let it go, and he tapped it on. I think the angle was like up here.
They're both
Hopefully, it can be reconstructed.
He's rebuilding.
Yeah.
All right. What about a straight foot lock? Do you guys do straight foot locks at all? No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm learning them now. We had some kid come into practice one day and like full out all of us
With
do
a straight foot lock.
straight full of just this little like Polish kid.
No, I don't think he feel like everyone, but he told me he said that about the email, put his friends down.
Yeah, we probably put it out. Everybody.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you get like people that specialize to surprise you with this could be effective stuff. Do you think there's other stuff that could be still discovered in jiu-jitsu? Like what areas do you think are ripe with techniques to discover? Like wrestling is really interesting though. There's a lot of innovation happening in wrestling.
I think there'll be more innovation when we get people that are more adamant about standing up from bottom position. I think if we get more of the community, they're like, all right, I want to get off the bottom. I think just stand up.
How jiu-jitsu doesn't work.
We should change the name. How Sambo doesn't work if you just
No. I'll change this to jiu-jitsu. But pirate it and send it for free. The entirety of the Soviet bloc. And it drives. Do you think ego is useful for martial arts or does it get in the way?
Okay, I think you need to use it in both ways. For sure, have an ego like if you're training competition. But also it can prevent you from learning and progressing if your ego is too high. Like you really have to shut the ego down when you're in the mode of learning and trying to develop skills because you're gonna put yourself in these bad positions. You're gonna have issues with the training partners that aren't necessarily up to your skill level, but because you're in these bad positions, you have to make these certain sacrifices. And for sure, ego can be a good or bad thing. But if you're able to shut the ego off and learn, then that'll have huge progression when it's time to put the ego off into use.
When was the last time you shut the ego off? What about you, Freddie? Do you? I mean, you seem to be super easygoing. Is the ego just not part of it?
Oh, for sure. I just don't want anyone to know that damage my ego. You have to suppress it deep in.
There's a child underneath all the crying, always.
For sure. I think ego is good for a bit of perseverance, like it'll help you stick it out against a tough battle with a training partner for sure. The ego's on the line. Plus, the banter back and forth, we're trying to stir each other up a bit. I think that helps sharpen the ego.
What about you? You seem like a super humble guy. Is there like a monster underneath?
It's a total act.
Yeah. I definitely think ego is a big motivator. I think it's very good to have in the aspect that it'll drive you to want to be one of the best in the world. But like Nicky Rod said, you need to be able to turn it off in the training room and force yourself into bad positions where you may not be.
Are there Don Hurst mentioned Boris, Are there like grapplers like board? This is a question from Reddit actually. Boards like characters. Anybody you've trained with in the past that doesn't compete but is just an absolute beast in training. Like people you've met that are just like.
Well, somebody that I think has probably the best like submission grappling in MMA, I think like Gilbert Burns is his submission grappling. Very good. I trained with him early on in my grappling career, and I was really impressed by his ability to really hold down opponents that try to stand up. And as a whole, he can get submissions and put people away.
When's the last time you trained with him?
No, it's been a few years.
It's just impressive ability to submit.
Yeah, like I mean, I'd see Gilbert go against a few like pretty decent black belts in the room and fare well, and maybe he gets to the back, puts the choke in. It's like Gilbert's super high level grappler, submission grappler.
Yeah, but he's pretty widely recognized as a monster. So I'm not asking you to really answer the question. It's like you're not even
I don't
listening.
remember what was the question.
All right. Well, really. Is there people like you've done all these seminars, and they're just, especially in the Eastern Bloc, you see like you went to Kazakhstan. Is there killers out there?
Oh yeah, there's tough guys out there. Obviously, I don't remember the names, nor could I pronounce it if I did, but definitely some tough guys out there. Obviously, carrying skill sets over from wrestling for sure. I'm not saying about wrestling.
But yeah, are there just people that surprise you just don't compete that are really good? Have you met them?
I feel like it's less so today because there's so many more athletes in the sport. But definitely when I was coming up back like in Australia and stuff, there were guys I'd trained with that wouldn't compete. That would be super tough.
At least for me, athletes would be really jumping. So, what about you? Have you met some athletes?
Yeah, one guy I could think of in particular is Jason Rao. He's trains up in Long Island, I think, right? Opened up his own gym out there. Yeah, Vanguard. He used to compete, but he would never be able to compete at the same level he would train at. So now he's just focused on mainly opening up a gym and teaching students. But he was a guy that was extremely good in the training room, world class. I still think to this day he's legitimately one of the best in the world, but just doesn't compete anymore.
Who wins in a fight, a lion or a bear?
Polar bear?
Well, yes, it's a good point. See, polar bear is pretty impressive. No, grizzly bear.
Grizzly bear. I think grizzly bear wins.
Well, what's the most threatening predator in Australia?
Well, I mean, it's a tricky question here because everyone's scared of the animals in Australia, but I mean, you get bit by a snake, bit by a spider. That's not that bad. Bear will just hold you down to eat you. That's a much more terrifying prospect for me. Even sharks gonna be quick. No one sees the shark coming. The shark's just gonna bite you in half. A bear just holds you down and eats you. That's frightening to me. Australia is a bunch of this weird shit.
Did you see Cocaine Bear, the movie that's coming out?
I saw the trailer. It looks good.
Yeah. So it's not every bear. It's like black bears, bears, and bears. So I think that's what they often talk about. Everybody puts lions and bears in the same category. I think there's just some weak bears.
A lion would kill a black bear, I think.
Not everybody. Again, I'm trying to tell you.
But grizzly and polar bear, I'm betting on that.
Yeah. No, I think grizzlies have decided that actually every video I've seen of grizzlies, they tire out within like 20 seconds. They get bored.
That's the gas tank?
Yeah,
that's a Nicky Ryan gas tank. Right?
Yeah. That's all they got. And they try to just take a breather. Like there's these crazy fights between bears and they last like 20 seconds.
I heard this story about a Russian family that was attacked by a bear in Russia and killed the dad. And it took so long to eat the daughter. She made 3 phone calls to her mom while I was eating her. And the first call, the mom thought she was pranking her.
That's crazy.
That's way scarier than.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Give me a snake bite any day.
Yeah. You know what? Let me change the question. It's like if you had to fight a bear or a lion, how would you try to defeat? Do you think you have a chance at all?
Well, I think I'd attack a lion a little bit differently. I think attack a bear. Okay. Well, I've seen this video where lions are eating, and you have three like skinny guys walk up behind them and kind of scare the cow off their food. I think maybe I produce some props, scare the lion away, right? But if I have to fight it, I have to fight it straight on. I mean, the thing is that you can't, even if you take the back, like you can't like bite it or choke it. The mane is too big to lock your hands around. You know.
Are you sure about that? The meat is just hair.
Yeah, let me say.
Yeah, I mean, it's thin hair. It's like matted hair. I don't know. So I think
You can get back control.
maintain. Yeah. But getting there, I think I fake high very low. Right? I think I'm going for the foot or something, a little false sweep, and I take it back.
What about a bear? I feel like they're easier. That might be easier to take to hold that.
Yeah, maybe the thing is if the bear falls on its back, just gonna crush it. So big, substantially bigger than a lion, right? Like a
And they're also like terrifying.
yeah. I think so. First of all, I saw a grizzly. I'm like, all right, he's going to attack me. I try to yell a little bit louder than him, maybe to turn him a little bit, like give him a look.
Yeah.
You know? And then yeah, for sure, I try to get behind it. I probably go like something weird, maybe like pull our eyes out or something. You know, for sure. I mean, I'm going for the vital organs. You know,
Play dead.
play that. There's no pride.
Wow, pride even matters. See, the ego, the same advice you gave, you have to put the ego aside with the bear. Even then, how would you fight a bear? I want to play dead?
My God, yeah. Could you beat a kangaroo?
Joke.
A kangaroo.
Yeah.
Kangaroo. I beat the shit out of kangaroo. Yeah. I mean, are we boxing those? We just like
How would a kangaroo attack a human?
try to kick them with the claws.
Knock them down. And then they choke.
Yeah, the kangaroos do?
They choke each other, yeah.
They don't choke each other.
You don't believe me? Watch your video. They choke each other out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What,
They
like
do this.
headlock or what?
Yeah, they knock him and just grip like this and hold him.
What's the grip? They have to have like little paws. How do they grip it?
I promise you. I'm not lying to you.
Pretty sure I've seen.
They also do strange shit like if there's a predator around there waiting to pull the water and then if it comes to attack, they drown. They're pretty smart.
Okay. Speaking of which, what's the most effective martial art for winning a street fight? You talked about rule sets and streets. I think you've talked about it. Have you ever been in a street fight?
Yeah, just one. Nothing special, nothing crazy. Yeah,
You don't talk about that time. Like for self-defense purposes, what would be a strategy on the street? What's
yeah.
advice?
Whoever wins the street fights, whoever's willing to take it the furthest, the fastest. You know what I mean? If you're thinking you're going to box and he's biting you, poking your eyes, that guy's going to win. He wants it more. You know what I mean? That's why the crackheads fight. They go for the kill straight away. You know? So I thought it's more about who's willing to do the most.
Fastest. The most fastest.
Who's got the least to lose?
Yeah, we could also define winning differently because you can also run away. But in terms of technique-wise, wrestling, judo.
I think if it's a one-on-one, I go wrestle wins. But if it's like a multiple people, you got to go Muay Thai, stay on your feet. Can't go down to the ground if it's more than one person.
Maybe double leg, maybe.
Yeah, double leg, put them asleep on the impact, right? Where it's at the ground.
Yeah, what's the goal here? Is to win the fight, not go to prison?
I haven't thought of it through that way. Yeah, certainly, yeah. Yeah, not to.
You got mutual combat here in Texas. You're good.
Is that in Texas?
Do you know what the paperwork for that looks like? You have to actually sign something, or you just
I
say,
hope I don't need to find out. I did hear a story where guys were on 6th Street and they looked at a cop. They were like, mutual combat.
Yeah.
I just got like the cops to say yes. Just duped it out. It could be false.
Sounds crazy.
Just saying.
I kind of admire that, but I've also been playing Red Dead Redemption recently, so I've like internalized the cobbler a little too much. Just to return to gym stuff. No, because it's a business, because you're running a business, there's money involved. You're also friends, but you're also training partners. Is there a tension that money creates that can threaten to destroy friendships? That's something I always worry about with money. I try not to go do any kind of business with my friends or family.
I think if we're all very clear and honest and open at the start, it makes it much easier. I think people have issues when there's like kind of like things are written on print and nobody knows the exact answers.
And so what if you just guys can't read?
We're learning that
Right.
today.
Yeah.
No,
It's definitely complicated, though.
yeah, I mean, it's not always obvious how to be transparent and stuff about everything. Have you felt that tension? Because it's just a world where money's not really unlimited. Just running a school, what's that like? Is this the first time you're running a school, running a gym?
Yeah, I mean, it's just constantly updating people about what's going on, what your expectations are. You know what I mean? We've had some problems with coaches who I feel like think the pie is bigger than it is. You know what I mean? They feel like maybe we're getting rich out of this and they're missing out on things. So it's like, even amongst managing staff, that can be challenging too. So yeah, I mean, it's a constant work in progress to make, not only to make sure everyone's happy, to make sure they're comfortable enough to reach out and tell you they're unhappy. But I feel like those challenges are common amongst any small business.
Still just to mention, I'm clueless to this, but I'm just now learning this. Somebody I met and talked to and I really like is Isaac. I
Yeah.
just learned because you're also active on Reddit. What's your name on it?
John
John
Belushi.
Belushi's mom.
As undercover as possible, you know?
Oh, it's not you. It's actually John Belushi's mom. Right. So I've done my research on this, and I guess you guys have kind of fallen out. That's good. I just want to say that I don't know the few interactions I've had with him, he's a beautiful human being. So and that just shows to me
Usually, maybe not internally.
it's actually just the experience that no. He's just a kind person. I don't know. I like him a lot. Like to me, in a business setting, yeah, tensions are created and it sucks. I don't know. I mean, I suppose money, all the stuff that happened in the jungle side, probably money had a role to play to create extra tension. Money and egos about like who is the leader, who's not the leader. It's tough. It's tough to manage that kind of stuff. I've seen it happen with jiu-jitsu schools a lot. I don't know exactly what, because it's like there's also a hierarchy inside grappling jiu-jitsu schools, like people that are better or not. There's literally ranks, black belt or brown belt. There's like competitors that are better. I mean, I don't. It's a weird dynamic for us to operate. It's like usually there's more politeness and like humanity layered into the way a company works. But here there's just a bunch of it's like violence laid on display, plus money. It's crazy. Is there something you could say to that? Like how you try to minimize? Or something you want to comment on, Isaac?
I mean, it was an unfortunate situation, but it just didn't work out. You know, like there's going to be personality clashes. Some people,
I can't imagine anyone having a personality clash with you.
with me,
It's hard to imagine.
yeah, surprising. Shocking. You know, I mean, I don't even know what to say. I don't want to touch on it too much, but obviously, his expectations about his role in the gym, obviously different from ours, led to some personality clash. Just that was sort of unresolved. You know, some things happen that can't be resolved. You can't fix those things. So, you know, obviously a lesson. I hope for both of us, definitely a lesson for me, for a management role, to try to address these things sooner. But also, sometimes I came up at a different time where there was no money, no opportunities. I had to pave that. I had to pave that way totally for myself, especially coming from Australia. Like being a professional athlete in jiu-jitsu was not a thing. So I had to pave a lot of opportunities for myself. And I feel like sometimes, I don't know what the right word is. Sometimes people don't appreciate some of the ways you help them, and they just feel like almost they deserve or are entitled to certain things, and that is very difficult to manage. But I think again, like we both see the situation different. I do hope he finds a more comfortable place to train. But yeah, obviously I've known him for a long time, sort of like a brotherly relationship. So that's going to really, make personal problems. I like that.
I just hated that, like, I've seen it in jiu-jitsu especially, but in other places where, like, close friendships were destroyed because of, like, gym stuff. Like, people wanting to, it just, as a person who's, in this case, just a fan, but in general, just as a student, it sucks.
Well, again, in my position, sometimes I wonder if there really was a friendship or mere opportunity. I have to be careful of that with some people in the sport. So,
Yeah.
is it a sincere relationship, or like, I mean, it's difficult for me to tell, or am I mixed to an end?
Sure, but I think it's actually a trade-off because I think a lot of close friendships would have, like, even relationships would have, like, when tested, it's like, can break if they're not properly communicated. I think some of it could be just misunderstanding of, like, for a period of time. It's not explained through just a lack of integrity. It's just like you have to, like, talk through that shit. Like, just be honest with each other.
Take some MDMA and really get down to that.
Drugs off. You learn anything from this conversation. I've actually haven't done MDMA yet. People say that that's something I really enjoy a lot. My brain is like natural on MDMA.
I'd recommend it for sure.
Is that what we do with Gap Band Alpha?
She drugs me.
In general, why does there always seem to be drama in the jiu-jitsu world? Like outside of what's going on here? Or is it just
It's universal to anything.
drama's everywhere? And then drama rises to the surface?
Drama makes the money.
I mean, sure, it's a little bit less. You have a bunch of, like we mentioned some of them, you have a bunch of instructionals out. What are some interesting things that you're looking forward to, like exploring in terms of teaching? The Just Stand Up is your most recent one, right? Yeah, you also have one called Power Bottom, an inclusive modern approach to the
Yeah.
You're talking, what are some other ones?
False reap allegations.
False Reap allegations, yeah. By the way, people talk about Power Bottom, again, hilarious title, but they say it's a really good instruction on, like, the guard.
Yeah, I try to at least be innovative. You know, like everyone else, I feel like is ripping off John Gordon and putting some sort of stance on us. I'm trying to take sort of a different approach. I think you can actively influence the sport with what you release because people are going to try to emulate that. So I think that those type of instructions, just power bottom, like approaching the sport differently, I think definitely has positive impact on how people play the game.
Yeah, are you working with something new?
Probably a fundamentals course, just because we're got the white belt program coming in, so I'm trying to develop a fundamentals course along the line of the constraint-based learning stuff we were talking about today, like a way to approach learning as a beginner to sort of speed up the process a bit and then make it as so technique dense. Let's have a little fun.
And focusing it on just like examples of problems to solve.
Exactly, yeah. Approaching jiu-jitsu learning that way. Like, I mean, kids learn quick through games. I think adults are capable of that to a certain extent as well.
You're releasing that instruction on pre-match preparation.
Yes.
What other stuff? Do you ever think about it?
Yeah, I have a body lock or rally lock DVD or instructional. I have the pre-match ritual coming out. I also have I'm filming how to build athleticism for grappling. Just really trying to capture different angles, kind of like the same, what Craig's doing. Try not to do the same thing that everybody else does. And there's a ton of wrestling, ton of jiu-jitsu instructional. So,
And the steroid results are coming out.
oh yeah, more plates, more dates. And hit me up for a blood panel test, like an impromptu thing, and I did it a few days ago, and I believe the results will come out shortly.
What do you bet?
It's hard to believe.
It's very, very impressive. Put me in the position here. Do you think you'll face one?
I'm open to it. I don't know how soon. Maybe in the next 6 months. I can see me facing him before ADCC works.
I think that's a great rivalry.
It's fun for me.
Is there any chance that the two, Soviet Union and Nazi Germany get back together? Yeah, GGS under whatever name gets back together.
No, I don't.
Highly unlikely. I mean, kind of did this to back up Nicky Ryan, and we're sticking with our guy.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's just too many personality conflicts for it to really ever work again.
Do you think there will always be war in the world?
War?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. From the beginning of time, it's been some kind of war, some kind of battle. Controversy is where people evolve.
Until AI, super intelligent AI, becomes way more powerful than humans, it humbles all of this with its power before it destroys it.
Until it runs out of batteries. And that's screwed.
I'm really fortunate to be able to hang out with you, to train with you, and thank you so much for talking today.
That's the best thing.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Craig Jones, Nicky Rod, and Nicky Ryan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from the anonymous. You must understand that there's more than one path to the top of the mountain. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I've had to do plenty of unpopular things. I think anytime you have to run a company that endures a century, it has to endure another century. You will do unpopular. You have no choice.
You got something. You find your way. You think that's a really good tribute? That's actually you, India, thank you, care. Thank you, Tyler. After you're done here, just kick your back. Don't give a shit about that. Really? I love it. I can do that every fucking stream. I don't know why you guys did it, but thank you, India. Thank you, Carol. Thank you. Thank you. Is it two people? That would be fucking great. You have two people there? Okay. I want to say that I've been here a week and I have not met a discourser that is nicer people and who are more talented than you are. I want you to know how special I think you are, and I want to thank you.
Gusto kong sabihin na isang linggo na akong nandito at hindi pa ako nakakakilala ng isang server ng Discord na may mas mabubuting tao dito, na mas mahusay kaysa sa inyong lahat. Gusto kong malaman ko kung gaano ka ka-espesyal sa tingin ko at gusto kitang pasalamatan.
This is Guy Please don't go, I'm wondering why I got out of bed. Morning rain knocks off my window, and I can't see it all. And even if I could, it would all be great. With your picture on my wall, it reminds me that it's not so bad, it's not so bad. Way too much last night, got pills today. My head just feels in pain. With a bus and then being held today. Let my work again. And even if I'm there, they're all in one. That I might not last today. But then you hold me, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. No, I want to thank you for giving me the stay of my life. You know, just to be with you. Stay of my life. You should know where I'm more than that. And I'm soaking through and through. When you handed me your time, and all I see is you. And even if my house falls down, I wouldn't have a clue. Because you needed me. And I want to thank you for giving me the stay of my life. And oh, just to be with you. Stay of my life. I want to thank you for giving me the stay of my life. And oh, just to be with you. Stay of my life. That was Dinos. Thank you. And again, I just want to thank you all for being such nice people. You are also very talented and really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you. understand. Whatever.
And I often felt I had to sacrifice things for the long term. And whether that would have been, really difficult things like, job changes or reductions, or whether it would be things like, hey, we're going to change the way we test semiconductors and a whole different philosophy. You have no choice. I mean, and in times of crisis as well, you got to be. I would say it's not a popularity contest.
The following is a conversation with Jeannie Rometty, who was a longtime CEO, president, and chairman of IBM. For many years, she was widely considered to be one of the most powerful women in the world. She's the author of a new book on power, leadership, and her life story called Good Power, coming out on March 7th. She is an incredible leader and human being, both fearless and compassionate. It was a huge honor and pleasure for me to sit down and have this chat with her. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jeannie Rometty. You worked at IBM for over 40 years, starting as a systems engineer, and you ran the company as chairman, president, CEO from 2011 to 2020. IBM is one of the largest tech companies in the world with, maybe you can correct me on this, with about 280,000 employees. What are the biggest challenges running a company of that size? Let's start with this big overview question.
The biggest challenges, I think, are not in running them, it's in changing. And that idea to know what you should change and what you should not change. Actually, people don't always ask that question. What should endure, even if it has to be modernized, but what should endure? And then I found the hardest part was changing how work is done. Such a big company.
What was the part that you thought should endure? The core of the company that was a beautiful part that persisted time and should persist in time.
I'd be interested. Do you have a perception of what you think it would be?
Do I have a perception? Well, I'm a romantic for a history of long-running companies, so there's kind of a tradition. As an AI person, to me, IBM has some epic sort of research where you show off, IT Blue, lots of just impressive big moonshot challenges. But that's probably a small part of IBM. You said that's mostly like the sexy public-facing part.
Yeah. Well, certainly the research part itself, right, is over 3,000. So it's not that small. That's a pretty big research.
Yes.
But the part that should endure ends up being, a company that does things that are essential to the world. Meaning, think back. You said you're romantic. It was the 30s, the Social Security system. It was putting the nail. It was, to this day, things don't run. Railroads don't run. That is at its core. It's doing mission critical work. And so that part, I think, is at its core. It's a business-to-business company. And at its core, it's about doing things that are really important. So running and being better.
Running the infrastructure of the world, so doing it at scale, doing it reliably.
Yes, secure in this world. That's like everything. In fact, when I started, I almost felt people were looking for what that was. And together was sort of, in a word, it was to be essential. And the reason I love that word was, I can't call myself essential. You have to determine that, right? So it was to be essential. Even though some of what we did is exactly what you said, it's below the surface. So many people say to me, what does that have to do? And over the years, it's changed so much. And today, it's really a software and consulting company. Consulting's a third of it. And the software is all hybrid cloud and AI. That would not have been true, as you know, back even 2 decades ago, right? So it changes. But I think in its core, it's that the essential. You said moonshot. Can't all be moonshots, because moonshots don't always work. But mission critical.
So, given the size, though, you started running it, did you feel the sort of thing that you usually associate with size, which is bureaucracy, maybe the aspect of size that hindered progress, but hindered ability? Did you feel that?
You would. For lots of reasons. I think when you're a big company, sometimes people think the process is the client themselves. Or I would say to people, the process is not your customer. There is a real customer here that you exist for. And that's really easy to fall into, because people are a master to this process. And that's not right. And when you're big, the other thing, and boy, there's a premium on it, is speed. Right? That in our industry, you got to be fast. And go back, like when I took over in 2012, we had a lot of catching up to do, a lot of things to do, and it was moving so fast. And as you well know, all those trends were happening at once, which made them go even faster. And so, pretty unprecedented actually for that many trends to be at one time. And I used to say, go faster, go faster, go faster. And honestly, I powered them out. I mean, it kind of dawned on me that when you're that big, it's a really valuable lesson. And it taught me like the hows were more important than the what. Because if I didn't do something to change how work was done, like change those processes or give them new tools, help them with skills, they couldn't. They're just like do the same thing faster. If someone tells you, you've got hiking boots, and they're like, no, go run a marathon. You're like, I can't do it in those boots. But so you've got to do something. And at first, I think the ways for big companies, I would call them like smart clubs. You do what everyone does. You reduce layers. Because if you reduce layers, decisions go faster. It's math. If there's less decision points, things go faster. You do the blunt club thing. And then after that, though, it did lead me down a long journey of, they sound like buzzwords, but if you really do them at scale, they're hard, around things like agile. And because you've really got to change the way work gets done. And we ended up training, hundreds of thousands of people on that stuff. On how to do it correctly. That's right. Versus, because everybody talks about it. But the idea that you would really have small disciplinary teams work from the outside in, set those sort of interim steps, take the feedback, pivot, and then do it on not just products, do it on lots of things. It's hard to do at scale. People always say, oh, I got this agile group over here of 40 people. But not when you're a couple 100,000 people. You got to get a lot of people to work that way.
The one club thing you're talking about. Mm-hmm. So flatten that position as possible.
Yeah, I quite reduced the layers of everything by half. And so that has lots of benefits, right? Time to a decision, more autonomy to people, and then the idea of like faster clarity of where you're going, because you're not just filtered through so many different layers. And I think it's the kind of thing a lot of companies, if you're big, have to just keep going through. It's kind of like grass grows, it just comes back, and you gotta go back down and work on it. So it's a natural thing. But I hear so many people talk about it, like this idea of like, okay, who makes decisions? You've often heard nobody can say yes and everybody can say no. And that's actually what you're trying to get out of the system.
So the book in general, the way you read is very much about we and us, represent the power of we. But is there times when we have to step in and do autocratic, take control of the
Oh, I am sure you know the answer to that. And it is, of course, yes.
It's great to say.
That's it. Yeah. Because I actually, there's a leader for a time, but then there's a leader for a situation, right? And so I've had to do plenty of unpopular things. I think anytime you have to run a company that endures a century, it has to endure another century, you will do unpopular things. You have no choice. And I often felt I had to sacrifice things for the long term. And whether that would have been, really difficult things like, job changes or reductions, or whether it would be things like, hey, we're going to change the way we do our semiconductors and a whole different philosophy. You have no choice. I mean, and in times of crisis as well, you got to be. I always said it's not a popularity contest. So that's none of these jobs are popularity contests. I don't think your company's got one person or 500,000. They're not popular.
But psychologically, is it difficult to just sort of step in as a new CEO? Because you're fighting against tradition, there's all these people that act like experts at their thing, and they are experts, and you can step in and say, we'll do differently.
When you got to change a company, it's really tempting to say, throw everything else out, back to that what must endure, right? But I know when I took over, I knew how much had to change. The more I got into it, I could see, wow, a lot more had to change, right? Because the platform, we've always done our best. We had a platform, a technology platform. You will go back in time and you'll think of the old frame systems, you'll think of the PC, you'll think of perhaps middleware, you could even call services a platform. We needed a platform, the next platform here to be there. Skills. When I took over, the inventory, who had relevant skills for the future, it was 2 out of 10 people for the future. Not that they never often skill stay for the future. 2 out of 10, yes, that's a big problem, right? The speed at which things were getting done. So you got so much to do, and you say, is that a scary thing? Yes. Do you have to sometimes dictate? Yes. But I did find, and it is worth it. I know every big company I know, my good friend that runs General Motors, the shoes had to change. Go back to what is them, and when you do that, get back to be essential. We kind of started with, hey, let's be essential. Then the next thing I did with the team was say, okay, now this means new era of computing, new buyers are out there, and we better have new skills. Okay, now the next thing, how do you operationalize it? And it just takes some time, but you can engineer that and get people to build belief.
For the skills, that means hiring.
Yes. Yeah, oh boy, that's a long, skills is a really long topic in and of itself. I try to put my view in it. I learned a lot and I changed my view on it. I'll go back to my very beginning, say 40 years ago. I would have said at that point, okay, I was always in a hurry, but I was interviewing to hire people. I don't know how you hire people. 40 years ago, I'd be like, okay, I got to fit in these interviews. I got to hire someone to get this done. Okay. Then time would go on. I'm like, that's not very good. In fact, someone said to me, hey, hire the best people to work for you and your job gets a lot easier. Okay, just spend more time on this topic. Spend more time on it. Then it was like, okay, hire experts. Okay, hire a lot of experts over my life. And then I was feeling like an epiphany, and it really happened over my tenure running the company, people change skills. If someone's an expert at something who's just done that for 30 years, the odds of them really being to change a lot are pretty low. And when you're in a really dynamic industry, that's and so, okay, that was like kind of my first revelation on this. And then when I looked to hiring, I can remember when I started my job, we needed cyber people. And I go out there and I look, unemployment in the US was almost 10%. Can't find it. Okay, it's 10% and I can't find the people. Okay, what's the issue? They're not teaching the right things. That led me down a path, and it was serendipity that I happened to do a review of corporate social responsibility at this one little fledgling school in a low-income area, and high school with a community college. We gave them internships, direction on curriculum. Oh, behold, we can hire these kids. I said, this is not CSR. Like, I just found a new talent, which takes me to now what I'm doing in my post-retirement. I'm like, this idea that don't hire just for a college degree, we had 99% of our hires were college and PhDs, and I'm all for it. So we're very don't
deeply offended.
No, nothing. And I'm vice chair at Northwestern, one of the vice chairs. But I said, I just really like aptitude does not equal access. These people didn't have access, but they had aptitude. It changed my whole view to skills first. And so now for hiring, it's kind of a long story to tell you. The number one thing I would hire for now is somebody's willingness to learn. You can test, you can try different ways, but their curiosity and willingness to learn, hands down, I would take that trait over anything else.
So the interview process, the questions
changed, everything changed.
The kind of things you talk to them about is to try to get at how curious they are about the work.
Testing, and I mean, we triangulated on lots of ways. And now look, at the heart of it, what it would do is change. You don't think of buying skills, you think of building skills. And when you think that way, with so many people, and I think this country, many developed countries being disenfranchised, you got to bring them back into the workforce somehow, and they got to get some kind of contemporary skills. And if you took that approach, you can bring them back into the workforce.
Yeah, I think some interesting combination of humility and passion. Because like you said, experts sometimes lack humility. If they call themselves an expert for 3 years, they have to have that beginner's mind and the passion to be able to aggressively, constantly be a beginner in everything and learn.
I saw it firsthand when we were beginning this path, down in the cloud and AI. And people say, IBM, existential, they got to change, and all these things. And I did hire a lot of people from outside, very willing to learn new things. Come on in. And I sometimes say shiny objects, strange and shiny objects. Come on in. But I saw something. It was another one of these. You're not a shiny object. I'm not saying that. But I learned something. Okay, some of them did fantastic, and others, they're like, well, let me school you on everything. But they didn't realize that we did really mission critical work, and they'd break a bank. I mean, they would not understand the certain kind of security and the auditability and everything that had to go on. And then I watched IBM people say, "Oh, I actually can learn something." Some people like, "Yeah, okay, I don't know how to do that. That's a really good thing I can learn." And in the end, there was not like one group was a winner and was a loser. The winners were the people who were willing to learn from each other. I mean, it was, to me, it was very stark examples of that point. And I saw at first how people should be hired, promoted, paid, you name it.
Yeah, the AI in general, it seems like nobody really understands now what the future will look like. We're all trying to figure it out. So what IBM will look like in 50 years in relation to the software business, the AI is unknown. What Google will look like, all these companies are trying to figure it out, and that means constantly learning, taking risks, all of those things. And nobody's really skilled in AI.
You're absolutely right. That's right. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you on that.
You wrote in the book, speaking of hiring, quote, "My drive for perfection often meant I only focused on the need to change without acknowledging the positive. This could keep people from trusting themselves. It could take me a while to learn that just because I could point something out didn't mean I should. I still spotted errors that I became more deliberate about what I mentioned and sent back to get fixed. I also tried to curtail my tendency to micromanage and let people execute. I had to stop assuming my way was the best or only way. I was learning that giving other people control builds their confidence, and that constantly trying to control people destroys it." So, what's the right balance between showing the way and helping people find the way?
That is a good question, because like a really flip answer would be, as it gets bigger, you have no choice but to just, you can't do it. You have to tell or show. I mean, you've got to let people find the way because it's so big, you can't, right? That's an obvious answer. Scope of work, bigger it gets, okay, I've got to let more stuff go. But I have always believed that a leader's job is to do as well. And I think there's like a few areas that are really important that you always do. Now, it doesn't mean you're showing. So, like when it has to do with values and value-based decisions, like I think it's really important to constantly show people that you walk your talk on that kind of thing. It's super important. And I actually think it's a struggle young companies have because the values aren't deeply rooted. And when a storm comes, it's easy to uproot. And so I always felt like when it was that time, I showed it. I got taught that so young at IBM, and even General Motors. That I do write about that in the book. First time I was a manager, had a gentleman tell me dirty jokes, and not to me, but to other people, and it really offended people and some of the women. This is the very early 80s, and they came, said something. I talked to my boss, I'm a first-time manager, and he was unequivocal of what I should do. He said, and this was a top performer, it stops immediately or you fire. So there are a few areas like that that I actually think you have to always continue to role model and show, right? That to me isn't the kind of, like, when you let go of stuff, right? So
The values and relationships with clients.
yeah, whatever you're in service of. And the other thing was, I really thought it was really important to role model learning. Right? So, I can remember when we started down the journey, and we went on to this thing, we called it Think Academy. IBM's long time around. And we said, okay, I'm going to make the first Friday of every month compulsory education. And, okay, I mean everybody. Like everybody, I don't care what your job is. Okay? When the whole company has to transform, everybody's got to get kind of some skin in this game and understand it. I taught the first hour of every month for 4 years. Now, okay, I had to learn something. But it made me look, and I'm like, okay, if I can teach this, you can do it, right? I mean, kind of.
So it was a compulsory Thursday night education.
Well, I'm a little bit better prepared than that. But yes, you're so right. Yeah.
So you prepare.
Yeah.
So
That's another habit.
You like to prepare.
Yeah, but his roots in that go back deeply. I think it's an interesting reason. So why are you're prepared, my friend? Yeah, sure. You prepare for your interviews.
Sure.
The rest you wing.
Yeah, I wing.
But that's okay. I mean, you don't have to prepare everything. I don't prepare everything either.
No, but I unfortunately wing stuff. I say it at the last minute. I push everything. I'm always almost late, and I don't know why that is. I mean, there's some deep psychological thing we should probably investigate, but it's probably the anxiety brings out the performance.
That could be. That's very true.
I mean, so I'm a programmer engineer at heart, and so programmers famously underestimate, how long something's going to take. So everything, I always underestimate. It's almost as if I want to feel this chaos, anxiety of a deadline or something like this. Otherwise, I would be lazy sitting on the beach with a pina colada and relaxing. I don't know. So that we have to know ourselves. For me, you like to prepare.
Yeah, it came from a few different places. I mean, one would have been as a kid. I think I was not a memorizer, and my brother was brilliant. He could read it once, boom, done. And so I always wanted to understand how something happened. It didn't matter what it was I was doing, whether it was algebra theorems. I always wanted, don't give me the answer, don't give me the answer. I want to figure it out, so I could reproduce it again and didn't have to memorize. So it started with that, and then over time. Okay, so I was in university in the 70s. When I was in engineering school, I was the only woman. I meet people still to this day. And I think you really get that feeling of, okay, I better really study hard because whatever I say is going to be remembered in this class, good or bad. And it started. So in some ways, I did it for two reasons. Early on, I think it was a shield for confidence. The more I studied, the more prepared I was, the more confident. That's probably still true to this day. The second reason I did it evolved over time and became different. If I was really prepared, then when we're in the moment, I can really listen to you. See, because I don't have to be doing all this stuff on the fly in my head. And I can actually take things I know and maybe help the situation. So it really became a way that I could be present and I think that's something that a lot of people that in the moment, I learned it from my husband. He wasn't prepared. So that's not it. But I watched the in the moment.
The negative example.
No. And I'm not going to change that. As he says, he's a type C, I'm an A. Okay? And I'm married 43 years, that seems to work. So, but that idea that you could be in the moment with people is a really important thing.
Yeah, so there's a preparation gives you the freedom to be in the position. So just to linger on you mentioned your brother, and it seems like in the book that you really had to work hard and you study to sort of, given that you weren't good at memorization, you really, truly, deeply want to understand this stuff and you put in the hard work. And it seems to persist throughout your career. So, hard work is often association with maybe with burnout, with dissatisfaction. Is there some aspect of hard work at the core of who you are that led to happiness for you? Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed it. So I will be the first. And I'm really careful to say that to people because I don't think everyone should associate to do what you did. You have to, there's only one route there, right? And that's just not true. And I do it because I like it. In fact, I'm careful. And as time goes on, you have to be careful. Normal people watch you. Whether you like it, you're a role model. You are a role model. Whether you know it, like it, want it, does not matter. I learned that the hard way. And I would have to say to people, just because I do this does not mean I do it for these reasons, right? It's to be really explicit. And I come to believe, usually when people say the word power, I don't know, do you have a positive or negative notion when I say the word power?
Probably negative.
For some stereotype or some view that somebody's abused it in some way. You can read the newspaper, somebody's doing something. Personal people, like I'll ask people, do you want power? And they're like, oh no, I'd rather do good. And I think the irony is you need power to do good. And so that sort of led me down to, as I thought about my own life, right? Because it starts in like many of us, you don't have a lot, but you don't know that because you're like everybody else around you at that time. And on one end, tragedy. My father leaves my mother homeless, no money, no food, nothing, 4 kids. She's never worked a day in her life outside of a home. And the irony of that here, I would end up as the ninth CEO of one of America's iconic companies. And now I co-chair this group 110. And that journey, I said the biggest thing I learned was you could do really hard, meaningful things in a positive way. So now you ask me about why I work so hard. I ended up writing the book in 3 pieces for this reason. When you really think of your life and power, I thought you kind of fell like a pebble in water. Like there's a ring about, you really care about yourself and like the power of yourself, power of me. There's a time it transcends to that you are working with and for others, and another moment when it becomes like about society. So my hard work, I'd ask you, one day sit, really hard to think about when you close your eyes, who do you see from your early life, right? And what did you learn? And maybe it's not that hard for you. I mean, it's funny the things then, if I really looked at it, it's no surprise what I do today. And that hard work part, my great grandma, as you and I were comparing notes on Russia, right? And never spoke English, spoke Russian, came here to this country, was a cleaning person at the Wrigley building in Chicago. Yet, if she hadn't saved every dime she made, my mother wouldn't have a home and would have had a farm, right? What did I learn from that? Hard work. And actually, when I went to college, she's like, "Oh, you really should be on a farm. You're so big, you know, that was her view. And then my grandmother, another tragic life. What did she do though? And think how long, this in the 40s, the 50s, she made lampshades. And she taught me how to sew, right? So I could sew clothes, we couldn't afford them. But my memory of my grandma is working 7 days a week, sewing lampshades. And then here comes my mom in her situation who climbs her way out of it. So I associate that with, well, strong women, by the way, all strong women. And I associate hard work with how you are sure you can always take care of yourself. And so I think if the roots go way back there, and they were always teaching something, right? Like your grandma was teaching me how to cook, how to work a farm, even though I didn't be on a farm. My grandma taught me, here's how to sew, here's how to run a business. And then my mother would teach us that, look, it's just a little bit of education. Look at the difference it can make, right? So anyways, that's a long answer to, I think that hard work thing is really deeply rooted from that background.
It gives you a way out.
Yeah, I think I've seen you on other podcasts say, I thought I did. Do you want a plan B? Didn't you say no, you would not like a plan B?
Yeah.
Because you're like, I would prefer my backup against. Am I remembering?
Yeah, like, you seem to like, at least certain moments of your life seem to do well in desperate times.
True enough. That's true. I learned that very well. But I also think that maybe this is the same kind of plan B. I think of it as, like I was taught, like, always be able to take care of yourself. Don't have to rely on someone else. And I think that to me, so that's my plan. If I can take care of myself. And it's even after what I lived through with my father, I thought, well, this set a bar for bad. After this, nothing's bad. And that is a very freeing thought.
Being able to take care of yourself, is that, practically, or do you mean just the self-belief that I'll figure it out?
I'll figure it out and practically both, right?
So you wrote, quote, I vividly remember the last 2 weeks of my freshman year when I only had 25 cents left. I put the quarter in a clear plastic box on my desk and just stared at it. This is it, I thought. No more money. So do you think there's some aspect of that financial stress, even desperation, being hungry? Does that play a role in that drive that led to your success to be the CEO? One of the great companies ever?
It's a really interesting question because I was just talking to another colleague who's CEO of another great American company this weekend, and he mentioned to me about all this adversity, and he said, or I said to him, I said, do you think part of your success is because you had bad stuff happen? And he said yes, and so I guess I'd be lying if I didn't say, I don't think you have to have tragedy, but it does teach you, like, one really important thing is that there is always a way forward. Always. And it's in your control.
I think there's probably wisdom from mentorship there, or whether you're a parent or a mentor, that easy times don't result in growth.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of my friends, and they worry. They said, gee, my kids have never had bad times. And so what happens here? So I don't know. Is it required? And why you end up Not required, but it should be.
You had this good line about advice you were given: that growth and comfort never coexist. Growth, comfort never coexist, and you have to get used to that.
If someone said that they think of me like one of the most profound lessons I had, and the
That's pretty
irony is,
profound.
it's from my husband, and which is even more, funny
But
actually.
you're just stealing. I mean, you don't
Oh,
have to give him
I
credit.
have shamelessly. As he'll tell you. Okay, so the story behind growth and comfort never coexist, but honestly, I think it's been a really freeing thought for me, and it's helped me immensely since mid-career. And as I write about it in the book, I'm mid-career, and I've been running a pretty big business actually. And the fella I work for is going to get a job. He's going to get promoted. He calls me and says, "Hey, you're going to get my job. I really want you to have it." And I said to him, "No way." I said, "I'm not ready for that job. I got a lot more things I got to learn. That is like a huge job. Around the world, every product line, development, you name it, every function. I can't do it." He looked at me. He says, "Well, I think you should go to the interview." I went to the interview the next day. Blah, blah, blah. Guy says to me, looks at me, and he says, "I'm not doing that job." And I said, "I would like to." I said, "I want to go home and talk to my husband." I looked at me, okay. Going home, my husband is sitting there and says to me, I went on and on about the story, etc. He says, "Do you think a man would do that?" And I said, he says, "I know you." He's like, 6 months you're going to be born. And all you can think of is what you don't know. And he said, "I know these other people. You're way more skilled than them, and they think they could do it." And he's like, "Why? Why?" And for me, it internalizes feeling that. I am gonna say something that's a stereotype that it resonates with many, many women, and I'll ask you if it does after. Is that either the most harsh critic of themselves, and so this idea that I won't grow unless I can feel uncomfortable doesn't mean I always have to show. So that's why I meant growth and comfort can never coexist. So I was like, he's exactly right. Now, the end of that story is I went in and took the job. I went back to the man who was really my mentor looking out for me. And he looked at me and he said, "Don't ever do that again." And I said, "I understand." Because it was okay to be uncomfortable. I didn't have to use it. I mean, now I would take stock of the things I can do, right? And really think, or I look for times to be uncomfortable. Because I know if I am nervous, like, I don't know if you're nervous to meet me. You never met me. No,
I'm still terrified.
no, you're not. But then you mean you're learning something, right?
Putting it together.
So
Well, I
that
also
to me matters.
I think it's interesting. Maybe you could speak to that. The sort of the self-critical thing inside your brain, because I think sometimes it's talked about that women have that, but I have that definitely. And I think that's not just external property of women in the workplace, but I also want to sort of push back on the idea that that's a bad thing that you should silence, because I think that anxiety that leads to growth also is like this discomfort. But there's this weird balance you have to have between that self-critical engine and confidence.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
You have to kind of dance, because if you're super confident, people will value you higher. That's important. And if you're way too confident, maybe in the short term you're good, but in the long term you won't grow.
Very good point. So I can't really disagree with that. And to me, even when I took on jobs, I always felt people said, "Well, is it, are you confident enough?" And I came to sort of believe, again, a theme of my beliefs, that if I was willing to ask lots of questions and understood enough, that's all I needed to know.
Let me ask you a question.
Oh,
So you write in the book, you write in it. He's just jumping around. Like I said, I'm a bit of a romantic. So how did you meet your husband?
So I met my husband when I was 19 years old, so I was a young kid. And I met him when I had a General Motors scholarship. So I was at Northwestern University for the first 2 years, had a lot of loans, financial aid, and a professor said, "Hey, you should sign up for this interview. They're looking to bring forward diverse candidates for the management track. Well, these programs don't exist anymore like that. They will pay your tuition, your board, your expenses. Northwestern, other Ivy League schools, these very expensive schools, and I think you'd be a good fit." I am eternally thankful for that advice. When I interviewed, I actually got the scholarship. I mean, without it, I graduated with hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. So part of that was in the summer, I had to work in Detroit. I went to a little room for a plant, not theirs, but I mean, that's all I could afford. Very, very romantic. And the person who owned the house said, you know, hey, I'm having a party, you're not invited. I'm going to fix you up with someone tonight. And that turned out to be my husband. And so it was a blind date, is how we got.
That was
The
story was written.
Yep.
This, if it's okay, just zoom out to you mentioned power and good power a few times. So if we could just talk about it. Your book is called Good Power, Leading Positive Change in Our Lives, Work, and World. What is good power? What's the essence of good power?
So the essence of it would be doing something hard or meaningful, but in a positive way. I would also tell you, I hope one day I'm remembered for how I did things, not just for what I did. I think that could almost be more important. I think it's a choice we can all make. So the essence to me of good power, if I had to contrast good to bad, let's say, would be that first off, you have to embrace and navigate tension. This is the world we live in. And by embracing tension, not running from it, you would bridge divides that unites people, not divides. It's a hard thing to do, but you can do it. You do it with respect, which is the opposite of fear. A lot of people think they get things done as fear. And then the third thing would be you got to celebrate some of the progress versus perfection. Because I also think that's what stops a lot of things from happening. Because, you know, if you go from whatever your definition of perfect is, it's either polarization or paralyzation. I mean, if something happens in here versus, no, don't worry about getting to that actual exact endpoint. If I keep taking a step forward in progress, really tough stuff can get done. And so my view of that is like, honestly, I hope it can, you know, I said it's like a more purpose. I'm only doing it. It was a really hard thing for me to do because I don't actually talk about all these things. And I had to, nobody cares about your like scientific description of this. They want stories in your life to bring it alive. So it's a memoir with purpose. And in the writing of it, it became the power of me, the power of we, and the power of us. The idea that you build a foundation in the world, mostly from my work life, the power of we, which says, I kind of, in retrospect, could see 5 principles on how to really drive change that would be done in a good way. And then eventually you could scale that, the power really of us, which is what I'm doing about finding better jobs for more people now that I co-chair an organization called Content. So that essence of navigate tensions, do it respectfully, celebrate progress, and indulge me one more minute. It's sort of, again, it's retrospect. I didn't know this in the moment. I had to learn it. I learned it. I invested for a lot of people I worked with and around. But some of the principles, like the first one says, if you're going to do something, change something, do something, you got to be in service of something. Being in service of is really different than serving. Super different. And like I just had my knee replaced. And I interviewed all these guys. You can tell the difference if the guy was going to do a surgery. Hey, my surgery's fine. I really don't care whether you can walk and do the stuff you want to do again because my surgery's fine. Your hardware is good. I actually had some trouble. And I had a doctor who was like, you know, this is all right. I'm coming to you. Yeah, surgery was fine. It was me that was reacting wrong to it. And he didn't care until I could walk again. Okay, there's a big difference in those two things. And it's true in any business you have. A waiter serves you food. Okay, he served his food, he did his job. Or did he care he had a good time? So that thought to be in service of it took me a while to get that, like to try to write it, to get that across, because it's like so fundamental. If people were really in service of something, you got to believe that if I fulfill your needs, at the end of the day, mine will be fulfilled. And that is that essence that makes it so different. And then the second principle is about building a belief, which is I gotta hope you'll voluntarily believe in a new future or some alternate reality, and you will use your discretionary energy versus me ordering you. You'll get so much more done. Then the third, change and endure. We kind of talked about that earlier. Focus more on the how and the skills. And then the part on good tech and being resilient. So anyways, I just felt that like good tech, everybody's a tech company. I don't know what you do today. And there's some fundamental things you're going to do. In fact, pick up today's newspaper, right? Chat GPT. You're an AI guy. All right. I believe one of the tenets of good tech is it's like responsibility for the long term. It says, so if you're going to invent something, you better look at its upside and its downside. Like we did quantum computing. Great, a lot of great stuff, right? Materials development, risk management calculations, endless list. On the other side, you can break encryption. That's a bad thing. So we work equally hard on all the algorithms that we sustain quantum. I think with chat, okay, great. There's equal in there, people working on it, but like, okay, the things that say, hey, I can tell this was written with that, right? Because the implications of how people learn, right? This is not a great thing if all it does is do your homework. That is not the idea of homework, as someone who likes to study hard. But anyways, you get my point. It's just the upside and the downside.
And that there could be much larger implications and much more difficult to predict, and it's our responsibility
Absolutely.
to really work hard to figure
Yeah,
that
I was
out.
talking AI ethics a decade ago, and I'm like, why won't anybody listen to us? You know, that's another one of those values things that you realize, hey, in order to bring technology in the world, I better bring it safely, right? And that to me comes with when you're an older company that's been around, you realize that society gave you a license to operate, and it can take it away. And we see that happen nowadays. And therefore, you're like, okay, like why I feel so strong about skills. Hey, if I'm going to bring in, it's going to create all these new jobs, job dislocation, then I should help. I'm trying to help people with these skills. Anyways, that's a long answer to the good tech, but the idea that there's kind of, in retrospect, a set of principles you could look at and maybe learn something from my sort of rocky road through there.
But it started with the power of we, and there's that big leap, I think, that propagates the things you're saying, which is the leap from focusing on yourself to focusing on others, and having that empathy. You've said at some point in our lives and careers, our attention turns from ourselves to others. We still have our own goals, but we recognize that our actions affect many, that it is impossible to achieve anything truly meaningful alone. So it's, to you, I think, maybe you can correct me, but ultimate good power is about collaboration. And maybe, in large companies, like delegation on great teams.
The ultimate good power is actually doing something for society. That would be my ultimate definition.
So it's
By
about the
the way.
results.
Yeah, but how it's done, right? How it's done. And so, when you said a leap, do you think people make a leap when they go from thinking about themselves to others? Do you think it's a leap, or do you think it kind of just is a sort of slow?
I think the leap is in deciding that this is, it's like deciding that you will care about others. It's like a leap in going to the gym for the first time. Yes, it takes a long time to develop that and to actually care, but the decision that I'm going to actually care about others really means that.
Mm-hmm.
I think, or at least, it just feels like a deliberate action to take with him.
Yeah, because sometimes I think it happens a little. It's maybe not as deliberate. Yeah, it's a little bit more gradual because it might happen because you realize that, geez, I can't get this done alone, so I got to have other people with me. But how do I get them to help me do something? So I think it does happen a little bit more gradually, and as you get more confident, you start to not think so much that it's about you, and you start to think about this other thing you're trying to accomplish. And so that's why I felt it was a little more gradual. I also felt like I can remember so well, this idea that, again, now we're in the 80s, 90s, I'm a woman, I'm in technology, and I was down in Australia at a conference, and I gave this great speech. Again, me, power, I think I gave this great speech, financial services. This guy walks up to me after I think he's going to ask me some great question, and he said to me, I wish my daughter could have been there. And in that moment, and at that point, up to then, I'd always been about, look, please don't notice I'm rude. Do not notice that. I just want to be recognized for my work. The crossing over from me to we, like it or not, I was a role model for some number of people. And maybe I didn't want to be, but that didn't really matter. So I could either accept that and embrace it or not. I think it's a good example of that transition. I did have a little epiphany with that happening. And then I'm like, okay, because I would always be like, no, I won't go to a women's conference. I won't talk here. I won't, no. But then I sort of realized, wait a second. You know that old saying, you cannot move what you cannot see. And I said this, okay, I'm in these positions. I have a responsibility to, and it's to others. And that's what I meant. I felt like it can be somewhat gradual that you come and you have these pivotal moments that you see it, but then you feel it and you sort of move over that transit into the power.
You're one of the most powerful tech leaders ever. And as you mentioned the word power, you know, the old saying goes, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Was there an aspect of power that was that you had to resist its ability to corrupt your mind, to sort of delude you to thinking you're smarter than you are, all the ways
That's
power
very
corrupts?
dangerous. I agree with that. I mean, I think you got to be careful who you surround yourself with. That's how I would answer that question, right? And people who will hold the mirror up to you can be done in a very positive way, by the way. It doesn't mean, but that we're sycophants, you cannot have that, right? I mean, it's like, I always think to someone like, listen to me, tell me what would make me better or do something. Or I have a husband that would do that for me quite easily. He'll always tell me.
He's the one that
I have been surrounded myself with a number of people that would do that, and I think you have to have that. I had a woman that worked with me for a very long time, and at one time we were competitors, and then at some point she started to work for me and stayed with me for a great while. And she was one of the few people that would tell me the truth. In sometimes I'm like, and she'd be like, "Do not roll your eyes at this," and you absolutely have got to have that. And I think it'll go back to my complete commitment to inclusion and diversity, because you got to have that variety around you. You'll get a better product and a better answer at the end of the day. And so to resist that allure, I think it's about who you surround yourself with. Current politics would say that too.
So you write about, in general, you value diversity a lot. Can you speak to almost like philosophically, what is diversity?
Diversity to me means I'm going to get a better product, a better answer. I value different views, and so it's inclusion. So I would say inclusion, diversity is a number, inclusion is a choice. And you can make that choice every single day.
Good one.
I really believe, I've witnessed it, that I've had, my teams are diverse, I get a better answer. My friends are diverse, I have a better life. I mean, all these kinds of things. And so I also believe it's like no silver thread, there's no easy way. You have to authentically believe it. I mean, do you authentically believe that diversity is a good thing?
Yeah, but I believe that diversity.
I use very broad.
Yeah, so like there's, sometimes the way diversity is looked at, the way diversity is used today is like surface level characteristics, which are also important. They're usually reflective of something else, which is a diversity of background, a diversity of thought, a diversity of struggle. So people that go middle class versus or different countries, different motivations, all of that. Yeah, it's beautiful, and different people from very different walks of life get together. Yeah, it's beautiful to see. But like sometimes it's very difficult to get at that on a sheet of paper of the characteristics that defines the diversity.
I know. So it is. It's just like, I can't hire exactly for her if I'm trying to. But I do know one thing, that when people say, "Well, I can't find these kind of people," and I'm looking for, I'm like, you're just not looking in the right place.
Right, you have to open up.
You got to really open up your tools.
Yeah, right? And just think, like everybody, you don't have to have a PhD to say this.
No, it's very valuable what you have. Trust me.
Well, you could just think it's like it could be negative. So you mentioned like the power. You are a CEO. You were a CEO for a kind of a public company. Were there times when there was pressure to sacrifice what is good for the world for the bottom line in order to do what's good for the
there were a
company?
lot. I mean, I think every company faces that today, in that I always felt like there's so much discussion about stakeholder agreements. Right? Do you just serve a shareholder, or do you have multiple? I have always found, and I've been very vocal about that topic, that when I participated in business roundtables or the purpose statement that had multiple stakeholders, I think it's common sense. Like, if you're going to be 100 years old, you only get there because you actually do at some time balance all these different stakeholders and what it is that you do, and short term, long term, all these trade-offs. And I would say people who write about it, they write about it black and white, but I have to live a gray world. Nothing I've ever done has been in a black and white world, hardly. Maybe things of value, but most of it is gray. And so I think back lots of different decisions. I think back, as you would well remember, you're a student of history. IBM was one of really the originators of the semiconductor industry, and certainly commercializing the semiconductor industry. Great R&D and manufacturing, but it is a game of volume. And so when I came on, we were still manufacturing R&D and manufacturing our own chips. We were losing a lot of money. Yet here we had to fight a war on the cloud and AI. And so, okay, now shareholders would say, fine, shut it down. Okay, those chips also power some of the most important systems that power the banks of today. If I just shut it down, well, what would that do? And so, okay, the answer wasn't just stop it. The answer wasn't keep putting money into it. The answer was we had to kind of sit in an uncomfortable spot till we found a way. I mean, it's going to sound so basic, but you as an engineer understand it. We had to separate it. It was a very integrated process of research, development, and manufacturing. And you'd also be perfecting things in manufacturing. And these were very high performance chips. We had to be able to separate those. We eventually found a way to do that so that we could take the manufacturing elsewhere, and we would maintain the R&D. I think it's a great example of the question I just asked, because if there were people would have applauded, others would have been, this is horrible. Or we had a financial roadmap that had been put in place that said, I'll make this amount of EPS by this date. There came a time we couldn't honor it because we had to invest. And so there's a million of these decisions. I think most people that run firms, any size firm, they just want to write firm up like that. And you're always making that short and long tension of what am I giving up?
What is that partnership like with the clients? Because you work with gigantic businesses, and what's it like, sort of really forming a great relationship with them, understanding what their needs are, being service of their needs?
Yeah, very simple. Honor your promises, and that happens over time. I mean, in service of, which is often why you can work with competitors, because if you are really in service of you and you need something, it takes two of us to do it, that becomes easier to do, because we both care, you get what you needed. And so I can remember during one of the times I was on a European trip, and at the time, a lot of, and this is still true, about views about technology and national technology giants, global ones, and pros and cons, and countries want their own national champions. Quite obvious. I mean, if I'm from Germany, and there was a lot of discussion about security and data and who was getting access to what. And I can remember being in one of the, I was with Chancellor Merkel. I had met her many times. She's very well prepared, every time she would know. And I started to explain all these things about how we don't share data, who it belongs to. Our systems never had backdoors, and she sort of stopped me. Like, you're one of the good guys. Like, stop. Now, that wasn't about me personally. She's talking about a company that's acted consistent with values for decades, right? So, to me, how you work with those big kind of clients is you honor your promises. You say what you do and you do what you say, and you act with values over a long period of time. And that, to me, people say we're valued. It is not a fluffy thing. It is not a fluffy thing. I mean, if I was starting a company now, I'd spend a lot of time on that. And why we do what we do, and why some things are powerful and something, what your fundamental beliefs are. And many people sort of zoom past that stage, right? It's okay for a while.
And never sacrifice that.
You would never sacrifice that. I don't think you could.
So there was a lot of pressure on you when you took over as CEO, and it was 22 consecutive quarters of revenue decline between 2012 and the summer of 2017. So it was a stressful time. Maybe not. Maybe you can correct me on that. So as a CEO, what was it like going through that time? The decisions, the tensions in terms of investing versus making a profit?
I always felt that sense of urgency was so high. And even if I was calm on the outside, because you have one of the world's largest pensions. So many people depend on you. You have a huge workforce they're depending on you. You have clients whose businesses don't run, don't perform, etc. And shareholders, of course, right? And so, but I also am really clear this was perhaps the largest reinvention I've ever done. a board that understood that. In fact, some of the headlines were like, "This is existential." I mean, nobody gives you a right to exist forever, and there aren't many texts. You're the student of it. They are gone. They are all gone. And so, if we didn't reinvent ourselves, we would be extinct. And so, now that you're big, and it's like changing. What's that old saying? Can I change the wheels while the train's running, or something like that, or the engines while the plane's flying?
Exactly.
And that's what you have to do, and that took time. And so, do I wish it would have been faster? Absolutely. But the team worked so hard, and in that time frame, 50% of the portfolio was changed. It's a very large company. And if you would, I also divested $10 billion of businesses. So if you would look at that growth rate without divestitures and currency, which now today everyone talks about currency. Back then we were the only international guy. Net of divestitures and currency, the growth was flat. Is flat great? No. But flat for a big transformation, I was really proud of it. That is actually pretty miraculous to have made it through that. I had my little nephew one day, and he would see on TV occasionally when there'd be criticism, and he'd say, Auntie, does that make you mad when they talk mean? And I just looked at him and I said, he said, how do you feel? I said, look, I'm doing what has to be done. And I happen to be the one there. And if you have great conviction, and I did, a great conviction, I knew it was the right thing. I knew it would be needed for IBM to live its second century. And so, and my successor, they had picked up, gone for it. I mean, you go back, we did the acquisition for everything. We had to find our way on the cloud, right? We were late to it, so we had to find our way, and eventually that led us to hybrid cloud. We did a lot of work with Red Hat back in 2017. Oh, we'd always done a lot of work with them. Actually, we were one of the first investors we were much for. But that was 2018. We took quite a hit for even being, it was the largest to then software acquisition ever. But it is the foundation, right, of what is our hybrid cloud play today, and doing very, very well. So, but I had to take a short-term hit for that. Right? Short-term hit for a very large $34 billion acquisition. But it was, for all of us, it was the right thing to do. So I think when you get really centered on what you know it's the right thing to do, you just keep going, right?
The team had the vision, they had the belief, and everything else. The system doesn't.
So we didn't always have exactly the right, this wasn't a straight arrow, but stay down, you're right, keep going. Okay, made a mistake. There's no bad mistake as long as you learn from it, right? And keep moving. So yes, did it take longer, but we were largest.
Could you maybe just on a small tangent educate me a little bit? So Red Hat originally is Linux open source distribution of Linux, but it's also consulting. Well, it's
a little bit of consulting, but it's mostly software distribution. It's mostly Linux. Software. It was mostly software. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So for today, IBM is very much this,
services.
Most IT services in the world is done by IBM. There's so many varied, so basically issues, problems to solve in business, in the software space, IBM.
Yes, and so in that my last year, our services business, we broke it into two pieces, and one piece was spun off into a company called Kindle, which is managed outsourcing, keeping things running, and they're off creating their own company. What IBM then retained is really the part I built with PwCC, the big consulting arm. And so today, the IBM of today in 2023 is, at least ending 2022, was 30% consulting, and the other 70% would be what would you consider software, cloud, AI. So hybrid cloud and AI is the other, and some hardware, obviously. Still, the mainframe is modernized, alive, and kicking, and still running some of the most important things of every bank you could think of practically in the world. And so that is the IBM of today versus perhaps being Red Hat is a big piece and an important part of that software portfolio. And they had some services with it for implementation, but it wasn't a very large part. And it's grown by leaps and bounds. Because originally the belief was everything was going to go to the public cloud, and at least many people thought that way. We didn't, and in fact, we tried. We procured a public cloud company. We really tried to work it, but what we found was a lot of the mission critical work. It was tuned for consumer world. It wasn't tuned for the enterprise. So then time is elapsing here, though, and you got to be at scale. And we didn't have any application. Remember, we're not an application company, so it wasn't like we had an office. We didn't have anything that like pulled things out to the cloud. And so we look for what we really back to who you are, when you're in mission critical work. You know where it lives today, and you know how to make it live on the cloud, which led us down hybrid cloud. That belief that the real world will turn into, there'll be things on traditional that they'll never move because it doesn't make sense. There'll be private clouds for have all the benefit of the cloud, but they just don't have infinite expansion. And then there'll be public clouds, and you're going to have to connect them and be secure. And that's what took us down the path with Red Hat.
The structure of that is fundamentally different than something that's consumer facing. So the lesson you learn there is you can't just reuse something that's optimized.
Yeah, very interesting point. Doesn't mean consumer companies can't move up in the enterprise, because obviously they have, right? But I think it's very hard to take something from the enterprise and come on down, because it's got to be simple, consumable, all the things we talked about.
Plus, you have to have the relationships with the enterprise.
Yeah, very different. Yeah, I mean, our history, right? One time we had the PC business, and the short answer to why we would not do that is it's a consumer-facing business. We were good at the enterprise, and that consumer business, highly competitive, got to be low cost. All the things that are not the same muscles necessarily of being in an innovation-driven, technology business.
Yeah, but what is now Lenovo? I guess that's what
Lenovo
they're extremely good at that. So, but not as good as yourselves that have enterprise. It's not.
Lenovo's very good at their PC world, yes, but I wouldn't. And they can sell into the enterprise, right? But you as a consumer can go buy a Lenovo too. So look in China, right? Look in other places. So that's what I mean by consumer, an end device. And that was a big decision, because it would have been one of the last things that had a logo on it that sits in your hands, right? So when a new generation says, well, what does IBM do, right?
Was that a different decision?
This is a long time ago now, it's like 2005. So they're all difficult, because it's not only things, it's people. But it's back to knowing who you are is how I would sum that up as, right? And we're never great at making a lot of money like that. And did you remember originally it was IBM PCs and there were IBM clones? They were called IBM clones back then, as the field became highly, highly competitive. And as things commoditized, we often, as they commoditize, we would move them out and move on to the next innovation level.
But because of that, it's not as public facing. Even
That's
though
right.
it's one of the most
Right.
recognizable logos ever.
Yeah, isn't it true? That is very true. That is actually a very important point. And that is, branding, as you say, one of the most recognizable and very highly ranked brand strength around the world. And so that's a trade-off. I mean, I can't, because there was a time you'd have something of IBM in your home, or a cash register, as an example. You walk into a store, actually, we're still in places. That went to Toshiba.
Can you speak to consulting a little bit? What does that entail to train up, to hire a workforce that can be of service to all kinds of different problems in the software space, in the tech space? What's entailed in that?
I mean, you have to value a different set of things, right? And so you've got to always stay ahead. It's about hiring people who are willing to learn. It is about, at the same time, in my view, it's what really drives you to customers.
Maybe you can educate me. I think consulting is a kind of, you roll in and you try to solve problems that businesses have, like with expertise, right?
Okay.
Is that the process of consulting?
Some, right? So that's okay. So fair enough. When you say the word consulting, it's a really broad spectrum. I mean, I think people could be sitting there thinking it does anything. It could be, I just give advice and I leave, to all the way to I run systems, right? And I think it's generally, people use the word to cover everything in that space. So we sort of fit in the spot, which is we would come in and live at that intersection of business and technology. So yeah, we could give you recommendations, and then we'd implement them and see it through, because we had the technology to go through the implementation and see it through. And at the time back then, that's what, there have been 5 of those that had failed, the companies that bought other consulting firms. And so we were, okay, that was the great thing about, the harrowing thing about it was, here, please go work on this. None of the others have ever succeeded before. And yet on the other hand, the great promise was you could really, clients were dying at that time when we were doing that, just to get more value out of their technology and have it really change the way business work. So I think of it as how to improve business and apply technology and see it all the way. That's what we do today still.
To see it all the way.
Yeah.
So let me say, it's almost like a personal question. That was a big thing you were a part of, that you led in 2002, that you championed and helped, I should say, negotiate the purchase of Monday, the consulting arm of PricewaterhouseCoopers. $3.5 billion. So what were some of the challenges? Personal and business.
At that time, PW really had to divest. And so they were in parallel going to IPO, right? So we sort of swept it at that point and said, we've been thinking about it a long time, and started to work on that as an acquisition. So, kind of balancing which way would they go, IPO or acquisition. And so the challenges are obvious, and part of it's why they went with us as an acquisition. Big difference to be a private firm than a public firm. Very big. I can remember one of the guys, he asked somebody how long you been with IBM, and the person answered 143 quarters. Okay, that's a little enlightening about a business model, right? So we had the challenges of being private versus public. You have the challenge of when you acquire something like that, as I say, you acquire parts, not parts. They could leave. I mean, you could destroy your value by them leaving. They can walk right out the door. I mean, yes, you could put, lots of restraints, but still, that you have there. And then we had to really build a new business model that people and clients would, see as valuable and be willing to pay for. And so we had to do something that lived at that intersection and say that how this was unique is what we were doing. So you had the people aspect. You had that they were going to be private and or public, and they had always been private their whole life. And then you had the business model. So, and the others had all failed that had tried to do this. So yeah, it was a tough thing to do.
What about the personal side of that? That was a big leap, step up for you. Been at IBM for a long time.
Yeah.
This is a big sort of leadership, like very impactful, large scale leadership decisions. What was that like?
So, unlike in my career earlier where I said I was changing jobs, I said I wasn't comfortable, etc. So here, fast forward 10 years, and I'm like, okay, honestly, how I felt inside, on one hand, I do what I want. Like, inventory what you know how to do. Like, you have some good strengths that could work here. The other part of me said, well, this is really high profile. And I felt, and I can remember saying to someone, like, this is going to kill me or catapult. Probably nothing in between.
And that wasn't terrifying to you? That was okay? You were okay with that?
I was okay with that because I felt I knew enough, like the things I had. And I tell you the one thing I felt I knew the best. Consultants of any worth their weight, they really do care that they deliver for their client. And I felt I understood service clients so well that what it meant to really deliver value. So I knew we would have something that I knew the PwC people, more than anything, wanted to deliver value to those clients they had, next to them developing their people. But those are like the really two things. And that I could, and I also knew they felt they could do better if they had more technology. And we did. So there really was a reason, that I could really believe in. So I authentically believed back to that point, and I also felt I had built some of those skills to be able to do that. But I wouldn't call it terrifying, but make no mistake, Lex, it was very hard. And it turned out to be extremely successful. By the time we ended, it was worth $19.5. By the time I stepped out, I ran it for, goodness gracious, quite a long time. I'm going to say 7 or 8, 9 years. And we were $19.5 billion. It made $2.7 billion in profit. It was very consequential to everyone. But the fact that it was consequential was also very, there was a time as we moved through it. I can't even remember it. We just weren't meeting the goals as fast as we should. And some of it was clients were like, oh, now you're IBM. So some things I knew would happen, but they happened so much faster. It would be things like clients would say, oh, IBM cares about quarters. So let's negotiate every quarter at these prices. And, when they were private, they didn't have these issues. That had an impact on margins really fast. And so that
You
ability,
picked up a lot of challenges.
you pick them up right away. And I thought, oh boy, if I don't get this turned around, this is really a problem. And the team learned a lot of lessons. I learned people I had to move out, that I learned that when people don't believe they can do something, they probably won't do it. So, we wanted to run the business at a certain level. I really did have some great leaders, but I didn't really believe we could do that. And finally had to come to terms with, if you don't really believe in something, you really not going to make it happen at the end of the day. And so we would change that. We would have to actually get some more help to help us on doing so. And but then it turned. And I can remember the day that we started really getting the business to hum and start to, it was almost like, finally. And I gave the team this little plaque, this little kind of paperweight thing. And remember, it was Thomas Edison. And he said, many of life's greatest failures are people who gave up right before they were going to be successful. And it's so true. I mean, there was also a governor from Texas who's passed, but she had said, someone said, what's the secret of your success? And she said, it's passion and perseverance when everyone else would have given up. And I feel that's what that taught me. That taught me, like, no matter how bad this gets, you are not giving up. And this, you can't keep doing the same thing. Like the, doctor, this hurts. Oh, then stop doing it. You can't keep doing the same thing. But we had to keep changing till we found our right way to get the model to work right. And client work, we never had an issue, and kept so many people. And now we are 25 years almost later, and a number of them run parts of the IBM business today. So it's that old Maya Angelou saying, so what do I remember? They'll say, you won't remember the specifics of this, but you'll remember how you felt. And that's kind of how I feel. And I think they do too. The whole team does that. Like, I'll give an anniversary note still on that, on that. When you've been through something like that together with people.
So during the acquisition, the way you knew that people, it's the right team, are the ones that believe that this can grow, can integrate with the IBM and all that.
Yeah, I was looking. Look, I did things to help them. I mean, I knew that people joining us would feel more comfortable if they had people leading it that they recognized, etc. But again, I learned those that didn't. Then I eventually had to take some action. But PwCC had a lot of really dedicated leaders to it, and I give them a lot of credit.
Well, it's amazing to see a thing that kind of started like that very stressful time, and then it turns out to be a success.
Yeah,
it's just beautiful to see. So, what about the acquisition itself? Is there something interesting to say about we can learn about maybe negotiation? Because there's a lot of money involved too.
To me, it was a win-win, and we both actually cared the customers got value. So there was this third thing that had a benefit, not them, there was this third thing. And then next to that,
you think that people would have the wisdom of what it takes to have great negotiations. But yeah, so win-win is one of the ways.
But it's like obvious you can say that, right? I mean, if you can, back to being in service of something, we were both in service of clients. So even then, I always say, when you have a negotiation with someone, both parties always kind of walk away a little bit. Okay, that's good. They both walk away going, yeah, I should have got a little bit. Okay, but it's okay. Okay, they're both a little fussy. When one walks away and thinks they did great and the other one did horrible, they usually born bad. I mean, because they never worked that way. I always felt that way with negotiations, that you push too far down, you usually will be sorry if you did that.
So don't push too far. I mean, that's ultimately what collaboration and empathy means, is you're interested in long-term success of everybody together versus your short.
And then you get the discretionary energy versus okay, you screwed me here, I'm done, right?
Well, let's even rewind even back.
Oh no.
So,
do you feel like this is a nostalgia interview? Oh no.
Let me just ask the romantic question. What did you love most about engineering? Your science, electrical engineering, from those early days, from your degree to the
I love that logic part of it, right? And you do get a sense of completion at some point when you reach certain milestones. Yes, it worked, or yes, it, that finite answer to that. So that's what I love about it. I love that the problem solving.
Computing, what led you down that path with computing in general? What made you fall in love with computing, with engineering?
It's probably that back to that desire of wanting to know how things work, right? And so that's a natural thing. Math, I love math for that reason. I always wanted to study how did it get that to work, kind of thing. So it goes back in that time. But I did start when I started my first. I wasn't already in engineering school, but my first thought was to be a doctor. But that was far from home, that I should be a medical doctor, until I could not pass human reproduction as a course. And I thought the irony, I could not I'm like, I got these coming up pencils. I got
Yeah.
pictures. This is not what
I'm
I'm
going to stick to math.
This is the only course in my 4-year college education I had to take as family because otherwise I risked it, impairing my grade point.
Engineering it is. So,
Yeah.
but after about 10 years, you jumped from the technical role of systems engineer to management to a leadership role. Did you miss at that time this with the technical direct contribution versus being
That's like I said, I've always been sort of doer leader, so
you never lost it?
I never really did. Even, and I think this is really important for today. The best way people learn is experiential. That's being a generalization because there are people who can learn all different ways, right? So I've done things like with my whole team. They all had to learn how to build cloud applications. We called it code off. And so, I don't care what your job is, write code, And I remember when we were trying to get the company to understand AI, we did something called a cognitive jam. Okay, there's a reason we picked the word cognitive, by the way, instead of AI. Today we use the word AI. It was really symbolic. It was to mean this is to help you think, not replace your thinking. There was so much in the zeitgeist about AI being a bad thing at that time. So that was why we picked a mouthful of a word like cognitive. And it was like, no, this is to help you actually. So do what you do better or do something you haven't yet learned. And we did something called the cognitive jam. But the whole purpose, everybody in the company could volunteer, get on a team. You either had to build something that improved one of our projects or did something for a client or did a social issue with AI. And again, this goes back now 10 years. And people did things from bullying applications to, railroad stuff to whatever it was. But it got like 100,000 people to understand, viscerally what is AI. So that's a long answer to my belief around experiential. So do you ever give it up? I don't think so, because I actually think that's pretty good to get your hands dirty in something. Now, you can't do it, depending on what you're doing, your effort to do that will be less. But
so even a CEO tries to
always.
dirty
Chat GPT, I played, it's still, I'm not saying I'm any good at any of them, anymore. But
to build up into it.
It's that really understand, right? And not be afraid of.
Like you mentioned at the beginning, IBM research has helped catalyze some of the biggest accomplishments in computing and artificial intelligence history. So Deep Blue, IBM Deep Blue versus Kasparov chess match in '96 and '97. Just to ask, kind of like what your perception is, what your memory is of it. What is that moment? Like the seminal moment. I believe probably one of the greatest moments in AI history, when the machine first beat a human and a thing that humans.
You make a very interesting point, because it is like one of the first demonstrations of using a game to like bring something to people's consciousness, right? And to this day, people use games, right, to demonstrate different things. But at the time, it's funny. I didn't necessarily think of it so much as AI, and I'll tell you why. And I'm not a chess player. You might be a chess player, so I'm not an expert at it. But I think I understand properly of chess, that chess has got a finite number of moves it can beat. Therefore, if it's finite, really what's a demonstration of supercomputing, right? It's about the amount of time and how fast it can crunch through to find the right move. So in some ways, I thought of it as almost a bigger demonstration than that. But it is absolutely, as you said, it was a motivator, one of the big milestones of AI, because it put in your consciousness that it's man in this other machine, right? Yeah, doing something.
So you saw it as just a challenging computation problem. This is a way to demonstrate hardware and software computation at its best.
Yeah, I did.
But the thing is, there is a romantic notion that chess is the embodiment of human intellect and the intelligence, that you can't build a machine that can beat a chess champion in chess. The fact that it did. Yeah, so it's just a computation problem. But that's probably required to not be paralyzed by the immensity of the task. So that this is just all. It was a very, very. I think that was a powerful moment to speak just as an AI person. That was that reinvigorated the dream.
You were a kid back then, right? In '95, you have to be like, were you? You remember it actually?
Yeah.
What did you think at the moment?
It was awe-inspiring because especially sort of growing up in the Soviet Union, you think, as Barry Kasparov and chess, that your intuition is weak about those things. I didn't see it as computation. I thought of it as intelligence, because chess for a human being doesn't feel like computation. It feels like some complicated relationship between memory and patterns and intuition and guts and instinct and all of those.
You watch them play.
Yeah. And so to see a machine be able to beat a human, I mean, you get a little bit of that with ChatGPT now. It's like language with us, the thing that we can. Surely the poetry of language is something only humans can really have. It's going to be very difficult to replicate the magic of a natural language without deeply understanding language. But it seems like ChatGPT is doing some incredible things with language and in natural language dialogue. So, but that was the first moment. Where all the AI went towards the 60s, the promise of the it was just wow, this is possible for a simple set of algorithms to accomplish something. Think of intelligence. So that was truly inspiring. That maybe intelligence, maybe the human mind is just algorithms. That was the thought. Of course, now the funny thing that happens is the moment you accomplish it, everyone says, "Oh, it's just brute force algorithms." So, and this continues every single time you cross a benchmark threshold to win a game. You can say, "Oh well, it's just this. It's just this." And that I think that's funny, and there's going to be a moment when we're going to have to contend with AI systems that exhibit human-like emotions and feelings, and have to start to have some difficult discussions about how you treat those beings, what we'll do in society, what are the rules around that. This is really exciting because that also puts a mirror to ourselves to see, okay, what's the right way to treat each other as human beings? It's a good test for that.
It is, because I always say it's a reflection of humanity. But I mean, it's taught by what we have, bad stuff in the past will teach you bad stuff in the future. And this is why I think, like efforts to regulate it are a fool's errand. You need to regulate uses, not, because the technology itself is not inherently good or bad, but how it's used or taught can be good or bad, for sure, right? And so that's, to me, will unveil a whole different way of having to look at technology.
What about another magical leap with the early days of Watson with the Jeopardy challenge? What was your experience like with Watson? What was your vision for Watson?
Yeah. And it was really inspired by first chess, right? Kasparov, and then come forward in time. And, I think what Watson did, because you used a really important word, AI had kind of waxed and waned in these winners, right? In and out. Popular or not, more money, less, but, in and out. Confidence for confidence. And so I think that was one of the first times it brought to the forefront of people like, whoa, like the human. Because here it is playing against these two gentlemen, and as you did lose it first, and then you finally won at the end of the day. But what it was doing is making you say, hey, natural language. It's actually understanding natural language. It's one of the first demonstrations of natural language support and a bit of reasoning over lots of data, right? And so that access to a lot of things, come up with a conclusion on it. And to me, that was a really big moment. And I do think it brought to the conscious of the public, and in good ways and bad, because it probably set expectations very high of like, whoa, what this could be. And I still do believe that it has got the ability to change and help us, man, make better decisions. That so many decisions are not out in this world. Even medical decisions. And it's right or wrong what took us down a path of healthcare first with our AI. And we took many pivots. And I think there's a really valuable lesson in what we learned. One is that actually I don't think the challenges are the technology. Yes, those are challenges. But the challenges are the people challenges, right? So do people trust them? How will they use it? I mean, I saw that straight up with doctors and meaning they're so busy in the way they've been taught to do something. Do they really have time to do it another way? I saw it was a mistake when you put it on top of processes that didn't change, kind of like paving a cow path. It didn't work. I mean, it was all human change management around it that really its biggest challenges. And another valuable lesson, we picked, back to you, so if you think about name of Moonshot, we picked really hard problems to start with. See, a lot of technology now starts with really simple problems. And by that, it probably starts to build trust because I start little. It's like, oh, I'm not ready to, outsource my diagnosis to you, but I'll get some information here about the test question. So very different thinking. So a lot of things to learn. We were making a market at the time, and when you make a market, the choice of problem you work on gets to be very important. When you're catching up, well, then it's a scale game. So very different thing. So, but what's improved, I think. I think Watson brought AI back out of my career. And that since then, there's just been, one company after another and innovations and people working on it. And I have no regrets of anything that we did. We learned so much. We probably rebuilt it many times over. It made it more modular. And today, to IBM, a Watson is more about AI inside if you think of that, which is more like an ingredient versus it's a thing in and of itself. And I think that's how it'll move through that. More as an ingredient. And it's so badly needed. And even back then, the issue was so much data. Like, what do you ever do it? And you can't get through it. You can't use it. And you know this about your profession. So you have to have it. So that's going to propel it forward.
So it's part of the suite of tools that you use when you go to enterprise and try to solve problems.
AI for security, AI in automated operations, AI in your robotics, AI on your factory. You know what I mean? It's all part of, and I think. And that's why, even to this day, thousands of clients right now still have the Watson components that it's the AI being used. So it became a platform, is how I would say it, right? And an ingredient that went inside. And consultants, like you said, had to learn. They had to learn. Don't just put it on something. You got to rethink how that thing should work, because with the AI, it could work entirely differently. And so I also felt it could open up, and still will open up jobs to a lot of people, because more like an assistant, and it could help me be qualified to do something. And we even years ago saw this with the French banks, very unionized, but that idea that you could, in this case, the unions were for it because it felt people did a better job. And so, and that's just part about being really dedicated to help humanity and destroy it.
Speaking of which, a funny side note. So Kubrick's 2001: Space Odyssey. What do you think about the fact that HAL 9000 was named after IBM?
I really don't think it was. I really don't.
That could be more fake news.
It's more fake news. I've researched this, tried to find any evidence when people talk to was it really one letter
off, so
right?
People don't know H is one letter off Y, A is one letter off B, and then L is one letter off.
That was I think that's a solution found afterwards, But here's what I think it more or less. I do think it's one of the early demonstrations of evil AI.
Yes.
Can we top that?
I could push back on it because it's presented as evil in the movie because the AI hurts people. But it's a really interesting ethical question, because the role of HAL 9000 is to carry out a successful mission. And so the question then is a human question. It's not an AI question like what price. The humans wage war. They pay very heavy costs for a vision, for a goal in the future that creates a better world. And so it's the question certainly in space. Doctors ask that question all the time. Like, limited resources, could allocate my time and money and efforts.
I agree. Like I said, I spent a decade talking about this question of AI ethics, right? And that it needs really considerable, not just attention, because otherwise it will mirror everything we love and everything we don't love. And again, and that's the beauty and the eye of the whole, right? Depending on your culture and everything else. With what you're doing, what you're going to do, how do you think about it? Do you think about the AI you're going to develop as having guardrails dictated by some of your beliefs, or?
Yeah, for sure. So there's so many interesting ways to do this the right way. And I don't think anyone has an answer. I tend to believe that transparency is really important. So I think some aspect of your work should be open sourced, or at least have an open source competitor that creates a kind of forcing function for transparency of how you do things. So the other is I tend to believe, maybe it's because of the podcast and I've just talked to a lot of people, you should know the people involved
I agree 100%.
as opposed to hide behind a company wall. Sometimes there's a pressure, your PR team, you have to care for investors and discussions, so on. Let's protect. Let's surely not tweet. Not this, like, and you go in this bubble where you have incredible engineers doing fascinating work and also doing work that's difficult, complex human questions being answered. And we don't know about any of them as a society, so we can't really have that conversation. Even though that conversation would be great for hiring, it would be great for revealing the complexities of what the company is facing. So when the company makes mistakes, you understand that it wasn't malevolence or half-assedness in the decision making. It's just a really hard problem. And so I think transparency is just good for everybody. And I mean, in general, just having a lot of public conversations about this is serious stuff. It's that AI will have a transformative impact on our society. It might do so very, very quickly. There are all kinds of ways we're not expecting, which is social media recommendation systems. They at scale have impact on the way we think, on the way we consume news, and our growth, like the kind of stuff we consume to grow and learn and become better human beings. All of that, that's all AI. And then obviously the tools that run companies on which we depend, the infrastructure on which we depend. We need to know all about those AI decisions. And it's not as simple as, well, we don't want the AI to say these specific set of bad things.
Right.
Unfortunately, I don't believe it's possible to
It's not.
prevent evil or bad things by creating a set of cold mathematical rules.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
It is. I mean, you think about it like a knife. A knife can do good, and a knife can do bad. Okay, you can't. It's very hard.
can't ban knives.
You can't ban knives, and that this is. I think back. It was 2015, 16. We did principles of trust and transparency. That was the word transparency. That belief that with AI, it should be explainable. You should know who taught it. You should know the data that went into training it. You should know how it was written. If it's being used, you have a right to know these things. And I think those are pretty, to this day, really powerful principles to be followed. Right? And part of it we ended up writing because here we were working at particularly healthcare. Like, okay, you care who trained it in what, and where did, and that's sort of simple. You know, that comes to your mind. You know, like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense for something important like that. But it just in general, people won't trust the technologies. I don't think unless they have transparency into those things. In the end, they won't really trust them.
I think a lot of people would like to know sort of. There's a lot of us. I certainly do suffer from imposter syndrome. That self-critical brain. So, you know, taking that big step into leadership. Did you at times suffer from imposter syndrome? Like, how did I get here? Do I really belong here? Or were you able to summon the courage and sort of the confidence just to do stuff?
I think that's very natural for someone. Like, no matter like the bigger the job gets, you turn and you look to the left and the right, and you see people around you, and you think, "What am I doing here?" Right? But then you remember what you do, and there's no one else doing it, and so you get that confidence. So I do hear a lot of people talk about imposter syndrome, and I kind of actually this past year I spent some time helping people on that topic, and part of the story said you have to believe you have a right to be like anyone else does if you're prepared for that moment, you know. And so it's a bit more of a, I'm hard to say it, like a confidence thing more than anything else. So yes, there are times I look around, but then I think, wow, I'm in a position to make something change. So I can't say I have ever really dwelled on it.
Because you just focus on the work. I have enough to do.
You know, it's good or bad. I just focus on the work. Yeah, good or bad.
One important lesson you said you learned from your mom is never let anyone else define you. Only you define who you are. So what's the trajectory, let's say, of your self-definition journey, of you discovering who you are? From having a very difficult upbringing.
You know, they say pivotal moments happen and you don't realize it when they're happening. So I feel like most of my self-discovery, it's been like something happens in a year or two or some number later, I look back on it and say, It's fine. It's like not in the moment always with me. That could just be how I am. So I feel like it's been know yourself is a good thing, right? I've actually heard you say that on different podcasts when you ask people questions. You're like, well, it depends. Like know yourself a bit, right? And
It's hard to know who you are, though. There's a lot of things, like you said. Like for me, there's moments where you're super self-critical. Sometimes you're super confident. And there's many. Sometimes you're emotional. Sometimes you're cool under pressure. All those are the same human being.
yeah, I think that's fine.
Uh,
Self-awareness, that's different.
was there societal expectations and norms regarding gender that you felt in your career? We've spoken to that a little bit, but was there some aspect of that that was constraining and empowering? Okay.
I chose to never look at it. Okay, now whether that is right or wrong, and again, I'm a product of the 70s and 70s and 80s, where I think I was surrounded, all the other women around me viewed our way to get ahead was just to work hard, and that was the way you differentiated yourself. And that's obviously did help. I mean, there's no doubt about it. You learned a lot of things, which qualified, opened up another door. I'm very mindful that I have worked for companies that are very steeped in those values of equal opportunity. And so nothing remarkable about that. I mean, when I was a wee kid, I'm taught hire a diverse team. I get evaluated for it. I get evaluated if my team has built up their skills. So this is that, when you're really formative, you're in a culture that's what is valued, right? So it becomes a part of you. So I say sometimes to chagrin, did I ever feel I was held back for this reason? No. Were there plenty of times when I write about a few stories in the book, I'm laying cables at night, the guys are at the bar. Now, I didn't really want to go with up to the bar anyways. They'd be like, we'll be back to get you, bye. And I'm like, okay. I mean, I learned a lot, so it didn't. Now, all that said, back to my earlier story about being a role model, it would be foolish to not believe that there were times that mattered. And I would say two things, even not that long ago. A colleague called me and was talking about media and about women CEOs and said, you notice that sometimes when it's a woman CEO, they call the person by name. And when it's a man, they call the company, not the person's name exactly associated with the issue. And I said, well, I think you have to just understand much of what you do, it will be magnified because there are so few of you. And sometimes it will be, really can be blown out of proportion, right? And so that can happen. And you got to learn which way. Now, all that said, on gender, it is an interesting thing with the book. As I've talked to, having the book, I guess one of my best friends, the first grade, says, I can't wait for my daughter to read it. I was like, well, that's interesting. Do you think you can read it?
Yeah, it's fascinating.
It's an interesting reaction. And here I am 4 years later, that's an interesting reaction. And I say, no, the book, I really worked hard to write it for everyone. I just happen to be, right? But there's still that there. And so, look, until I think people see and never feel that they have it doesn't even matter whether it could be another diverse group that feels it. It's okay to ask those questions. And actually, I'm okay talking about it because there were times I felt it, right? There were times in my life and my looks, and my weight, and my clothing, and endless numbers of things that people would comment on that they would not have commented on if it was someone else. Now, on the other hand, when there's so few of you, and there's good and bad. I mean, there's benefit to that too, right? If you do good work, you'll be recognized. It's easier to be recognized, and so a pro and a con. And I think I've just grown up believing, like, my advice to young women: go into engineering, not because you're going to be an engineer. It teaches you to solve problems, and anything job you do is going to be solving problems. Things like that are what I take away from that in that journey.
Yeah, it is interesting that I hear from women that even on this podcast where I talk to incredible women like yourself, it is inspiring to young women to hear. I mean, you like to see, you talk to somebody from Turkey and then Turkish people all get excited.
This is so true.
So you get like somebody that looks like you, somebody that, and the category could be tiny, or it could be huge. And that's just the reality of the world.
It is a reality of the world, and I the work I do now to put this group called 110 1 million black employees into the middle class without college degrees. Get them the right skills, upward mobile jobs. So one of my last years, we had been working on, I just did regular leadership session at IBM, and we had our black colleagues, we're talking about what did you feel like to be a black leader? And here, these are extremely accomplished people. And I can remember very well one telling a story about, look, I felt if I failed or succeeded, it's not just me. It came from a country in Africa. I feel like the whole country is on my shoulder, my success or failure. That's a burden. I mean, like, I don't feel that burden. Not true. As a woman CEO, I did feel like, even the headlines when I was named said, her appointment will either, for success or failure, will be a statement for the whole gender kind of thing. And I didn't dwell on it, but I meant but I could see how people, like you said, it could be a small group, it could be whatever. And so that is a lot of pressure on people, and they need role models. You're a role model for people. Look at what you're able to do. You do this podcast, you understand your science very well, you're very well prepared, your ability to translate it to people, that's not an insignificant thing. And you may say, oh, is that about the power of me? Not really, right? And you obviously believe you don't do this because you just like sitting at a microphone. You do it because you think, okay, if I can get people to say things that are really valuable to people, they're going to learn something. I assume that is, you ever told me my interpretation is that's why you do this podcast, that you feel like in service of other people that you can bring them something unique by the way you do this. Now, I should ask you, why do you do it? That's my impression.
By the way, can I just comment on the fact that you ask me really hard questions? I really appreciate it. I'm really honored by it. As a fan of podcasting myself, what I hope is to talk to people like you and to show that you are a fascinating and beautiful human being outside of your actual accomplishments also. So sometimes people are very focused on very specific things about what is the science, like what the actual work is, whether it's nuclear fusion or it's ChatGPT. I just want to show that it's because I see it at MIT and everywhere. It's just human beings trying their best. They're flawed, but just realizing that all of these very well accomplished people are all the same. And then so then regular people and young people, they're able to see, I can do this too. I can have a very big impact. Yeah, exactly. It's like we're all imposters. We're like trying to figure it out. Yeah. So let me just ask you about family. You wrote that my family still jokes that the reason I never had children on my own was because I had already raised my family. They're right. So this is talking to your upbringing, but in general, what was your, leading a giant company, what was the right place to find work-life balance for you? Have time for family, have time for ways to work and be successful.
So I had to learn that, and I might have said, you're the only one that can determine your own work-life balance. Companies are innate things, and they will take everything they can from you. And it's not a bad thing. They just will. That's what bosses. You give it, they'll take it. And when people ask for, I need to, I'm like, okay, I had to come with terms with the criminal's me. If I needed that balance, I had to set those boundaries. And so when I comment about a family, because I am in extreme awe of people with children, it is a extremely hard thing to do. I watch my siblings. I love my the emotional, their pain is your pain every minute of the day, and then you still have a job on top of it. And so when my mom had to go back to school and had to work, I was the one. And so when she couldn't go to the teacher meeting, I went to the teacher meeting. And so in some ways, there's an age gap between my brother and I and my other two sisters. And so I'm still, they still call me Mama Bear. I'm extremely protective of them. And it is as if I had raised them, and my mom did a great job raising them. I was there. And so when it came time to have children, my husband came from a family where his father died and was raised by a single mother. Very, very similar endpoint, different reasons why he ended up, his father did not abandon them. And I don't want people to believe to do my job, people get returned. That is not right. I know other great women CEOs, Marilyn Houston, who ran Lockheed Martin, extremely technical company, Mary Barr, who runs General Motors, Ellen Coleman, who runs DuPont. These are all my friends to this day. And they've been fantastic mothers and husbands, good parents, right? And so I talk about it because it was a choice we made. And so, you know, we both felt, look, we'd reached a point where, for his reasons, what he had to do, I'd already felt that way, and that we were comfortable just being great aunts and uncles. And I'm a great aunt, you know. I think that from other guys and all, and older now, but lots of them. And there's no doubt, though, the choices we made, Mark and I, that made it easier for me to focus on work. I mean, it's just math, you know, when you've got less people to have to take care of. And so I'm very considerate of that, and I think much of it informed many of the policies I put into, because I had such great empathy for those who then still had these other responsibilities. And I desperately wanted them all to stay in the workforce. So I can remember, and my siblings have been more successful than I, by the way. I mean, to my mother's credit. And my one sister, who you know, went to Northwestern, has an MBA, built some of the most sophisticated systems. She spent her whole career at Accenture and just recently retired as the chief executive for a consulting. But at one point, she took off time to spend with her family, and then went back to go back to work. She's talking to me, and she's like, I don't know. Maybe life's, you know, technology goes so fast. It's been a few years. I'm sitting there like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you know, look at her credentials. They're far outstanding. I'm like, and I thought to myself, like, being one of those moments, if my own sister feels that way with all her credentials, I'll bet I went back to work the next day and I said, hey, pull for me. All the people who've left for parental reasons and or whatever, family reasons, didn't come back. And it began a program of returnships. And I can't tell you how many, and of them was because they didn't feel confident to go back. They thought technology passed them by. Okay, we said, it's 3 months, you can stay 1 month, 3 months, doesn't matter. A lot of people, like, one day, we're like, oh, that happened. I mean, it happened, but I caught up. I actually know more than I think, you know. So it was a long answer to your question about I didn't, but I'm so empathetic, and I am in awe of what they are able to do. So, and it made me then, I think, more empathetic to the policies and the like around that topic, so you could keep great people in the workforce.
So you mentioned your friends with Navarro, the CEO of GM.
I didn't mean to meet her. So don't.
No, I love her. She's amazing. So I just wanted to, I'm just curious.
Tell Mary she should be your podcast.
We'll make it happen.
She's a great leader. I tell Mary what I think of her is I think she's one of the most authentic leaders out there. Most authentic.
I mean, it's just very different companies, huge challenges.
I worked there first, I remember, right? So I'm very, you know, in some ways I'm very beholden, right? You know, I'm very appreciative of what they did. I mean, Mary and I are circa the second line, so it's circa that genre.
Do you exchange wisdom?
Oh yeah, yeah. When you do anything hard, it takes time and perseverance, like we talked about. And you can get that. Where do you get the fuel for it? You can either get it from your attitude, or you can get it from your network or your relationships. And I don't believe in relationships are from what you give, not what you get. Meaning, you give, trust me, they will come back at the time they need to come back to you at these moments in life. If you focus on how can I bring Lex value, there'll be a day I need Lex if you will be back. And so, to those women, to me, relationships are not transactional. And it's a proof that to this day, even though I'm no longer still active as a CEO, these are all still my friends. And we are friends, all of us. And I can remember some of them when I first became a CEO calling me and saying, hey, it's a little lonely here, so let me talk to you. And then when they became, I did the same for them. And then they remember, and they do for the next generation. And so it's very supportive, almost to a T. Any of the women you could name who have been CEOs, I would say, almost to a T, have all been very supportive. In fact, a number of us working on another non-for-profit right now called Journey, which some women who had started the Fortunes for Women had started, which was, could we get more women, particularly diverse women, but women in general, just quickly into positions of leadership and power. And so many of the women we named and more, you know, we all dedicate time mentoring and kind of creating this little group of fellows every year to do this.
Friendship and love is core to this whole thing. Not just the success, but just the different human condition. Let me ask one last question. Advice for young people. You've had a difficult upbringing, a difficult life, and you've become one of the most successful human beings in history. what advice would you give young people, just people in general who are struggling a bit, trying to figure out how they can have a career they can be proud of, or maybe a life?
I feel like a life you could be proud of is just one if you leave something. It doesn't have to be big, you know. That's a life well lived, right? It was Churchill who said, "We make it was how you might know it better than I. You make a living by what you get, and you live a life by what you give." Something to that point. But my advice would probably, when I'm asked this, I would tell them to ask more questions and give answers. Just focus on being a sponge. And it's funny, I asked my husband the same question the other day. I said, "Hey, we're talking to somebody and people were just asking this," and he sort of paused for a while and he said, "I tell him patience." I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "I see so many young people, like they're in such a hurry to somewhere, I don't know where. And that if they just have patience and let life unfold, I think they may be surprised where they ended up." And actually, I think that's a really good answer, to be honest.
Along the way, keep asking questions, keep
Yep.
that childlike curiosity.
I know it sounds so easy to say. It's just, you know. It's,
Yeah, like you said, the obvious things,
yeah.
I think they tend to be the most profound. You're an incredible human being. You're an inspiration to so many. Thank you for helping run and contribute to one of the great companies that bring so much good power to the world. And thank you for putting in the hard work of putting in all the great books. So, and thank you for talking today. It's just a huge honor.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing it.
You did a lovely job.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Gino and Maddie. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Eleanor Roosevelt. Do what you feel in your heart to be right. You'll be criticized either way. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Check this out. DTIC. Defense Technical Information Center. DTIC's mission is to preserve, curate, and share knowledge from DoD's new multi-billion-dollar investment.
If Scientology was just getting auditing when you wanted, about the subjects you wanted, you could take it or leave it, that would be fine. It's the fact that it's part and parcel to this entire organization and this entire experience that has, as a part of that experience, taking everything from you, demanding everything from you, controlling who you can speak with, controlling who you can have relationships with, if you have to erase your life. This is where, and it's hard to place one pinpoint on this is where Scientology goes wrong. It's really hard to do that. So you get the good parts of Scientology and the bad parts of Scientology, just Scientology.
The following is a conversation with Aaron Smith from Level, former Scientologist, raised in Scientology, and have worked in the organization full-time for many years as a staff member and a Sea Org member, including the job of training Scientology auditors. Today, he educates the public about Scientology on his YouTube channel called Growing Up in Scientology. This is the Last Movement Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Aaron Smith Levitt. So let's do a full overview of Scientology, its ideas, how it operates, how it wields its power and influence. And let's start at the very basics. What is Scientology?
Scientology is a belief system created by L. Ron Hubbard that does fundamentally believe that we are all immortal spiritual beings, called atheism, that we have native godlike potential, that there is nothing more powerful in the universe than an atheist. Like, so godlike is quite literal. And that through various decisions atheists have made, they have fallen away from their native godlike power to fallen down to a state where most Thetans aren't even aware that they are Thetans, aren't even aware that they ever have lived before or have these powers.
and that things are now in a state where they're trapped in bodies, trapped here on Earth, trapped in this prison of a physical universe, trapped on this prison of a planet, and that only Scientology can restore a thing to its native state.
Are these multiple beings? Like, is there one Satan inside of me that's trapped in this prison?
Well, the thing would be you.
The thing would be me.
The Satan is you.
But I'm presumably limited in some fundamental way. Just so this Satan that is me is limited. So there's like 8 billion Satans on the planet.
There's one primary thing in each body. Later in Scientology, you learn there's actually like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of like sick, unconscious, half-dead Satans stuck to you that are now an additional cause of problems for you. Sure. But fundamentally, at the lower levels, the non-confidential levels, there's just one Satan per body.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting idea. We'd like to kind of explore the philosophy of that. So there's a being that's all powerful, that's immortal, and its projection, its manifestation on this earth is fundamentally limited. And you're trying to, the process of Scientology is the process of letting go of those limitations. You know, that's an interesting idea. I mean, a lot of religions have this kind of idea that there's not just religion, but like we have the capacity as human beings to achieve greatness in kinds of ways.
Yeah.
And that's the question we have. The cognitive abilities, we start with an embryo and build up into this organism, and like this world of opportunities before us. What are we capable of? And the idea that we're capable of almost anything is a really powerful one. And there's a lot of religions, there's a lot of philosophies, there's a lot of advice, self-help that kind of explore those ideas. And so it seems like with Scientology, the application of this religious philosophy is that we're limited. We have to break through those limitations, and there's a process to break through those limitations.
That was right. So what can make it challenging to adequately and completely describe Scientology in the beginning is what Scientologists believe actually changes as they progress further into or further up in Scientology. So the explanations that I've given is pretty consistent with what you would get at the lowest levels, right? You're a Thetan, I'm a Thetan, everyone's a Thetan, and we have a reactive mind. L. Ron Hubbard would say the reactive mind is a collection of these recordings, mental recordings of any moments of pain and unconsciousness you've ever had in your life. It's like the subconscious mind. It's always recording in moments of pain and unconsciousness. And that these recordings are called, L. Ron Hubbard called them engrams. Now, when L. Ron Hubbard first wrote Dianetics in 1950, this was before Scientology came along a couple of years later, right? So in 1950, when he wrote Dianetics, it wasn't a spiritual endeavor. It was supposed to be a mental health, a science of mental health. So, as of that time, the earliest engram you could have was the incident of birth. Being born was an engram. And technically in Dianetics, it said you could have prenatal engrams, like if you're still in the womb. But there was no concept of past lives as of 1950 version of Dianetics. Right? And so the idea there was that the reactive mind is essentially a stimulus response mechanism created through evolution millions of years ago to protect the individual from things that would harm them. In other words, things that would bring about pain and unconsciousness. So you have these recordings of things that hurt you, create pain and unconsciousness, and in present time, these things will react upon you in a way to cause you to avoid similar things reacting upon you in a subconscious, unconscious way.
So the reactive mind protects you from the trauma that is inside your subconscious mind.
Yes. And the idea is we've now, as human beings, all to a state where it no longer serves us beneficially, it only serves us negatively. This was Hubbard's theory. And he said, so you can get rid of these engrams by, basically recalling them and going over them again and again using Dianetics auditing therapy. And if you get back to the moment of birth, you can erase the earliest engram, all the other subsequent engrams on the chain would vanish.
Oh, nice. So there's a chain.
Early similar, early similar, early similar, early similar. Okay. So that gives you a pretty good understanding of how L. Ron Hubbard thought of the mind because that carries on, has applicability later on in Scientology.
I mean, that's a pretty powerful model of the mind. And before we had similar conceptions that a lot of our traumas are grounded in sort of poor formulation of sexuality or imperfect formulation of sexuality in childhood, something like this. And then you were trying to figure out the puzzle whether we formed in early childhood. I mean, it's similar kind of.
It is similar. Probably what Hubbard took it from. In the early days of Dianetics, before he decided psychiatry was evil, he actually credited Sufi for it with some of the shoulders he was standing on in writing Dianetics.
So he still admires psychiatry at that time. So that's an interesting moment with Dianetics. So what else? You mentioned Dianetics. Auditing was there too. So if we just before Scientology, what are the ideas that formed what we know as Dianetics?
Yeah, as I've just described it, that is the fundamental. Like, that is pretty much the nuts and bolts of Dianetics.
Was it applied? Was it applied often?
Oh yeah, and that's what Dianetics in the early days was all about. It was just auditing. Auditing is the process of the one-on-one counseling, the call moment of being unconscious, run through the anger over and over and over again, find something earlier. So that is Dianetics auditing. One of the main things that changed with Scientology is that birth or prenatal engrams were no longer the earliest engrams on the chain. The idea is you have to get the earliest engram on the chain for the later ones to blow, which is a race. And so, but all of a sudden now, with the addition of an immortal spiritual being into the equation, well, now the earliest incident could be trillions of years ago in other galaxies and universes.
Other universes? So before the
yeah.
of this universe.
Yeah.
Is there a model of physics integrated in any of this?
The model is you have the physical universe, and then above that you have the theta universe. So we used the word Thetan earlier. So in Scientology, it's just word theta. Theta is just basically Thetan power. Thetans collectively. So Hubbard would say you have the theta universe, which is seen here, to the physical universe, and creates the physical. And remember, I said native godlike potentials. So we're not talking about the God who created the earth, which is like Scientologists don't believe in a God, but we get to that later. We're talking about just creating universes. Like, just think like Matrix. Like, just when I say creating a universe, essentially just creating different Thetan simulations.
But it sounds like a little bit more like the ideas of Plato, which is there's these platonic forms, these abstract forms that are bigger, more general than our particular reality here, and those forms are used to construct the reality.
Well, I grew up in a cult, so I'm not familiar with it.
You can't use that as an excuse for everything. I would like to be non-jokingly steal that case because a lot of philosophies, a lot of religion, a lot of even scientific endeavors are a little bit full of uncertainty. You can call it bullshit, but you're on unsturdy ground because we're surrounded by mystery. And you have to take these ideas somewhat seriously and see where those ideas go wrong. This happens with communism, this happens with capitalism. These ideas sound beautiful in their ideal forms, and then they somehow go wrong, and some go more wrong than others. And so I don't think it's easy to sort of caricature and make fun of the ideas. I think if you take them seriously, you'll start to understand that when you're in it, you're serious. It can be very convincing. The devil is going to be a charismatic person. He's not going to be a caricature and ridiculous person. So that helps us understand which ideas will sound appealing or will become dangerous.
I totally agree. In fact, it's one of the thrusts I have on my channel is wanting to talk about Scientology in a way that would actually resonate with current Scientologists, not just resonate with former Scientologists. I want people who are still in to be able to hear how I talk about it and go, wow, he's being really fair and really accurate. He's not just a hater.
If you look at let's take one of the worst places on earth, is North Korea, and you have Kim Jong-un. And the reality is there's a lot of citizens of that nation that deeply love the leader because they grew up in that way. And they feared all kinds of manipulations and propaganda, so they're not allowed to love members of their family, they're not allowed to have romantic love, they're only allowed to have love for the leader. And to reach those people, you have to empathize with the fact that in their eyes, in some sense, this is a god, messianic figure. You can't just make fun of the ridiculousness of the situation with this pudgy person walking around creating propaganda. Like, how is this
With a funny haircut.
with a funny haircut? Like, it's so easy. Hitler too, to make fun of, to make a caricature of the person, but this is a real person that influenced the minds of millions of people. In the case of Hitler, tens of millions of people, and created a huge amount of suffering, not because of the character, because he was a charismatic leader. He was somebody that people deeply loved. And that just over time, I mean, the abuse of any kind of ideology, because this happens over and over. So that it's interesting because Scientology is so close to the to the core of what is America, because so many Americans are involved in it. So it's interesting to study the beauty and the power that underlie it, where things go wrong.
Yeah. And I'll just say it's interesting to note you would never get a representative of the Church of Scientology to sit down and have a conversation with you and even be as fair and accurate about Scientology as I'm going to be, which is noteworthy.
Do you honestly deeply believe that's the case? There's not going to be a high-level official that would sit down for a conversation? No, I disagree with you.
I hope you're right.
Because I think that given the current dynamics of what's happening, I think in order to save, from their perspective, in order to save the Church of Scientology, they have to be transparent and authentic, basically stealing their case for better.
You would think so.
But we'll talk about the other ways you could do that, which is through manipulation, through propaganda, through control media, and all that kind of stuff.
They paint themselves into a corner of not being able to send a representative out into the world to speak honestly about it because you're literally not allowed to. So when a representative might be able to fudge their way through an interview, they sit down, format interview with someone who is going to ask them about Zenu and the body phasings and Leah Remini and Lisa McPherson. That's a no-go zone. So I'm representing why it will never happen. But shit, I would tune in for that. You do get something.
You don't think David Scavenge should sit down for you?
I would love to do.
General journalists in these kinds of situations can attack in a way that comes from a place of deep knowledge and understanding. And I think it's possible to have serious conversations with people like that in an empathetic way, but it's also in a challenging way. I think there's a huge amount of trust required. And obviously, for a very secretive organization, the amount of trust, yes, might be too much.
Yes. Anyone over there, if they've done homework, knows you're going to be as good as anyone in the world's going to be. And yet, there's simply things they're not allowed to talk about, and they're not even allowed to say I'm not allowed to talk about.
So that's a fundamental part of the Church of Scientology is the secrecy.
Yeah.
So that's where you're trained is to look through the lens of secrecy.
It's not even a matter of training. It's that there's the entire upper half of Scientology's bridge is simply confidential. I mean, and I never even did those levels when I was in Scientology. I didn't learn what Scientologists actually believe on those upper levels until after I got out of Scientology. And I was freaking born and raised in.
Let's go there. Let's go to your personal story. So you spent 30 years in Scientology.
Yeah, I was 4 years old when my mom got in.
And then, 7 years ago, got out, and you're on what YouTube channel now? You're an educator.
So I was 4 years old when my mom got in Scientology. And she got in really fast, really quick. But I was 12 years old when I was taken out of school and started officially full-time working for Scientology. Okay, so in various capacities, I worked from the age of 12 to the age of 20. Okay, so, and then I was 34 when I officially parted ways with Scientology, which was really good that officially parted ways with me, but you can get it all that later. That's just kind of how Scientology does it.
And what do you do now in Scientology?
So now I run Growing Up in Scientology, the YouTube channel, but what I primarily do is I help run an organization that helps people who are escaping from Scientology. I'm the vice president of the Aftermath Foundation. And we created the foundation after the television show, Leah Remini, Scientology in the Aftermath. And there was such an outpouring of support from non-Scientologists all over the world. What can you do to help people leave Scientology? that we decided to create a foundation, and it's been incredibly successful. We've helped people escape from all regions and echelons of Scientology. We've accomplished what we've accomplished is far beyond what we actually envisioned would be possible. It's been a huge success.
So we'll talk about the negative aspect, the abuses of power, but let's just explore the ideas a little bit more. So the public-facing three fundamental truths of Scientology, maybe correct me if I'm wrong. Man is an immortal spiritual being, said in statements. His experience extends well beyond a single lifetime, infinitely backwards. His capabilities are unlimited, even if not presently realized. The capabilities are unlimited.
Yeah, God. So that when I say God-like, I really just mean, Thanos, like unlimited. Scientologists don't believe in a God. So when I say God-like, I just mean the most powerful entity, the creator, the prime mover unmoved, except we are all that. A Thetan in definition, in Scientology, a Thetan has no position in space or time. A Thetan does not actually exist in the physical universe. It might choose to locate itself in the physical universe, right? And then forget that it made that decision and sort of get caught and trapped in the physical universe. But that once the Thetan is restored to its native powers, everything you see here in the physical universe is just Thetan playing a game. Like, but we are in a simulation right now for something. So like, physics doesn't have to make sense when we're talking about it this way. Like, technically, you're a Thetan, I'm a Thetan, we're here, but because this could also all just be another Thetan's game.
Thatan's all the way up.
Yeah, it's just Thetans everywhere, Thetans, it all comes down to Thetan.
Is there an idea of a God? Because I read there is a sense of a supreme being. Is that basically the Thetan that's at the core, at the bottom of it all?
Yes, not defined, undefined. Correct. Scientology has this concept of the dynamics. I'm going to breaks like 8 different dynamics, and the dynamic meaning a thrust towards survival. So he would say, the first dynamic is you yourself. Second dynamic is your family. Third dynamic is any other group that you're a part of other than your family. Fourth dynamic is all humankind. The fifth dynamic is plant and animal life, all non-human life. The sixth dynamic is the physical world. Seventh dynamic is sort of like spirituality, collectively, Thetans, us as Thetans. And the eighth dynamic, Ron Hubbard says, Scientology doesn't deal with eighth dynamic, but we recognize that people have this idea of a supreme being. And so Scientology says you can call the eighth dynamic the supreme being dynamic, but we call it infinity. Just the allness of everything without having to define it. And then they sort of do a little dance, and they're like, Scientology, the purpose of Scientology is to get you to the point where you have your own understandings or realizations about the nature of the eighth dynamic. We don't tell you what you have to believe about that. And technically speaking, that is true. Technically speaking, that is true. There's no point in Scientology where they sit you down and say you're not required to revoke your belief in the supreme being. It's just that everything in Scientology is inconsistent with the belief in the supreme being. You can still find Scientologists who, through cognitive dissonance, will tell you they believe in the supreme being. Most of them lying to you.
How's this just one of the supreme being?
Because Thetans have created everything, not God.
So they just created it. They're also creative force, not just the force that runs everything.
Right?
But can't those be just the fingertips of God?
Sure. The only way you could reconcile a supreme being is if you say a single supreme being created all of Theta. Yeah, like the spiritual Big Bang. But that's not what most people think when they talk about God. They're talking about a creator of
The physical universe.
So there's nothing. I mean, even as I've described Scientology so far, none of what I've said is something I even subject to ridicule. This is pretty common sense stuff, actually. If you believe in spirituality or spirits and all, there's nothing I've described so far that's crazy. Yeah. Believing in past lives isn't particularly unique or special. The fact that Scientology does this little dance of pretending to believe in a God, I mean, it's even like a PR line. Scientology representatives would tell you you can be a Christian and be a Scientologist. Let me tell you what, Christians don't believe in past lives and lives on other galaxies and planets and universes. And Scientology knows that. Scientology knows you can't be a Christian and be a Scientologist, but they will say that's just an example of sort of fundamental baked into dishonesty.
Because it's so important to Scientology on the organization level to have tax exempt status. I wonder do you know the process of what it takes to prove this organization community?
while going through that process with the IRS for the second time, by the way, Scientology actually had tax exemption in the early days, and the IRS pulled it, and then they got it back in 1993. While going through that process again, the IRS actually took issue with the fact that Scientology was claiming you could be a Scientologist and a member of another religion. The IRS actually said, pump the brakes there. If you're going to say that, we're going to say you're not a religion. Yeah. And they actually put in writing to the IRS, no, that's not what we meant. That's not what we meant. We meant in the beginning, you can be both. But eventually, you just have to be a Scientologist.
So you mentioned the eight dynamics. You also mentioned survival. So that seems to be a core principle that human existence is about survival. Can you elaborate what is meant by survival? We're talking about survival of the human species, survival of the individual humans, survival of the manifestation of Thetans in human form. What's survival?
So it would be all of that, because survival is the dominant force across all the dynamics. L. Ron Hubbard was either Dianetics or Science of Survival. He says he discovered the principle upon which all life exists. And that is, all life, no matter what it is trying to do. Are you ready, Lex? It's trying to survive.
That's pretty powerful. I got to tell you,
Might get you back in.
I'm not trying to get you back in. I'm trying to get you to take seriously the power of the ideas behind Scientology, because I think those ideas are not bad ideas. They resonate with a lot of ideas throughout philosophy, throughout religions, throughout the history of human civilization. The interesting aspect is how it goes wrong.
But here's the thing, Lex. It is consistent with prior efforts or studies. It's just that L. Ron Hubbard said this was a watershed breakthrough that it was being discovered for the first time. That's kind of what I'm mocking, really.
Yeah, but you can mock Nietzsche for saying man is built to power.
But did he claim to be the first person to ever say it?
Well, Nietzsche is developing an ego, so it's like I can't use the word contradiction, but I'm pretty sure that the implied thing is they just the first to say it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of scientists. There's one of the people I really admire, Stephen Wolfman, who wrote a book called A New Kind of Science that explores complex systems of cellular automata, these mathematical systems that have been explored before. But he boldly kind of defined, I'm presenting to you a whole new way to look at the world. And if you just set a little bit of the ego behind that aside, there's actually beautiful ideas in there. They have, of course, been done before, explored before. But sometimes people declare this is the coolest.
That's the one thing I'm really mocking is this discovery that life is trying to thrive is greater than the discovery of fire. Okay, it gets a little silly, but that's fine. We can agree that the fact life is trying to survive has meaning and is meaningful, is valuable, and it's true. Life is trying to survive.
Also, there's a non-trivial definition of what is life here. There's this idea of a thing that permeates through lifetimes, through people. There's some fabric that is bigger than the individual biological bags of meat. That's a philosophical interesting idea. Of course, it's not grounded in a little bit more of physical reality, then it becomes
And the way L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology defines survival is very much intertwined with how they define ethics. Anything, to be ethical is pro-survival. To be unethical is survival. But we were talking about the concept of the dynamics, like what does survival refer to? And it actually does refer to all of them, but just keep in mind when it comes to the seventh dynamic, Thetans collectively, involved in here's the idea that a Thetan cannot die. There's no such thing as killing a Thetan. The Thetan can only survive. And so, this concept of the dynamic is one of the most fundamental concepts in Scientology. But because I mentioned that, it also gets tied up with ethics. And this probably speaks to what you were talking about, is the ideas, the concepts, and how do they go wrong? Because they hold that Scientology, applying Scientology, getting people into Scientology, is the key to basically saving every spiritual being in existence. When you're analyzing what is ethical, it becomes whatever is good for Scientology becomes by definition ethical, because anything that's good for Scientology, which is a third dynamic, is inherently good for all the dynamics. So that's where you get the ends justifying the means to do anything possible and use any means necessary to forward the aims of Scientology.
That's kind of where a lot of Soviet implementation of communism went wrong. Because the ends justify the means. The equality, the justice for the workers. If we have to kill, murder, imprison, censor in the name of that, then it's for the greater good in the long term to achieve the ideal of communism.
In some respects, Scientology created a near perfect communist experiment in its the organization. What is it? From everyone according to their ability to each according to their need or something like that? Scientology's the organization is damn near a perfect communist experiment. Coming from someone who doesn't necessarily know what a perfect communist experiment really is, because I'm not grew up in a cult lex.
You can't keep yourself as an excuse.
It's a funny tagline to use in my video. But like it is interesting that an organization that is so hyper-capitalist and so money-hungry and is known to be very wealthy, at its core is run by this group of Sea Org members that live a communist lifestyle.
We're going to jump around.
Yeah.
Well, what is the organization? What is it?
The Sea organization is the most dedicated version, the most dedicated brand of Scientology. So there's three like echelons of Scientology. There's public, who just live normal lives in the real world and they pay to do Scientology courses and audit. Then there's staff members who also live in the real world, but work on 2.5-year contracts or 5-year contracts at their local Scientology organization. And then once they finish their contract, their debt is paid or whatever. And then there's the Sea Org members. These are the guys who sign billion-year contracts. They don't have lives in the outside world. They don't own property. They live in Scientology-provided housing. They eat Scientology. They eat in Scientology-run cafeterias.
Is there an actual contract that says a billion years?
It's symbolic, but yes. Like, no, it's not a legally enforceable contract. They haven't succeeded in enforcing it in subsequent lifetimes yet.
Marriage contract. A billion years. So not till death, so it's part of a billion years would really be very concrete what you're signing up for.
Yeah, those are the billion-year guys. You hear a lot about the billion-year contract. That's the Sea Org. And all of Scientology management, international management, middle management, continental management, and even some lower-level service orgs are composed 100% of Sea Org. You're not allowed to marry or date someone who's not in the Sea Org. You're also not allowed to have children.
With anybody outside Sea Org, in general, you're not allowed to have children.
Sea Org members are not allowed to have children unless they leave the Sea Org. They're expected to have an abortion and stay in the Sea Org because it's the greatest gift of Scientology. If you accidentally get pregnant.
Interesting, because it distracts from your focus to work. What about sexual relations?
Only once married, but that's why people get married after like 3 days. Hey, you look all right. Let's get married.
Are you allowed to have divorce?
Yeah, you get divorced a lot. Sea Org. I've known people who get married divorced 3 times by the age of 5. Because in the Sea Org, getting married is practically like dating. Right. Also, unless you're married, you're living in dorms with a bunch of other people. So in order to get your own room, you also have to get married. So there's many benefits.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you mentioned communism. In which way is there a hierarchy inside the Sea Org? Is there a redistribution of influence, position, money, power? Is that Sea Org?
Everyone in the Sea Org makes $50 a week. Okay. Except they've scavenged, but and some posts might have a cash bonus incentive structure, but fundamentally their pay is $50 a week. So even the head of a big Scientology organization is getting $50 a week.
Are celebrities also part of Sea Org when they're not? So this is really the man.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the idea behind $50 a week? Is that basically live a humble life?
They don't have to give you anything at all. It's just, you mean like what's the idea behind not paying?
Yeah, basically not paying.
Everything you need is already being provided for you. You're not here for the money. You're working all the time anyway. It's not like you don't have days off. I mean, you're working all the time. There's no concept of the weekend. There's no, oh, thank God it's Friday. Friday's just another day.
And how are the positions, the tasks, the jobs allocated within the Sea Org? Like what kind of tasks you're doing, what kind of stuff you're doing?
It's very similar to just any other business. As far as you can have your human resources, you can have your sales, you can have your accounting, your operations, your quality control. Let's just that in Scientology, your operations is delivering courses and auditing. So your operations and your quality control are where most of the activity occurs as far as delivering Scientology. And then you've got your call it business development, but that's just bringing in your members, right? So the function of Scientology's organization is very very comparable to a normal business in a normal world.
So let's talk about the products of this business, auditing courses. So what's auditing?
So auditing is, so we described earlier, Dianetics auditing. Scientology auditing is very similar to that.
So at first glance, it looks like psychotherapy, a kind of therapy.
All Scientology auditing is going to look like that. It's one-on-one talk therapy. You're in a room by yourself, no distraction, no noise.
One-on-one?
Yeah.
So it's this.
Yeah. But in Scientology, they have it's called an e-meter.
Right.
Almost all auditing employees use an e-meter.
What's in here?
So an e-meter is a device that just measures the resistance to a small electrical flow. Except Scientologists believe that this e-meter can be used to simply direct the progress of an auditing session to determine whether the auditing has reached a good, satisfactory conclusion. All auditing sessions have to end on a satisfactory conclusion. Like, that's the job of the auditor. You don't just, it's not like, sorry, the session sucked, see you next week. It's not like that. Every auditing session has to end like on a positive note. And if it doesn't, there's corrections to be made. So the e-meter wants to look like real. Like, oh, you can pull it up. Pull up market date.
So there's a few dials. There's basic information about time and duration, I presume, and then a dial that just goes zero to something.
Okay, so let's say that the meter's in front of me and you're holding the cans.
I'm holding the cancel. You're doing the auditing with me.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
No, literally at the beginning of an auditing session, you're calibrating the sensitivity of the meter to do it. I can't squeeze, so I go, squeeze the cans, please.
Okay. So I'm just like squeezing.
Yeah, and I'm just changing the sensitivity. When you squeeze the cans, I want to get about a 1/3 of the dial drop on the needle. The idea is you don't want the needle's too sensitive, and every time you shift around in your chair, the needle's going to bounce all over the place. So you're trying to set the sensitivity of this thing. And that's all. The knob there on the bottom to the left, that's the sensitivity knob, and that determines just how sensitive the needle is going to be. And the bigger dial is called the tone arm, and that is changing. I want to say voltage or current, but I'm not intending. I'm going to get one of those words wrong, right?
But it is a real device.
It's a real device.
That you can actually calibrate to probably, get an outcome you want.
Yeah. So here's even how a Scientology auditor believes it works. You're holding the cans. There's a tiny little battery in that e-meter that's sending. You're completing the circuit when you pick up the cans, right? So you've got a little thing going there, and that needle will respond to your physical movement. But that's not what we want. We want you to sit the hell still so that we can read this. Okay.
So you're sitting there still, very still.
As still as you can, comfortable, right? And I'm going to go, is there something you're withholding from me? And what I'm looking for is, right when I say at the end of me, I'm looking for the needle to dip to the right.
Having a needle, even if it's kind of random, can really be like a catalyst for a conversation.
That's what it's used for. Except it's an enforced conversation. So I'll give you a really good example. So you're holding the cans. Say, is there anything you're withholding from me? And I get an instant read. And I go, is there anything you're withholding from me? I don't think so.
And I don't see the needle.
No, you don't see it. I go, well, what did you think of when I asked you the question? Now, if you've already had a lot of auditing, you know how this goes. It means I got an instant read and we're not going to move on until this question gets resolved. Okay, so you're going to go, what I was thinking. And then I'm going to be like, take a look and I'll help you out here. I'll try to steer you. Okay, so I'm looking to get roughly the same read while you're thinking about whatever. What was that? What was that?
And you can start digging to what? You can start.
I just want an answer to the question.
Okay. And I can go to memory.
Yeah. You can give me any answer you want. There's no way for me to know if you're giving me the right answer, but I want you to give me something. When you say you can't give me anything, I'm going to keep you until you give me something. Okay, so let's say you give me something. I'm going to get all the details about that, and until like time, place, form, and event, I want to know everything happened and all the details. So I'm writing all this down. So I'm taking notes of everything. The bad thing that you did that you haven't told me about. Okay, so I'm keeping notes. When you represent to me that you've told me everything there is to tell, I'm looking for the needle to give like a smooth back and forth motion like that. And in Scientology, call that a floating needle. That means in Scientology land, we're done with that. So now I might go back to check the question. Okay, good, I'll check the question again. Is there anything you were holding from me? Ooh, if I get another read, we got to go through the process. Okay. If you tell me I told you everything and I don't get a floating needle, I've got to go, okay, is there an earlier similar thing? Have you basically done an earlier similar thing? Is there an earlier similar time you haven't told someone something, or is there an earlier similar thing that you did and that you just told? We're going to keep going earlier similar until I get a floating. And that's where I'm explaining it this way. You can see how no matter what the specific auditing session happens to be about, there's still the potential in any auditing session that you're going to past lives. Just because you have to go earlier similar until you get a floating. Okay. Now, here's how Scientologists think the e-meter actually works. Meaning, why does the e-meter work? So we talked about before about these mental pictures, right? These recordings. Okay. Well, we spoke about engrams, just recordings of pain and unconsciousness. Well, Scientology would hold the bad recordings aren't the only recordings that you have. Those are just the recordings in your reactive mind. You also have an analytical mind, which is just your conscious memory, conscious recording of everything from present time to the last 76 trillion years. And Hubbard would say that these memories are actually a perfectly detailed recording. He says like 56 perceptions or something. And that it's perfect. And you can access that information. You just have trouble doing so. Okay. So he says that these recordings, these mental pictures, have actual electrical charge and mass. You know, you asked before, is there any actual physics in this? I don't know. Where are you supposed to store the pictures of the last 76 trillion years that have charge and mass? I don't see it. But Hubbard says it's there. Okay. So he says that these things have mass, and when you recall them or put attention on them, you create an electrical flow, which maybe through magnetic fields or whatever, impinges upon the electrical flow of the e-meter, and it shows up as a read on the needle. That's how Scientologists believe that's why the needle reads. Now, cynics would say the needle only reads on palm sweat and movement. Well, I know that's not true. Right? I can't tell you everything the needle does read on, but I can tell you it's not just moving your hands and sweating.
It does correlate to thoughts, right?
Some way, somehow.
Because if it didn't correlate to thoughts, this process would be way too efficient. Because it would be too. There's going to be a bunch of people who are just not. Yeah. You're not going to get the what is it called? The flood needle. Like no matter what.
I can't explain to you how you get a flood needle, but it sure as hell isn't hand sweat, and it sure as hell isn't squeezing.
Right. So you eventually, most people will get to the floating needle. And somehow,
you get floating needles.
There probably is a feedback mechanism that each person realizes how your mind and body.
Yeah.
You want a resolution, right?
You want your needle to float.
People.
Yes.
And it's probably a great experience when you're like, yes, it's a gamified feeling. Right?
Well, when you're training on how to use the e-meter, there are drills where you practice generating with your mind various needle reactions. So, there is a drill where you sit there and you consciously try to create a floating needle by recalling happy thoughts. You go to your happy place, and at the end of every auditing session, you actually have to go to a third party, sit down in front of an e-meter and verify that your needle's floating. Every single auditing session not only has to end on a floating needle, but then you have to go to someone else and have the floating needle verified. Any Scientologist who's a seasoned recipient of auditing knows how to make their needle float at the exam.
I got to be honest though, this process again, parties go through that, but it feels like it's a very rigorous talk therapy session. Is there good aspects to this?
Sure. A lot of people find auditing very helpful. I mean, I've heard some describe it as quite thoroughly addictive. Me personally, I never enjoyed getting audited. That's probably more a function of having been raised in it, and it was never something I wanted to do. It was something that was forced on as a child. And also, I don't like talking about private secret stuff. Like you kind of have to want to be an open book to honestly and thoroughly participate in an auditing session.
Because there's not necessarily a belief that this is going to be private.
There's no expectation of privacy, but there's no expectation that your stuff's going to be leaked from black and white. You trust the people in the organization.
even despite rumors and stuff like that. But the rumors are coming from people that are lying to you, essentially.
If you're a Scientologist and you're participating in an auditing session, you know that anyone in the organization has the ability to know the stuff that you talk. It's not like, oh my God, I'm only telling my auditors. I think no one's ever going to know. You know that people know, but you also trust the organization.
How quickly does it go to past memories?
For people who are seasoned, like they actually like going to past life.
Yeah.
I hated it. I would make sure I was really good at making my needle fit. I didn't want to have someone because I never believed in the past life. Yeah. So I didn't want to be in that impassable, reach an impasse in an auditing session. I was being asked for something I couldn't provide because I knew this auditing session has to end on a good one. But some Scientologists enjoy, for the most part, going. They call it whole track. Whole track is past life. Going whole track. Your time track. They call it the time track is your whole memory, but whole track refers to anything past life. Okay. So going whole track or deep whole track with high reality, meaning it's not like a fuzzy memory and I'm not sure if it's real. Like the real seasoned Scientologists are like, oh yeah, I was on this planet or this time circle and this and this is what I was eating for breakfast.
Fascinating. Before the origin of life on Earth. So billions of years ago, on a distant planet where you were eating for breakfast.
Or other universes.
I wonder if there's a nice shortcut to sneak up the actual trauma that happened to you as a therapy device. So putting Scientology aside, I just been thinking about as a technique for therapy, discussing basically, some people have trauma, and one of the things you do with therapy is like bring the trauma to the surface. It's stuff that happened to your childhood. Maybe it's a more convenient thing to do to kind of map that indirectly onto a fictitious telling of what happened to you, something like that trauma on a distant planet elsewhere. Could be a nice way to sneak up to it.
Yeah, and it goes both flows there, not just things that have happened to you, but things that you've done. So you could be being asked for it. Maybe going up there, I like that as civilization. Like, genocide, this race on this planet. Oh yeah.
So you can actually take on a whole new guilt.
Oh yeah.
So okay, all right, you might actually take on a lot more guilt than I know. Because if you feel that so critical aspect of the brain, boy, because my brain is really self-critical. So I can see myself manufacturing, if I was forced to at the time, some kind of story where I did genocide a whole population of like Pluto or something at a distant, somewhere in Alpha Centauri.
Yeah, so now I wonder all of that guilt. Wait, I'm actually a horrible person. So imagine though, you had not only are you looking at, someone's being self-critical, trying to identify destructive patterns of behavior in your present life, but what if you really internalize the fact that I haven't only been this way for 40 years, I've been this way for 40 trillion years. But Scientology would argue that as a Thetan, you're inherently good. All Thetans are basically good. So the goal of the auditing procedure there would be essentially to figure out, find the moment, find what it was that caused you to make that shift as a being to dramatize, evil intentions and stuff like that. So even if you're going whole track, looking at all the horrible things you've done, the goal is to find what happened just prior to that? What was the prior confusion? What did you misunderstand just before that and whatnot? So the goal is basically, so Scientologists, after a lot of auditing, are also convinced that they have fixed the reason for any non-optimum conduct.
And underlying this is a belief that at the core, you're all good.
Yes.
There's a lot of really powerful ideas in Scientology, which is so interesting that it comes all.
Yeah.
Okay. What about the training you mentioned? The training of the auditor, that's really interesting. So how lengthy is that process?
It can take years.
I think one of that question I want to ask is, are people see you as an auditor, do you believe everything? How much is there a crisis of faith that creeps in? Religion, you have a crisis of faith where you start to wonder, does God even exist? So in this case, how often do you start to doubt that some of the core beliefs of Scientology are false?
Scientology would say that Scientology is not about beliefs. It's about the application of the techniques of Scientology auditing to improve someone's spiritual awareness and ability. So the belief level of Scientology is pretty much the stuff we've already discussed.
The effectiveness of the auditing process.
So the effectiveness of the auditing process, this is one of the things Hubbard says, is that standard Scientology is called the tech, the technology of how to deliver auditing, standard tech, works 100% of the time when applied 100% correctly. So that's kind of unfalsifiable, right? Because anytime it doesn't work, it wasn't applied correctly. Exactly. That's a nice little escape hatch to pull on having a crisis of faith. It didn't work. Well, then obviously it wasn't applied correctly. That's where quality control comes in. Their job is to nitpick. You can always find one thing that wasn't done correctly.
Communism didn't work because it wasn't implemented correctly. It's always an escape hatch like the option.
That's right. That's right. I would probably argue that auditors are not in a position of having many crises of faith, because actually they're usually seeing people, for the most part, improve in some ways through the process of auditing. Now, auditing can create like a state, somewhat of a euphoric state. You feel great. You're just blown out of your head. You know, you feel you're on top of the world. I've had that in my audit.
As an auditor?
No, as a person receiving audit. And so my point is that as an auditor doing a lot of auditing, you know, you're going to have someone in front of you called the pre-clear, the person in front of you who's getting the PC or the pre-clear. They see over and over and over again these PCs having these sort of euphoric states and floating needles, and I feel great, fantastic. No, thanks, you saved my life, and da 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 da. Like I've always said, if people didn't find Scientology helpful, nobody would ever stay in Scientology. And so auditors are pretty much the ones doing the heavy lifting of what it even means to be a Scientologist. Those guys aren't the ones that you end up having crisis of faith. Doing Scientology audit doesn't require that you believe, just have faith that you believe something. You just have to go through these motions. And Scientologists, one of the reasons Scientologists think this is all scientific is because it's like, I don't care if you believe why this works. I care how you feel at the end of the auditing session.
And empirically speaking, like anecdotal data it actually seems to people's lives within the context. Taking the outside world out of it, within this particular organization, you're actually measurably seeing improvement.
Yeah.
Is that to some degree real? Because like if you look at a book like Animal Farm, where the pigs start to ruin the other animals, and over time the life of the animals gets worse and worse and worse, while the pigs keep saying that it's actually getting better and better and better. Again, communism, same thing. The rationing is getting worse and worse and worse, less and less food, with just constant reporting that there's more and more food. We're winning. Hashtag.
I would argue that what you've just described, it could be an identical description of what it feels like and what it means to go up Scientology's bridge to total freedom. If you are reinforcing to yourself that everything's getting better and better and better, and be like, you don't spend time with your family anymore, you're broke, even though you can make a lot of money, you're always stressed, you're at the beck and call of these people who seem to run your lives. Like, how a Scientologist feels about their own life is it's very interesting to compare that to how that person's life looks to their non-Scientology family members. I get contacted by a lot of people who've never been in Scientology, but like, I got a family member who's really deep, and like, can you help me understand something? Why is this person's life like this? Why is this person's life like this? So I don't want to say that Scientologists do not actually, I don't want to say, oh, it's in their heads. They think they're being helped, but they're really not. That doesn't feel honest, you know? But it's this thing where if Scientology was just getting audited when you wanted, about the subject text you wanted, and you could take it or leave it, that would be fine. It's the fact that it's part and parcel to this entire organization and this entire experience that has, as a part of that experience, taken everything from you, demanding everything from you, controlling who you can speak with, controlling who you can have relationships with, who you have declarations of your life. This is where, and it's hard to place one pinpoint on this is where Scientology goes wrong. It's really hard to do that. You get the good parts of Scientology and the bad parts of Scientology are all just Scientology.
Yeah, so there's definition of what's bad for you, and probably in the beginning it is bad for you. This almost just sounds like a template in a toxic relationship. there's a bunch of stuff in this world that's just not good for you. So the authoritarian says, like, I'm just protecting you by blocking you off from those negative things, and they are probably negative things. But then this freedom starts closing in to where you can no longer speak freely, think freely, act freely, and then there's some. I mean, that's why sort of power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The person doing the controlling actually starts getting that like dopamine rush of the controller. It's exciting. It's a vicious negative cycle. So you start out it starts out good because you're trying to do good for the person, and then it somehow goes to shit.
Yeah.
So what are the aspects that are often controlled about a person who's in psychology, especially senior?
Well, information control, access to the internet, access to any information critical of Scientology.
Is some internet access allowed?
Public Scientologist has no restrictions to their access to the internet. They're just not allowed to read anything critical of Scientology.
Oh, okay. So they're supposed to self-control what they read and not. And what's the explanation? Is it always assumed that anything critical of Scientology is a lie?
They really push this thing that unless you've been in a Scientology organization yourself, or unless you've actually been a Scientologist, you couldn't possibly know the truth about Scientology. If you're only getting information from people who aren't members or former members, then you couldn't possibly be getting the correct information. Now, they don't realize the math there doesn't make sense. If you can find out the true information by becoming and being a Scientologist, then that means you can get the correct information from the former Scientologists because they traveled that path and they got the correct information. So they still create this, they try to create this unfalsified loop where unless you are personally doing it, you don't have correct information. And you go, what about people who did personally do it, got the correct information, left, and are now sharing that with others? Well, no, those are lies. Well, okay, so just anything you don't like is a lie. You go, yeah, pretty much. That's kind of how it works.
So what about the control of negative information on the internet? What like the actual operations? I mean, Baron, I should admit, I don't know too much about Scientology. I was doing a bunch of reading, and the Wikipedia page on Scientology, interestingly enough, is not that negative about Scientology. So when you ask, you have to be a little bit careful how you consume stuff from Wikipedia. You have to consider because money can buy things there. There's some special interest and so on. But like it made me wonder, like with a lot of the controversial topics, what is true and where do I look? Where do I go for truth? So like how much deliberate action is there to control what's true on the internet by Scientology?
Well, these days they pretty much I think thrown in the towel. But the Scientology middle management was editing Wikipedia so often from IP addresses that were traced back to the Scientology buildings that Wikipedia locked them out from any IP addresses associated with Scientology from being able to edit it. It's like the Scientology was so infatuated with trying to control the information, and in the early days of the internet, they had a certain degree of success with that. It's just hopeless these days.
The scale is not there, but actually I'm very surprised how bot farms, how effective that can be in a very small scale. If you just pay 100 people to spread narratives, but the bad stuff, the reason that's effective is it can kind of create conspiracy theories that create chaos, and nobody knows what is true. That bot farms can do, but actually really nicely control a narrative. But to create chaos, it's easier to do. To basically say like, do PR control is very hard. Yeah, so especially on the internet, especially when the critical eye is there. The internet is more bullshit, which is one of the really bad things.
And I gotta tell you, it's one of the reasons I do a YouTube channel. It's one of the reasons I decided to upload every day. I've uploaded every day for the last 6 months. I just wanted there to be a non-stop flow of information of any kind and any variety, as long as it's fair and balanced, intelligent, interesting, that Scientologists who stumble upon the internet will, oh look, someone's talking about my thing. Let's see what they got going on. And this guy, the fact that Scientology crushes so much information, before before YouTube, before like I have the only like big Scientology channel, and that only got big in the last 6 months. Okay, so before that, there were channels, there was things, but it's almost like it took a lot of like people felt like it took a lot of bravery and courage to like say something on the internet about Scientology, and so people would pop up, and there weren't very many voices, and I was like, I want this to be prolific. I want to be prolific. I want to have 30 or 40 other channels being prolific, so that Scientology could possibly successfully control the narrative about it.
Have you been personally touched?
AaronSmith11.com is a website created by the Church of Scientology. Have you seen it?
No. What kind of content is on?
Aaron's an abusive father, a horrible husband, and the worst staff member we've ever had. And, I openly talk about it because I think the fact that Scientology even does things like that is fucking hilarious. And anything they try to do to me, the way I think about it is, you're just giving me an opportunity to turn the mirror back on you and show how horrible you are.
Does it stick?
No.
So you find that there is an effective.
It's completely effective. They're so over the top. And I'll tell you how the website became. So I was on the first season of the Remedy Scientology Afterwards. Every single person who participated in that show got a website. It's just that everyone else's website is like, who is markhedley.com? Who is mikerinder.com? Well, I thought it was AaronSmith11.com, but I was too stupid to buy Aaron. I didn't buy AaronSmith11.com. So I'm actually the only one who has a website in their name.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And I'm like, I could probably get a lawyer to get it back for me, but I'm like, why? I want everyone to see what a nasty, petty, disgusting organization that this is. Nobody believes anything Scientology says.
Does the general public know when it comes to Scientology?
Well, no, it says right on the bottom, copyright 2000, whatever, Church of Scientology International. Like, they didn't even try to hide it.
AaronSmith11.com.
Yeah. Man with no.
Aaron Smith, who is he really? Aaron Smith 11, a man with no moral compass. Read about Aaron Smith 11, a man spreading hate from the internet's shadows. Open mouth shots, and you're saying like, wow, there's testimonies.
Oh, there's videos from former coworkers.
The slightest thing just sets him off, and he just goes fully nuts. But that one is true. I didn't understand why he slapped me before the game.
I'm saying that list, everyone else is on the bottom. It's so funny.
Who is okay?
What's up? 2021 Church of Scientology International, all rights reserved. Here's an example of just Scientology's complete lack of trust. So me and Mike Rinder, we have these on like a houseboat project, right?
Yeah, wait, Mike Rinder.
You know Mike Rinder.
Do I? Bobblehead of the guy. I don't know him. I would love to talk to him about him, but there's a very fine gentleman, bobblehead.
The reason we created the bobblehead is because on Mike Rinder's hate site, Scientology created a GIF or a GIF. How do you say what's the right way to say it?
The correct is GIF.
GIF, good. Yeah. Scientology created a GIF of Mike Rinder's bobblehead. It was an insult, like, oh, all he does is sit next to the remedy for GIF. And so they made a GIF of him with a bobblehead. So we were like, we're going to make Mike Rinder bobbleheads, and we're going to sell them on the spshop.com to raise money for the Aftermath Foundation.
Oh,
yeah. And now that I want to buy, yeah, go to the spshop.com and get yourself a Mike Rinder bobblehead. Now look, now that my profile's getting a little higher, this head was made like this smooth, shiny head needs its own bobblehead. 100% does. So, but let me show you. So here's what's happening. We just hired some day laborers off of like Craigslist or something. So what Scientology did was they had private investigators stake out the house flip project. They were clearly running license plates of anyone who visited the property. Because otherwise, how would they find out the laborers' names, looking through background checks on them, to find out they had criminal records? And they published this as if it's going to reflect negatively on me. Oh, we hired someone to do work who had a criminal record? Who gives a shit? You know, one of the biggest problems people with records have is finding employment. There's nothing bad about hiring someone who's got a criminal record. It doesn't reflect negatively on me, but it shows you what they think about me. It shows you what they think about people who are trying to put their life back together. Maybe, actually work for a living. And it also shows that they're surveilling. Like they don't realize that putting this up, they're publishing information that they can only have if they're surveilling me and Mike, and it doesn't occur to them, maybe we shouldn't do that.
It's just the general process, sad to say, of journalism, where they're looking for any kind of dirt, and they're trying to conjure up a story. And there's something about drama and negative stories that get clicks and so on. So this is the general process. The more, especially the more celebrity you become, the more of these kinds of attacks come, and they look for any kind of thing that could be, it doesn't even have to be facts. It could be just asking who's he really. Seems to have traction on these guys. Yeah. What is the actual truth of the man you keep claiming you are, of the good man you keep claiming you are? It's fascinating. But sometimes that can be effective. I think if you're being transparent and authentic and just putting yourself out there completely and your story completely, then that's the best way to fight it. That's the other reason to be prolific on the internet, right? The reason Joe Rogan can't get canceled is because anyone can watch thousands of hours of the authentic Joe Rogan. You can't misrepresent him because he spent thousands of hours representing himself genuinely. Yeah. The nice thing, when you represent yourself genuinely, you should be a good person. If you're a good person, then you can smell out the bullshit. Who is David Scott? It's even like, you said L. Ron Hubbard founded psychology. Let's go to the story of how we transitioned from that to David Scott, the current leader of Scientology. He was actually not selected by L. Ron Hubbard to take over, but ended up usurping power and taking over. It sounds like Stalin and Trotsky. It's like a similar story. It's the person, oftentimes in a situation, it's not the natural successor power, it's the one that takes power.
Right. I think the quote sometimes gets attributed to David Miscavige is power is not given, it is assumed. The last 6 years of L. Ron Hubbard's life, he was off into seclusion, essentially hiding from lawsuits. Now, by the time Hubbard went into seclusion, Miscavige had sort of already risen up through the ranks of the Sea Organization. Now, Miscavige was like a teenager, either like 11, 12, 13, something like that. Miscavige was not born into Scientology, but he was a young boy when his father got into Scientology. Okay, so Miscavige did start working as a Sea Org member. So there's one organization that existed to essentially serve Hubbard directly and to represent his interests, and it was called the Commodore of the Sea Organization. The Commodore's Messenger Organization was called the CMO. Miscavige started working for the CMO pretty early on in his Sea Org career. By the way, as did Mike Renton. Okay. And so he just became known as a doer, like a guy who get it done. No excuses, no stops, get it done. So he had made a name for himself in the CMO by the time Hubbard went off into seclusion. Now, when he went off into seclusion, he took two other CMO, I'm going to call them messengers, right? Commodore's messengers. He took two other messengers with him, Pat and Andy Broker. Now, it has been said by people, Mike Ricker has said, he goes, the reason Pat and Andy went off with LRH isn't necessarily because he desperately wanted them to, but partly because we could afford to let them go. We didn't necessarily need them. Okay. And between the two of them, Annie was the one who was like a really compassionate person, intelligent person, caring person.
Was there a plausible trajectory of this world where she was the one that took over?
Yeah. In fact, Pat and Annie Broker were the two people that were supposed to take over. Okay. But because Pat and Annie were with Hubbard in seclusion, Miscavige basically had the complete run of the operation without any oversight from Hubbard. The only way any information would get from Scientology world to Hubbard is Miscavige and Pat Broker would meet at a confidential location, and Miscavige would give Broker any information he wanted to go to LRH. So if Miscavige wanted to get rid of somebody, all he had to do was feed LRH false information that this person had been caught doing something treasonous. And then he would get in response some order from L. Ron Hubbard to get rid of this person. So are there so many similarities between various communist regimes and fascist regimes?
Well, he did the same thing when he became the supreme leader. He had to take power. Yeah, had to wait for the president to die, but the whole time there's a control of information and a slow aggregation of power. Of course, with nations it's different because if you control the military, you control a lot. You have to also get the generals on your side and so on. I'm sure in this situation there was similar kind of dynamics. You have to get certain people on your side, control the flow of information, let the original founder, the original leader die off.
Yeah.
And make sure that you are the one that's left in power.
Right. So whereas Pat and Annie are off with LRH, all of Scientology's attorneys and accountants and lobbyists, or whatever, they all know Dave. Dave's the one they deal with. So, LRH passes away, Pat and Annie make this appearance. Nobody knows Pat and Annie. Everybody knows Dave. And so he ended up getting rid of Pat and Annie. This is a very short, perhaps slightly bastardized version of it. Of Miscavige, basically. They had been ushering just suitcases of cash to L. Ron Hubbard during this time. And, Pat was so you have Miscavige handing boatloads of cash to Pat Broker. Pat would do crazy things like hide the money in the walls of houses and dig pits and everything. So, but Miscavige basically threatened to turn Pat Broker over to the IRS for tax evasion. Pat Broker is still alive.
Is he a Scientologist?
No, he basically went away and kept her name shut. She died. She stayed a loyal Sea Org member until the very end. But literally, what Miscavige put her on menial tasks, like she had no authority whatsoever. She was just put on menial tasks, washing dishes, but not really groundskeeper, just stupid low-level assistant, paper pusher stuff. She never operated with any actual authority, even though she was supposed to be the one to take over.
So on David Miscavige, difficult question, but can you make both the case that he is a good man who's misunderstood and the case that he's not a good man?
First, that Miscavige is a true believer in Scientology. I do believe that.
That's a really important question. Do you think he believes in all the faiths and all of that?
He definitely believes in that. I think he believes in Scientology, but in a different way than all other Scientologists, because he's aware of a lot more information, damaging information about L. Ron Hubbard and the true story of Scientology than most people. So his version of belief is different. I'll give you one example here. So Scientology's bridge to total freedom goes up to what they call OT8, operating thing all the way. Okay. Scientologists have all been told that L. Ron Hubbard, before he passed, completed putting together OT 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. He's just sitting in the vault, waiting to be released. This is part of the Scientology belief system, because remember, I said going up Scientology's bridge to total freedom is how you're supposed to get back to your native godlike state. Well, all the Scientologists in the world have already done OT8 know that they haven't gotten there, but they still believe in Scientology because they're told there's more. But wait, there's more. Miscavige knows there is more. So Miscavige knows the fundamental promise of being able to achieve full operating statesman is a lie. He knows L. Ron Hubbard didn't accomplish that, so therefore no one else is going to accomplish it as well. If L. Ron Hubbard had accomplished it, Miscavige knows, well, he didn't write it up, he didn't leave instructions for how anyone else would accomplish it. So no matter what, Miscavige knows that the fundamental promise that what Scientology is saying they will be able to deliver to mankind is a lie. Now, it's going to sound like I'm contradicting myself, because it sounds like I'm saying that he knows it's bullshit. I think he believes that L. Ron Hubbard just failed to finish his work, and he's kind of hoping L. Ron Hubbard's going to come back and finish the job. Because L. Ron Hubbard did tell people at the international management base, at least the core of it, that he was coming back. Now, we know that David Miscavige believed this because right around the 21-year mark, he was supposed to come back like 21 years after he died. Right around the 21-year mark, David Miscavige was getting busy putting some things in place that had to get done in case L. Ron Hubbard did that. So we know he at least believed to that one.
He believes that L. Ron Hubbard can sort of enter his own body. So he can't transfer.
If you were full OT,
can you describe the OT again? So OT levels, OT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to 8. What are they? How do you get to the level ones?
I'm going to answer this question by first connecting some dots.
Yes.
Okay. We spoke earlier in the interview about achieving your native godlike state. That in Scientology is called native state. Okay. Native state and full operating thetan mean the exact same thing. Okay, because at native state, you are a fully operating state. Operating in your full capacity. So OT means operating thing. So the upper confidential half of Scientology bridge are called the OT levels, the operating thing levels. And these, and remember, they're confidential. So most Scientologists have not done these levels. They don't know what's on. It is on these levels that you learn about the Xenu and the body taking story. We spoke earlier about how at the lower non-confidential levels of Scientology bridge, Hubbard is saying that what's wrong with you is your reactive mind. Okay. Well, in Scientology, once you've got rid of your reactive mind, that is what's called the state of clear. Okay, so after you finish state of clear, the next thing on the bridge is the OT levels. Well, if you've already got rid of your active mind, what the heck are you supposed to do now? Well, now L. Ron Hubbard says, okay, first, what was wrong with you was just your reactive mind. But now the next thing you have to resolve, the next thing that's wrong with you, is you actually have tens of thousands of things stuck to your body, and they all have their own reactive minds. You have to audit the data.
How do you audit the things? Are these like different shades of your inner mind, and you just have to try to access them somehow?
You use the emitter, like we spoke about, except now you've got a divider that separates the cans so they don't short circuit, and you hold both cans in one hand, and you have the emitter in front of you. So now you're auditing yourself. You're telepathically talking to the statements that are stuck to you. You are thinking the commands instead of saying them out loud, and you sort of do drills where you practice looking for emitter reads at the instant you have a thought. You're telepathically auditing spirits that L. Ron Hubbard says are stuck to your body. Does this sound like a recipe for a mental breakdown?
Or a heck of a mental journey? Wherever that leads, if you could lead anywhere, it probably leads to a very bad place, right?
Very often does. And you combine that with the fact that Scientology is against any forms of mental health or health outside of Scientology, and you have a recipe for disaster. Now, you might go, where did all these spirits come from that are stuck to your body? This is where Xenu comes in. So Hubbard says that 75 million years ago, Xenu was basically a dictator. The Galactic Confederation is like 70-something or 80-something planets somewhere in the Milky Way. And Xenu was like a dictator, an overlord for either one of these planets or the whole system. And they had a population problem. And Xenu was like, we need to get rid of like half the people. So we called them all in for tax audits. L. Ron Hubbard didn't like the IRS. So of course the story has to do with tax audits. Okay. Called them all in for tax audits. Said, psych bitches, froze them in glycol, loaded them up on space planes, flew them to Earth. Remember, the story has to be Earth because the story is for torn us. Flew them to Earth, dropped them in volcanoes, blew them up with hydrogen bombs, and then captured them with like spirit magnets. I'm making up words. Just, okay. And these disembodied spirits of these people that got blown up have just been blowing in the wind here on Earth, and they attach themselves to things, and they can be in the environment, and they stick to bodies and everything. And they all have reactive minds. So at Scientology's upper levels, if you get sick or you have cancer or there's something wrong with you, Scientology will say, that's one of your body things. You need some money to fix the body thing.
So this story, you do it with a kind of bit of a chuckle, but when done seriously, so it's just told in a serious way, or written out. So you read it.
By most accounts, Scientologists struggle when they read this for the first time. This is not consistent with what Scientologists are hoping for as an They're hoping for some real life-changing action. The way these things are described and sold, they're hoping that these OT levels are going to make them, give them the ability to go completely independent of their body at will. You exteriorize from your body, go back into your body, like have some real spirit powers.
At first, it's kind of a shock. But then you still probably believe, you hope.
Yeah.
And you might turn into yourself, self-critical, like I'm just not strong enough yet.
Yeah, because also part of Scientology, remember, it works 100% of the time when used 100% correctly. And if it doesn't, it could be because something's not being done right, but it also could be because you're doing bad things that you're not telling people about. Like if you're committing present time overt crimes, sins. Scientologists would be like, that's part of the reason auditing isn't working on you, is because you're committing criminal behavior that you're not being honest about. So every Scientologist is sort of incentivized to make auditing work on it. Okay. Now, Lex, this work isn't crazy. On OT3, you learn about the body things for the first time. When you finish OT3, you attest to having achieved the state of having no more body things. And then you start OT4. He's like, psych, you got more. You got more BTs, except those other BTs, they had drug problems, and that's why you couldn't find them the first time. So we're doing something a little different here, something a little different there. Got to get rid of these BTs that were addicted to drugs. Okay? And you finish OT4 and you're thinking, man, I hope you get the good stuff soon. And then you get to OT5 and he's like, psych, you got more BTs. You couldn't find these BTs because they were all bunched up together in clusters. And first you have to break up the clusters and then you can get rid of the BTs. And you're like, okay, gotta do that.
And this was all
Yeah, this is from Lauren Hubbard. And then after you finish OT5, you get rid of all the BT clusters. OT6 is just a training course to teach you how to audit OT7. Well, OT7 is now more BTs, except it's in the environment stuff. You're trying to locate BTs, you can find them on your body, but it's just more BTs. Okay, and then OT8 is when we talked about in all these auditing sessions throughout the entire Scientology bridge. You have people who've run hundreds or thousands of past life full track incidents. These memories have become part of their self-identity of who they even think they are. OT8, you go through all these past life recalls, and essentially, I'm oversimplifying this a little bit. He goes, psych, all those past life memories weren't yours. They were your BTs. And he goes, now that you've discovered this, now you know who you are not. And you are ready to find out who you really are. Well, now you're supposed to find out who you really are in OT9 and 10. Those don't exist.
do we know they don't exist?
Yeah. In fact, the whole story of how that became known is part of how David Miscavige was able to get rid of Pat Broker and take over power, because it was believed that Pat Broker was in possession of the upper unreleased OT levels. And when Miscavige determined that he was not, and there weren't in fact any levels, that was bad. That was a bad day to be David Miscavige, because he now knew he had something on his hands he could not get himself out of.
So there's no gap for faith to seep in, that there is a level 9 and 10, 11 and 12.
Oh, the faith is there. Scientologists believe that these things do exist. Ron Hubbard didn't leave anything behind.
Does David Miscavige believe they exist?
Oh no, he knows they don't exist. Meaning, when I say exist, I don't mean do advanced levels of spiritual awareness exist. When I said it exists, did L. Ron Hubbard write down what anyone is supposed to do that's called OT9? That doesn't exist.
Do you think David Miscavige believes that they can be written down, so they exist in the platonic sense, and L. Ron Hubbard is the only one who can write it down? So his is really deep.
Oh, you mean his faith that only L. Ron Hubbard could have ever been one to do it?
The full principles, beliefs of Scientology, he is. Are you sure he believes
What is that?
everything about Scientology? That is true.
To the best of my ability to know that, I believe it to be true. I'll give you small, even stupid examples. Like Mike Renders told a story where at the international base, Miscavige actually had like a copper contraption built into the ground, like grounded in the neck to come out, where you could hold it. And here's something he sort of came up with to your BT. It could ground your BTs. You could get your BTs that you're feeling overstimulated or something. I'm probably slightly bastardizing the story, but he came up with this as a great idea, something to help someone destimulate if their BTs were getting a little too erected. Now, so that's a stupid story. That's sort of like, well, it shows you he believes in the concept of BTs if he's creating little rods to get rid of them, to ground them into the earth.
Well, he could be conjuring up the stories because he understands the power of myth and narrative and so on to inspire.
Sure.
But also if we look at history, both with this is the interesting thing, because I've been reading a lot about Hitler and Stalin. It seems like both of them, in different ways, believed in the stories they were telling. Even when the stories, this is fascinating, especially with Hitler propaganda, where they were literally conjuring up at first. But then you start to believe your own propaganda.
With Stalin, I think what he always believed is the ideal of pure communism, and anything justifies the journey to communism because it will ultimately be good for humanity to achieve the state of pure communism. And then he's a godlike figure that can bring humanity there. But like with Hitler, it's interesting because like this constant propaganda, he knows it's not true. A little bit. There's got to be doubt, but then all doubt is removed very quickly.
Yeah.
So I guess humans are just this is how they operate.
Yeah. The conversation about David Miscavige gets really interesting because I could give you if I wanted to make the argument that he didn't believe, I could give you a dozen examples to make that argument. I just happen to think that he believes in a different way, whereas your average Scientologist believes that L. Ron Hubbard was practically infallible, that he thought of everything in advance, he took care of everything before he left, and Miscavige still believes in like the main structure of this thing, but he's like, oh shit, it's falling to me to figure out how to actually make this thing happen. I think Miscavige sees himself as someone who has, to a certain degree, had to go back and fix L. Ron Hubbard's mistakes.
Do you think he sees himself as doing good for the world?
I do.
What about for the people of Scientology?
I think in his own way he does. I don't think he wakes up thinking he's screwing Scientologists. I think he sees everyone else as screwing him. I think he sees that it is his job to expand Scientology throughout the world and accomplish the ends of Scientology, and he sees that it's not happening, and he thinks if everyone else would just stop, if everyone else would get out of his way and stop creating problems for him, it would happen. I do think he sees himself as someone who is doing good. I think that's fair to say. I think the evidence shows that.
What about the effects of clearly power and influence that he's had and money?
Yeah, without question, that has served as a corrupting force.
It has.
Without question.
Have you seen sort of evidence of that he's changed over time?
After the 1993 IRS exemption that Scientology won back, and this information comes from Mike Rinder, that's when David Miscavige, as soon as the checks on his power were removed, Miscavige's behavior changed markedly.
Can you tell the story of Shelley Miscavige and the mystery surrounding her? I saw that there was quite a bit of mystery.
Yeah. So Shelley Miscavige, for many years, held the job of her post in this organization was David Miscavige's assistant. That was her post. It's important to truly understand that and what that means, because the fact that she was Miscavige's wife is meaningless. And this is something that's hard for regular people in the regular world to truly grasp how meaningless it is in Scientology. For Sea Org members who are spouses, it means nothing.
Your role matters within Sea Org.
Your role is the only thing that matters. So let's say Shelley was married to Dave, but she worked in a different organization. She would never be seen with him, ever, publicly ever. Wouldn't travel with him, wouldn't go to events with him, nothing. Sometime around 2006, 2007, and I'm very oversimplifying. Okay. Shelley basically pissed off Dave to the point where he's like, okay, I'm done. I'm going to take you off of your post. At that point, she was reassigned to another confidential Scientology base up in Twin Peaks, California. The reason I'm providing this type of detail is because we hear that Shelley's missing. Okay, well, you realize the same people who report that Shelley's missing are also the same people who tell you exactly where she is. Okay, she works at this secretive CST, Church of Spiritual Technology base out in Twin Peaks, California. I have personal confirmation that she was seen and spoken with by someone who knew her well in, I'll say, 2019. Shelley Miscavige is missing in the sense that she hasn't been seen with David Miscavige since about 2006. But because she's no longer his assistant, you would never see her with her.
As opposed to like the mystery of a person that might be murdered, this is more of a reallocation within the organization.
Certain people who cover Scientology, who have published stories where Shelley Miscavige's family member told a story to another family member, who told the story to a friend, who told the story to a former Scientologist, who told the story to a journalist, who published the story, has created the impression that some of Shelley Miscavige's family members are actually talking to the press, when in fact that has never occurred. And so the very people publishing about Shelley Miscavige missing have contributed to the fact that Shelley Miscavige does no longer speak to those family members because she thinks they're talking to the press when they never have. It's pretty messed up.
It's sad that because those family members would be a way for her to recover, to flourish as a human being, to escape.
Yeah. So I believe the information that I have, that I've verified, I'm putting out, I'm the one representing history without my sources, that Shelley was still actively in touch regularly with family members outside the Sea organizations until about 2014. So, I mean, regularly. Okay, so there's no question about her safety during that period. And then someone else who knew Shelley very well did see her and actually have a conversation with her in a public place in 2019 or 2020. Now somebody can still come along and be like, how do we know she's okay? It's been 3 years. You know, the nature of working in the highest levels of Scientology management at these super secretive bases, it's a very weird and unique situation. It has isolation baked in.
How is secrecy enforced? Why is everybody holding on to their stories so intensely? People that are within the organization, like it's hard to leak information.
Oh, they wouldn't want to leak. They're true believers. They see like there's sort of a conspiracy theory that runs right through all of Scientology, which is that Scientology represents like an existential threat to the powers that really control this planet.
Do they have a face to the powers that really control? Do they have names to it? Like who's controlling?
It's Xenu's homeless.
Well, I'm sure that's not what they say. Xeno bodied.
It's actually sort of a multifaceted conspiracy. And then on the one hand, L. Ron Hubbard points his fingers at like the international bankers, okay, which has shades of anti-Semitism to it.
And the IRS is going to be quickly baked in.
The IRS now, the IRS is so low in the totem pole as far as the international bankers who say but they use that these bankers also use big pharma and big psych to control the population, and Scientology is famously against pharma and psych, and so this is sort of how L. Ron Hubbard characterizes like this big war between Scientology that's trying to set everyone free and big pharma and big psych that's trying to enslave everyone on the planet.
Yeah, controlling their mind, controlling their body, their chemicals, and
who controls the press. Big pharma and big psych.
So that there's a lot of correlation to other kinds of conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
But you asked the question, why would all these people hold on to their stories? They would never want to leave. Like, even anyone who would want to leak would not even want to be a Scientologist anymore. Like, if you truly believe in Scientology and you got your shoulder to the wheel and you're a Sea Org member, you think Scientology is literally the only thing that can save every being on this planet from a fate of eternal amnesia and slavery, right? And so it's like, you see the Matrix, right? So you've got everyone, once you're unplugged from the Matrix, and you realize, yeah, you can get plugged back in and live your nice life, but you're a slave. That's how Scientologists see this planet. They refer to Earth as a prison planet.
Just at an individual level, how is it possible to reach a person like that? Is there something you could say to that? Like, what's the journey of reaching a person like that?
I personally, because of when I was in those shoes, I say there's nothing anybody could have said to me to get me to change how I felt and thought about Scientology. It's almost foolproof that the more evidence you try to present that there's something wrong with what Scientology is doing, the more you're just working for the sites. It's very, very difficult. Most people who leave Scientology leave because they have had some personal experience that was just such a grave injustice that it just pushed them beyond the point of what they were going to experience. Very rare. I'm not sure I've really ever heard a story of someone going, yeah, I just woke up, I just gradually realized it was all BS and drifted away. You know, it's usually like, no, I really believe, and they treated me so horribly. I almost had no choice but to leave. And then the stories get pretty crazy.
Meaning you don't care what's true anymore. You just have to leave.
Yeah.
Because the unpleasant feeling and stuff.
Yeah. And this sort of goes back to the conversation we're having about, like, well, does Miscavige really believe? And I said I could make an argument for the fact that he doesn't, right? Because I go, it wouldn't be that hard to change the way Scientology treats people just a little bit, and you'd probably stop losing anyone. Because Scientologists already believe to such a strong degree, you have to be pretty freaking horrible with people to make them believe. And that's where you go, well, does Miscavige even want Scientology to expand? Because if he was really being clever about it, it seems like he could at least stop the bleeding, and yet he doesn't. So that's where you make the argument, well, if he doesn't, then he must not want to.
So his mind is corrupted to the point where he's not able to actually be a good businessman, essentially.
It seems that way. The numbers of Scientologists have been going down and down and down since the early 90s.
Is there a good, and it's very difficult to get to this number, but is there a good estimate of what the current number of Scientologists, of practicing Scientologists is?
Oh, yeah. I did a video about this. It's actually quite easy to get some number. It's not more than 35,000 in the entire world. And that's being very generous and charitable. I was intentionally generous. I broke it all down in a spreadsheet and everything.
You know, what can you give like some insights of how you get that?
Sure, there's about 175 to 200 Scientology organizations in the world. Anybody who's ever worked at these organizations know there's not more than 35 to 50 staff members per org. There's not more than 1 to 200 public Scientologists per org. I broke down the number of Sea Org members who'd be working in every continental management unit, middle management, international management. I broke down the mission network, and I was generous. I mean, my numbers were like, if L. Ron Hubbard came back and they were doing an event, L. Ron Hubbard was coming back and announcing OT9 and 10, how many Scientologists could we scrape together in every city to come to this event? It wasn't more than 30,000. Now, contrast that to what Scientology says. Millions, 10 million people.
Is this less people than there used to be?
Yeah. At its peak, it was about 100,000 active members.
But never 50 million.
No.
Has David Miscavige used violence? Is there, in your understanding of it, in your estimation, sort of harassment, assault, and actual, I don't know how to define assault, but violence?
Oh, yeah. Dozens of former Sea Org members from the international base have told stories of being assaulted by Miscavige. In fact, Mike Rinder is probably the one person who's been assaulted by Miscavige more than anyone else. He personally probably been assaulted dozens of times.
Who is Mike Rinder?
So man here, one of the highest ranking executives in Scientology.
The author.
There you go, A Billion Years.
Of A Billion Years.
It really is a fantastic book. Because like the guy was born and raised in Scientology and worked personally with L. Ron Hubbard and worked personally with David Miscavige for decades. It's like, it doesn't get much more insider than that.
A candid and deeply felt memoir of life lost to false belief and courageously regained when it's right. A Billion Years, my escape from a life in the highest ranks of Scientology.
It's a fantastic book. He also narrates it on the audiobook too. I know you like the audiobooks, that's why I listened to it.
Yeah.
So Mike, famously, I just said a moment ago, like someone who's treated so horribly, even though he still believed in Scientology, that he had no choice but to leave. And he tells the story in that book. He still believed in Scientology for years after he escaped. For years. Because there's this thing called the independent Scientology movement or the free zone, whatever. There are people who do Scientology outside of the Church of Scientology. They're just not anywhere. But Mike was one of those people who was actually doing Scientology even after he left. Now, he no longer believes in it anymore. He doesn't do it. But even though he still believed, even though everything he knew was what he was leaving behind, he still had to leave.
And by the way, I just opened to random page and he says, when I signed on for Sea Org, the recruiter promised I would train as a Scientology executive under the direct tutelage of Hubbard on the Apollo. So this is another thing I should probably ask you about this.
We could go for days.
I was also told that after I learned all I needed to learn at the foot of the mastery, I would return to Australia to help expand Scientology in my home country. What was the thing that really broke him?
The final thing is when got to a point where he was no longer being forced to lie to protect L. Ron Hubbard. He was now being forced to lie to protect David Miscavige. And specifically, it was about the allegations of having been assaulted by Miscavige. Mike Rinder was at some event, and might have been a grand opening for a building, a Scientology building in London, and I believe it was John Sweeney, at that time a BBC journalist, who, stuck the camera and microphone in his face. Is it true David Miscavige assaulted you? Is it true? And Mike denied it on camera. And then turned around and to himself is like, this is what my life has been reduced to? Lying to protect David Miscavige? This used to be about L. Ron Hubbard. This used to be about Scientology. Now it's about protecting this douchebag. And Miscavige had just issued orders that was going to send Mike off to Australia. Miscavige is sadistic. That is without question.
Sadistic meaning
He enjoys inflicting pain upon others. So he very specifically was going to tell Mike, tell Rinder, or tell that cocksucker, we're shipping him off to Australia. He's never going to see his wife and his kids again, essentially. And that's when Mike was like, they were the only reason I hadn't already left. So if I follow the orders, I'm going to lose them. If I leave Scientology, I'm going to lose them. But at least if I leave Scientology, I'll be free of something. It's fucking sad.
and he still believed Scientology to some degree after he left, is what you're saying. Has he spoken about what it took to let go of believing in Scientology?
He does a very good job talking about all of this in the book. And it took him like 4 or 5 years to get that book done. Like it's a polished version. It's a polished version of the story. And I think Mike's about getting ready to start his own YouTube channel. So that'll be a lot of fun. Actually, Mike comes on my channel all the time.
Yeah, you guys do a thing together.
Yeah, we do Three Amigos with me and Mike Rinder and Marquette. That's why I gave you Mark's book. So I thought maybe you would know him from our little Three Amigos, our Mondays with Mike and Mark.
Mark Headley, alone for good, behind the Iron Curtain of Scientology.
So he escaped from the international base on the site. It's a wild story.
Nice.
I'm not even trying to do it justice. But
Who's a better writer?
you're not going to get me there. Like,
I'm trying to be an investigative journalist more.
Mike and Mark are both on the board of the Aftermath Foundation. So
Who's better looking?
it's one of my justifications for just putting up content every day is every video is just an excuse to, in some little way, promote the Aftermath Foundation. And I do that again, one, to genuinely help people escape, and two, because I know Jack David Miscavige crazy.
If you look in your own heart, is there anger there?
I don't think it's anger. I don't hate Scientology. I don't hate David Miscavige. I don't even hate my experience in Scientology.
Are you able to accept the good
Yeah.
from your experience?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's also the only path that I travel. So I tend, okay, a little less so these days, but earlier in life, I tended to attribute all positive characteristics in Scientology, because in my simplistic way of thinking, I was like, what else could it possibly be attributed to? That's a very black and white way of saying.
You have like to see life. No matter what happens to you, you attribute, like you focus on the positive.
Yeah.
And you feel like sometimes people have traumatic experiences with parents and so on.
Yeah.
And if you focus on the positive, it's a good way to let go of the trauma associated with it.
True. But like another example would be like, I didn't go to school. I stopped going to school in the 7th grade. But people go, but you sound so smart. And what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to say, well, it's because of Scientology. Like, how do I answer that question? Like, if it's the only path I travel, how do I answer that question? I don't necessarily want to give Scientology credit. What the hell am I supposed to point to? You know?
I mean, you said this, you kind of enjoy, any part of this you joke and control, and that you enjoy knowing that your YouTube channel drives David Miscavige crazy. I mean, what, that means you still, I mean, there is a joy you have.
There is a joy. I'm not going to deny that.
I don't know what to make of that, because I suppose there's an intimacy when you're part of a tribe of that kind.
It's almost like, let me try to frame it. I wasn't trying to get kicked out of Scientology. I was trying to not get kicked out of Scientology. So what happened first my mom got kicked out for basically talking some smack about David Miscavige. And then they go to me and they go, okay, you've got to disconnect from your mom or you're going to get kicked out. And I lied about that. I was like, okay, but I never, a couple years on my house like that. Eventually, they were like, "This guy's gonna keep lying to us, right?" And they're like, "Yeah." It's like, "All right, you're out." So then they go to my wife. So you got to divorce your husband. You can take it. And she goes, "No."
It's a hell of a statement.
It's going to get hard for me. So. Not quite sure.
Okay, I'll try to do my
You
best.
don't seem like a man who's afraid of hard things.
Okay. So she's like, "No."
So then they go to her parents. And they say, "You've got to disconnect with your daughter and your 3 granddaughters." But they have 3 other kids who are Scientologists, who have spouses who are Scientologists, who have grandkids. So I feel like up until that point, everybody was sort of making a decision for themselves and what was best for themselves until they get to her parents. And then they're like, which grandkids are we going to with? Okay? At the part where they were trying to get me to disconnect from my mom, there were hours that I spent talking to them going, "You know, guys, there's another way. It doesn't have to go this way. There's another way that ends well for all of us." And that wasn't even considered. And I go, like, they created this monster. And that's a fact. And that's why I take joy in it. When people ask me, is Scientology a destructive cult? I don't even have to get into all the academic discussions of what's a religion, what's a cult, what's the difference. I go, as long as they destroy families like that, they're a cult.
So we cut people off deliberately, one by one. And it doesn't have to be that way.
Right.
And why is it?
I mean, it started with L. Ron Hubbard laying out a policy framework, a policy structure that, if interpreted and applied in the worst possible way, with the worst possible judgment, can be abused in that way. I would make the argument that if an anti-broker had taken over, that Scientology policy does have enough little caveats baked into it that even the policies about disconnection could be interpreted and implemented in a non-destructive way. There is room for judgment and discretion. And Miscavige has just created the worst possible version of Scientology, and that's where you sort of get the argument of, does he even want Scientology to succeed? Because he seems to be hell-bent on making sure that he doesn't. And I don't want to see him make it succeed, but it does bring that question up of, like, what are his motivations? Can he not see that he's destroying the thing he's supposed to be expanding?
That's also, there's ways to measure cost. And that would probably be the most costly aspect of Scientology, is the suffering associated with the separating of families.
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually just makes it very concrete what we value in life, is the connection to our loved ones. Like, everything else doesn't matter. Like getting $50 a week, like that, like getting money stolen from you, getting the truth stolen from you. None of that compares. You can even frame that as a good. There could be a lot of positives, whatever, in the tribe, but separating families, separating loved ones, that's the destructive thing. So no hate.
No, I genuinely don't hate them.
Do you forgive them?
100%. There's no one I look at in Scientology that I go, how dare you? If I was in issues, having to, operate under daily Miscavige orders, I would have done the same thing, and I would have loved it. Truthfully. I don't blame any of them. I mean, I take the opposite approach. If they knew what I knew, they'd be doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
If they knew what I knew and believed it, they'd be doing what I'm doing. They're not dumb. It's not dumb people in Scientology.
They're ambitious, they're dreamers, they got hope, they're driven, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And it's one of the reasons I like putting up content on my channel so they can see, hey, like, if you're a Scientologist, you look at it and you go, it seems like he's doing well, he's happy, he's a positive guy, he's a good communicator, he knows what he's talking about, he's not lying. He's not exaggerating. I don't exaggerate anything on my channel. I don't make up anything. And this has actually come from an experience I had from 1998 to 2000. I was living in LA. I sort of had a 2-year period of my life where I actually had almost no contact with Scientology. And during that time, I found my way onto the internet. And there was a website. It might have been ESMD, Scientology Message, whatever it was. It was, at that time, the main source of critical information about Scientology on the internet. And I looked at it. Remember, I was still a true believer. And I looked at this, and it was so offensive, insulting, hyperbolic, exaggerated. I was like, oh, it's a bunch of bullshit. I was in Scientology for 16 more years. If what I had seen on the internet about critical Scientology, if what I had seen when I had seen it was something that actually resonated with me, that I was like, oh, that I believed was true, that seemed credible, I would have gotten out of Scientology 16 years earlier. So I was like, how can I help create an experience on the internet that if a Scientologist stumbles upon it, it will resonate with them instead of repelling them? And that is exactly what I have set out to do and what I believe I've accomplished.
There's the content, the message, but also just showing that you can be happy outside of Scientology.
Exactly.
You can have a fulfilling life. You can be a good man. All that. What benefits do you think Tom Cruise gets from Scientology? So why is he still there?
He genuinely loves it. And also Miscavige does, there's one celebrity who does have the most unique experience in Scientology, and that is Tom. Scientology hires all of Tom's staff. There are no, all of Tom's staff are subject to interrogations by Scientology, not only in the hiring process, but during the employment. Like David Miscavige and Scientology runs Tom Cruise's life and his production company and his household staff.
Do you imagine there's a personal connection there where they like each other?
Best friends. I mean, it's them against the world is how they see it. I think it's pretty easy to see how that works between the two of them.
I think this idea of them against the world, us against the world, is a really powerful, intimate. Like I kind of see like friendships and relationships that way. And not in a dark sense, but it's like the world is full of cruelty and absurdity and unfairness and so on. It's nice to huddle together like the penguins and watch them against the cold.
100%.
And they're just like, and so, especially with the ideology of Scientology, this idea that you can be anything, you can essentially you can manifest it essentially through like believing it. Maybe you don't really put it into those words, but believing that you're a god is a really like inspiring, positive thing to think.
If they could figure out how to do all that without destroying families and bankrupting its members, they might actually have a future. That's why, like, it's funny because sometimes I feel like it's like I'm rooting for them to like succeed and do it right, and I'm not. But it's an interesting academic discussion to have of like, and we can all see how much people will sacrifice in the names of belief and religion. We can see how much Scientologists sacrifice based on what they already believe. If you would just start treating people less horribly, you know what I'm saying? They might actually have a future. But that's what I wanted to.
It seems like this dark lesson of human nature that they like. There's something about, to use the word cults, that you just stop seeing reality for what it is. There's a lot of things that can make this a better organization that's actually helping people flourish and be a little bit more like lose our membership, not dividing families, not causing suffering, not causing financial harm, but actually inspiring people and helping people. But then maybe it fundamentally changes what the organization is. And maybe that means somebody like David Miscavige loses power too, which might be very difficult, or people that are close to him lose power and people hold on to power or something. Whatever the human force is here, it seems to become worse and worse over time. What about, yes, a conspiracy question. Is there a chance that Tom Cruise is being blackmailed? That there's information from auditing? No. So that kind of stuff is not, that's very
I've actually come out and said definitively, I do not know of a single person who stays in Scientology because they're afraid of being blackmailed. It's just not a thing. It's just not a thing. Does Scientology have enough information to blackmail someone if they wanted to? Well, sure. I mean, and it doesn't even have to be true. It could just be lies. Who cares? Who knows? Scientology can say whatever the hell they want. So that's the thing. It doesn't even have to be true. And actually, that would be the argument against blackmail. Like, in order for Scientology to blackmail you with that information, they'd actually have to represent, yes, you really did tell us this. And it's like, well, then why are you spilling secrets of members, right? Like, it sets a bad precedent.
What are some of the sins of Scientology?
Most of the sins from a Scientology perspective are just doing or saying anything that brings disrepute to Scientology itself, right? Remember, it's not like Christianity where there's rules. If you break this rule, you're not getting into heaven. Yeah. Just Scientology doesn't think about things.
Oh, there's the drug. You can't do drugs, right?
You can't do drugs. And you can't take any psychotropic medications.
And no medications almost at all?
You're allowed to take medications. It's just, there's no rules expressly prohibiting it. It's just most Scientologists tend not to. You can take Advil, but many Scientologists don't. You just can't take anything prescribed by a psychiatrist, a psychologist, or any drugs that are psychotropic drugs. I mean, SSRIs are considered probably the closest to pure evil in the world of Scientology.
What about, weird question, what about sex? Is there boundaries on what's...
There used to not be. It's become very puritanical in the last many decades, for a reason I can't actually explain. Like, Miscavige does seem to be infatuated with controlling sex. Like, that is one thing about Miscavige version of Scientology that's gotten very strange. I mean, L. Ron Hubbard even specifically wrote a policy that says, we are no longer going to regulate in any way the bedroom activities of people. He literally said, from this point on, no one is allowed to be subject to any justice actions of any kind whatsoever for anything they do in their sexual lives. But that was still did not give permission for gay relationships. That was still referring to straight stuff.
And monogamous only. Can you do public? Can you do open marriages and open relationships?
According to the policy, you can. Yeah. I think he wrote that policy before he created the Sea Organization. And then what happened is, this is actually how this came into effect. He created the Sea Organization. You had a lot of people on a ship, and everybody was banging each other, and it created just a nightmare of personal relationship that was making production impossible. Not because everybody was spending so much time banging, but because everybody was so upset about doing banging.
I mean, sex and that kind of dynamic is really. I mean, humans do what humans do. There's drama and all that. It's understandable because everybody's so intimate. It's the closed tribe. It makes sense to limit sex. But otherwise, it becomes a sex cult.
Yeah,
which a lot of them end up becoming. Well, on that topic, would you classify Scientology as
100%? But not because I'm like fully conversant with the academic differentiations between what's a religion and what's a cult. I mean, Scientology would say, well, all small religions are cults, and that's probably true. Some people would say all religions are cults, and I'd be like, depends on how you define religion, and it depends on how you define cults. But I just fall back on my thing. Like, if you're destroying families and bankrupting your members, you're a cult. That's
us versus them, and for them could be your family, could be your loved ones. That's deeply destructive, and one of the things you would probably throw into the definition of a cult is something that's actually destructive. It's like I do a lot of stuff that's in a cult, like jiu-jitsu. Like there's a lot of really close-knit tribes, but there's no negative toxicity to it. There's no divide, different divisions. Or if there is, it's more, boy, try being a fan of a certain soccer team and then becoming a fan of another soccer team.
That's hardcore.
And like,
but I'll tell you, I train jiu-jitsu as well, and I have found that community of people to be one of the most loving and helpful group of people ever. Shout out to John Keller, Gracie Baja Clearwater. No, but seriously, like it's one of the reasons I continue to do it, despite my back, my hip, my shoulder. It's like it's just such a cool group of guys.
He used to not. I think it was much more divisive in the beginning from the Brazilian roots. One of the things that's really hard is the team oriented. Like if you're this team, you're ride or die with this team, and there's the creanches. They go to another team, and I think that aspect that was actually a turnoff in the beginning. The toxicity of that, because I understand that, a little bit for the elites, for the highest of the highest. But I like the brotherhood and the loyalty of the people, like the Olympic gold medalists, like the best in the world. Yes, but for like recreational fun. It's like this is all ultimately about the camaraderie of all human beings together, not some whatever label you put on yourself. I don't think we actually talked about the organization itself. We talked about tax exempt status, which is really important. We talked about some of the control, like the propaganda control of what's out there. It's actually interesting that you said that, like, Scientology has pretty much lost the battle with the internet. Oh, yeah. Which is kind of inspiring. It's hard to defeat the internet. But then there's, like, bots there. I think if you're sophisticated, I'm not sure that's true. But if you're not,
It's kind of remarkable they haven't been able to capitalize on these bot arms. Because there's one thing that they have. It's a lot of tax-free money that they got nothing else better to do.
yeah,
So,
because
they should give you a bot. Like, they just don't have the right people, apparently.
but that said, how do they view influence with government agencies? We've talked about the local police enforcement, also federal agencies. Anything.
That is the one way they effectively put their money to use, is lobbyists, attorneys, judges. Very rarely have they ever, just to get a politician on their side. It's the behind-the-scenes people. Greta Van Susteren is a very high-level, long-term Scientologist. And her husband, I always get it wrong. It's either Jim Cole or John Cole. I always get it wrong. He's a very powerful attorney who has wields a lot of influence behind the scenes. And that's just one example. Like, the reason why that's an interesting example is because he's actually a Scientologist and he travels in those circles. Scientology, though, its money goes to good use by hiring non-Scientologists, retired judges, attorneys, lobbyists. It really is how they get almost anything done. Like, Miscavige himself is not hobnobbing and clapping and shaking hands and meeting these folks. It's the non-Scientologist professionals who work behind the scenes on Scientology's behalf.
Can you describe the dynamics of that, how that actually happens? Like why would the police department work on Scientology?
Now, I meant more the courts and regulators, not the police department. But, for example, it can come down to something as simple as this. In Clearwater, Scientology hires Clearwater police to do off-duty work for them. They pay like 3 times the normal off-duty work. So they will, even though I'm not aware of anyone on the Clearwater PD who's actually a Scientologist, they basically end up with, they would call them allies of safety, right? People who, like, literally operate as Scientology spies. Someone comes in and files a report about some child sex case. Someone in the Clearwater PD is calling Sarah Heller at the Office of Special Affairs at the Flank Light base to let them know, hey, heads up, we got a thing coming in. And then Scientology can run around and go talk to all the Scientologists who have knowledge about this and either get them out of Clearwater,
So it's not like direct, explicit corruption, but more just friends and co-workers, integrated deeply in the community.
Yeah, I call it soft corruption. So another example, you have the mayor of Clearwater, Frank Hibbert. He used to, when he won his recent election, he stepped down from some of these nonprofits that he served on. But the nonprofits that he served on also get millions of dollars of donations from some of Scientology's richest Clearwater members, right? You have one of the mayor's best friends, Joe Burdett, literally a paid lobbyist for Scientology. So that creates a chilling effect on anyone who's going to be talking smack about Scientology because his friends are on the damn payroll. So I call it soft corruption. Not illegal. It's not illegal. But it's how Scientology deals with it. And what's ironic is that a lot of these people who work on Scientology's behalf actually secretly hate Scientology.
Because see through it that it's part of the community. It's deeply integrated in the community, and there's financial leverage. Are you ever afraid? Afraid for your well-being, afraid for your ability to function in society because of the pressures from Scientology? Is that because you're genetically malfunctioning, or mentally, or is there speaking out as a kind of protection?
I think it's one of those things that once you see him behind the curtain and you see the Wizard of Oz, he's just a silly man. You just don't have any fear. It's one of these things like people are brave. And I go, what's that quote? Bravery is, being a soldier and being afraid and going in any place. It's not brave running if you don't think nothing's going to happen to you.
Like, so I'm just trying to, like, I do not hold myself up as an example of bravery because it's not like, oh, they could destroy me, but I don't care. No, there's not a damn thing they can do to me. And it's one of the reasons I continue to put out content every day. To just basically go, hey, still here. I dare you to try to do something about it. And hope that also serves as kind of an example for other people to go, if this schmo can do it, and they can't do anything else to him, then maybe I can do it too. Because I would love there to be 20 channels where former Scientologists talk about their experience.
I mean, that is bravery because what happens is fear seeps in even if it's not grounded in reality. But at the same time, like my grandfather who fought in World War II, I mean, the story is, I mean, he was very convinced and sure most of the people he fought alongside who died was a machine gunner, but he believed that bullets can't hit him. Right? Well, you know, so he was right. Right? Because he survived. So there's some sense like you're that he's like just like you are. It's like I'm not brave. I just the bullets can't hit me. I mean, there's a dark kind of truth to that. There's some that you know. It's like it's a feedback loop where if you have the confidence and you push on forward and you're brave in that way, you do not let fear seep in and affect you. It actually gives you less things to be scared about. But that initial few steps might be for people. It might be a very difficult step to take to talk about.
The fear was knowing how the family was going to be destroyed and trying to prevent that. I was terrified of that happening. But it happened. There's nothing left to be afraid of. And that's kind of the thing. Like, they created this beast. And the same is true for Mark Headley. The same is true for Mike Rendry. I said they've essentially created a Scientology-proof virus, a Scientology-resistant strain, by throwing everything that they have at us for so many years. They have just, through natural selection, created people who just do not give a damn about anything they could or would do. And maybe there is something a little wrong. Because when I get a phone call from someone like, I just got this phone call about you, and it's clear that it's Scientology PIs doing work behind the scenes, I get really excited. I don't get nervous. I'm like, oh no, it's not like, oh yeah, this is going to be exciting. I'm like, okay, because everything they try to do to me, I'm going to figure out how to reflect it back on them and make them look ridiculous.
And that pales in comparison to the separated family. Exactly. Well, is there parts of your family that you've lost because of Scientology?
Just, yeah. If you, most of my episode on the Believer in the Aftermath show was talking about me and my twin brother. It's just a pretty horrible story. So I do have a younger brother who's still in Scientology and disconnected from me, but I never had much of a relationship with that brother, really, to begin with, right? But my twin brother died when I was like 22, 24. And that was, without any question, a direct result of our Scientology experience. He died in a car accident. That wasn't technically his fault or anything, but he wasn't even the one driving. But the specific fact of his death was not, like the fact and the manner of his death wasn't like specifically because of Scientology. But our story and how where our relationship got to, and how he was even in a position of having something like that happen to him is directly attributable to Scientology.
Do you think about him? Yes. It's part of what you're doing.
For sure.
And this is such
we were identical twins. You mentioned two of me. I barely handle one. I love it.
Losing him would not be the darkest moment in this whole journey of Scientology.
Two moments would equal the darkest moment. It would be that, and also just the period of 6, 9, 12 months of impending doom
knowing that my wife's whole family was going to be obliterated, and that there's nothing we can do about it. And kind of telling ourselves every step of the way it wasn't really going to happen, you know? And I really felt like, you ever watch the Ozarks? I felt like Marty Bird. Now, this was happening before the Ozarks, but when I watched the Ozarks and I see that character, the entire world is crumbling down around him, and all he can do, like, all right, what's the next step? I watch Marty Bird and I go, that's my fucking spirit. Because you can only control what you can control. And you can't keep Scientology from destroying your family. And literally, like, it's funny, I mentioned the show a lot because I watched that and I go, that's exactly how I felt. You know, I talked about this 6 months or 9, 12 months, whatever it was, of impending doom. It's not like I was an emotional wreck during that time. You know, in private I was, but it's not like I was just freaking out. It was like, the sun's going to come up tomorrow. The world's going to keep spinning. I can't control it. This is hard. I can't believe this is happening. But tomorrow's a new day. I've never personally, even at the darkest times, I've never experienced anything that I would characterize as depression. Certainly not ever any suicidal thoughts on it. And even in the darkest of times, and again, this one thing I go, is it because it's Scientology or is it just me? There really is an emotional attachment. There almost has to be.
Cold calculation. What are my options? What do I do here?
And then once I figure out the answer to that question, I'm actually quite chipper and happy. You know, like, that's sort of my default. Like, you could give me 6 horrible options. Once I figure out the best of those 6, I'm going to feel like I just had a pretty good day.
Because I was just watching Ozarks. It was so stressful.
It is, right?
It's so stressful watching. And he usually finds a way. And usually it is a set of really bad options. It's one of the bad options. What's the best of the bad options?
And he almost gets pissed off at everyone around him for being so pouty about it. But, you know, it's
that show, yeah. The same way I got it. Oh,
but, you know, it's like, you know, it's still simmering there right under the surface, like pretty damn close to the surface. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And people sometimes ask about recovery and whatnot, and like, what does that look like, and what does that mean? And this sort of goes back to kind of the emotional detachment. And I go, what the fuck does recovery even mean? If you're an alcoholic, you're recovering, you know what that means. I used to drink, I don't drink now. Well, I used to be in a cult, and I'm not in a cult now. How else am I supposed to feel about this for someone to be like, it seems like you've recovered? What the fuck does that even mean? Like, I'm sure some academic has an answer to that question. I'm not somebody particular. I don't spend any time thinking about it. My recovery is success and a little bit of trolling and revenge, but mostly success. You know, it doesn't mean to be recovered from a cult member, but you don't cry when people ask you about your brother. I don't know what it means. I've never had therapy, but not because I'm still like against it from Scientology. I just like, I'm not going to pay to talk to someone. Do you know where else I could do that? Scientology. Now, I know there's a lot of people going like, oh, what? I know there's a lot. I'm not shitting on therapy. I would rather have a beer with my friend and talk about this shit than talk to a professional for $200.
That's a kind of therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, the part of the reason I do this podcast is talking to people that you care about, that you're close with, is really powerful. And yeah, I don't know what recovery looks like. Maybe success to you is defined, find happiness. Find happiness outside the closed bubble that defines what happiness looks like in Scientology.
If I can make my kids happy, that's success.
What advice would you give to your kids on how to live, travel the world, a life they can be proud of?
Travel the world. Get rid of friends who don't push you up and don't celebrate your success. It's hard to give that advice to young children. Kids are always so catty. But honestly, it's like, when I see, that really is, I just think, not just advice to my kids, but some of this advice. If you got anyone around you who doesn't celebrate your success, just spend less time with those people. Surround yourself with people who actually want to celebrate your success and push you to succeed. I think that's true. I think it's even more important at a young age, because if at a young age you get used to being around people who kind of take joy in tearing you down, and that's what we become accustomed to, you know. And I just think, you know, having friends who love you and support you is just about closest thing to the true meaning of life. And we believe in you, we believe in your potential, and some of those ideas underlie the good parts of Scientology. And except there's a lot of dark parts of Scientology that separate you from the people that believe in you and that love you. Well, this is a beautiful conversation. You're a beautiful human being who came with gifts. And I genuinely, first of all, you're an inspiring human being. But most importantly, I can't wait until I can purchase a bobblehead from the store. So I can keep that inspiration on my desk as I stuff. Aaron, thank you so much for talking today. Thank you for being you, for being brave. I know you said you're not, but thank you for being brave, for talking about this. You're an inspiration, and you help a lot of people. Thank you, brother. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Aaron Smith Levitt. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ralph Waldo Emerson. Be not the slave of your own past. Plunge into the sublime seas, dive deep, and swim far, so you will come back with new self-respect, with new power, with an advanced experience that will explain and overlook the old. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
A radical political movement, of which there will always be a lot in the country, has managed to do something that radical movement is not supposed to be able to do in the U.S., which is they've managed to hijack institutions all across the country, hijack medical journals and universities and the ACLU, and all the activist organizations and nonprofits and many tech companies. And where I view a liberal democracy is it's a bunch of these institutions that were trial and error crafted over hundreds of years. And they all rely on trust, public trust. And there's a certain kind of feeling of unity that actually is critical to a liberal democracy's function. And what I see this thing as a parasite on that whose goal is, and I'm not saying by the way, each individual in this I don't think they're bad people. I think that it's the ideology itself has the property of, its goal is to tear apart the pretty delicate workings of liberal democracy and shred the critical lines of trust.
The following is a conversation with Tim Urban, the second time in the podcast. He's the author and illustrator of the amazing blog called Wait But Why, and is the author of a new book coming out tomorrow called What's Our Problem? A self-help book for societies. We talk a lot about this book in this podcast, but you really do need to get it and experience it for yourself. It is a fearless, insightful, hilarious, and I think important book in this divisive time that we live in. The Kindle version, the audiobook, and the web version should be all available on date on publication. I should also mention that my face might be a bit more beat up than usual. I got hit in the chin pretty good since I've been getting back into training jiu-jitsu, a sport I love very much, after recovering from an injury. So if you see marks on my face during these intros of conversations, you know that my life is in a pretty good place. This is the Let's Figure podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tim Urban. You wrote an incredible book called What's Our Problem? A self-help book for societies. In the beginning, you present this view of human history as a 1,000-page book, where each page is 250 years. And it's a brilliant visualization because almost nothing happens for most of it. So what blows your mind most about that visualization? You just sit back and think about it.
It's a boring book. So 950 pages, 95% of the book. hunter-gatherers kind of doing the thing. I'm sure there's there's obviously some major cognitive advancements along the way in language. And I'm sure, the bow and arrow comes around at some point, so tiny things, but it's like, oh, now we have 400 pages till the next thing. Then you get to page 950, and things start moving.
Recorded history starts at 976.
Right.
So basically, the bottom row is when anything interesting happens. There's a bunch of agriculture for a while before we know anything about it. And then recorded history starts.
Yeah, so 25 pages of actual recorded history. So when we think of prehistoric, we're talking about pages 1 through 975 of the book. And then history is page 976 to 1000. If you were reading the book, it would be like epilogue AD, the last little 10 pages of the book. When we think of AD, it's super long, right? 2,000 years, the Roman Empire, 2,000 years ago, that's so long. Human history has been going on for over 2,000 centuries. It's hard to wrap your head around. And this is, even that's just the end of a very long road. The 100,000 years before that, it's not like that was that different. So it's just, there's been people like us that have emotions like us, that have physical sensations like us, for so long. And who are they all? And what was their life like? And it's, I think we have no idea what it was like. And the thing that's craziest about the people of the far past is not just that they had different lives, they had different fears, they had different dangers and different responsibilities, and they lived in tribes, and but they didn't know anything. We just take it for granted that we're born on top of this tower of knowledge, and from the very beginning, we know that the Earth is a ball floating in space, and we know that we're going to die one day, and we know that we evolved from animals, and those are incredible epiphanies quite recently. And the people a long time ago, they just had no idea what was going on. And I'm kind of jealous, because I feel like it might have been scary to not know what's going on, but it also, I feel like you'd have a sense of awe and wonder all the time, and you don't know what's going to happen next. And once you learn, you're kind of like, oh, it's a little grim.
But they probably have the same capacity for consciousness to experience the world, to wander about the world, maybe to construct narratives about the world and myths and so on. They just had less grounded, systematic effects to play with. They still probably felt the narratives, the myths they constructed as intensely as we do.
Oh, yeah. They also fell in love. They also had friends, and they had falling outs with friends.
They didn't shower much, though.
They did not smell the place.
Maybe they did. Maybe beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
Maybe it's all like, well,
How many people in history have experienced a hot shower? Almost none. It's what were hot showers 100 years ago? Less. So George Washington never had a hot shower. It's just kind of weird. He took cold showers all the time. And again, we just take this for granted. It's an unbelievable life experience to have a controlled little booth where it rains hot water on your head, and then you get out and it's not everywhere. It's contained. That was a lot of people probably lived and died never experiencing hot water. Maybe they had a way to heat water over a fire, but I don't know. It's just there's so many things about our lives now that are just total anomalies.
it makes you wonder, what is the thing that I've noticed the most? I mean, the sewer system. It doesn't smell in cities. What does the sewer system do? I mean, it gets rid of waste efficiently such that we don't have to confront it both with any of our senses. And that's probably wasn't there. I mean, what else? Plus all the medical stuff associated with
Yeah,
sewage.
how about the
Yeah.
How about the cockroaches and the rats and the disease and the plagues and then when they caught they caught more diseases, but then when they caught the disease, they also didn't have treatment for it. So they often would die, or they would just be in a huge amount of pain. They also didn't know what the disease was. They didn't know about microbes. That was the new thing. The idea that these tiny little animals were causing these diseases. So what did they think? In the bubonic plague, in the Black Death, the 1300s, people thought that it was an act of God because God's angry at us. Why would you not think that if you didn't know what it was? And so the crazy thing is that these were the same primates. So I do know something about them. I know in some sense what it's like to be them. them because I am human as well. And to know that this particular primate, that I know what it's like to be, experienced such different things. It's and like this isn't our life is not the life that this primate has experienced almost ever. So it's just it's a bit strange.
I don't know. I have a sense that we would get acclimated very quickly. Like if we threw ourselves back a few thousand years ago, it would be very uncomfortable at first. But the whole hot shower thing, we'd get used to it.
Oh yeah.
After a year, you would not even like miss it. There's a few. I'm trying to remember which book that talks about hiking that Appalachian Trail, but you kind of miss those hot showers. But I have a sense like after a few months, after a few years.
Well, your scale recalibrates.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying the other day to a friend that whatever you're used to, you start to think that that the people that have more than me are more fortunate. It just sounds incredible. I would be so happy, but you know that's not true. You can experience what would happen is you would get these new things, or you get these new opportunities, and then you get used to it, and then you would just the hedonic treadmill. You come back to where you are, and likewise though, because you think, oh my God, what if I had to, have this kind of job that I never would want, or I had this kind of miracle I never would want. You know what? If you did, you would adjust and get used to it, and you might not be that much less happy now. So on the other side of you being okay going back, you would survive if you have to go back. You'd have to learn some skills, but you would fuck up. And when people have gone to war before, they were shopkeepers a year before that, or in the trenches the next year. But on the other hand, if you brought them here, I always think it was so fun to just forget the hunter-gatherers, bring a 1700 person here and tour them around, take them on an airplane, show them your phone and all the things it can do, show them the internet, show them the grocery store. Imagine taking them to a Whole Foods. Likewise, I think they would be completely awestruck and on their knees crying tears of joy. And then they'd get used to it and they'd be complaining about, like, you don't have this oranges in stock? And that's...
The grocery store is a tough one to get used to. Like when I first came to this country, the abundance of bananas was the thing that struck me most. Like fruits in general, but food in general, but bananas somehow struck me the most. That you could just eat them as much as you want. Like, a long time for me. Probably took several years to really get acclimated to that. Is that
why didn't you have bananas?
The number of bananas, fresh bananas, that wasn't available. Bread, yes. Bananas.
Yeah, it's like we don't even know what to have. Like we don't even know the proper levels of gratitude.
Yeah.
Walking around the grocery store, I don't know to be like, bread's nice, bananas. We're so lucky. I don't know. I'm like, I could have been the other way. I don't know.
What's interesting then, where we point our gratitude in the West, in the United States, probably. Do we point it away from materialist possessions towards, or do we just aspire to do that towards other human beings that we live? Because in the East and Soviet Union, growing up poor, is having food is a gratitude, having transportation is gratitude, having warmth and shelter is gratitude. And now, see within that, the deep gratitude is for the human being. It's the penguins huddling together for warmth and cold.
I think it's a person by person basis. I mean, I'm sure, yes, of course, in the West, we will, on average, feel gratitude towards different things, or maybe it's a different level of gratitude, and we will feel less gratitude than some countries that. Obviously, I think the person that's most likely to feel gratitude is going to be someone whose life happens to be one where they just move up throughout their life. A lot of people in the greatest generation, people who were born in the 20s or whatever, and a lot of the boomers too. The story is the greatest generation were dirt poor, and they often ended up middle class. And the boomers, some of them started off middle class, and many of them ended up quite wealthy. And I feel like that life trajectory is naturally going to foster gratitude, right? Because you're not going to take for granted these things since you didn't have them. I didn't go out of the country really in my childhood. We traveled, but it was to Virginia to see grandparents, or Wisconsin to see other relatives, or maybe Florida if we're going to the beach. And then I started going out of the country crazy in the 20s because it became my favorite thing. And I feel like because if I had grown up always doing that, it would have been another thing. I'm like, yeah, it's just something I do. But I still, every time I go to a new country, I'm like, oh my God, this is so cool. And in another country, this thing I've only seen on the map, I'm there now. And so I feel like it's a lot of times it's a product of what you didn't have and then you suddenly have. But I still think it's case by case in that there's like a meter in everyone's head, that I think on at a 10, you're experiencing just immense gratitude, right? Which is a euphoric feeling. It's a great feeling, and it makes you happy. It's to savor what you have, to look down at the mountain of stuff that you have that you're standing on, right? To look down at it and say, oh my God, I'm so lucky, and I'm so grateful for this and this and this. And obviously, that's a happy exercise. Now, we need to meter down to 6 or 7. Maybe you think that sometimes, but you're not always thinking that. You're sometimes looking up at this cloud of things that you don't have, and the things that they have that you don't, or the things you wish you had, you thought you were going to have, or whatever. And that's the opposite direction, right? And that's either that's envy, that's yearning, or often it's if you think about your past, it's grievance, right? And so then you go into a 1, and you have someone who feels like a complete victim. They are just a victim of a society, of their siblings and their parents and their loved one, and they're wallowing everything that's happened to me, everything I should have that I don't, everything that has gone wrong for me, and so that's a very unhealthy, mentally unhealthy place to be. Anyone can go there. There's an endless list of stuff you could be aggrieved about, and an endless list of stuff you can have gratitude for. And so it's in some ways it's a choice and it's a habit, and maybe it's part of how we were raised or our natural demeanor. But it's such a good exercise. You were really good at this. Your Twitter is like, go on. Well, you are constantly just saying, man, I'm lucky, or like I'm so grateful for this, and it's a good thing to do because you're reminding yourself, but you're also reminding other people to think that way. It's like we are lucky, and so anyway, I think that scale from 1 to 10, and I think it's hard to be 10. I think you'd be very happy if you could be, but I think trying to be above a 5 and looking down at the things you have more often than you are looking up at the things you've done or being resentful about the things that people have wronged you.
Well, the interesting thing, I think, it's an open question, but I suspect that you can control that now for the individual. Like you yourself can choose, like the Stoic philosophy, you can choose where you are. It's a matter of habit, like you said. You can also probably control that on the scale of a family, of a tribe, of a nation, of a society. Maybe you can describe a lot of the things that happened in Nazi Germany and different other parts of history through sort of societal envy and resentment that builds up. Maybe certain narratives pick up and then they infiltrate your mind, and then now your knob goes to from the gratitude for everything, it goes to resentment and the
Germany between the 2 world wars, like you said, the Soviet kind of mentality. So yeah, and then you're soaking in a culture. So there's kind of 2 factors, right? It's what's going on in your own head, and then what's surrounding you. And what's surrounding you kind of has concentric circles. There's your immediate group of people, because that group of people, if they're a certain way, they feel a lot of gratitude and they talk about it a lot. That kind of insulates you from the own culture, because the people are going to have the most impact on you when it's closest. But often they're all the concentric circles are saying the same thing. The people around you are feeling the same way that the broader community, which is feeling the same way as the broader country. And I think this is why I think American patriotism, nationalism, can be tribal, can be very not a good thing. Patriotism, I think is a great thing, because really, what is patriotism? I mean, it's if you love your country, you should love your fellow country. Patriot. That's a Reagan quote. It's like patriotism is like, I think, a feeling of like unity, but it also comes along with an implicit kind of concept of gratitude, because it's like we are so lucky to live in. People think it's chauvinist to say we live in the best country in the world, right? And yes, when Americans say that, right? But actually, it's not a bad thing to think. It's a nice thing to think. It's a way of saying I'm so grateful for all the great things this country gives to me. This country has done. And I think, if you heard the Filipino person say, what, the Philippines is the best country in the world, no one in America would say that's chauvinist. It's like awesome, right? Because when it's coming from someone, who's not American, it sounds totally fine. But I think national pride is actually good. Now, again, that can quickly translate into xenophobia and nationalism, and so you always to make sure it doesn't get off that cliff.
Yeah, there's good ways to formulate that, like you talked about. We talk about like high rung progressivism, high rung conservatism. Those are two different ways of embodying patriotism. So you could talk about maybe loving the tradition that this country stands for, or you could talk about loving the people, that ultimately push progress. And those are, from an intellectual perspective, a good way to represent patriotism. We'll get to zoom out. This graphic is epic. A lot of images from this epic on their own is brilliantly done. But this one has famous people for each of the cards, like the best of.
Yeah.
For you.
And by the way, good for them to be the person that it's not that I could have chosen lots of people for each card, but I think most people would agree. You know, that's a pretty fair choice for each page. And good for them to be, you crushed it if you can be the person for your whole 250-year page.
Well, I noticed you put Gandhi, you put Hitler. There's a lot of people who can argue with you about that particular last page.
True. Yes, you're right. I could have put him. I was thinking about Darwin there too.
Last time.
Yeah, exactly. You really could have put him.
Do you think about putting yourself first?
Yeah, I should have. That would have been awesome. I'm sure that would have endeared the readers to me right from the beginning of the first page of the book.
A little bit of a complex going on, but yeah. So the list of people, just so you know, so these are 250-year chunks. The last one being from 1770 to 2020, and so it goes Gandhi, Shakespeare, Joan of Arc, Genghis Khan, Charlemagne, Muhammad, Constantine, Jesus, Cleopatra, Aristotle. That's so interesting to think about this very recent history.
That's 11 pages, so it would be almost 2,750, almost 3,000.
Just that there's these figures that stand out and that define the course of human history.
And it's like the craziest thing to me is that like Buddha was a dude. He was a guy with like arms and legs and fingernails that he might be fit, and like he liked certain foods. Maybe he got like he had like digestive issues sometimes, and like he got cuts and they stung, and like he was a guy. And he had hopes and dreams, and he probably had a big ego for a while before he totally overcame that one. But like, and it's like, who knows, what the mythical figure of Buddha, who knows how similar he was, but the fact is, Jesus, this was a guy. Like, to me, he's a primate. What an impact.
He was a cell first and then a baby.
Yeah. And he's a fetus at some point.
He's a dumb baby trying to learn how to walk.
Yeah, like having a tantrum.
Yeah.
Because he's frustrated, because he's in the terrible twos. Jesus was in the terrible twos.
He would have never had a tantrum. Let's be honest.
The mother is like, this baby's
wow, figure something out.
It just, I mean, hearing about Genghis Khan, it's incredible to me because it's just like, this was some Mongolian, herder guy who was taken as a slave, and he was like dirt poor, catching rats as a young teen with to feed him and his mom and his brother, and it's just like the odds on when he was born, he was just one of probably tens of thousands of random teen boys living in Mongolia in the 1200s. The odds of that person, any one of them being a household name today that we're talking about, it's just crazy, like what had to happen. And for that guy for that poor, dirt poor herder to take over the world, I don't know. So history just like continuing those my mind, like,
And he's the reason you and I are related. Probably.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's also, that's the other thing, is that some of these dudes, by becoming king, by having a better army at the right time, William the Conqueror or whatever, is in the right place at the right time, the right army, and there's a weakness at the right moment, and he comes over and exploits it and ends up probably having, 1,000 children, and those children are high up people who maybe have a ton. The species is different because of it. Like, if forget England's different, or European borders look different. Like we look different, and because of a small handful of people. Certainly, sometimes I think I'm like, this part of the world, I can recognize someone's Greek, someone's Persian, someone's whatever, because they kind of have certain facial features. And like, it may have happened. I mean, obviously it's a population, but it may be that like someone 600 years ago that looked like that really spread their seed, and that's why the ethnicity looks kind of like that.
Yeah. Do you think individuals like that can turn the direction of history, or is that an illusion that narrative will tell ourselves?
Well, it's both. I mean, so I said William the Conqueror, right? Hitler, right? It's not that Hitler was born in destiny at all, right? I think in a lot of cases, he's frustrated artist with temper who's turning over the table in his studio and hitting his wife and being kind of a dick and a total no, right? I think almost at all the times you can put Hitler baby on Earth. He's a random, right? You know, and maybe he's a, you know, maybe sometimes he becomes a, you know, some kind of, you know, he uses his speaking ability because that ability is going to be there either way, but maybe he uses it for something else. But that said, I don't think it's not that World War II is going to happen either way, right? So it's both. It's that, like, these circumstances were one way, and this person came along at the right, and those two made a match made in this case hell.
But it makes you wonder. Yes, it's a match in hell, but are there other people that could have taken this place, or do these people that stand out? They're the rare spark of that genius will take us towards evil, towards good. Whether those figures singularly define the trajectory of humanity. You know, what defines the trajectory of humanity in the 21st century, for example? Might be the influence of AI, might be the influence of nuclear war, negative or positive, not nuclear war, but the bioengineering, nanotech, virology. What else is there? Maybe the structure of governments and so on. Maybe the structure of universities. I don't know. There could be singular figures that stand up and lead the way forward. But I wonder if the society is the thing that manifests that person, or that person really does have a huge impact.
I think it's probably a spectrum where there are some cases when a circumstance was such that something like what happened was going to happen. If you pluck that person from the earth, I don't know whether the Mongols is a good example or not, but maybe it could be that if you pluck Genghis Khan as a baby, there was, because of the specific way Chinese civilization was at that time and the specific, you know, climate, you know, that was causing a certain kind of pressure on the Mongols, and the way they still had their great archers and they had their horses and they had a lot of the same advantages. So maybe it was waiting to happen, right? It was going to happen either way, and may not have happened to the extent or whatever. So maybe, or you could go this full other direction and say, actually, this was probably not going to happen. And you know, I think World War II is an example. I kind of think World War II really was kind of the work of it. Of course, it relied on all these other circumstances. You had to have the resentment in Germany. You had to have the Great Depression. But like, I think if you take Hitler out, I'm pretty sure World War II doesn't happen.
Well, then it seems like easier to answer these questions when we look at history, even recent history. But let's look at now. Let's look at. I'm sure we'll talk about social media. So, who are the key players in social media? Mark Zuckerberg. Steve, the MySpace guy, Tom.
Tom, yeah.
There's a meme going around where like MySpace is like the perfect social media because no algorithmic involvement, everybody's happy and positive.
But also, Tom did it right.
Yeah.
At the time, you were like, oh man, Tom only made like a few $1 million. Ooh,
Yeah.
Sucks to not be Zuck. Tom might be living a nice life right now where he doesn't have this nightmare that these other people have.
Yeah, and he's always smiling, his profile pic. And so there's that clear page. So Google, that's kind of intermingled into that whole thing, into the development of the internet. Jack Dorsey, now Elon. Who else? I mean, there's people playing with the evolution of social media. To me, that seems to be connected to the development of AI. And it seems like those singular figures will define the direction of AI development and social media development. With social media seem to have such a huge impact on our collective intelligence.
It does feel in one way like individuals have an especially big impact right now in that a small number of people are pulling some big levers. And you know, it can be a little meeting of 3 people at Facebook, and they come out of that meeting and make a decision that totally changes the world, right? On the other hand, you see a lot of conformity. You see a lot of agreement. They all pulled the plug on Trump the same day, right? So that suggests that there's some bigger force that is also kind of driving men, in which case it's less about the individuals. I think, you know, this is what is leadership, right? I mean, to me, leadership is the ability to move things in a direction that the cultural forces are not already taking things, right? A lot of times people seem like a leader because they're just kind of hopping on the cultural wave and they happen to be the person who gets to the top of it. Now it seems like that, but actually the wave was already going. Like real leadership is when is when someone actually changes the wave, changes the shape of the wave. Like I think Elon with SpaceX and with Tesla, like genuinely like shaped a wave. Maybe you could say that EVs were actually they were going to happen anyway, but there's not much evidence about at least happening when it did. If we end up on Mars, you can say that Elon was a genuine like leader there. And so there are examples now. Like Zuckerberg definitely has done a lot of leadership along the way. He's also potentially kind of like caught in a storm that is happening, and he's one of the figures in it. So I don't know.
And it's possible that he is a big shaper if the metaverse becomes reality. If in 30 years we're all living in a virtual world, to many people it seems ridiculous now that was a poor investment.
We talked about getting, 10, I think it was something like 1 billion people with a VR headset in their pocket in by, I think 10 years from now, back in 2015. So we're behind that. But he was talking about that, and honestly, I this is something I've been wrong about because I went to like one of the Facebook conferences and tried out all the new Oculus stuff, and I was like, pretty early talking to some of the major players there because I was going to write a big post about it, but then got swallowed by this book. But I would have been wrong in the post because what I would have said was that this thing is when I tried it, I was like, this is some of them make you nauseous and they're just not that the headsets are big and but I was like, the times when this is good, it is. I have this feeling I haven't had. It reminds me of the feeling I had when I first was 5 and I went to a house and he had Nintendo. And he gave me the controller and I was looking at the screen and I pressed the button and Mario jumped. And I said, I can make something on the screen move. And the same feeling I had the first time someone showed me how to send an email. It was like really early. He's like, you can send this. And I was like, I can press enter on my computer and something happens on your computer. Those were obviously, when you have that feeling, it often means you're witnessing a character shift. And I thought this is one of those things. And I still kind of think it is, but it's kind of weird that it hasn't, where's the VR revolution?
Yeah, I'm surprised because I'm with you. My first and still instinct is this feels like it changes everything. VR feels like it changes everything, but it's not changing anything.
Like, some part of my brain is genuinely convinced that it's real. And then the smart part knows it's not. But that's why the dumb part is like, the smart part's like, you're on your, it's fine. The dumb part of my brain is like, I'm not walking off the cliff. So it's like, it's crazy.
I feel like it's waiting for like that revolutionary person who comes in and says, I'm going to create a headset. Like honestly,
it's Steve Jobs' iPhone.
Honestly, a little bit of a Carmack type guy, which is why it was really interesting for him to be involved with Facebook. Is basically how do we create a simple dumb thing that's $100, but actually creates that experience, and then there's going to be some viral killer app on it, and that's going to be the gateway into a thing that's going to change everything. I mean, I don't know what exactly was the thing that changed everything with the personal computer. Is that understood? Why that maybe graphics? What was the use case?
I mean,
exactly.
Wasn't the 84 Macintosh like a moment when it was like this is actually something that normal people can and want to use?
Because it was less than $5,000, I think.
And I think it had some like Steve Jobs user friendliness already to it that other ones hadn't had. I think Windows 95 was a really big deal. Yeah, I remember like I'm old enough to remember the MS-DOS when I was like trying to remember the command. And then suddenly this concept of like a window you drag something into, where you double click an icon, which now seems like so obvious to us, was like revolutionary because it made it to. So,
Windows 95 is good.
It was crazy. Yeah,
I forget what the big leap was because that was Windows 2000 that sucked, and then Windows XP was good.
I moved to Mac around 2004, so I stopped.
You sold your soul to the devil.
Yeah,
I see. Well, the people still use Windows and Android. The device and the operating system of the people, not you elitist folk with your books and your success. Okay. You write more technology means better good times, but it also means bad or bad times. And the scary thing is, if the good and bad keep exponentially growing, it doesn't matter how great the good times become. If the bad gets to a certain level of bad, it's all over for us. Can you elaborate on this? Why does the bad have that property? That if it's all exponentially getting more powerful, then the bad is going to be in the end. Is my misinterpreting that?
No. So the first thing is I noticed a trend, which was like the centuries, the good is getting better every century. Like the 20th century was the best century yet in terms of prosperity, in terms of GDP per capita, in terms of life expectancy, in terms of poverty and disease, and every metric that matters. The 20th century was incredible. It also had the biggest wars in history, the biggest genocide in history, the biggest existential threat yet with nuclear weapons, right? The Depression was, probably as big an economic. So it's this interesting thing where the stakes are getting in both directions. And so the question is, like, if you get enough good, does that protect you against the bad, right? The dream, and I do think this is possible too, is the good gets so good. You hear the culture series, the Ian Banks books?
Not yet, but I get criticized on a daily basis by some of the mutual folks we know for not having done so. And I feel like a lesser man for it. Yes, I need to.
So that's how I got onto it. I read 6 of the 10 books, and they're great. But the thing I love about them is, like, it just paints one of these futuristic societies where the good has gotten so good that the bad is no longer even an issue. Like, basically, and the way that this works is the AI, the AIs are benevolent and they control everything. And so, like, there's one random anecdote where you're like, what happens if you murder someone? Because there's still people with rage and jealousy or whatever. So someone murders someone. First of all, that person's backed up. So it's like they have to get a new body, and it's annoying, but it's like it's not death. And secondly, that person, what are they going to do? Put them in jail? No. They're just going to send a slap drone around, which is this little, like, tiny, random drone that just will float around next to them forever. And by the way, kind of be their servant. Like, it's kind of fun to have a slap drone, but just making sure that they never do anything. And it's like, I was like, oh man, it could just be, everyone would be so safe, and everything would be so, like, you want a house, the guys will build your house. There's endless space. There's endless resources. So I do think that could be part of our future. That's part of what excites me. Is like there is, look, today utopia to Thomas Jefferson. Right? Thomas Jefferson's world would seem like a utopia to a caveman. Mm-hmm. There is a future, and by the way, these are happening faster. These jumps, right? So the thing that would seem like a utopia to us, we could experience in our own lifetimes, right? Like, it's especially if life extension combines with exponential progress. I want to get there, and I think, like, in that, part of what makes it utopia is you don't have to be as scared of the worst bad guy in the world trying to do the worst damage because we have protection. But that said, I'm not sure how that happens. Like, it's easier said than done. Nick Bostrom uses the example of if nuclear weapons could be manufactured by microwaving sand, for example, we'd probably be in the Stone Age right now, because 0.001% of people would love to destroy all of humanity, right? Some 16-year-old with huge mental health problems who right now goes and shoots up a school would say, oh, even better, I'm going to blow up a city. And now suddenly there's copycats, right? And so that's, like, as our technology grows, it's going to be easier for the worst bad guys to do tremendous damage. And it's easier to destroy than to build. So it takes a tiny number of these people with enough power to do that. So that, to me, I'm like, the stakes are going up because what we have to lose is this incredible utopia. But also, like, dystopia is real. It happens. The Romans ended up in a dystopia. They probably earlier thought it was never possible. We should not get cocky. And so to me, that trend is the exponential tech is a double-edged sword. It's so exciting. I'm happy to be alive now overall because I'm an optimist and I find it exciting, but it's really scary. And the dumbest thing we can do is not be scared. The dumbest thing we can do is get cocky and think, well, my life is always, the last couple generations, everything's been fine. Stop that.
What's your gut? What percentage of trajectories take us towards the, as you put, unimaginably good future versus unimaginably bad future? Are you as an optimist?
It's really hard to know. I mean, one of the things we can do is look at history. And on one hand, there's a lot of stories. I'm actually listening to a great podcast right now called The Fall of Civilizations. And it's literally every episode is like, you know, a little like 2 hour deep dive into some civilization. Some are really famous, like the Roman Empire. Some are more obscure, like the Norse and Greenland. But each one is so interesting. But I mean, there's a lot of civilizations that have their peak. There's always the peak, right? When they're thriving. They're max size, and they have their waterways, and they have their civilized and representative, and it's fair and whatever. Not always, but it's the peak is the great. You know, if I could go back in time, you know, it's not that you know the farther you go back, the worse it gets. No. You want to go back to a civilization. I would go to the Roman Empire in the year 100. Sounds great, right? You don't want to go to the Roman Empire in the year 400.
We might be in the peak right now here.
So honestly, I think about like the 80s, you know, the 70s, the 80s.
Oh, here we go. The music.
No,
So much better.
No, the 80s culture is so annoying. It's just like I'm when I listen to these things, I'm thinking, you know, the 80s and 90s, America at the 90s was popular. People forget that now. Clinton was a superstar around the world. Michael Jordan was exported internationally. Then basketball was everywhere suddenly. You had like music, sports, whatever. It was a little probably like the 50s, you know, coming out of the World War and the Depression before it. It was like this kind of like everyone was in a good mood kind of time, you know. It's like you finish a big project and it's Saturday. It was like, I feel like the 50s was kind of like everyone was having it, you know, the 20s, I feel like everyone was in a good mood randomly. And the 30s, everyone was in a bad mood. But the 90s, I think we'll look back on it as a time when everyone was in a good mood. And it was like, you know, again, of course, at the time, it doesn't feel that way necessarily. But I look at that, I'm like, maybe that was kind of America's peak. And like, maybe not, but like, it hasn't been popular since really worldwide. It's gone in and out depending on the country, but like, it hasn't reached that level of like, America's awesome around the world. And the political, you know, situation's gotten, you know, really ugly. And you know, maybe it's social media, maybe who knows, but I wonder if it'll ever be as simple and positive as it was then. Maybe we are in the you know, it feels a little like maybe we're in the beginning of the down, or not, because these things don't just, it's not a perfect smooth hill. It goes up and down, up and down. So maybe there's another big upcoming.
And it's unclear whether public opinion, which is kind of what you're talking to, is correlated strongly with influence. So you could say that even though America's been on a decline in terms of public opinion, the exporting of technology, that America has still, with all the talk of China, has still been leading the way in terms of AI, in terms of social media, in terms of just basically any software-related product.
Electric chips.
Yeah, chips, so hardware and software. I mean, America leads the way. You could argue that Google and Microsoft and Facebook are no longer American companies; they're international companies, but they really are still at the, you know, headquartered in Silicon Valley, broadly speaking. So, and Tesla, of course, and all of the technological innovation still seems to be happening in the United States. Although culturally and politically, it's not here. Well, maybe that could shift at any moment when all the technological development can actually create some positive impact in the world.
Yeah.
It could shift it with the right leadership and so on, the right messaging.
Yeah, I think I don't feel confident at all about whether. No, I don't mean that. I don't feel confident in my opinion that we may be on the downswing or that we may be on. I truly don't know. It's like I think that these are really big macro stories that are really hard to see when you're inside of it. It's like being on a beach and running around, you know, a few miles this way and trying to suss out the shape of the coastline. Like, it's just really hard to see the big picture. You know, you get caught up in the micro stories, the little tiny, you know, ups and downs that are part of some bigger trend. And also giant paradigm shifts happen quickly nowadays. The internet, you know, came out of nowhere and suddenly was like, you know, changed everything. So there could be a change everything thing on the way. It seems like there's a few candidates for it. And like, but I mean, it feels like the stakes are just high. It's higher than it even was for the Romans, higher than it was for, because that we're more powerful as a species. We have godlike powers with technology that other civilizations at their peak didn't have. So,
I wonder if those high stakes and powers will feel laughable to people that live, humans, aliens, cyborgs, whatever lives 100 years from now. That maybe our little, like, this feeling of political and technological turmoil is nothing.
well, that's the big question. you could easily, so right now, the 1890s was like a super politically contentious decade in the U.S. It was like immense tribalism, and newspapers were all like lying and telling, there's a lot of like what we associate with today's media, the worst of it. And it was over gold or silver being this, I don't know, it's something that I don't understand. But the point is, it was a little bit of a blip, right? It happened, it must have felt like the end of days at the time. And then now most people don't even know about it. Versus, again, the Roman Empire actually collapsed. And so the question is just will in 50 years, will this be like McCarthyism? Oh, they had that was like a crazy few years in America, and then it was fine. Or is this the beginning of something?
Well, I wonder if we can predict what the big thing is at the beginning. It feels like we're just here along for the ride, and at the local level and at every level, we're trying to do our best.
Well, how do we do our best? That's the one thing I know for sure is that we need to have our wits about us and do our best. And the way that we can do that, we have to be as wise as possible, right, to proceed forward. And wisdom is an emergent property of discourse.
So you're a proponent of wisdom versus stupidity? Because you can make I can steel man the case for stupidity.
Do it.
I probably can't. But there's some, I think wisdom, and you talk about this, can come with a false confidence, arrogance. I mean, we talk about this in the book. It's too easy.
But that's not wisdom. If you're being arrogant, you're being
unwise.
Yeah, I think wisdom is doing what people 100 years from now, with the hindsight that we don't have, would do if they could come back in time and then do everything. It's like, how do we figure out how to have hindsight when we actually are not?
What if stupidity is the thing that people from 100 years from now will see as wise?
I mean,
the idiot by Dostoevsky being naive and trusting everybody. Maybe that's
well, then you get lucky. Then maybe you get to a good future by stumbling upon it. But ideally, you can get there. Like, I think a lot of America, the great things about it are a product of the wisdom of previous Americans. The Constitution was a pretty wise system to set up.
There's not much stupid stumbling around. Well, there is. I mean, with Dostoevsky's The Idiot, Prince Mishkin, and Brothers Karamazov, there's Alyosha Karamazov. You err on the side of love and almost like a naive trust in other human beings. And that turns out to be, at least in my perspective, for long term, for the success of the species, is actually wisdom.
It's a compass.
We don't know.
It's a compass when you're in the fog.
In the fog.
It's a compass. Yeah.
Love is a compass.
Okay, but here's the thing. So I think we should have a compass is nice, but you know what else is nice? Is a flashlight in the fog. They can help. You can't see that far, but you can see 4 feet ahead instead of 1 foot. And that to me is discourse. That is open, vigorous, discussion in a culture that fosters that, is how the species, how the American citizens as a unit can be as wise as possible, can maybe see 4 feet ahead instead of 1 foot ahead.
That said, Charles Bukowski said that love is a fog that fades with the first light of reality. So I don't know how that works out, but I feel like there's intermixing the metaphors that works. Okay, you also write that, quote, as the authors of The Story of Us, which is this 1,000-page book, we have no mentors, no editors, no one to make sure it all turns out okay. It's all in our hands. This scares me, but it also gives me hope. If we can all get just a little wiser together, it may be enough to nudge the story onto a trajectory that points towards an unimaginably good future. Do you think we can possibly define what a good future looks like? I mean, this is the problem that we ran into with communism, of thinking of utopia, of having a deep confidence about what a utopian world looks like.
Well, it's a deep confidence. That was a deep confidence about the instrumental way to get there. It was that, a lot of us can agree that if everyone had everything they needed and we didn't have disease or poverty, and people could live as long as they wanted to and choose when to die, and there was no major existential threat, I think almost everyone can agree that would be great. That communism is they said this is the way to get there, and that's a different question. So the unimaginably good future I'm picturing, I think a lot of people would nature. And I think most people would agree. No, not everyone. There's a lot of people out there who would say humans are the scourge on the earth and we should degrowth or something. But I think a lot of people would agree that, just again, take Thomas Jefferson, bring him here. He would see this utopia for obvious reasons. For the medicine, the food, the transportation, just how the quality of life and the safety and all of that. So extrapolate that forward for us. Now, we're Thomas Jefferson. What's the equivalent? That's what I'm talking about. And the big question is, I don't try to say, here's the way to get there. Here's the actual specific way to get there. I try to say, how do we have a flashlight so that we can together figure it out? Like, how do we give ourselves the best chance of figuring out the way to get there? And I think part of the problem with communists and people and ideologues is that they're way too overconfident that they know the way to get there, and it becomes a religion to them, this solution, and then you can't update once you have a solution as a religion. And so
I felt a little violated when you said communist and stared deeply into myself. In this book, you've developed a framework for how to fix everything. It's called The Ladder. Can you explain it?
Okay, it's not a framework for how to fix everything. I always never say that.
I'll explain it to Tim Urban at some point.
Okay.
How this humor thing works.
Yeah, I know.
A framework of how to think about collaboration between humans such that we could fix things.
I think it's a compass. It's a ruler that we can, once we look at it together and see what it is, we can all say, oh, we want to go to that side, not this side. And so it gives us direction to go.
So what are the parts of the ladder?
So I have these two characters. This orange guy, the primitive mind, this is our software. That is the software that was in a 50,000 BC person's head that was specifically optimized to help that person survive in that world, and not really survive, but help them pass their genes on in that world. And civilization happened quickly, and brains changed slowly, and so that unchanged dude is still running the show in our head. And I use the example of like Skittles. Like, why do we eat Skittles? It's trash. It's obviously bad for you. And it's because the primitive mind, in the world that it was programmed for, there was no Skittles, and it was just fruit. And and if there was a dense, chewy, sweet fruit like that, it meant you just found like a calorie gold mine. Energy. Take it, eat as much as you can. Gorge on it. Hopefully you get a little fat. That would be the dream. And now we're so good with energy for a while, we don't have to stress about it. So today, Mars Inc. is clever and says, let's not sell things to people's higher minds, who's the other character. Let's sell to people's primitive minds. Primitive minds are dumb, and let's trick them into thinking this is this thing you should eat, and then they'll eat it. Now Mars Inc. is a huge company.
Actually, just to linger real quick, so you said primitive mind and higher mind. So those are the two things that make up this bigger mind that is the modern human being.
Yeah, it's like, it's not perfect. Obviously, there's a lot of crossover. There's people who will yell at me for saying there's two minds, and but to me, it's still a useful framework where you have this software that has making decisions based on a world that you're not in anymore, and then you've got this other character called the higher mind, and it's the part of you that knows that Skittles are not good and can override the instinct. And the reason you don't always eat Skittles is because the higher mind says, no, we're not doing that because that's bad, and I know that, right? Now, you can apply that to a lot of things. The higher mind is the one that knows I shouldn't procrastinate. The primitive mind is the one that wants to consume energy and not do anything icky and, can't see the future, so he procrastinates. You can apply this. I, in this book, apply it to how we form our beliefs is one of the ways, and then eventually to politics and political movements. But if you think about, what's the equivalent of the Skittles tug of war in your head for how you form your beliefs? And it's that the primitive mind, in the world that it was optimized for, it wanted to feel conviction about its beliefs. It wanted to be sure that it wanted to feel conviction, and it wanted to agree with the people around it. It didn't want to stand out. It wanted to fervently agree with the tribe about the tribe beliefs, right? And so there's a big part of us that wants to do that doesn't like changing our mind. It feels like it's part of the primitive mind identifies with beliefs. It feels like it's a threat, physical threat to you, to your primitive mind when you change your mind, or when someone disagrees with you in a smart way. So there's that huge force in us, which is confirmation bias. That's where that comes from. It's this desire to keep believing what we believe, and this desire to also fit in with our beliefs, to believe what the people around us believe. And that can be fun in some ways. We all like the same sports team, and we're all super into it. We're all going to be biased about that call together. I mean, it's not always bad, but it's not a very smart way to be. And you're working kind of for those ideas. Those ideas are like your boss, and you're working so hard to keep believing those. Those ideas are, a really good paper comes in that you read that conflicts with those ideas, and you will do all this work to say that paper is bullshit because you're a faithful employee of those ideas. Now, the higher mind, to me, the same party that can override the Skittles can override this and can search for something that makes a lot more sense, which is truth. Because what rational being wouldn't want to know the truth? Who wants to be delusional? And so there's this tug of war because the higher mind doesn't identify with ideas. Why would you? It's an experiment you're doing. It's a mental model. And if someone can come over and say, you're wrong, you say, where? Show me. And if they point out something that is wrong, you say, oh, thanks. Oh, good. I just got a little smarter, right? You're not going to identify with the thing. Go pick it. See if you can break it. If you can break it, it's not that good, right? So there's both of these in our heads. And there's this tug of war between them. And sometimes, if you're telling me about something with AI, I'm probably going to think with my higher mind because I'm not identifying. If you go and you criticize the ideas of this book, or you criticize my religious beliefs, or you criticize, I might have a harder time because the primitive mind says, no, those are our special ideas. So yeah, so that's one way to use this ladder is like, it's a spectrum. At the top, the higher mind is doing all the thinking. And then as you go down, it becomes more of a tug of war. And at the bottom, the primitive mind is the total control.
And this is distinct, as you show, from the spectrum of ideas. So this is how you think versus what you think. And those are distinct, those are different dimensions.
We need a vertical axis. We have all these horizontal axes, left, right, center, or this opinion all the way to this opinion. But it's like, what's much more important than where you stand is how you got there, right? And how you think. So this helps if I can say this person's kind of on the left or on the right, but they're up high. I think in other words, I think they got there using evidence and reason, and they were willing to change their mind. Now that means a lot to me what they have to say. If I think they're just a tribal person and I can predict all their beliefs from hearing one because it's so obvious what political beliefs, that person's views are irrelevant because they're not real. They didn't come from information. They came from a tribe's kind of, sacred 10 Commandments.
I really like the comic you have in here with the boxer. This is the best boxer in the world. Wow, cool. Who has he beat? No one. He's never fought anyone. Then how do you know he's the best boxer in the world? I can just tell. I mean, this connects with me, and I think with a lot of people, just because in martial arts, it's especially kind of true. This whole legend about different martial artists and that kind of reconstruct like action figures, like thinking that Steven Seagal is the best fighter in the world, or Chuck Norris. But Chuck Norris is actually backed up. He's felt really more competition, but still, the ultimate test, particularly for martial arts, is what we now know as mixed martial arts, UFC, and so on. And that's the actual scientific testing ground.
Some meritocracy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's within certain rules, and you can criticize those rules, like this doesn't actually represent the broader combat that you would think of when you think about martial arts. But reality is you're actually testing things, and that's when you realize that Aikido and some of these kind of woo-woo martial arts, in their certain implementations, don't work in the way you think they would in the context of fighting. And I think this is one of the places where everyone can agree, which is why it's a really nice comic. Because then you start to talk about, map this onto ideas that people take personally. It starts becoming a lot more difficult to basically highlight that we're thinking with, not with our mind, but with our primitive mind.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm thinking of my higher mind, and now here, so you use different things for an idea as a metaphor. So here, the metaphor is a boxer.
Yeah.
For one of your conclusions, one of your beliefs, and if all I care about is truth. In other words, that means all I care about is having a good boxer. I would say, go, yeah, try, see if this person's good. Go. In other words, I would get into arguments, which is throwing my boxer out there to fight against other ones. And if I think my argument's good, by the way, I love boxing, right? If I think my guy is amazing, Mike Tyson, I'm thinking, oh yeah, bring it on. Who wants to come see? I bet no one can beat my boxer. I love a good debate, right? In that case. Now, what would you think about my boxer if not only was I telling you he was great, but he's never boxed him, but then you said, okay, well, your idea came over to try to punch him, and I screamed and I said, what are you doing? That's violence, and you're an awful person, and I don't want to be friends with you anymore because you would think this boxer obviously sucks, or at least I think it sucks deep down, because why would I be so anti anyone? No boxing allowed. People. So I think if you're in, so this, I call this a ladder, right? If you're in low run land, whether it's a culture or whatever, a debate, an argument when someone says, no, that's totally wrong. What you're saying about that, and here's why. You're actually being totally biased. It sounds like a fight. People are going to say, oh, wow, we got like a fight. It's really awkward. Like, are you still friends with that person? Because that's not a culture of boxing. It's a culture where you don't touch each other's ideas. That's insensitive. Versus in a high run culture, it's sports. Look at every one of your podcasts. You agree, whether you're agreeing or disagreeing, the tone is the same. It's not like, oh, this got awkward. It's like the tone is identical because you're just playing intellectually either way because it's a good high run space.
At his best, but people do take stuff personally. And then that's actually one of the skills of conversation, just as a fan of podcast, is when you sense that people take a thing personally, it's that there's some methodologies and little paths you can take to calm down, go around. Don't take it as a violation.
You're trying to suss out which of their ideas are sacred to them, and which ones are bad. Bring it up.
And sometimes it's actually, that's the skill of it, I suppose. That sometimes it's certain wordings in the way you challenge those ideas are important. You can challenge them indirectly, and then together walk together in that way. Because what I've learned is people are used to their ideas being attacked in a certain way, in a certain tribal way. And if you just avoid those, for example, if you have political discussions and just never mention left or right or Republican and Democrat, none of that. Just talk about different ideas and avoid certain kind of triggering words. You can actually talk about ideas versus falling into this path that's well established through battles that people have previously fought.
When you say triggering, who's getting triggered? So what you're trying to do, what you're saying in this language is, how do you have conversations with other people's higher minds, almost like whispering, without waking up the criminal? The criminal mind is their sleeping, right? And as soon as you say something, the left criminal mind gets up and says, "What? What are you saying about the left?" And now everything goes off the rails.
What do you make of conspiracy theories under this framework of the latter?
So here's the thing about conspiracy theories is that once in a while they're true, right? Because sometimes there's a natural conspiracy. Actually, humans are pretty good at real conspiracies, secret things. And then, I just watched the Madoff doc. Great new Netflix doc. So the question is, how do you create a system that is good at, you put the conspiracy theory in, and it either goes or it says, "This is interesting, let's keep exploring." Like, how do you do something that how do you assess it? So again, I think the high run culture is really good at it because a real conspiracy, what's going to happen is you put it, it's like a little machine in the middle of the table, and everyone starts firing darts at it, or bow and arrow, or whatever, and everyone starts kicking it, trying to. And almost all conspiracy theories, they quickly crumble, right? Because they actually, Trump's election one is, I actually dug in and I looked at every claim that he or his team made, and I was like, all of these, none of these were true. None. I was open-minded, but none of them did. So that was one that, as soon as it's open to scrutiny, it crumbles. The only way that conspiracy can stick around in a community is if it is a culture where that's being treated as a sacred idea that no one should kick or throw a dart at, because if you throw a dart, it's going to break. So so what you want is a culture where no ideas, anything can get thrown at. And so I think that then what you will find is that 94 out of 100 conspiracy theories come in and they fall down. The other, maybe 4 of the others come in and there's something there, but it's not as extreme as people say. And then maybe one is a huge deal and it's actually a real conspiracy.
Well, isn't there a lot of gray area and there's a lot of mystery? Isn't that where the conspiracy theories seep in? So it's great to hear that you've really looked into the Trump election fraud claims. But aren't they resting on a lot of kind of gray area, like fog, basically saying that there's dark forces in the shadows that are actually controlling everything. I mean, the same thing with maybe we could there's like safer conspiracy theories, less controversial. It's like, have we landed on the moon? Right? Did the United States ever land on the moon? There's, like the reason those conspiracy theories work is you could construct. There's incentives and motivation for faking the moon landing. There's a lot of there's very little data supporting the moon landing. Like that's very public and kind of looks fake. Space
And that would be a big story if it turned out to be fake.
So that's that would be the argument against it. Like, are people really as a collective going to hold on to a story that big? Yeah. So that, but there's the reason they work is there's mystery.
Yeah, there's a great documentary called Behind the Curve about flat earthers. And one of the things that you learn about flat earthers is they believe all the conspiracies, not just the flat earth. They're convinced the moon landing is fake. They're convinced 9/11 was an American con job. They're convinced, that name a conspiracy and they believe. And so what's so interesting is that I think of it as a skepticism spectrum. So on one side, it's like a filter in your head, a filter in the beliefs section of your brain. On one end of the spectrum, you are gullible, perfectly gullible. You believe anything someone says, right? On the other side, you're paranoid. Everyone's lying to you, right? Everything is false. Nothing that anyone says is true, right? So obviously, those aren't good places to be. Now, the healthy place, I think so I think the healthy place is to be somewhere in the middle, but also you can learn to trust certain sources, and that you don't have to apply as much skepticism to them. And so here's what, when you start having a bias, just so you have a political bias, when your side says something, you will find yourself moving towards the gullible side of the spectrum. You read an article written that supports your views, you move to the gullible side of the spectrum, and you just believe it. You don't have where's that skepticism that you normally have, right? And then you move, and then as soon as it's the other person talking, the other team talking, you move to the skeptical, the closer to the denial, paranoid side. Now, flat earthers are the extreme. They are either 10 or 1. So it's so interesting because they're the people who are saying, no, I won't believe you. I'm not gullible. No, everyone else is gullible about the moon landing. I won't. And then yet when there's this evidence because you can't see Seattle, you can't see the buildings over that horizon, and you should, which isn't true. You should be. If the Earth around you, wouldn't be able to see them. Therefore, it's so suddenly they become the most gullible person. Hear any theory about the Earth's flat, they believe. It goes right into their beliefs. So they're actually jumping back and forth between refusing to believe anything and believe anything. And so they're the extreme example. But I think when it comes to conspiracy theories, the people who get themselves into trouble are the ones who they become really gullible when they hear a conspiracy theory that kind of fits with their worldview. And they likewise, when there's something that's kind of obviously true and it's not a big lie, they will actually they'll think it is. They just tighten up their kind of skepticism filter. And so yeah. So I think a healthy place to be is where you are not. Because you also don't want to be the person who says every conspiracy. You hear the word conspiracy theory, and it sounds like a synonym for quack job crazy theory, right? So yeah. So I think it's somewhere in the middle of that spectrum, and to learn to fine tune,
Which is a tricky place to operate, because you kind of have to, every time you hear a conspiracy theory, you should approach it with an open mind, and and also if you don't have enough time to investigate, which most people don't, kind of still have a humility not to make a conclusive statement that that's nonsense.
There's a lot of social pressure, actually, to immediately laugh off any conspiracy theory if it's done by the bad guys, right? You will quickly get mocked and laughed at and not taken seriously if you give any credence. Back to the lab leak was a good one, where it's turned out that was at least very credible, if not true. And that was a perfect example of one where when it first came out, and not only so Brett Weinstein talked about it, and then I, in a totally different conversation, said something complimentary about him on a totally different subject. And people were saying, Sam, you might have gone a little off the deep end. You're quoting someone who is a lab leak person. So I was getting my reputation dinged for complimenting on a different topic someone whose reputation was totally sullied because they have, they questioned unorthodoxy. Right, so you see, so what does that make me want to do? Distance myself from Brett Weinstein. That's at least the incentive. That's And what does that make other people want to do? Don't become the next Bret Weinstein. Don't say it out loud because you don't want to become someone that no one wants to compliment anymore, right? You can see the social pressure, and of course, when there is a conspiracy, that social pressure is its best friend.
Mm-hmm. Because then they see the people from outside are seeing that social pressure enact Tim Urban becoming more and more and more extreme to the other side, so they're going to take it more and more and more extreme. I mean, what do you see that the pandemic did, what COVID did to our civilization in that regard, in the forces? Why was it so divisive? Do you understand that?
Yeah, so COVID, I thought might be, we always know the ultimate example of a topic that will unite us all is the alien attack.
Yeah.
Although honestly, I don't even have that much faith then. I think it'd be like some people are super pro-alien, and some people are anti-alien. But anyway.
I was actually sorry to interrupt because I was talking to a few astronomers, and they're the first folks that made me kind of sad in that if we discover life on Mars, for example, that there's going to be potentially a division over that too, where half the people will not believe that's real.
Well, because we live in a current society where the political divide has subsumed everything. And that's not always like that. It goes into stages like that. We're in a really bad one where it's actually, in the book, I call it like a vortex, almost like a whirlpool that pulls everything into it. It pulls up. And so normally you'd say, okay, immigration, naturally going to be contentious. That's always political, right?
Yeah.
But COVID seemed like, that's one of those that will unite us all. Let's fight this not human virus thing. Obvious is no one's sensitive, no one's getting hurt when we insult the virus. Let's all we have this threat, this common threat that's a threat to everyone of every nationality in every country, every ethnicity. And what it didn't do that. The whirlpool was too powerful. So it pulled COVID in, and suddenly masks, if you're on the left, you like them. If you're on the right, you hate them. And suddenly lockdowns, if you're on the left, you like them, and on the right, you hate them. And vaccines, this is, people forget this. When Trump first started talking about the vaccine, Biden, Harris, Cuomo, they're all saying, I'm not taking that vaccine, not from this CDC.
Because it was too rushed or something like that?
No, but because I'm not trusting anything that Trump says. Trump wants me to take it, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it from this CDC. So Trump was almost out of office at the time. That if Trump had been, it would have been, I'm pretty sure it would have stayed. Right likes vaccines, the left doesn't like vaccines. Instead, the president switched. And all those people are suddenly saying, they were actually specifically saying that if if you're saying the CDC is not trustworthy, that's misinformation, which is exactly what they were saying about the other CDC. And they were saying it because they genuinely didn't trust Trump, which is fair. But now when other people don't trust the Biden CDC, suddenly it's this kind of misinformation that needs to be censored. So it was a sad moment because it was a couple months, even a week or so, at the very beginning, when it felt like a lot of our other squabbles were kind of I feel like they're kind of irrelevant.
Yeah.
And then very quickly the whirlpool sucked it. And in a way where I think it damaged the reputation of a lot of the trust in a lot of these institutions for a long time.
But there's also an individual psychological impact. It's like a vicious negative feedback cycle where they were deeply affected on an emotional level, and people just were not their best selves.
That's definitely true. Yeah, I mean, talk about the primitive mind. I mean, one thing that we've been dealing with for our whole human history is pathogens, and it's emotional, right? It brings out, there's really interesting studies where they studied the phenomenon of disgust, which is one of these smiling is universal. You don't have to ever translate a smile, right? Certain, throwing your hands up when your sports team wins is universal because it's part of our coding. And so is disgust. Kind of make this face where you wrinkle up your nose and you kind of put out your tongue, maybe even gag. That's to expel whatever, because it's the reaction when something is potentially a pathogen in harmless, right? Feces, vomit, whatever. But they did this interesting study where people who in two groups, the control group, was shown images of. I might be getting two studies mixed up, but they were showing images of car crashes and disturbing but not disgusting. And the other one was showing rotting things, just things that were disgusting. And then they were asked about immigration. These were Canadians, and the group that had the disgust feeling pulsing through their body was way more likely to prefer like immigrants from white countries. And the group that was with shown car accidents, they still prefer the group from white countries, but much less so. And so what does that mean? It's because the disgust impulse makes us scared of sexual practices that are foreign, ethnicities that don't look like us. It's still xenophobia, so it's ugly. It's really ugly stuff. This is of course also how the Nazi propaganda with cockroaches and or it was Rwanda's cockroaches. The Nazis with rats, and it's specifically a dehumanizing emotion. So anyway, we were talking about COVID, but I think it taps deep into like the human psyche, and I don't think it brings out I think like you said, I think it brings out an ugly side.
You described an idea lab as being opposite of echo chambers. So we know what echo chambers are, and you said like there's basically no good term for the opposite of an echo chamber. So what's an idea lab?
Yeah, well, first of all, both of these, we think of an echo chamber as like a group maybe, or even a place, but it's a culture. It's an intellectual culture too. And this goes along with high rung, low. So high rung and low rung thinking is individual. So I was talking about what's going on in your head, but this is very connected to the social scene around us. And so groups will do high rung and low rung thinking together. Basically, so an echo chamber to me is a collaborative low rung thinking. It's a culture where it's based around a sacred set of ideas. And it's the coolest thing you can do in an echo chamber culture is talk about how great the sacred ideas are and how bad and evil and stupid and wrong the people are who have the other views. And it's quite boring. It's quite boring. It's very hard to learn, and changing your mind is not cool in an echo chamber culture. It makes you seem wishy-washy. It makes you seem like you're waffling and you're flip-flopping or whatever. Showing conviction about the sacred ideas in echo chamber culture is awesome. If you're just like, obviously this really makes you seem smart, while being humble makes you seem dumb. So now flip all of those things on their heads, and you have the opposite, which is idea lab culture, which is collaborative high rung thinking. It's collaborative truth finding, but it's also just a totally different vibe. It's a place where arguing is a fun thing. It's not, no one's getting offended, and criticizing like with your own beliefs is actually, it makes you seem like interesting. Like, oh, really? Why do you think we're all wrong? Expressing too much conviction makes people lose trust in you. It doesn't make you seem smart. It makes you seem stupid if you don't really know what you're talking about, but you're acting like you do.
I really like this diagram of where on the x-axis is agreement, on the y-axis is decency. That's in an ideal lab. And in an echo chamber, there's only one axis. It's asshole to non-asshole.
Right.
This is really important. You need to understand about the difference between, we call it decency here, about assholishness and disagreement.
So my college friends, we love to argue, right? And no one thought anyone was an asshole it was just for sport. Sometimes we'd realize we're not even disagreeing on something, and that would be disappointing. We'd be like, oh, I think we agree. And it was kind of like sad. It was like, oh, well, there goes the fun. And one of the members of this group she brought her new boyfriend to one of our like hangouts. And there was like a heated debate, just one of our typical things. And afterwards, the next day he said, like, is everything okay? And she was like, what do you mean? And he said, like, after the fight. And she was like, what fight? And he was like, the fight last night. And she was like, and she had to, then she was like, you mean like the arguing? And he was like, yeah. And so that's someone who is not used to idea lab culture coming into it, and seeing it is like, this is like, are they still friends? Right? And idea lab is nice for the people in them, because individuals thrive. You don't want to just conform. That makes you seem boring in an idea. You want to be yourself. You want to challenge things. You want to have a unique brain. So that's great. And you also have people criticizing your ideas, which makes you smarter. It doesn't always feel good, but you become more correct and smarter. An echo chamber is the opposite, where it's not good for the people in it. Your learning skills atrophy, and I think it's boring. But the thing is, they also have emergent properties. So the emergent property of an idea lab is like super intelligence. Just you and me alone, just the two of us. If we're working together on something, but we're being really grown up about it, we're disagreeing. We're not, no one's sensitive about anything. We're going to each find flaws in the other one's arguments that you wouldn't have found on your own. And we're going to have epiphanies. That'll be epiphanies, right? So it's almost like the two of us together is like as smart as 1.5. Is like 50% smarter than either of us alone, right? So you have this 1.5 intelligent kind of joint being. Now bring the third person in, fourth person in, right? It starts to scale up. This is why science institutions can discover relativity and quantum mechanics and these things that no individual human, was going to come up with without a ton of collaboration, because it's this giant idea lab. So it has an emergent property of superintelligence. An echo chamber is the opposite, where it has the emergent property of stupidity. It has the emergent property of a bunch of people all, paying fealty to this set of sacred ideas, and so you lose this magical thing about language and humans, which is collaborative intelligence. You lose it; it disappears.
But there is that access of decency, which is really interesting, because you kind of paint this picture of you and your friends arguing really harshly. But underlying that is a basic camaraderie, respect. There's all kinds of mechanisms we humans have constructed to communicate, like mutual respect, or maybe communicate that you're here for the idea of a version of this.
Totally, it doesn't. You don't take it. You don't get personal, right? You're not getting personal. You're not taking things personally. People are respected in an idea lab, and ideas are disrespected.
And there's ways to signal that. So, with friends, you've already done signaling. You've already established a relationship. The interesting thing is online, I think you have to do some of that work. And to me, it's sort of steel manning the other side, or no, having empathy and hearing out, being able to basically repeat the argument the other person is making before you, and showing like respect to that argument. I could see how you could take that before you make a counter argument. There's just a bunch of ways to communicate that you're here not to do kind of, low run, shit talking, mockery, derision, but are actually here ultimately to discover the truth in the space of ideas and the tension of these ideas. And I think it's I think that's a skill that we're all learning as a civilization, of how to do that kind of communication effectively. Because I think disagreement is unlocking on the internet. It's actually a really tricky skill, like high effort, high decency disagreement. Like I listened to this really good debate podcast, Intelligence Squared, and like they can go pretty hard. Hey, it's a classic idea. It's exactly, but like, how do we map that to social media? Well, people like will say, well, like Lex or anybody, you hate disagreement. You want a sense of disagreement. No, I love Intelligence Squared type of disagreement. That's fun.
You want to reduce asshole.
And for me personally, I don't want to reduce asshole. I kind of like asshole. It's fun in many ways. But the problem is when the asshole shows up to the party, they make it less fun for the party that's there for the idea lab. And the other people, especially the quiet voices at the back of the room, they leave. And so all you're left is with assholes.
Well, political Twitter to me is one of those parties. It's a big party where a few assholes have really sent a lot of the quiet thinkers away. And so if you think about this graph again, some place like Twitter, a great way to get followers is to be an asshole with a certain, pumping a certain ideology. You'll get a huge amount of followers, and for those followers, and the followers you're going to get, people who like you, are probably going to be people who are really thinking with their community mind, because they're seeing you're being an asshole, but because you agree with them, they love you, and they don't see any problem with how you're.
Yeah, they don't see the asshole. This is the fascinating thing.
Because look at the thing on the right. Agreement and decency are the same. So if you're in that mindset, bigger the asshole, the better. If you're agreeing with me, you're my man. I love what you're saying. Yes, show them, right? And the algorithm helps those people. Those people do great on the algorithm.
There's a fascinating dynamic that happens because I've currently hired somebody that looks on my social media and they block people because the assholes will roll in. They're not actually there to have an interesting disagreement, which I love. They're there to do kind of mockery. And then when you get blocked, they then celebrate that to their echo chamber. Like, look at this, I got it, or whatever.
Or they'll say some annoying thing like, "Oh, so he talks about he likes if I done this." They'll say he says he likes Idea Labs, but
Yeah.
he actually wants to create an echo chamber. But I'm like, nope, you're an asshole. I'm not. Look at the other 50 people in this thread that disagree with me respectfully. They're not blocked.
Yep, exactly.
And so they see this some kind of hypocrisy because again, they only see the thing on the right, and they're not understanding that there's two axes, or then I see it as two axes. And so you seem petty in that moment. It's like, no, this is very specific what I'm doing. You're actually killing the conversation.
I generally give all those folks a pass and just send them love telepathically. But yes, it's getting rid of assholes in the conversation is the way you allow for the disagreement.
You do a lot of when primitive mindedness comes at you, at least on Twitter. I don't know what you're feeling internally in that moment, but you do a lot of I'm going to meet that with my higher. And you come out and you'll be like, thanks for all the criticism. I love you.
Yeah.
And that's actually an amazing response, because what it does is it unriles up that person's primitive mind and actually wakes up their higher mind, who says, oh, this guy's not so bad. And suddenly civility comes back. So it's a very powerful.
Hopefully long term. But the thing is, they do seem to drive away high quality disagreement. Because it takes so much effort to disagree in a high quality way.
I've noticed this on my blog. One of the things I pride myself on is my comment section is awesome. There's everyone's being respectful. No one's afraid to disagree with me and tell them and say tear my post apart, but in a totally respectful way, where the underlying thing is I'm here because I like this guy and his writing. And people disagree with each other, and they get these long, and it's interesting, and I read it and I'm learning. And then a couple posts, especially the ones I've written about politics, it's not like it seems like any other comment section. People are being nasty to me, they're being nasty to each other. And then I looked down one of them and I realized almost all of this is the work of 3 people. That's who you need to block. Those people need to be blocked. You're not being thin-skinned. You're not being petty doing it. You're actually protecting an idea lab. Because with really aggressive people like that, they'll turn it into their own echo chamber. Because now everyone is scared to kind of disagree with them. So it's unpleasant. And so people will chime in, or the people who agree with them, and suddenly they've taken over the space.
And I kind of believe that those people on a different day could actually do high effort disagreement. It's just that they're in a certain kind of mood. And a lot of us, just like you said, with a primitive mind, could get into that mood. And I believe it's actually the job of the technology, the platform, to incentivize those folks to be like, are you sure this is the best you can do? If you really want to talk shit about this idea, do better.
Yeah.
And then we need to create incentives where you get likes for high effort disagreement. Because currently you get likes for something that's slightly funny and is a little bit like mockery. Basically signals to some kind of echo chamber that this person is a horrible person, is a hypocrite, is evil, whatever. That feels like it's solvable with technology. Because I think in our private lives,
I wonder if it's making me think that because a much easier way for me to do it just for my world would be to say something here's this axis, this is part of what I like about the ladder. It's a language that we can use. It's specifically what we're talking about is high rung disagreement good, low rung disagreement bad, right? And so it gives us a language for that. So what I would say is I would have my readers understand this axis, and then I would specifically say something like, please do it, but why a favor, and upvote regardless of what they're saying horizontally, right? Regardless of what their actual view is. Upvote high rungness. They can be tearing me apart. They can be saying great. They can be praising me, whatever. Upvote high rungness and downvote low rungness. And if enough people are doing that, suddenly there's all this incentive to try to say, I need to calm my emotion down here and not get personal, because I'm going to get voted into oblivion by these people.
I think a lot of people will be very good at that. They not only would they be good at that, they would want that task of saying, I know I completely disagree with this person, but this was a high effort, high rung disagreement.
It gets everyone thinking about that other axis too. You're not just looking at where do you stand horizontally. You're saying, well, how did you get there, and how are you? Are you treating ideas like machines, or are you treating them like little, babies?
And that there should be some kind of labeling on personal attacks versus idea disagreement. Sometimes people like throw in both a little bit.
Right.
That's like, all right, no, there should be a disincentive at personal attacks versus idea attacks.
Well, you can also, one metric is a respectful disagreement. If I see, just say someone else's Twitter, and I see, you put out a thought, and I see someone say, someone say, I don't see it that way. Here's where I think you went wrong. Let me just explain. I'm thinking that if Lex reads that, he's gonna be interested. He's gonna want to post more stuff, right? Because he's gonna like that. If I see someone being like, wow, this really shows the kind of person that you become. It shows that I'm thinking that person is making Lex want to be on Twitter less. It's making him. And so what's that doing? What that person's actually doing is they're chilling discussion because they're making it unpleasant they're making it scary to say what you think. And the first person isn't at all. The first person is making you want to say more stuff. So, and those are both disagree. Those are people that both disagree with you.
Exactly. I want to. The great disagreements with friends in meet space is like they disagree with you. They could be even yelling at you. Yeah, honestly, they could even have some shit talk where it's like personal attacks. Still feels good
because you know them well, and you know that shit talk. Because friends shit talk all the time, playing a sport or a game, and again, it's because they know each other well enough to know that this is fun. We're having fun, and obviously, I love you. Like, exactly. And that's important online. It's a lot harder.
Yeah, that obviously I love you that underlies a lot of human interaction.
Right.
Seems to be easily lost online. I've seen some people on Twitter and elsewhere just behave their worst.
Yeah.
And it's like, I know that's not who you are. Like, why are you?
I actually, I know this human. I know someone personally who is one of the best people.
Yeah.
I love this guy. Like, one of the best, like, fun, funny, like, nicest dudes. And if you look at his Twitter only, you would think he's like a culture warrior, an awful culture warrior, and biased and just stoking anger, and it comes out of a good place. And I'm not going to give any other info about it, specific, but like
I think you're describing a lot of people.
It comes out of a good place because he really cares about what it comes out. But it's just I can't square the two. So you have to, once you know someone like that, you can realize, okay, apply that to everyone, because a lot of these people are lovely people. And it just back in before social media, have you ever had a friend who like was just like they had this like dickishness on text or email that they didn't have in person? You're like, wow, like emailing you is like kind of a dick. And it's like certain people have a different persona behind the screen.
It has, for me personally, become a bit of a meme that Lex blocks with love. But there is a degree to that where I don't see people on social media as representing who they really are. I really do have love for them. I really do think positive thoughts of them throughout the entirety of the experience. I see this as some weird side effect of online communication. And so it's like, to me, blocking is not some kind of a divisive act towards that individual. It's just like saying,
well, a lot of times what's happened is they have slipped into a very common delusion that dehumanizes others. So that doesn't mean they're a bad person. We all can do it. But they're dehumanizing you or whoever they're being asked to, because they, in a way they would never do in person, because in a person they remind you that's a person. Mm-hmm. Remember I said the dumb part of my brain when I'm doing VR like won't step off the cliff? The smart part of my brain knows I'm just on the rug. That dumb part of our brain is really dumb in a lot of ways. It's the part of your brain where you can set the clock 5 minutes fast to help you not be late. The smart part of your brain knows that you did that. The dumb part will fall for it, right? That same part of your brain can forget that the person behind that screen, behind that handle, is a human that has feelings, and that doesn't mean they're a bad person for forgetting that, because it's possible.
But this really interesting idea, and I wonder if it's true that you're right, is that both primitive-mindedness and high-mindedness tend to be contagious. I hope you're right that it's possible to make both contagious, because our sort of popular intuition is only one of them. The primitive mindedness is contagious, as exhibited by social media.
To compliment you again, don't you think that your Twitter to me is like, I was just looking down. I mean, it is it's just high-mindedness. It's just high-mindedness, down, 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 down. It's gratitude, it's optimism, it's love, it's forgiveness, it's all these things that are the opposite of grievance, victimhood, and resentment and pessimism, right? And there's, I think, a reason that a lot of people follow you, because it is contagious. It makes other people feel those feelings.
I don't know. I've been recently, over the past few months, attacked quite a lot. It is fascinating to watch because there's over things that I think I probably have done stupid things, but I'm being attacked for things that are surely not worthy of attack. I got attacked for a booklet.
I saw that. I thought it was great.
But like, you can always kind of find ways to, I guess the assumption is this person surely is a fraud, or some other explanation. He sure has dead bodies in the basement, he's hiding or something like this. And then I'm going to construct a narrative around that and mock and attack that. And I don't know how that works, but there does, and I think you write this in the book, there seems to be a gravity pulling people towards the primitive mind.
When it comes to anything political, right? There's just certain things are bottom heavy, for our psyche. They have a magnet that pulls our psyches downwards on the ladder. And why? Why does politics pull our psyche down on the ladder? Because for the tens of thousand years that we were evolving, during human history, it was life or death. Politics was life or death, and so there's actually an amazing study where it's like they challenged 20 different beliefs of a person, and different parts of the person's brain, and they had an MRI. Different parts of the person's brain lit up when non-political beliefs were challenged versus political beliefs were challenged. When political beliefs were challenged, when non-political beliefs were challenged, the rational, your prefrontal cortex type areas were lit up. When the political beliefs were challenged, and then I'm getting over my head here, but it's like the parts of your brain, the default mode network, the parts of your brain associated with like introspection and like your own identity was it. And they were much more likely to change their mind on all the beliefs, the non-political beliefs. When that default mode network part of your brain lit up, you were going to, if anything, get more firm with those beliefs when you had them challenged. So politics is one of those topics that just literally lights up different part of our brain. So again, I think we come back to primitive mind, higher mind here. It's like it gets our higher. This is one of the things our primitive mind comes programmed to care a ton about, and so it's going to be very hard for us to stay rational and calm and looking for truth because we have all this gravity.
Well, it's weird because politics, like, what is politics? Like, talk about it's a bunch of different issues, and each individual issue, if we really talk about it,
tax policy, like, why are we being emotional about this?
I don't think we're actually that. I mean, we're emotional about something else.
Yeah, I think what we're emotional about is this. My side, the side I've identified with, is in power and making the decisions, and your side is out of power. And if your side's in power, that's really scary for me because that goes back to, the idea of who's pulling the strings in this tribe, right? Who's the chief? Is it your family's patriarch or is it mine? We might not have food if we don't win this, kind of whatever, chief election. So I think that it's not about the tax policy or anything like that. And then it gets tied to this like broader. I think a lot of our tribalism has really coalesced around this. We don't have that much religious tribalism in the U.S., right? It's not, the Protestants and the Catholics hate each other. We don't have that really, right? And honestly, you say people like to, say we have racial tribalism and everything, but a white, even a kind of a racist white conservative guy, I think takes the black conservative over the woke white person any day of the week right now.
So that's the strongest.
It tells me that
social division
is way stronger tribalism. I think that white racist guy loves the black conservative guy compared to the white woke guy, right? There's not that racial tribalism is anything. Of course, it's always a thing, but like political tribalism is the number one right now.
So race is almost a topic for the political division versus the actual sort of element of the tribe.
It's a political football. It's
So there's this is dark because this is a book about human civilization. This is a book about human nature, but it's also a book of politics.
Yeah.
About it is just the way you list it out in the book. It's kind of dark how we just fall into these left and right checklists. So if you're on the left, it's maintain Roe v. Wade, universal healthcare good, mainstream media fine, guns kill people, U.S. is a racist country, protect immigrants, tax cuts bad, climate change awful, raise minimum wage. And on the right is the flip of that. Reverse Roe v. Wade, universal healthcare bad, mainstream media bad, people kill people, not guns kill people. U.S. was a racist country, protect borders, tax cuts good, climate change overblown, don't raise minimum wage. I mean, it has, you almost don't have to think about it.
Well,
It's like literally.
So if you say it's a book about politics, it's interesting because it's a book about the vertical axis.
Right.
It's specifically not a book about the horizontal axis, and that I don't actually talk about any of these issues. I don't put out an opinion on them. Those are all horizontal, right? But rather than having another book about those issues about right versus left, I wanted to do a book about this other axis. And so on this axis, the reason I have this checklist is that this is a part of the low rung politics world, right? Low rung politics is a checklist. And that checklist evolves, right? Like Russia suddenly is like popular with the right, as opposed to, it used to be, in the 60s, the left was the one defending Stalin. So they'll switch. It doesn't even matter. The substance doesn't matter. It's that this is the approved checklist of the capital P party, and this is what everyone believes. That's a low rung thing. The high rungs, this is not what it's like. High rung politics, you tell me your one view on this, I have no idea what you think about anything else, right? And you're going to say, I don't know about a lot of stuff, because inherently you're not going to have that strong an opinion because you don't have that much info. These are complex things. So there's a lot of I don't know, and people are all over the place. It's that when you're talking to someone who has been subsumed with low-rung politics, when if they tell you their opinion on any one of these issues, you could just rattle off their opinion on every single level. And if in 3 years it becomes fashionable to have this new view, they're going to have it. That's you're not thinking. That's echo chamber culture.
And I've been using kind of a shorthand of centrist to describe this kind of a high rung thinking. But people, I mean, it seems to be difficult to be a centrist or whatever, a high rung thinker. It's like people want to label you as a person who's too cowardly to take stands.
Yeah.
Somehow, as opposed to saying I don't know as a first statement.
Well, the problem with centrist is that would mean that in each of these, tax cuts bad, tax cuts good. It means that you are saying I think we should have some tax cuts, but not that many. You might not think that. You might actually do some research and say, actually, I think tax cuts are really important. That doesn't mean, I'm not a centrist anymore. I guess I'm a far, No. That's why we need the second axis. So what you're trying to be when you say centrist is higher, which means you might be all over the place horizontally. You might agree with the far left on this thing, the far right on this thing. You might agree with the centrists on this thing, but calling yourself a centrist actually is putting yourself in a prison on the horizontal axis, and it's saying that I whatever on the different topics, I'm right in between the two policy lines. That's not who you are. So yeah, that's what we're badly missing this other axis.
Yeah, I mean, I still do think it's like for me, I am a centrist when you project it down to the horizontal. But the point is, you're missing so much data by not defending the group. Right. Because, on average, maybe it falls somewhere in the middle. But in reality, there's just a lot of nuance, issue to issue, that involves just thinking and uncertainty and changing given the context of current geopolitics and economics, always considering, always questioning, always evolving your views on that.
Not just about I think we should be in the center on this, but another way to be in the center is if there's some phenomenon happening, it's a terrorist attack, and one side wants to say this has nothing to do with Islam, and the other side wants to say this is radical Islam, right? What's in between those? To say this is complicated and nuanced, and we have to learn more, and it probably has something to do with Islam and something to do with the economic circumstances and something to do with geopolitics. So in a case like that, you actually do get really unnuanced when you go to the extremes, and all of that nuance, which is where all the truth usually is going to be in the middle. So yeah,
but there is a truth in the fact that if you take that nuance on those issues, like war in Ukraine, COVID, you're going to be attacked by both sides.
Yes, people who have who are really strongly on one side or the other hate centrist people. I've gotten this myself, and the slur that I've had thrown at me is I'm an enlightened centrist in a very mocking way. So what do they actually say? What does enlightened centrist mean? It means someone who is, Steven Pinker or Jonathan Haidt gets accused of, is that they're highfalutin, intellectual world, and they don't actually have any. They don't actually take a side. They don't actually get their hands dirty, and they can be superior to both sides without actually taking a stand, right? So I see the argument, and I disagree with it because I firmly believe that the hardcore tribes, they think they're taking a stand and they're out in the streets and they're pushing for something. I think what they're doing is they're just driving the whole country downwards, and I think they're hurting all the causes. And so it's not that not that we need everyone to be sitting there, refusing to take a side. It's that you can be far left and far right, but be upper left and upper right.
If we talk about you use the word liberal a lot in the book to mean something that we don't in modern political discourse mean. So it's this higher philosophical view. And then you use the words progressive to mean the left and conservative to mean the right. Can you describe the concept of liberal games and power games?
So the power games is what I call basically just the laws of nature when laws of nature are the laws of the land, that's the power game. So animals, watch any David Attenborough special. And when the little lizard is running away from the bigger animal or whatever, I use an example of a bunny and a bear. I don't even know if bears eat bunnies. They probably don't. Pretend bears eat bunnies. So it's like in the power games, the bear's chasing the bunny. There's no fairness. There's no what's right? What's legal? No. If the bear is fast enough, it can eat the bunny. And if the bunny can get away, it can stay living. So that's it. That's the only. Now humans have spent a lot of time in essentially that environment. So when you have a totalitarian dictatorship, what's the rule of the power games? It's everyone can do whatever they want if they have the power to do so. It's just a game of power. So if the bunny gets away, the bunny actually has more power than the bear in that situation, right? And likewise, the totalitarian dictatorship, there's no rules. The dictator can do whatever they want. They can torture. They can flatten a rebellion with a lot of murder because they have the power to do so. What are you going to do, right? And that's kind of the state of nature. That's our natural way. When you look at watch a mafia movie, we do a lot of we have it in us. We all can snap into power games mode when it becomes all about just actual raw power. Now the liberal games is something that civilizations for thousands of years have been working on. It's not invented by America or modern times, but America's was like the latest crack at it yet, which is this idea. Instead of everyone can do what they want, if the power to do so, it's everyone can do what they want as long as it doesn't harm anyone else. Now that's really complicated. You define harm, and the idea is that everyone has a list of rights which are protected by the government, and then they have their inalienable rights, and they're protected. Those are protected again by from an invasion by other people. And so you have this kind of fragile balance. And so the idea with the liberal games is that there are laws, but it's not totalitarian. They will build very clear, strict laws kind of around the edges of what you can and can't do, and then everything else, freedom. So unlike a totalitarian dictatorship, actually it's very loose. There's a lot of things can happen, and it's kind of up to the people. But there are still laws that protect the very basic inalienable rights and stuff like that. So it's a much looser thing. Now, the vulnerability there is that the benefits of it are obvious, right? Freedom is great. It seems like it's the most fair. That equality of opportunity seemed like the most fair thing, and equality before the law, due process, and all of this stuff. So it seems fair to the founders of the U.S. and other Enlightenment thinkers, and it also is a great way to manifest productivity, right? You have Adam Smith saying it's not from the benevolence of the butcher or the baker that we get our dinner, but from their own self-interest. So you can harness kind of selfishness for progress, but it has a vulnerability, which is that because the laws, it's like the totalitarian laws, they don't have an excess of laws for no reason. They want to control everything. And the U.S., in the U.S. we say, well, they're not going to do that. And so the second, it's almost two puzzle pieces. You have the laws, and then you've got a liberal culture. Liberal laws have to be married to liberal culture. kind of a defense of liberal spirit in order to truly have the liberal games going on. And so that's vulnerable because free speech, you can have the First Amendment, that's the laws part. But if you're in a culture where anyone who, speaks out against orthodoxy is going to be shunned from the community, well, you're lacking the second piece of the puzzle. You're lacking liberal culture, and so therefore, you might as well be in it. You might as well not even have the First Amendment. And there's a lot of examples like that where the culture has to do its part for the true liberal games to be enjoyed. So it's just much more complicated, much more nuanced than the power games. It's kind of a set of basic laws that then are coupled with a basic spirit to create this very awesome and human environment that's also very vulnerable.
So what do you mean that the culture has to play along? So for something like a freedom of speech to work, there has to be a basic, decency? That if all people are perfectly good, then perfect freedom without any restrictions is great. It's where the human nature starts getting a little iffy. We start being cruel to each other, we start being greedy and desiring harm, and also the narcissists and sociopaths and psychopaths in society. All of that, that's when you start to have to inject some limitations on that freedom.
Yeah, I mean, what the government basically says is we're going to let everyone be mostly free, but no one is going to be free to physically harm other people or to steal their property, right? And so we're all agreeing to sacrifice that 20% of our freedom, and then in return, all of us in theory can be 80% free, and that's kind of the bargain. But now that's a lot of freedom to leave people with, and a lot of people choose. It's like you're so free in the U.S., you're actually free to be unfree if you choose. That's kind of what an echo chamber is to me. It's you can choose to kind of be friends with people who essentially make it so uncomfortable to speak your mind that it's no actual effective difference for you than if you lived in a country. If you can't, criticize Christianity in a certain community, that you have a First Amendment, so you're not going to get arrested by the government for criticizing Christianity. But if the social penalties are so extreme that it's just never worth it, you might as well be in a country that imprisons people for criticizing Christianity. And so that same thing goes for wokeness, right? This is what people get, cancel culture and stuff. So when the reason these things are bad is because they're depriving Americans of the beauty of the freedom of the liberal games by, imposing a social culture that is very power games. It's basically a power games culture comes in, and you might as well be in the power games. And so if you live in a liberal democracy, there will always be challenges to a liberal culture. Lowercase L. There will always be challenges to a liberal culture from people who are much more interested in playing the power games, and there has to be kind of an immune system that stands up to that culture and says that's not how we do things here in America. Actually, we don't excommunicate people for not having the right religious beliefs or not right. We don't disinvite a speaker from campus for having the wrong political beliefs. And if it doesn't stand up for itself, it's like the immune system of the country failing, and power games rushes in.
So before chapter 4 in your book, and the chapters that will surely result in you being burned at the stake, you write, quote, "We'll start our pitchfork tour in this chapter. We're taking a brief trip through the history of the Republican Party. Then, in the following chapters, we'll take Tim's career-taking deep dive into America's social justice movement," as you started to talk about. Okay, so let's go. What's the history of the Republican Party?
I'm looking at this through my vertical line, saying, what is this familiar story of the Republicans from the 60s to today? What does it look like through the vertical lines, right? Does it look different? And is there an interesting story here that's been kind of hidden because we're always looking at the horizontal? Now, the horizontal story, you'll hear people talk about it, and they'll say something like the Republicans have moved farther and farther to the right. And to me, that's not really true. Like, was Trump more right wing than Reagan? I don't think so. I think he
So
was
the actual policy,
Yeah. So we're using this again, just like you're calling yourself centrist when it's not exactly what you mean, even though it also is.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, look, this vertical lens helps with other things. Let's apply it to vertical lens. And here's what I saw is I looked at the 60s and I saw an interesting story, which I don't think not everyone's familiar with, like what happened in the early 60s, but in 1960, the Republican Party was a plurality. You had progressives, like Rockefeller, pretty progressive people, all the way to, then you had the, moderates like Eisenhower, Dewey, and then you go all the way to the, farther right, you had Goldwater and what you might call, I call them the fundamentalists. And so it's this interesting plurality, right? Something you don't have to. And what happened was the Goldwater contingent, which was the underdog, they were small, right? Eisenhower was the president, or had just been the president, and it seemed like the moderates were, he said you have to be close to the center of the chessboard. That's how you maintain power. These people were very far from the center of the chessboard, but they ended up basically have like a hostile takeover. They conquered their own party, and they did it by breaking all of the kind of unwritten rules and norms. So they did things like they first started with like the college Republicans, which was like this feeder group that turned into a lot of the politicians started there. And they went to the election, and they wouldn't let the current president, the incumbent, speak. And they were throwing chairs, and they were fistfights. And eventually people gave up, and they just sat there and they sat in the chair talking for their candidate until everyone eventually left, and then they declared victory. So they came in. There was a certain set of rules, agreed upon rules, and they came in playing the power games, saying, well, actually, if you do this, you won't have the power. We have the power to take it if we just break all the rules, right? And so they did, and they won, and that became this hugely influential thing. Which then they conquered California. Through again, these people were taken aback. These proper Republican candidates were appalled by the kind of like the insult that were being hurled at them, the intimidation and the bullying, and eventually they ended up in the National Convention, which was called like the right wing Woodstock. It was like the Republican National Convention in '64 was just it was jeering, and they wouldn't let the moderates or the progressives even speak. And there was racism, Jackie Robinson was there, and he was a proud Republican, and he said that like he feels like he was a Jew in Hitler's Germany with the way the blacks were being treated there, and it was nasty. But what did they do? They had fiery, plurality enough to win, and they ended up getting crushed in the general election and then kind of faded away. But to me, I was like, what? That was an interesting story. I see it as I have this character in the book called the Golem, which is a big dumb, powerful monster that's the emergent property of a political chamber. It's like this big giant. It's stupid, but it's powerful and scary. And to me, I was like, a golem rose up, conquered the party for a second, knocked it on its ass, and then faded away. And to me, when I look at the Trump revolution and not just Trump, the last 20 years, I see that same lower right monster kind of making another charge for it, but this time succeeding and really taking over the party for a long period of time. I see the same story, which is the power games are being played in a situation when it had always been the government relies on all these unwritten rules and norms to function. But for example, you have in 2016, Merrick Garland gets nominated by Obama, and the unwritten norm says that when the president nominates a justice, then you pass them through unless there's some egregious thing. That's what has happened. But they said, actually, this is the last year of his presidency, and the people should choose. I don't think we should set a new precedent where the president can't nominate a Supreme Court justice in the last year. So they pass it through, and it ends up being Gorsuch. And so they lose that seat. Now, 3 years later, it's Trump's last year, and it's another election year, and Ginsburg dies. And what did they say? They say, oh, let's keep our precedent. They said, no, actually, we changed our mind. We're going to nominate Amy Farrell. So to me, that is classic power, right? That there's no actual rule. What we're doing is they did technically have the power to block the nomination ban, and then they technically had the power to pursue it, and they're pretending there's some principle to it, but they're just extra. They're going for a short-term edge at the expense of what is like the workings of the system. in the long run. And then what do the Democrats have to do in that situation? Because both parties have been doing this, is they either can lose now all the time or they start playing power games too. And now you have a prisoner's dilemma where it's like both are end up doing this thing because, and everyone ends up worse off. The debt ceiling, all these power plays that are being made with these holding the country hostage. This is power games. And to me, that's what Goldwater was doing in the 60s, but it was a healthier time in a way because there was this plurality within the parties, reduced some of the national tribalism, and that it wasn't as much of an appeal to that. But today, it's just like, do whatever you have to do to beat the enemies. And so I'm seeing a rise in power games. And I talk about the Republicans because they did a lot of these things first. They have been a little bit more egregious, but both parties have been doing it the last 20 years.
Can you place blame, maybe there's a different term for it, at the subsystems of this? So is it the media? Is it the politicians, like in the Senate, in Congress? Is it Trump, so the leadership? Is it, or maybe it's us, human beings, maybe social media versus mainstream media? Is there a sense of what is the cause of what is the symptom?
It's very complex. So Ezra Klein's a great book about Polarized, but he talks about a lot of this. And there's some of these are, it's really no one's fault. First of all, the environment has changed in a bunch of ways you just mentioned. And what happens when you take human nature, which is constant, you put it to an environment, behavior comes out. The environment is the independent variable, and that changes. The dependent variable, behavior, changes with it. Right? And so the environment is changing a lot. So one major is, it used to, for a long time actually, the first it was the Republicans and then the Democrats just had a stranglehold on Congress. It was not even competitive. The Democrats for 40 years had the majority. And so therefore, it actually is a decent environment to compromise because now we can both, what you want is Congress people thinking about their own district and voting yes on a national policy because we're going to get a good deal on that at home. That's actually helpful as opposed to voting in lockstep together because this is what the red party is doing, regardless of what's good for my home district. An example is Obamacare. There were certain Republican districts that would have actually officially been benefited by Obamacare, but every Republican voted against it. So, and part of the reason is because there's no longer this obvious majority. Every few years it switches. It's a 50-50 thing. And that's, partially because it's become so, we've been so subsumed with this one national divide of left versus right that people are not, whoever, they're voting for the same party for president all the way down the field now. So you have this kind of 50-50 color war, and that's awful for Democrats. So there's like 10 of these things, that have redistricting, but also it is social media. It is, I call it hypercharged tribalism. In the 60s, you had kind of distributed tribalism. You had some people that are worked up about the USSR, right? They're national. That's what they care about. U.S. versus foreign. You have some people that were saying left versus right, like they are today, and then other people that were saying that they were fighting within the party. Mm-hmm. But today you don't have that. You have ideological realignment, so you kind of got rid of a lot of the in-party fighting, and then hasn't been that big of a foreign threat. Nothing like the USSR for a long time. So you kind of lost that, and what's left is just this left versus right thing. And so that's kind of this hypercharged whirlpool that subsumes everything. And so it's. People point to Newt Gingrich, and people like there's certain characters that enacted policies that stoke this kind of thing, but I think this is a much bigger kind of environmental shift.
Well, let's go back to our questions about the role of individuals in human history. So the interesting, one of the many interesting questions there is about Trump. Is he a symptom or a cause? Because he seems to be, from the public narrative, such a significant catalyst for some of the things we're saying.
This goes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? Like, is it the person or is it the times? I think he's a perfect example of it's a both situation. I don't think if you pluck Trump out of the situation, I don't think that Trump was inevitable, but I think we were very vulnerable to a demagogue, and if you hadn't been, Trump would have had no chance. And so, why were we vulnerable to a demagogue? Is because you have these. I think specifically on the right, if you actually look at the stats, pretty bad. Like the people who, because it's not just who voted for Trump. A lot of people just vote for the right, right? What's interesting is who voted for Obama against Romney and then voted for Trump. These are not racists, right? These are not hardcore Republicans. They voted for Obama. And where did the switch come from? places that had economic despair, where bridges were not working well. That's a signifier. You know, where paint's chipping in the schools. You know, these little things like this. So I think that, you know, you had a lot of these kind of rural towns, you have true despair. And then you also have the number one indicator of voting for Trump was distrust in media. And the media has become much less trustworthy, you know. And so you have all these ingredients that actually make us very vulnerable to a demagogue. And a demagogue is somebody who takes advantage, right? There's someone who comes in and says, I can pull all the right strings and pull and push all the right emotional buttons right now and get myself power by taking advantage of the circumstances. And that is what Trump totally did.
It makes me wonder how easy it is for somebody who's a charismatic leader to capitalize on cultural resentment when there's economic hardship, to channel that.
So John Haidt wrote a great article about like the truth. Basically, we look at like truth is at an all-time low right now. Like it's the media is not penalized for lying, right? MSNBC, Fox News, these are not penalized for being inaccurate. They're penalized if they stray from the orthodoxy. On social media, it's not the truest tweets that go viral, right? And so Trump understood that better than anyone, right? He took advantage of it. He was living in the current world when everyone else was stuck in the past. And he saw that and he just lied. Everything he said, you know, truth was not relevant to him, right? It's just truly, it's not relevant to him when what he's talking about. He doesn't care, and he knew that neither do a subset of the country.
I was thinking about this, just reading articles by journalists, especially when you're not a famous journalist in yourself, but you're more like a New York Times journalist. So the big famous thing is the institution you're part of. Like, you can just lie, because you're not going to get punished for it. You're going to be rewarded for the popularity of an article. So if you write 10 articles, there's a huge incentive to just make stuff up.
You got to get clicks.
To get clicks. That's first and foremost. And like culturally, people will attack that article to say it's not like one half the country will attack that article to say it's dishonest. But they'll kind of forget you will not have a reputation like it. There won't be a memory like this person made up a lot of stuff in the past. Well, they'll take one article at a time and they'll attach the reputation hits will be to New York Times, the institution.
Yeah.
And so for the individual journalist, there's a huge incentive to make stuff up.
Totally. And it's scary because it's almost like you can't survive if you're just an old school honest journalist who really works hard and tries to get it right and does it with nuance. Like, what you can be is you can be a big time Substacker or a big time podcaster. A lot of people do have a reputation for accuracy and rigor, and they have huge audiences. But if you're working in a big company right now, especially, I think that many of the big media brands are very much controlled by the left, but I will say that the ones that are controlled by the right are even more egregious. Not just in terms of accuracy, but also in terms of, New York Times, for all of its criticisms, they have a handful of they here and there they put out a pretty an article that strays from Barry Weiss wrote there for a long time, and then you've got they wrote an article criticizing free speech on campus stuff recently, and they have a couple very left progressive friendly conservatives, but they had conservatives that are operating up at Fox News. You're not seeing thoughtful Breitbart. You're not seeing thoughtful progressives writing there, right?
There's some degree to which New York Times, I think, still incentivizes and values the high effort. So you're allowed to have a conservative opinion if you do a really damn good job.
Yeah.
Like if it's a very thorough, in-depth article.
And if you kind of pander to the progressive senses in all the right ways. I always joke that, TED, you always have a couple, token conservatives, but they get on stage and they're basically like, so totally, you're all, the progressivism that's right about all this stuff. Maybe, libertarianism isn't all bad. So there's an element, but you know what? It's something. It's better than being a total tribal. I think you can see the New York Times tug of war, the internal tug of war. You can see it because then they also have these awful instances, the firing of James Bennett, which is a whole other story. But like they have, you can see it going both ways. But in the 60s, what did you have? You had ABC, NBC, CBS. You know, the 70s, you know, you had these 3 news channels, and they weren't always right, and they definitely sometimes spun a narrative together, maybe about Vietnam or whatever. But if one of them was just lying, they'd be embarrassed. They'd be penalized. They'd be dinged, and they'd be known as this is the trash. And that would be terrible for their ratings because they weren't just catering to half the country; they all were catering to the whole country. So both on the axis of accuracy and on the axis of neutrality, they had to, you know, try to stay somewhere in the reasonable range, and that's just gone.
One of the things I'm really curious about is, I think your book is incredible. I'm very curious to see how it's worked about by the press, because I could myself write, with the help of ChatGPT, of course, clickbait articles that would be in the direction.
Yeah, it's easy to imagine.
Your